Oh, let's go. That shit that make niggas more press and click. Grab your gun, this niggas to their bitch. Fucks up, go somewhere, fucks up. Like that front nigga bitch, nigga sucks up. Ride out, B-block shirt inside out. Put it on with the all black Belushi's on. Niggas dapping to their motherfucking faces torn. Tongue is gone, 3-piece suits is worn. It's a faggot ass niggas that scares of death. So shit, when I'm around, y'all hold your breath. I don't know the music, my shit bang in the city, but they want me to chill since Jan and Show City. It's too much violence now since y'all on city. I don't know no other way but too rap pretty. Yeah, fuck that, baby, when I'm rich. And tell them where the fuck is my stuff set up in this bitch. You can't show ass.
La 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 la.
Come on. You know what time it is, mate. Turn on to shots. Kiss y'all.
Goodbye.
Oh, God. Yeah, man, this treatment was up heavy. Yeah, man. Some man talk and talk and talk. We now chatting.
You sound like you're having a good morning over there, because you sound lively this morning.
Yeah, man. We on it, man. We happy. You get me?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man. Keep the energies like that, man. Keep them energies, my brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna have a little discussion from yesterday because I see people was trying to hide, give answers that are gonna hurt their opinions. Yeah. You get me?
Yeah. I think it's a good question as well. I like the questions today. I'm about this bringing together of people, and you know, I'm not trying to talk trash talk people's culture just to make myself feel better, you know, like that. But at the same time, I understand that certain people don't really understand the cultures. They don't even really understand the religions and where they come from, like that. In the sense of the question where you say, is one better than the other, or are they all the same? Well, as far as when we come into certain religions, they all call themselves, well, I've heard people call them Abrahamics, certain ones, you know, like that. So does that make them all the same?
Well, it's got the same sort of step.
You know, like that. Hold on. Am I still echoing? You sound like you're in the car, innit?
Yeah, I'm not bad, man.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Man, you get me?
Yeah, come on. I'm literally I'm in the car, like just driving as well still.
Yeah, man.
Tired though, man.
Yeah, man. So, but some positive like in and we are walking on the side. We have the woman falling.
Oh, you're cutting in and out a bit, you know, cause
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better still.
Be clean to the bone like skeleton, you get me?
Yeah.
That's what we want our people, like, find out, like, what is culture superior, because this chat was a bit funny last night still. It's like, it's like, sometimes you can't even tell the truth out, because Some people don't like it, and it don't sit well with them. Like,
Yeah.
That's why I rate them people don't care. You get me?
Yeah, man. That's why I made a point of saying that yesterday as well. Like, I'm not like, I walk on my own, fam, and I'll be surrounded by people who may not like my viewpoint or may not like what I got to say. But if it's what I really believe in, I don't business. You have to deal with it, innit? That's the truth. Same way I have to deal with what they believe in, and I might not like what they believe, and I might not like what they got to say, but I deal with it. I ain't attacking no one because of what they got to say or what they believe. We can discuss it, or we don't even have to discuss it. We don't even have to agree. Everyone can be themselves, innit? I don't see a problem in that.
Yeah, man. It's like man was trying to chastise James for saying that British culture is superior or whatever, and it's like man is trying to chastise him like he weren't including the colonization that's put them in the position where they are today. I was like, but
big up Valley, big up Shufa.
But he's entitled to an opinion, full stop. He's entitled, man. And that's what we have to all start remembering. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. If one person can have one, another person can have one, and everyone can have one.
And obviously, man's gonna have a bias because where you grew up in it. So you're always gonna have a little bit of it because wherever you grew up, like your ends or your area or whatever, whether you're from, your parents are from the country or not, you still got like an affinity to your road or your, you know what I'm saying? You know your block where you live. The people know you. You know people. You know the brother in the shop man knows you. You know what I mean? The man at the baker's knows you. There's things on your ends what you know, innit? So it's gonna make you more biased towards that.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like when you start learning about things, like for instance, when you learn things about your ancestors or you learn things about your parents, your grandparents, and you know they done good things or they reached great heights, you know, it gives you a bit more pride in yourself certain times as well, which is why, like, I'm not into this revering thing as like in the sense of worshiping like ancestors and stuff. But I'll revere them in the sense of I'll acknowledge their achievements and acknowledge them as achievements from where we come from. You know, like that, in the sense of, you know, like when I say things like the white man science and these things, now this is why I say things like this, because, you know, we can go all the way back to ancient Egypt. We can identify people who were Israelites in ancient Egypt, and we can identify great achievements that they made in medicine, like going as far as things like brain surgery in ancient Egypt.
You know that in the medical schools and the places where the like scientific discoveries or whatever, whoever's the originator or whoever they know as the originator, they always give them sort of credit for it. So
yeah,
if there's a surgery that Imhotep was the first person to carry out, they will still give him the credit for it. And you might not know it, but in the medical school, they will still give them the credit for it.
Yeah,
I'm saying
they have to because originally there was a credit in certain things to I can't remember who it was. I know what you're talking about though, but originally there was credit in it to a Greek guy. I think it was called something Hippocrates or something like that.
Yeah, Hippocrates or something like that. It's called the Hippocratic Oath, isn't it?
Something. But then obviously when they started making certain discoveries and realizing that, like you said, like people like Imhotep actually done brain surgeries and things like that before Hippocrates even lived, thousands of years before, you know, like obviously like when people was having broken limbs and stuff, he was fixing their limbs. So it goes a long way to what I say in the sense of, I don't believe no Israelites were enslaved in no Egypt. We were part of the culture, you know, we were part of the nationality. Many of them spoke Egyptian.
100%. I would agree with you. For 300 years, we're part of, like, Israel was part of the culture because of, you don't forget that when the king took, was it Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph was they said in the translation the Pharaoh.
Yeah, don't forget that they mixed and blended and whatever, and they probably lived peacefully It was just when the second king, he didn't recognize Israel. Like, obviously, the story goes, I don't think they had a problem living with each other. But the second king he was really harsh when he just didn't acknowledge the family and the ties that they had. So obviously he said, look, these people are growing, they're multiplying. Let's take away this and that, lest they take over us. So he was quite selfish. He obviously was a selfish king that sort of thought bad thoughts and towards that, those people.
But even in you saying that, go on.
You can't blame that.
Wait.
Obviously.
Okay, finish your point.
I'm saying that there probably was a time that Israel and Egypt were very close in ties in regards to living in peace and living in, I'm not going to totally blame Egypt, but I only read but you got to understand, when that king come along, that's when things started to change. He enslaved them. So you couldn't really blame the old Kemet, because if you look at the old Kemet, they were actually quite, I think they probably were quite humble. They were quite fairness, and they probably created a lot of things, and they recognized the God of Jacob. But when this new king come along, things started to change, and he said, look, man, like he was looking at it as from a political census point of view, I guess.
Your brother K,
like a twist there kind of things. So.
I think you see with that what you just said there, brother K, yeah, I think that this is where, like, some people, what they do is they obscure history, and then we'd have to find some evidence that there were ever any dark-skinned people in Egypt who were enslaved by other dark-skinned people. And then what we'd have to look into next is what a lot of people don't know about is, and I've said this a few times as well, but I don't go too deep into it because, like, I don't want to go deep into it without the full scholarship. But do you know about the Egyptian kingdom in America? Yeah.
You can't, actually.
Yeah, so sorry, I was saying that we'd have to find some evidence that any dark-skinned people were ever enslaved by other dark-skinned people within Egypt. And then another thing is that a lot of people, they don't know about the Egyptian kingdom, which is in America, and they don't know about the descendants of Imhotep, who lived on the American continent for years after Imhotep died, and we're still revering him. We're still using the same hieroglyphs. We're building, under the Giza plateau, under the pyramids or whatever, they got all these tunnel systems. They were building similar tunnel systems, and they're there to this day in the Grand Canyon, all the hieroglyphs, all of it. When you look at one of these kings, the way he's sat and the way he's positioned, when you look at things like Buddha, he looks, the way it's almost identical with the Buddha statue. And then it makes you think, it made me think anyway, is this where this Buddhist guy was getting his ideas and his teachings from? But that's something else that's yet to be, to be discovered. So I don't really want to go too deep into it without the full scholarship, like that.
So that obviously we're talking about societies, and what's the other word for society?
Civilization.
Civilizations. I don't know, man. There was another word, man, we was using yesterday.
Aboriginals.
No. We was measuring. Everyone was measuring like. Well, I was trying to get what we measuring the difference in the societies on it. Like, so how we classing this society as good or better than the other society? That's good or better or whatever. Like, what's the things that we're using to rank the societies?
The yardstick. Yeah. But then in that sense, can you see how I'm saying, Veli? Yeah, you see when I say things like people like to directly divide the African continent from the American continent. But this is why I say the two are directly connected, because we've been going back and forth from there for years. For instance, if you look at Imhotep, his symbol is a crocodile. One of his symbols is a crocodile. Can you hear me?
Yeah, say that again. The symbol of crocodile. Whose symbol?
one of Imhotep's symbols is a crocodile. And you look at the rest of the pharaohs, they always use birds. But Imhotep chose a crocodile. Why did he choose a crocodile? Is that a reference to when he went to America?
I don't know still. I don't know much about it. You know what, yeah, tell the truth, yeah? Because so many black people revere Kemet and Egypt so much, yeah, I've purposely not got too deep into Kemet and Egypt. Like, obviously, I'm trying to deal with West Africa when I'm talking about history or whatnot. You get me?
Yeah.
Like, that's less known about rather than Kemet. Everyone talks about Kemet, how great Kemet was, and Kemet was this and that, and blah, blah, blah. But no one talks about no other civilization or society. No one talks about Great Zimbabwe. No one talks
come
about,
on.
No one
Vels,
you know what I'm saying?
do you know why it's significant when we can deal with the ones where we can show their existence over there, i.e. the Kemets? Because then it makes more sense when we say, you know, for instance, certain of the other African cultures, some of the Western cultures and some of the Zulu culture and XYZ, what you can find direct similarities with the other American cultures with. It makes sense now to say that those two places were connected long before a Columbus, long before a Hernan Cortez or any of these people ever stepped foot in America.
Yeah, man. So big up, man, like Raheem. Big up yourself, my G.
Big up. What's going on? You right? Morning, Shiffer.
Morning, my brother.
Yeah, so obviously we was having a discussion yesterday, yeah? That was, we was talking about societies, civilizations, and so on, so innit? Yeah, and Dan and James had a little bit of a squabble about, personally, yeah, I feel like they were both making the same point, yeah, but wasn't seeing where the other person was. You know, when you're holding your corner, the other person's holding their corner on a minute
like
point.
A miscommunication.
Yeah. So now my man's holding this position on this minute point, and the other man's holding this position on the small minute point. Yeah, that's made the both man get hotter, didn't it? Yeah, but like I was saying, yeah, we're trying to discuss whose cultures are superior, what is superior in a culture, and like what's the measuring stick that we're using for it. And really and truly, yeah, so hopefully today, yeah, we don't get in our feelings about any truth that comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like, because like colonization has stopped the positions of certain cultures nowadays, yeah. But it doesn't mean that because you live like, so we live in Britain, yeah. Britain colonized half the world, but now UK is in a position where it's quite high up and whatever. But it's obviously that's due to the colonization and to the things that it's took from the other people.
Yeah, and due to the fact that the Britons were very smart in the sense of what a lot of people don't realize is when Britain was given independence to a lot of these African nations, West Indian, Caribbean nations, yeah, what it was actually doing was quite crafty because Britain had accumulated many debts within those nations that it had colonized, yeah. And then when it handed over the independence, it handed over the debt with the independence. Hence, those of these countries are still in those debts to this day. You know, you got countries like Nigeria, what have managed to, you know, they've managed to accumulate enough wealth to start. They've literally I think they're almost out of their debt, you know, or they are out of their debt. But certain other countries are still suffering because of that debt, which will never end, really. And it's quite sad, really.
No, but Nigeria's still got Exxon and Shell and all them places.
Yeah.
That be taking their oil out and whatever in it, obviously. So it's not fully, yeah. But anyway, let's try and discuss what's culture in it. What do you class? What are we going to use as culture in it? What is it? How are we going to measure whose culture? How one culture can be better? Because we actually need to know what is culture. What's British culture? What's American culture? What's Jamaican culture? Nigerian culture? In that. So,
can I start first? Because I think when we deal with culture, yeah, For instance, if we look at something like the British culture, it's an amalgamation of many cultures, but one certain cultures that they've taken things from are predominant in their culture. So if we're going to look at culture, for me, it has to be, you know, we have to look at where that culture hails from, where it originates from. And if it originates from somewhere else, then that people has got the superior culture then. You know, because where are we learning from? Without the information to learn from, we can't learn. Everything has to be learned. All language, all behaviors, you know, all practices, everything has to be learned. Like, even like, for instance, like, you got these people, yeah, like, and I haven't got nothing against like homosexuals, like in the sense of I don't wish no harm on them. You know, I think everyone to their own, each to their own. Do what you want to do, innit? Like, don't let me tell you what to do with your life, because I ain't God and I haven't got dominion over no man. So if that's what they've chosen to do, then I haven't got no argument with them. If God's got an argument with them, that's nothing to do with me, because I ain't God. But one thing I will say is, I find it very strange that homosexuals like to say that their behavior is not learned. That would be like me saying I didn't learn about sex and sexualized behavior. I had to learn it. Everything has to be learned. And then when people say these things, you know, I think they go a long way to confusing other people, confusing themselves, and, you know, creating a discord in the world where, you know, people don't actually understand themselves anymore. And now they can be destructive with their feelings and act as if it's not their fault.
Yeah. Aye, man. Aye, so.
But yeah, that's my take on what the superior culture would be. I'd like to hear everyone else's take. So
is power culture then?
Is what?
Is power part of culture? Having the
not
power
necessarily.
To someone else, or having the power to defend your land while you subjugate other people's land?
Not necessarily, because I'd say that power is developed by culture, and we could have a culture of violence, you know. So if we said, is violence culture, or is, you know, when we say might is right and things like that, yeah, that's what it really comes down to. It comes down to violence. So without that violence, you can't have that might. So yeah, violence can be part of culture, definitely.
So so that's one of my sayings, yeah. Like I said, might is right, yeah, around here, yeah. I didn't say that it's like it's a motto that I live by and what I go by. I just said that this is how the world is run, innit? The world is run on a system of is right, yeah, with pretty laws and so behind it. So then basically it's you have to do what I say, or
I'm gonna kill you
by my power, innit?
Yeah, basically, I'm gonna use violence to control people, basically, and fear. So when you say might is right, it is definitely consistent with the concept of violence and, you know, fear. It's definitely consistent with that.
Big up the panel, big up Vedi, big up Raheem, big up Shifa.
Big up Dan, big up.
Come on, big up Raheem as well, big up Toytin.
Say that again, brother.
Big up yourself, Raheem, and big up to your TM.
Yeah, big up Raheem. Welcome back, brother. So Dan. Yo, can you hear me still?
Yo.
I got you.
All right, yeah. So obviously we ain't even really got into what is culture yet, innit? That's a really hard question to answer. I couldn't really give a description.
I think James answered that yesterday, no?
So what's culture? You'd say was culture.
I was being sarcastic. He never answered it. Like I said, I'm here, bro. I'm here today, bright and early. I'm ready. I got tea. I'm calm. I just want to see where I go on for this. But one thing, Vedi, I would just say you have to be careful with this might is right thing, you know, because the man that I've heard use might is right, and I would say this is the most consistent use of it, is Ralph. And when he's dealing with might is right, he's co-signing a hell of a lot of stuff that I don't think you necessarily co-sign. So I don't know. If you're saying it's not something that you live by, if it's not something that you live or die by,
it's not a policy that I feel is beneficial for the many in the world or whatever. But I'm saying that through living in the world, I can see that this is how the world is run. My might is right.
Yeah, he's not saying he agrees with it. You're not saying you agree with it then.
Might is right is the way. And rah, 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 rah. I'm saying that's how it works.
Even Ralph doesn't live by might is right.
100%.
He can't. It's impossible.
But you see, Veli, like I don't know if you've heard me make this argument before, but my argument is very, very similar in that I don't get into no emotional this or that. I don't get into no blame game, and it might piss off certain people. Yeah, normally more time it pisses off these right wingers than that. Yeah, because when I'm talking about it, I just kind of look at it neutrally. I'm saying, all right, well, and I've made this argument before that slavery will inevitably emerge as soon as society reaches a certain degree of complexity and has certain either labor requirements or has a surplus of land, right? So normally they have too much land and they don't have enough jobs. So they use the manpower that they do have. Basically, this is where the might is right thing comes in. And this is what I'm saying, Betty, because once you start with might is right as a principle, you end up anywhere in a lot of quite dark corners of history, if I'm perfectly honest, because yeah, boy, I don't know. But then that's the thing. If we're shifting it to say we're not dealing with looking at this thing morally, which is what I've seen a lot of these arguments on G Block kind of revolve around. Like, what's moral? Is it good? If this says this in the book, what does that mean for like humans and society? So I'm saying, if we're going to describe how things took place, and we can say, all right, well, most of the systems that exist that produce slave societies had some kind of centralization. Yeah, they'd organized their government in a way where things were centralized, power was centralized, either around a monarch, so a king, who is by default the most powerful person in the kingdom until he gets his head chopped off or whatever. But that king has to maintain his power through violence and through might, because essentially, if you have a whole heap of potential to defend yourself, but you don't actually do it, then it's wasted potential. So what I'm saying is these societies have to use the resources that they have while they have them before they get taken by someone else. So the might is right principle leads to a lot of fuckery in that regard, if you see what I'm saying, Belly.
Yo, TOYTM, this is why, like, I've only started it this year, and I've started my own movement, and it's called the No Vanity Humanity Movement. And you know what that means? You see, like, even me and brother Raheem, yeah, and Raheem he can be testimony to this right now. We don't always agree on everything. We've had our little discussions and disagreed and argue, but let me show you something. I still want the same for Raheem that I want for myself. I don't ever want to see Raheem suffer. And anyone else who I ever got into a discussion with, whether we got a difference in opinions, difference in religion, difference in, you know, culture, difference in morals, whatever it may be, I don't want to see no one suffer, and I think there's too much of that.
Religion is run by might is right as well. So
yeah, that's why I'm not part of religion.
With the chat, yeah, all the religious people in the chat are thinking that they're all high and moral. Your thing's run by might is right as well, cuz.
Yeah, but cuz, this is why I'm not really done.
Can you explain that one? Can you explain that one, Lady?
Why? Yeah, this is why. Yeah, because the heads of and the people that was spreading of the religions, yeah, was using their power to dominate other people to make them convert and conform to their religion.
I disagree, man.
Yeah, everyone's
religion and theology is an alternative.
Let me finish. Yeah, because the theology different, the stories of it might be different in it. But I'm saying like how the people convert, like the countries convert to it, and the so and so's. It's always by invasion. It's never by. It's hardly ever by. I can't say never by it. Yeah, because that's not right. There's going to be countries that will convert by trade or whatever. Yeah, but it's more times it's going to be by invasion, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? That so.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you heard the point I was making yesterday about democracy, but I was kind of talking about the dead ends that democracies can end up in. So there's obviously you've got the examples of like totalitarianism. So in the case of Italy, fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, they were totalitarian end results of democracy. You had the apartheid regime, which was an end result of democracy. I'm gonna get back to it.
I'm just going for a tunnel. Carry on though, yeah.
All right, cool, man. But yeah, what's the point? Mike is right. Yeah, so we're talking about like government. So looking back historically, right, one of the first things that these totalitarian rulers tried to do was to basically remove any institutions that existed that might challenge their power, right? So in the case of fascist Italy and, well, Nazi Germany more so, they sought to basically get rid of like all of the guilds, all of the fraternities like the Freemasons, all that sort of stuff, all sorts of things, all sorts of sort of extra governmental organization. So I'm just going to read out this quote. It's from a book called The Quest for Community by Robert Nisbet. It's not the extermination of individuals that is ultimately desired by totalitarian rulers. What is desired is the extermination of those social relationships which, by their autonomous existence, must always constitute a barrier to the achievement of the absolute political community. The prime object of totalitarian government thus becomes the incessant destruction of all evidence of spontaneous autonomous association. So I'm just going to explain that basically, if there's any reason for people to kind of associate, congregate, organize, link up that isn't anything to do with politics, then totalitarian governments bun it out. To destroy or diminish the reality of the smaller areas of society, to abolish or restrict the range of cultural alternatives offered to individuals, is to destroy in time the roots of the will to resist despotism in its large forms. So basically what that's saying is bun out every single culture that can possibly resist the kind of hegemony, the mainstream culture. You see it?
So to your ITN, let me ask a question. Is this why the British government, has made rules to say that if more than, I don't even know the exact number. It might
X amount of youths. X amount of youths on the street. Yes, yeah.
Right. If more than two black kids are or dark skin, as I like to call them, kids are congregating together, they call it a gang, and then they try to disband it.
Yeah.
So if I may just interrupt, it's not just black. It's any amount of people over 5. It's defined as a riot. Yeah. In terms of like gang, there's a bit more to it. Like you need to have certain operations and certain like hierarchy in it in order to be classified as a gang.
So Raheem, can I ask you a question then? Because like I've seen many for instance, I live in the countryside now, innit? I don't live in London, innit? So I see how the Caucasian man then will come out and go to their clubs or whatever, and there's like 5 of them, 10 of them together, however many of them, and no one sees them as a threat. But I guarantee you, if I turned up with 5 dark skin of us, all of a sudden we're seen as a threat. We have to go to the club in 2s and stuff like that just to not be seen as a threat. These times when we get inside, we all know each other, innit? But why is that then if it's not just the dark skin community that's affected by this?
So in terms of that, like you get the stereotypes which play into it. So if you were a police officer and you saw 10 people on the street, you have every right to tell them to disperse, because the sheer number of it is classified as, I said, a riot. Whereas if you're in smaller sections, you're not. There's no need for the legal disbursement side of things. So it doesn't matter if you're black or white for that to happen. In terms of like clubs, you have what's called positive discrimination. That means they have an audience, and that audience means they will discriminate based on the requirements for that audience. So like if you were living in London and you went to like the Movidas of this world, I don't know if Movida still exists, but if you went to like that type of a club, that upper market club, they could use their dress code policies and things like that to say, you know what, you aren't able to come in. So the way the law is set up, you have, as I said, positive discrimination, but then you have discrimination in terms of prejudice. It just depends on how you use it. It really just depends on how you use it.
So Raheem, I don't understand why it is here that I've seen on many occasions. I've seen groups of Caucasians, like, you know, grouped together, going places, doing things or whatever, and I've never once seen them be disbanded or a bunch of police come along and told them to move along. But anytime I've seen a bunch of dark-skinned kids in the city get together, I've seen them get disbanded fast. I've seen people even call the police. So
Yeah, because you have to remember what the image.
Black kids are terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. The image is that they're there to cause problems, whereas it's actually more proven in law, in terms of law, like when it comes to mass group gatherings and the problems that go with that, like destruction of property and shit. Excuse me. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not always black children. In fact, the majority of the time, it's actually white young men who cause these type of disturbances. But the threat isn't seen about to property. The threat is seen to life, and then obviously the disparity between the two is that we as black people are considered more of a threat to life. So they will use that to enforce that stereotype, to enforce their ideologies. It's not right in any shape or form, but it's just what is used based on crime statistics.
So Raheem, would you agree with me when I was having a discussion last night with a few of the brothers, and I was saying that what I'd like to do is start up a charity to help, you know, kids from these backgrounds where they try to stereotype us and portray us as gangsters and whatever else. And then what we do is some of the top ones who, you know, the toughest kids, the ones who are in that lifestyle, we take them out of that lifestyle and use them as pillars to influence the other kids, you know, to get into normal jobs, to stop being on the street corners by whatever means necessary, to stop selling drugs and doing fuckeries, basically.
See, the thing is, in theory, yeah, that sounds like a great thing. And to be honest, if you do it, it'd be great. Like there would be benefits to it, but I believe that the benefits would benefit the smallest amount compared to the majority that's overwhelming. Because you have to realize the majority of these things where our brothers and sisters, white or black, are in these gang cultures, it's because they've been groomed and conditioned to live to that standard. So we would be interfering with a lot bigger than what it is. For me, like I've been asked so many times, like, what do you want to do for the black community? What do you want to do for your local community? For me, I don't have an interest in my community. I have an interest in my household, because that's where I believe it all starts. I believe you get I'm being so real. Like it sounds out of order, but my family's my priority. So in order for them to be the best that they can be, I need to dedicate all my energy to them. And I think the same thing, I think if we were to train anything, we should be training the parents of these children to notice these signs, to learn how to communicate and how to understand what the children are going for and what pressures the young generation are under. Because they, compared to our fathers and our mothers, they're under a world of stress. Compared to even ourselves, they're under the worst world of stress. So I think it's about training the parents to get to the position to build.
They can't hear you in the chat, man.
Say that again, brother.
You need to turn up your volume a little bit because they can't hear you in the chat.
Oh, it's because I'm on the bus, man. I can't yell out my things.
You're Raheem. I kind of completely agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you see, the only place where what you're saying kind of has a pit hole, then, yeah, or you know, a pothole in the road where we're gonna hit a serious bump, is where some of these kids ain't got no parents, or some of them are coming from a one-parent family where the parent is spread so thin that it's difficult now to take that stance with the children, as well as keep the household running.
Agreed. Agreed.
Keep things in a certain order. So that's why I think that kind of charity would be pivotal. And then if we can get these kids who are doing bad manisms and are turning bad man to stop turning bad man and turn into good man, and start promoting in the community, make it popularized to be good people, you know, to do good things, to get educated like yourself, to get into a good job like yourself, you know, like everyone else on the panel that's got a job, that is trying to do the right thing to get to make their way in the world, you know. So once we can change that dynamic, you know, we can then change the stereotype. And then if they do still oppress us in the same way, we know what the real problem is. But ultimately, when we've got a community of people, you know, that are aspiring to be, you know, to be hardworking, you know, or to be more than just hardworking, to go over and above, to be, you know, pillars of the community, lawyers and doctors and politicians and things like that, it will go a long way to changing the dynamics of our community, to changing the communities back home and XYZ, you know.
Yeah,
So,
but I ain't gonna lie.
I do agree
I
with
agree
you.
with him because I'm no like I used to be a Pan Africanist, and now I'm more of like a Pan West Africanist now because I've just been learning my culture and like you're gonna have to like.
That's a pan West Africanist, yeah.
So can I be a pan West Indianist?
I ain't banging with nobody. I ain't banging with nobody past like from Senegal to the DRC. I don't know you, but like if you in between that, welcome to my family. But no, I'm joking. But no, in the sense though, I have to agree with Raheem because it's like people talk about like we got a better humanity, and stuff like that. And it's like, yo, it starts at home, you know. I have to agree.
Yes,
wholeheartedly, brother. Because for me, if I don't make that right, I'm just adding to the problem. So
Yeah.
I've got to make that right before I look to anyone else. You have to look to your inside before you go.
Good
out to the
rising,
outside.
everyone. Big up the panel.
You know what I'm saying that?
We got Captain.
Yo, big
Yo,
up.
DC,
You know what, I will just add to that. Yeah, it does start from the family, and I believe that what we have done is try to concentrate on the youths and not concentrate on the adults and the elders, because
Yeah.
the apple don't fall far from the tree. Like when you out there, as I am guiding the new generation, I realize I don't just focus on the youths because some of their families and the parents was the ones who showed them and created that habit, that errors, what we
Yeah.
will call errors, through the attitude, the ignorance. Like when you do youth work and you realize when you pull up a child and go to its parents, you realize that the parents is more off key than the son. You know what I'm saying? So when you're in that environment, you realize that it's better to, it's good to talk to these elders because some of them are stuck in their ways. You get where I'm coming from?
I personally think it's good to talk. I don't think the elders, like right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but you see, hey, Brad,
you're not going to
listen. Brad,
you can't
didn't
do
you
anything
say what
with,
Raheem
like,
said, yeah? Obviously, if the house is broken,
Yeah.
and you fix the child in the broken house, they still keep going back to the broken house, coming back, broken house. Do you know what I'm saying?
But it's like you can fix the broken house for like adults, though, like, you know.
Yeah, you see, but even that's maybe the thing with our society nowadays, where people don't care about adults now. Once you're an adult, it's like you can do whatever for yourself now. No one's really
adults are set in their ways, though. You know.
No one's offer way down, but adults are stuck in this shit as well, man.
So, Benny, what I'll say is
some
this:
can't read, you know? You gotta remember that some big man can't read, but they won't tell you that. They won't.
Yeah, but we ain't got no adult worker. We only got youth worker.
Yeah, but and then we're gonna laugh at them and all them shits there. So instead of trying to help, man, like on a let's try. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Maybe it's
Veli, you say we laugh at them, yeah. But I can tell you now, you see me myself, yeah. Even if my brethren's a big man and he's older than me, and I can do something to help him improve his life, or I see that he's on the, I try and help my brethren. I'll try and help people even I don't know. I've always been like that, but you're right though. Not everyone's like that, and we've only got youth worker. But maybe we need adult worker. You know, in a different sense, not adult works like what you know as adult works. I mean, like adult worker, like the youth worker. That's gonna help.
Yeah, but Shifter,
100%.
let me finish my point here now. Yeah, what I'm basically trying to say, you got some big people, yeah, with youths minded. They think you got big men who think that youths. That's the worst thing. You got mothers who think that you little girls, bro. Big people. You can go into full-blown argument with 50 and 60-year-olds now. Hard, bro. Yeah? You got people, this is the problem. When people want to talk about cooning and shit, Who put that in their youth's head? Who buys the youth them fashion like that, blood? Who buys the youth them? Remember, youth them not make their own money. So when I see your youth wearing a butterfly jacket, yeah, wearing all rainbow colours, you buying that for your youth.
Yeah.
And your mind, that's why this is what I'm saying. You have enough big people, yeah, can't even think on certain levels as these youngers. To be real with you, some of these youngers think more.
But you know what? Yeah,
and think more. Let me tell you something. This is the problem with this government. You focus on the youth and the big people them going through life like children, bro. You understand? Like
you know that there's
child
things
mentality.
that we can do like as adults for like our children to excel a little bit more in school, yeah, because obviously like things like hand-to-eye coordination is important, isn't it? Yeah. So
Yeah.
like from when you're used to little, yeah, you're playing like stuff like catch with them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like rolling the ball and like trying to play bowling pins. Like you got like Nerf guns. I always used to shoot me and my youths with a Nerf gun. You got to try and shoot over that. You get me, from the other side of the room, and shit like that. And then stuff like problem solving, like making them do puzzles and like equations, like them counting out the money for. You know when you're buying sweets in the shop, yeah, if they don't add it up right, you got to make them add it up right, you know, and all them shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, all stuff's there, yeah. It's like simple things, yeah, but that will make your youth excel, man. Because before, instead of the first time he's learning about numbers and maths and that, it's when he's in the fucking classroom. Yeah.
Hey, but like Douglas, I like to say, but in regards to
more indoors first of all. You need to do more indoors first of all before you start blaming. Oh, the teachers didn't do this. The teachers didn't do that. The teacher's not the fucking youth's mum. You're the youth's mum.
Facts.
100% agree with you.
How
do you convince grown adults
that needs to be taking care of the youth more and doing more for that? Forget about the fucking. Man can't rely on. So man are saying that man are in capture land. Yeah. Man are gonna talk about man are capture land, man are rah, but you're waiting for the fucking system to teach your youths maths and English.
Yo, Veli, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
You know how man are talking this Pan-Africanism, yeah, and like I've heard in this talk that we've just been having just now, just short few moments ago, about I think it was DC Brader's block, yeah.
DC Brader's, bro.
Brader's block, yeah. All right, Brader's, yeah. You look like Braiders. Listen, yeah.
Never call me Braiders. What's up with you, bro?
Not even making jokes. But serious, on a serious level, my brother, yeah. Something you said resonated with me, yeah. And you said you're a pan-West Africanist because you need to be fixing your home and thinking about looking at home, just like what Raheem was suggesting, even with just, the dynamics of the immediate household. So we're always focused on home first. And then, we can't change the world unless we change ourselves, kind of thing. So for people like me and Captain and certain people who are actually West Indians, and I believe a lot of us were already in the Caribbean, within the Americas, and we're also amalgamated with a lot of Africans that were brought there as well. Should we be being pan-West Indianists?
No, hold on. I made up my mind now. I'm a pan-Jamaican. I'm a pan-Jamaican,
yeah?
I don't care about that. I know apart from Jamaica. Sorry, bro. Jamaica.
All right, well, let me just say this.
Yeah, let him answer.
I was born and raised in the Americas.
Sorry,
I was merely just shut up, Raheem. I was just making a joke statement because I haven't been on the panel in a long time. The idea that Black people existed in the Americas or in the Caribbean is complete. What's the term? In the UK, bollocks. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, do you want me to prove it to you, these three braiders? Do you
You're
want me to
not,
prove it to
we're
you?
not, Chef, I've watched you for the past couple of weeks. I don't want you to camp up and start yelling. So you good. You good. You ain't got to prove it to me. All right. Just know there's no history to prove what you're trying to say. Okay.
All right. Well, when you say this now, yeah, I'm going to show you something, yeah?
Wait, are you a Hebrew too? Are you Hebrew too? Or are you just throwing it
No,
off?
no Hebrew. No Hebrew, just Israelite, yeah? Now, what I'm going to show you is this. I'm going to show you this now, yeah? Watch this.
Here we go.
You see, as far as you said, there was no dark-skinned people on the continent, yeah?
No. I said I'm a pan-West Africanist. So you got to show me West Africans existing in the Americas.
I'm not talking
In
about
the
West
Caribbean.
Africans existing in the Americas. I'm talking about...
Shut up, Supra. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chef. What'd you say? So I'm reading.
Yes, I'm not talking about West Africans necessarily existing in the Americas, but what I am talking about is, you know, ancient Egypt. You know that Imhotep who built the first pyramids in Egypt.
He's only dealing with the West Side, though, man.
He don't live in the West Side. No, I'm not trying to show you existence of West Africans in America. Let's get this straight first and foremost. Now, what I'm saying is, Imhotep was an Israelite. Yeah. And listen, let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. I can show you, for one, that Imhotep is Joseph, who is in the Bible, as an Israelite. Yeah, and I can show you too that Imhotep existed on the American continent, has temples on the American continent that refer to him, and has ancestry on the continent. Way before any Columbus, any white people, any Tontos, any of these men you want to talk about.
So, Veli, can I ask you a question, man? Just, straight up, because I'm about to hit your PayPal, because I've noticed G Block has gotten a little bit reckless lately in letting certain people on, when before the G Block was usually good at bunning these type people. This man just said that a pharaoh or a king of Kemet was an Israelite who has temples in the United States. And
that's right.
In the United States. I don't think we can have another conversation. So I'm just going to mute.
We don't have to have the conversation. I can show you the proof and the artifacts.
Let the brother go ahead, because obviously the G Block is becoming.
Shout out Freddie, because they hit up the PayPal yesterday as well. When we was doing, we was in the graveyard. Gaza, I said, you get me?
Yeah, I need to hit the PayPal. Where's the scholars that used to be on G Block, man? We had tons of scholars on the G Block, man. What happened to
all right. I like this guy, I like this guy. Because what he's done is he's given me an excuse for me to send you some stuff. Like I can send you a video, in fact, of the year that you could play over the airwaves, so people can not only see the temples and see the underground caverns and see the hieroglyphs in America. Yeah, but also they can know where to find the documents. They can know who the archaeologists were who made the discoveries.
So I want to make this clear to the G Block. Chef Ladon might be my first body of 2020.
I don't know, but I'd be careful with me, my brother. I never lose, the Most High always wins.
The thing is, your Most High came out of the Levant. Your Most High
my brother, I never win, but the Most High always wins every single time. I've not lost a battle yet because the Most High has won every single battle on my behalf.
Hey, Veli, can I ask you a question? Are you gonna be busy? Because I'm off next Monday, so I think we're gonna probably have to set up this a funeral for our brother Don. But he lost his way, and we're gonna bring him back home. Okay.
Okay. You say you're dumping, man.
He needs to go back to the sky, daddy. Come back to us.
Hey, Billy, you see in your WhatsApp, yeah? I just sent you a link. I just sent you a link here in your WhatsApp, yeah, to a video, yeah. And on top of that, what I'm gonna do, by next week, I'm gonna get all the stuff on papers or whatever, or we need to get someone with a computer that can share the screens, someone like Witness, so that my brother can see irrefutable evidence of the descendancy.
Witness and I are we're part of the same clan, so that wouldn't be fair to you. So
no, it wouldn't be fair. I want. That's why I want it to be Witness, so that you can see that within your own clan, I'll use your own scholars, and you'll be refuting yourself.
So there were Yoruba scholars that indicated that we come from the Levant. Are you indicating that?
No, I'm saying that Witness is a scholar himself, and Witness is a guy who is good at interpreting information. So on that basis, when I show him this information and he sees the temples for himself and he sees the hieroglyph that is identical
how about this?
to the one.
I'm on my laptop right now. I have to hit the Philly in 3 hours. I have about a good 15 minutes to spare. How about this? The name of one temple, and I'm just going to destroy you. Right? I'm just giving you like one nice little solid punch, so you see that intellectually I don't play when it comes to my people's education. So go ahead.
Oh shit! Tell him the name of the temple.
Round one. Fight.
What DC?
All right, hold on. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna try and find you a link now. I'm gonna try and find you a link now, but bear in mind.
Just give me the name of the temple.
Yeah, no, but bear in mind.
Here,
Listen,
I'll do one better. I'll type Egyptians in America. Okay.
Grand Canyon.
Imhotep.
Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon.
Imhotep was at the Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon. And type in Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
Grand Canyon
hieroglyphs. Grand Canyon. Okay.
Grand Canyon hieroglyphs.
Share your screen as well, brothers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. Oh, here we go. The secrets about Tennessee's ancient.
What's that? That's you.
There's a temple, bro. It's on ancientpages.com. It's a blog site.
Imhotep is a cowboy.
Listen, there's a man in the chat here that's saying, send the info. Man sent me some info in it. I was trying to say that Hebrews are Bantu or something. It's like
Hebrews are Bantu.
Still, he wants that still. But I tell you what, you're on. Are you on my Hangouts group? Google Hangouts. You got.
I have Hangouts. Yeah, I just need to.
You like it, innit, my brother? I know he's reading. You know, he's reading right now. He's like,
I'm laughing at the fact. So I'm looking up Egyptians.
I'm good.
I'm looking up Egyptian temples in America, and there's a sea temple, but it's just a bunch of rocks in a formation. There's no descriptions, and then
Grand Rising to the guys.
I know that.
No.
Melanated thickness. How are you doing, sis?
What's good? Good to hear you back, Brad.
You know, I've been good. You know, I had a weak moment, and I had slept with the white man's fruit, and I lost my way. But God saved me.
My Lord, you need to get quarantined.
No black women.
You need to get quarantined. Don't worry.
Shout out to the coronavirus. Thank you for leaving my people alone. You know.
Listen, I wanted to. I don't even want to say like correct a comment. I would say clarify. You know, like what Schiffer was saying as far as you know, we each gotta, like, I would say a community is a combination of multiple families, right? So I think it kind of goes without saying that obviously the families need to be in order, you know, in order to address the community. But I think it's dangerous when we as community members say that we're not worried about the community. We worried about our individual household. So it's more so about the way in which we express that message. Because listening to it, I'm gonna be honest with you, Brother Raheem. You sound like an upstanding dude, and I don't think that that's what you meant, but that's how it came out, and it didn't sound too good, you know, to hear a black man say, I ain't worried about the community. I'm worried about my household. You know, I'm grateful for all of the volunteers at the Manhood Academy, and I'm glad that there are men out there that look after their household, but also reach back for their community, you know. And I think that it's just, I think the mindset of only focusing on self, that's what got us in all of these problems that we in now. We're like acting like crabs in a barrel because everybody looking for self. So if I'm looking for self, then I'm gonna step on you to get to where I want to go to, right? And nobody ain't going nowhere. So
Yeah,
I
but
just
no, you got to be fair to him, man. I don't think he was saying it like that. Yeah, he was
that's what
saying
I'm
that.
saying. But I'm just saying
He
how
was,
it came out. How it
yeah,
came out.
he was saying it like, right, before he steps out in the community to start trying to fix community issues, he needs to make sure that his own issues in his own house are fixed first. Like,
Mm-mm. You need to rewind it. He said, "I ain't worried about my community." That's what he said.
Yeah, he did.
I said loud.
He did
So
say that
sis,
still.
sorry. So yeah, I'm not worried about my community
See?
because my community is no. But listen to the reasoning behind this, and I
Oh
said
shit,
it then and
Haley.
there. The reason is that my community has its own external factors which are all coming in at it. So I can only do what is right by my family to ensure that they affect the community in the positive way. I can't fix something that's broken. I can only attempt to correct something in the future endeavor. So hopefully my children will teach my grandchildren will get taught by their children. Do you understand? So therefore we're having it's a long game. I play the long game, sis. So my thing is I can't fix what's right now. So I can't care about it. I can't dedicate energy to it like that. My community, I'll have love for my brothers and sisters. Don't get it twisted. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I can't turn around now and be like, do you know what? I need to dedicate all my time to looking after other people's children and looking at other adults and all this type of stuff.
Is that what
I have
focusing on your community means?
well,
I'm
my community is
just
my
like,
household.
if it makes sense in your mind, then it makes sense in your mind. I'm saying that if that particular mindset dominated and permeated, especially the Black community, we would be even more fucked than we are now. That's all I'm saying.
I
Is
would beg
because
to differ.
hold on, listen.
No, go
What I'm
on.
saying
No.
is that it is not. You can chew gum and walk down the street at the same exact time, right? So if you are caring about other people's children, that's not saying neglect yours. Your kids, you're gonna put more into your kids because guess what? Your kids are associating and influencing the kids in the community. What I'm saying is that when you care about your community, that means that all of your actions, you recognize how it impacts your community, right?
Reverence.
And there are people who don't recognize that. That's what I'm saying. It's not saying don't pay your rent so you can buy somebody groceries. That's not, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not
So
saying quit
I
your
can feel
job
the
and
love in
so
that.
I
Sis.
can agree
I'm
with
sorry,
you.
everyone.
I can
One second.
agree.
One quick second. Chef Ladon just posted this in the back chat, and I just want everyone to understand something about why the internet is the most detrimental thing to the Black mind. Because the first word above an ancient Egyptian tomb that's found, an ancient Egyptian tomb found in the Grand Canyon, evidence of a Cyclopean ruins.
Sorry, brother. Can I, before you go down this path, can I just
It's literally
finish
called
addressing
conspiracy.
what Melanated said before we go down?
I just wanted to
because I
cut
think you're-
across that this will be an easy body I've ever gotten. So I'm just I gotta go. I gotta hit the road. I'm going to be in Philly and like
My brother,
less than-
it's gonna be the easiest body you've ever caught because it's your own body.
No, bro. You're not even giving me information. You're just like a Turok. You're like a Turok.
y'all two gonna have all day to argue. Go ahead, Raheem.
Come on, let them finish. Let them
So,
finish.
so for me, sister, while what you're saying, yes, it is very true in a lot of what you're saying. You can do more than one thing at once. Everything has to have a foundation. And as I said, for me, my foundation is in my household. I'm raising leaders. I'm raising the literal leaders of tomorrow. So when they go out and they do what they're doing, they're going to affect everybody in the correct way. I'm not here to do that. Sorry, let me put it this way. Let me put it this. Hold on 1 second.
I'm saying.
No. 1 second, sis. Let me put it this way. We all have a purpose in life, right? Half of us, unfortunately, do not know our purposes because our purposes haven't been revealed. My purpose has been revealed. My purpose is to ensure that I'm making everything go forward. That's what I'm here for. My role isn't to fix what is broken in this immediate space. My role is to ensure going forward that those who come from me do that. Hence why, and I've said this before, people don't understand why my picture is Morpheus. If you understand who Morpheus is, Morpheus never turned round and fixed in the Matrix. Morpheus didn't fix the community in the Matrix. Morpheus was there to fix everything after he led the one to the source. He guided to ensure that everything would become correct afterwards. That's my role to play. That's what I'm here for. This is what I was put into creation for. So it's about understanding that. And while yes, I do agree, there are those who are built to
No, you
guide
missing what I'm
people.
saying. You're still
No,
missing
I'm
what I'm
not.
saying, Raheem.
I'm not. But
You
I'm just
are.
telling you
You
what
really
I'm
are.
not. Sis, no, I'm not.
So tell
I
me,
wholeheartedly agree. But what I'm
I
saying is
don't.
that everyone has a silo, and my silo isn't to look to my community in the way that you are thinking I'm here to look to the community. As I said before, I love my brothers and sisters outside of my household, but that's my role, my purpose, what I'm ordained on this planet for, is not to sit down in a community center speaking to
So
other
that's who
children.
is saying that. That's why I said you're missing. You're hearing what I'm saying, and you're putting it into some other paradigm that you expect as what my point is. That's not my point. My point is a community is a compilation of a bunch of different families who think just like you. That's a community. You can have a community where people think like shit. You can have a community where people have good values, where they pour into their kids, where they raise them good. Where it all depends on the community, but that's still a community, right? So it's not
But
about
sis,
changing.
your words were
What I'm saying
that
is not. It's
if
not.
we all thought,
Listen. But I
go
I
on.
said a lot of words, and I did say that I started off by saying that a community is a group of families, right? Good, solid families. So you have to put the work there. Trust me. You have to put the work into your families. How do you get young men to be respectful? They have to have examples of that respect. So that's not about not being
Exactly.
present. That's not about not being present, right? How do you get young women to learn how to respect themselves? By having examples. So what I'm saying is that everything that we do, whether how you run your household, how do you speak to your kids, how you reference your elders, everything that we do vicariously is community work because we are that example. That's what I'm saying. When you
So
say
what I think is that we've got our
so
wires crossed, sis,
so
because everything you were
right. I'm saying
saying
it's more
is
about the awareness because some people aren't aware that their behaviors are actually part of the community, whether it's detrimental or whether it's helpful. They're not aware of that. That's all I was saying.
no, I hear that, but what you also did say is that my mindset is what is a problem for the community, whereas
I also
you've
said that
now
I'm
turned
hoping
around
that the
and
way
said
that
that
you
it's not.
I also said that you
Go on.
present yourself to be a certain type of way, and I think it's more of what you said and not truly what you meant. That's all I was saying is that, and because I know people could listen to it, I don't believe that that's kind of the perspective that you're coming from, but the way that you said it was like, I don't care about, like, I can't worry about that. And I don't think that that's what you meant I don't think that's what you truly meant. I felt that you meant that the way in which you address your community is through your family. See what I'm saying? But that's not how it came out.
100%, 100%. If that's
Okay.
not how it
See?
came out, then fair enough. If I didn't convey my point properly, then that is completely my bad, and I can only put my hands up to say that's my bad. But yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm glad we've come to that understanding of what I was trying to convey. Is my point, because I think
That's what's up.
the way we've got to work as a people and everybody, to be honest, is if you fix your foundation, everything else comes with ease. Because as you said, if you teach your children to be respectful, manageable, and everything else just falls into place afterwards. We need to start looking towards that.
You know, one of the most interesting lessons that your child learns is when you raise them with a certain standard of being, and then they encounter people with those different standards. And it's interesting to see how they navigate that. You know, do you have a child that's more inclined to like teach them their standard, or they just respect that their standard is different, or do they ostracize that person for having it? It's really interesting, because that's really like that's really like a snapshot of how it ends up being for us as adults. So when you have people who are part of the community, I guess by identity, but they're not productive members of the community, how do we deal with them? There are going to be some people who ostracize those people. I don't mess with them, or they this, they sell out, they this, whatever. It's going to be people who try to encourage them and bring them and teach them and coach them, like, hey, you fall on the side, or hey, that's not really helpful for us, or giving them, sharing information. And there's going to be other people that just, hey, bring them along, embrace them and
So
everything else.
do you think that everybody should get the same treatment and same information at the same time?
I don't think everyone can. I think that, when you look at like the education system, part of the reason why you have such a widespread of like people's performances is because, one, everyone doesn't learn the same way, but everyone is instructed. Instruction is given in one way, and it's basically, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. So, some people, like my child, one of them child, sometimes you have to feel to learn, that's him,
Those who do not hear must feel.
You already know. And, but trust me, sometimes it just take that one time, boy, and he got it. He'd be like, I ain't like this, and he's more experiential, hands-on. Sometimes it's not even, he's not an auditory person. You hear, you know what be going on. He's singing rap songs in his freaking head while you talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not that. So I think people learn differently through different modes. So I don't think the message could come one kind of way, or the messenger might be the issue too.
Wholeheartedly, it's about understanding and getting to the level where everyone else can understand. Problem is that not many people know their children, and as I said earlier, not everyone knows what their purpose is. There are a lot of us who are put on this plane without knowing our purpose, and therefore we end up lost in everything. And that's the sad thing about it, because we all have potential. It's just about whether we realize it and use it. Not everyone is able to do that. That is the sad thing about our community. As Shifa said earlier, there are a lot of single parent households. There are a lot of problems where you can't train these people how to be a parent. There's no qualification on how to raise the future. It's a guess game, and you will only ever realize it at the end of it when your children come out great, or they end up in prison for the rest of their life, or somewhere in between. That is the problem. That is the problem.
Yeah, man. I think that especially, I don't even want to say especially in the United States, because I think that, globally we have a lot of compounding issues, right? I feel like in the United States it's an emergency, where I really can't see people focusing. Like, they have to focus on their households. You just have to, or else you just gonna contribute to the dysfunction. So that's
exactly what I said. Yeah,
you're gonna you're basically signing your child up to be part of the dysfunction. So you have to focus on your home. But 1 in 3 Black babies born today will be incarcerated. That is the statistics for the United States. That is freaking crazy, right? That is
what is that compared to their other counterparts?
That's 1 in 3. That's in comparison to the population. So out of
Yeah,
the
yeah, no, but
45,
what
out of
would
the
be
45 million black people,
yeah, but what would be the
right?
same for what would be the statistics for the white, for the Asian? What do you know that by any chance?
We're 1/3. I don't know.
No,
I'm
that's
like,
fine. That's fine. No,
yeah.
no, I was just asking just for a comparative figure. That's all. That's all. Yeah, go on.
Yo,
So, like, melanated,
big
when
up,
you
big up to
say
you,
that,
Lee.
when you
Yo, I
look
just
at
wanted to say,
big
yo,
up, big up.
so just before I cut you,
Yeah, man, continue.
yeah, certain people in the chat are asking if we've answered the question of the day. So, whose culture is superior, or are all cultures the same? I don't know. Thoughts on that maybe before, or maybe after this point. I don't know.
Go for it, melanated. I'm about to jump off because this thing's killed my battery. I left with 100%. I've got 20-something%. So I'm gonna jump off. Yeah, I know this thing's killed
Oh
my
Lord.
battery. yeah, so I'm gonna jump off. But yeah, I'll catch up with this later on, man.
Okay.
So in a
Peace.
bit, big up people. Big up, big up, big up.
Big up. Oh man. So what's the question? Is whose culture is
Whose
superior?
culture is superior, or are
So,
all cultures the same?
no, well, they're definitely not the same.
Not the same. No, I don't know if you meant equal in some sense.
I would say like each culture probably has something special. Like if you use a word like, special or unique or
Yeah, I know what you mean.
distinctive.
Useful.
Yeah. It's not so much useful. I think she means there's something that kind of makes each.
No, that's the term I would use.
Oh, you'd use useful.
I would say each culture probably has an aspect or aspects that are useful. I'm sure that we could look at other aspects of various cultures and say that they're not useful, but
But this is the thing. Yeah, it gets tricky when you say useful. 'Cause as soon as you said useful, I just thought about slaves.
Oh God!
No,
Don't bring that slave.
Yeah, break that down though.
why you went. Sorry.
Probably because I'm descended from them, mate. But yeah, I mean, like I said, usefulness or use, like you could.
No, so the point I would be making is that I don't think that superiority is a word that should be used when it comes to culture, because culture is a very wide-ranging concept, and I don't think that you can say that some cultures are better than others. I think, but to say ultimately that one culture is superior over another is a very dangerous road to go down. So I would much prefer to use the word useful. Is your culture useful? Is your what is your culture actually doing in application?
Application to.
Yeah, what do you mean? You can't just say
application to the times, or what?
Yeah,
Actually...
so for instance, any predominant culture will always lead to a subculture, right? So if you take, for instance, major concepts like food, religion, sports, all of these can create major cultures, and then they can have subcultures that come from them. So you can say, for instance, sports as a culture. What does that do? It does create a really good culture, but it also has a bad part to it too. And then you can start to map that. You can start to quantify it. Whereas if you just say the word culture, that can mean a multitude of many different things. So when you start to map it and quantify what culture you're talking about, you can start to say, how is that? What is it doing for societies? Is it divisive? Is it useful? Do you see what I'm trying to say? That in that way, instead of saying cultures are superior, I think that's the wrong way to go down this conversation.
Well, I think culture can sort of like it probably in a way, but I think I've always been a big believer that culture can hold you back, can hold you down. Then a lot of people would say, well, there's obviously there's a lot of good in culture, and every person's culture there's an aspect of good, and there might be different levels of bad depending how you look at it. But that I understand. But I think sometimes in culture can hold you back from from many things, like it restricts you.
I'm assuming that this is Issa in the back chat. Bradley, Issa's trying to come in.
Yo, Dark, I've just processed what you said. The more I explore it, it's actually quite interesting. So it's like cultural utility. So you would imagine that most groups, tribes, some sort of organization would produce cultures that are at least of some immediate benefit to them. Otherwise, why?
Yeah. So, like, I mean, we can all sit here and say like this culture's better than this culture, but that's a subjective viewpoint. Like, how you, if you're gonna set up the premise that therefore my culture is better than yours because of my subjective viewpoint, then you go down an echo chamber of saying, now I have come to the determination that my culture is superior over yours. That's not a good way to go about answering these questions. I just felt that it would be better to say which culture is more useful.
I have a question about the usefulness. Is the usefulness based on how impactful the culture is on other cultures, or how impactful the culture is on its particular members?
Probably both, I guess. I think that would be fair to say both would need to be present.
So if a culture didn't impact other cultures, it wouldn't be very useful?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not fixed on any of these points. I'm just saying I think it's wrong. It's just wrong to go down the saying that if anybody was to say a culture was superior, that's a pretext to something more sinister.
How you gonna just start talking while the man talking, Reggie? That really was a picture of Reggie's dog.
That's Reggie walking his dog, madman.
Right, I'm saying because remember he had a picture of his dog as his avatar. So I'm like,
yes.
That really was his dog.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Blessings. Yes. Just would like to add in relation to this title. I'm glad we come to it. So, whose culture is superior, or are all cultures the same? I think the term useful is exactly the same when it translates in the mind of superior. So obviously, if you're seeing something useful in a culture or more useful in comparison to another culture, then obviously you're going to see it as superior. Pretty simple as that, really, isn't it? So that's why you are.
You don't see a problem in using the word superior?
I think
useful and superior are not synonyms.
Exactly, they're not. But I'm saying because we're talking about culture, it goes to the straightforward concept in the mind. I'm saying that is how you would see it. This is why people generally would go towards, let's say, more technologically advanced cultures and cultures which promote using technology. So, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, I think in the early 1900s or late 1800s, they said electricity was from the devil, right? So, I think they said from Shaitan. So they didn't allow, and the TV and all of these different things were haram, because from their perspective, it was, it was evil, it was wicked. Whereas other people was like, no, it's not, it's science, and let's move on. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously now that's changed. But my point is, obviously, whatever culture they had there, that was definitely inferior, barbaric, and backward. Do you get what I'm saying? So, it doesn't make sense. If you've got other people that are, humans by nature are scientific. Do you know what I mean? That's how we survive. That's how we built tents. That's how we built huts. That's how we built houses, whatever it was, temples. It's all science. So, science is generally, I think, a great measure for a more advanced or superior culture. Simple as that, really. But morals, I would also say, obviously, the morals are another thing that go in line with the technological advancements. So, yeah, cool.
Right, and I think that's a very slippery slope to say that my morals are superior to yours. And like, how do you?
No, that's not what I said in relation to that. What I was saying that it's not just technology advanced. I was then saying, adding to that, morals, in the sense that if you don't have a moral compass with your technological advancement, then you can misuse it in any way you want. Do you know what I mean? So because somebody has a technology of building a nuclear bomb, that doesn't mean you should bomb everyone else into submission or threaten them. So
I was just going to say that, Issa, that science probably does have its place in regards to health and things, but you see like nuclear bombs and, if you just have a look at Nagasaki, one incident in history, about 3 million people or something like that, and you can't take that outside of science. I mean, science, these inventions. I mean, there's a lot of useful things like the fork. That's a good invention. But then when you start looking at things like nuclear bombs and laser beams, and like gets a bit PK kind of thing.
No, but you can't forget that nuclear power can help, in relation to electricity as well. So there's not one side of it. The reason why I brought up the moral part is I didn't want to be misunderstood when I'm talking about the technologically advanced cultures, because there's some that are technologically advanced. For instance, when certain Europeans came across the Gatling gun, they used that to the detriment of others, because their moral compass was absolute garbage when it comes to the value of other human beings. Do you know what I'm saying? So you could say, yeah, brilliant.
The Gatling gun, the Maxim, all of them, bro. Yeah, I mean, single inventions that, yeah.
Yeah, so
can I ask the panel? Is that this whole thing was this whole discussion today was based off a conversation that me, Rob, and James Jones were having yesterday about it kind of led to this cultural superiority thing, this talk. And I don't know what people think, but would you say that dominance and superiority are synonymous? Would you say they're the same thing?
No, absolutely no.
So
I think they're very closely related.
They're closely related, but I don't think it. Yeah, cultural dominance doesn't indicate cultural superiority necessarily.
But the problem is the word superior can mean that, but it depends on the angle at which you approach the word superior. Because if you're coming at it from superior in military might and dominance, then it's yes.
Right.
If you're talking about superior in relation to moral value and civilization, i.e. civilized, then no. Exactly. Do you get what I'm saying? So depends.
This is where it got kind of sticky yesterday. Not for me, I must say.
Yeah, I would think that
with this usefulness thing.
I think. Mm-hmm.
Go on. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I'll cut you.
Can I suggest something there? Can I suggest something?
Let Melanated speak, bro. She's been trying to speak for a bit, bro.
Okay.
No, my example wasn't all that mind blowing, so you guys can go right on ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest something, because obviously people are talking a bit generic. Isn't it better to narrow it down and go into which culture specifically people are thinking about? Do a comparison. You get what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, then maybe it'll help things to go along, because you guys.
It didn't seem like it wasn't going along for us, Reggie. We was moving right along.
Reggie, I did. We gave 2 examples.
We was moving right along.
Oh, okay.
Reggie, I did.
All right, let's do music then.
Reggie, we're trying to work out the criteria still, bro. To be honest.
Yeah, let's evaluate. Let's evaluate Nigerian culture.
Yeah, I mean, if I could talk about Nigerian culture, if people want to, because
it's better. Ghanaian culture.
The Nigerian culture. Well, I could tell you what.
Inside Nigerian
I could tell you some of the good stuff.
Cultures inside the culture itself.
Yeah, you probably could.
You can tell us the good stuff.
But Reggie,
and I could tell you the bad stuff.
I can't tell you anything about Ghanaian culture, but I'm going to say that it's better just because.
You just throw it out there. That's what I say. You should.
Shit out there, man.
You should do one that is closer to you, that you actually can confidently talk about. You know what I'm saying? Not like some random.
What are we talking about, bro? Listen, we've had this conversation before. Yeah, when we talked about people from the diaspora, people from the Caribbean coming home, and we talked about the different receptions that they are given in 2 of the main West African countries, i.e. Ghana and Nigeria, and they're very different, as you yourself said. Ghanaians are much more accepting and open to the diaspora coming home, whereas Nigerians are like, no, you can't come back round here. You're not from here. Wild oats and them things, and that's what I'm saying. Me personally,
listen,
I might
he's
feel
not lying.
more of an affinity.
He's not lying.
who are like, yo, come back home, you're welcome, you're from here, than a culture that's sort of closed up.
That's a good,
but
yeah.
But that's a lot of cultures are xenophobic, as you call it, as that is sounded like you're describing. A lot of
I
cultures
mentioned
you
this
could
the
say-
other day. It's interesting what Dan said, like what he just said now, and I've done this like 2 shows ago. I said, look, the reason why there's division is because it comes down to 3 things. It comes down to the blueprint, comes down to the bloodline, and it comes down to title. As long as those 3 things are in the mix, there's never going to be unity. Like I said, there was a war for independence. I don't know if it was Scotland or something. And when they won their independence, all the clans got together and fought amongst themselves. All right, who's going to be the leader? This was the problem. Oh, because my ancestry come from here, therefore my people were from Egypt, and I have a long line of. And then some people go along with it, and it divides other people. And you see this even when a family, even inside the family unit. So when the family get together, just say 5 brothers, 5 sisters, and mother, father, they sit down at the table, they play Scrabble or whatever they do. They're always, or we're going to go somewhere. There's always someone that's got to hold the title of leading. And when you get into big crowds, when you get into rugby teams or whatever, there's always a leader. There's always a leader. This is the problem. I think that divides people. When you can get a whole bunch of clans that come together to fight a cause, but when they win that cause, someone has to be on top, and he gets the most of everything, and therefore he ends up turning into a dictator, and then everything goes horribly wrong, and the cycle repeats itself. Whether it be Christianity, whether it be this, or whether it be that, as long as those 3 things, the blueprint of building, I disagree with, the bloodline, and also that's another topic, and also the title. I think those are the key things why we have the situations we have.
That just had to do with a particular mindset. Because I mean, if you have a mindset that embraces leadership, that respects leadership, then if you have a leader, you're not gonna be like all up in arms. I mean, as long as your leader is fair and just, and like if I have if I'm in a part of a business, like or like in my job, someone owns it. I'm not upset that there's a leader. I'm not upset that there's a CEO, or like as long as I'm being, I get my fair wages.
Not in terms of work. I'm talking.
Hold on, Veli. James Jones is in the background, bro.
But I'm saying that in anything, there's gonna, what I'm saying, like, most people embrace leadership. I mean, do you think that when people win a freaking championship, they're like, I wasn't the captain of the team? No, they happy. They got their little ring. They get the little papers flying in the air. They're screaming and yelling. Who cares? They might have even been on the bench. They're still part of the team. They understand and recognize that someone is a leader, and they recognize that person's a leader for a reason.
Okay, I disagree, but I see where you're coming from.
Hold on. Well, sorry, can you relate how that relates to the culture thing? Sorry, I might have missed something.
He was basically, it was sounding as if he was saying that leadership and having like a hierarchy structure is detrimental, pretty much. Like it's
okay. Yeah, no, that's like that communist socialist type of thing.
Right, and I was saying, like, if it's part of your culture to respect authority, to have that hierarchy, that it will just work. That every what they say.
But what I suggest, I mean, obviously, like, I think when people suggest what he's suggesting, I don't know if he's religious or not, but generally it comes from an unrealistic perspective, because all of those groups who have tried that, there always comes this leadership to try and enforce the equality on others. Do you see what I'm saying? So even what he's saying, it takes a leadership group to enforce exactly what they're saying. You see what I'm saying? So
okay, I got you.
So a leadership always comes out.
Like if it's communism, then you have a communist leader who is enforcing it.
It's always the case. It's just part of human nature. Like, you know what I mean? If the animals have got that structure throughout, majority of them, right? It would seem the mammals and even some of the insects and so on. I mean, humans have always had that. That's just part of our nature. Simple as that.
Can I ask the dual nationals a question on the panel? Yeah.
Dual
Because
national.
everybody in the chat is probably waiting for everyone to capture the chase. You know what I mean? The dual nationals, people with 2 passports. Yeah. Could you tell us which of your cultures would you say?
Okay, so the Caribbean
is superior?
culture.
Wait,
The
who's got-
Caribbean.
who's
Why are
got-
you saying the
who's got-
Caribbean?
who's
Wait,
got
you
2
saying?
passports?
Wait, you're saying?
No,
Which one?
no,
What's the question?
Reggie,
What's the
who's got-
question, Reggie?
who's got 2 passports?
Yeah.
I haven't
Let
got
me
two
tell you.
passports. I get his point.
Okay.
Well, I didn't even ask the two.
Okay. Let me answer for the people that are obviously confused. I know Issa gets my point. The people like that, like myself, for example, I'm a British. I got a British passport and I got a Nigerian passport.
You're
Right?
saying you got 2 cultures. I think. You're saying you got 2 cultures, right? Reggie? Is that your point?
I've got 2 cultures. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm
Dan,
very.
Dan, you know what you're saying, bro. Just work with it, innit? So yeah,
Yeah.
in
No, but
relation,
who actually has 2 passports though? Is it just Reggie?
I'm
I
sure
don't know
there's a
who
few.
I'm asking.
let's
But
just
listen,
get to
listen.
the subject, man.
To
Okay,
get
okay,
to,
That's a fair
wait,
question. That's a fair
but
question.
Reggie,
Hold on, bro.
Reggie, do you really think you have 2? Well, okay. What are your 2 cultures?
Nigerian and British.
It's true.
That's
It's
my
true.
2
You
cultures.
You
can't
don't
deny
think
it.
you have like a combination?
Yeah,
No,
amalgamation.
I've got one Nigerian and I've got one British passport.
No, I wasn't asking the
Get your
passport.
passport, man.
Okay, so yeah, I've got 2 cultures. Yeah, Nigerian and British.
That's a good one then.
Huh?
Tell us which one's better then. That's what you asked, isn't it?
I asked. I didn't tell you. I was going to tell you. I asked you guys. You know
No
what
one
I'm
else has one,
saying?
bro.
So he's gonna ask. So what's the question? Which one
Ask
of
the question.
your cultures are better?
I think Issa was going to answer, so let Issa go.
No,
Maybe-
I was
Reggie.
I was
You got-
elaborating to clarify your point, but obviously,
Okay.
since you are the one that came up with the idea to put that point across, you must lead the way and show us how we should be answering.
Okay.
You know Issa's Iranian anyway, bro. So go on.
Oh, bro. You see, I'm the one who shouted Veli to let him James Jones. I watch next time, bro.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make
I
you
think-
stay in the back chat forever, bro. Watch me. I'm gonna get one of them little geeks to make me an app to block your keep you in the back.
I think after this show, yeah, we're probably going to have a sellout show again. But let me try and answer.
Ready, stop diverting me. Answer the question. Answer the question. Come on.
I would say that there's good points in both cultures. I wouldn't say that I couldn't say that one is superior to the other. I would
Really?
say that they're.
Let's
I
compare.
would
Let's
say that there's.
Wait.
I'll say if it was- Hold on. I'll say I'll say if it was a box. If it was a boxing. If it was a boxing match, I'll say that Britain wins slightly on points. You know what I'm saying?
What?
No.
Doesn't mean that it's a. It doesn't
No.
mean.
It's my culture. Hold on. Don't let him off the hook, people. Let's go. So Nigerian culture, yeah. Let's see. In relation to food and British food, what are you saying?
Nigerian food.
Brilliant. In relation to social structure, meaning how you go about doing things. So if you want to build something or do something in the community, whatever it is, organization for a wedding or whatever, British way or Nigerian way? Hello?
By the way, just quickly, has everyone accepted this is the cultural definition? Because I'm late, obviously.
Hold on. Don't give me
culture. Yeah.
Reggie, what's up with your
just has,
your dog
he
eating
just listing. He's just listing the different facets of that encompass culture, not like one definition of culture, like the different elements that
Hold
would
on,
make up.
listen, sister. Remember Reggie, was trying to catch us out. What it is. Let me tell you what's happening, sis. He believes British culture is superior, but he does not want to say it. Right. So I'm trying to. The reason I'm going in detail is because I know when you compare the two, he's gonna have to say.
Damn, he dropped off.
I'm telling you, there's gonna be like 10 on one side for Britain and then 2 on one side for Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm.
I don't have 2 passports, but I was the one who made the initial claim, which
I was gonna say you don't have to have. See, he went with the whole passport thing. I have multiple cultures myself, but I don't have passports for them.
I think that's an interesting thing because I was speaking to someone in the chat yesterday about different cultural aspects, and there's a lot of cultures that are platform. Because I went. If you say Western culture, obviously the 2 most dominant forces in Western culture presently are American and English, right, or British, whatever. So I was talking about Anglo-American culture in the chat yesterday, and I was saying like even stuff like hip hop
and these musics. Unfortunately, like someone may say, the first DJs then were Jamaican and this one's from this one. But the reality is that is an American culture. You know what I mean? Or I don't know, like when I was young,
it's American. It's American to people who don't recognize it. If you're Jamaican and you know Jamaican culture, that's recognizable to you. I would say.
But it's been like, no, I'm not trying to argue, like, because I'm of the opinion that there's a lot of uncredited sort of influence in a lot of what now is repackaged and branded as Western culture. But I feel like there's an association with white when you say Western, innit, or white when you say American or British, when there is a lot more influence. There's a lot more like sort of at the point of rebranding. Unfortunately, it presently is that culture. So it's hard to go to like getting Nigerian hip hop or getting Jamaican hip hop is not the same as getting what West Coast, East Coast hip hop. You know what I mean? It's just different. So if I was to say, if someone was, listen to hip hop music, wore baggy jeans, wore their jeans low, wore pink hat like Cameron, that is American culture at that time. Or you'd say they were influenced by American culture. So, because obviously yesterday I was accused of not answering what culture is. I don't know if you don't have a definition, but put down pause. Would we all agree that cultural superiority could be defined by those who have more influence over others, and not like in the colonial sense as was spoke about before, but like on individuals, on populations, like what culture that's identified as being distinct can have a culture on another culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
James, I'm having an aversion to the word superiority. Let me explain. I'm having an aversion to the word superiority, not because I'm just like nobody ain't gonna be superior to me, but I feel like superiority, the fact that something has more influence doesn't mean that it's superior. It just means that it's more popular. This means that it's more influential. That doesn't mean that it's actually a better. Okay, why
is it having more influence?
Okay, but listen. Hold on, listen.
Okay.
People can probably sing a Cameron song before they can sing a Mos Def song. Doesn't mean that Cameron is more lyrical than Mos Def.
But that's not what the criteria is.
So what I'm saying is that Mos Def can be a superior rapper, but Cameron could be more popular and more influential.
No, but let's do it.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I think obviously if you look at the question, obviously superior, that will come positive, negatives, and that's why people are probably not committing to answering the direct question. Yeah.
Hold on. What did you hear me say? I was trying to get in there from Data. Hold on. I'm saying one of the things, despite James Jones being a PC and all that, it's not, we have to ignore that for now, right? But my point is, he raised a very important point, because when you look at it, if you think of how the diaspora has majorly influenced the culture of America and Britain, and it's filtered through so many different facets where we've made, our thing has become cool, so that even politicians be high-fiving and others be spudding and doing all kind of things. It's becoming their movies, etc. So I'm thinking, when he's talking from that angle of superiority, is there a sense of the human nature warming to something, or is it advertising? In other words, could they have made something that's like they have done, really? For instance, having your pants down below your backside. Now that became part of a culture. Now that's clearly retarded. Do you get what I'm saying? But they could promote these things. There's other things they promote that are clearly stupid and ridiculous. So is it to do with human nature being attracted to something, or is it the promotion that's behind something and the way they make it look at a certain time, and then people take it on? So
that is precisely my point. So just because something is influential doesn't mean superior.
Yeah, this is it.
I think the crux of the question is that it's basically which one would you rather live under? That's
no. But hold on. Can I just say it? Because when I first made the statement, I said what I prefer. Not only is it subjective, but it's a lot to do with creature comforts and that, like what I'm used to. That's not how specifically I'm making it from a global perspective. Like if I look at the world and I see what culture, so again, it's the issue that really the issue yesterday, because everyone got really emotional about like what they believe was culture. Reality is difference of opinion on definitions. Like, what do you think is culture? I would argue, and I spoke about using it interchangeably with society. I heard Issa before I just jumped on now talking about civilization. Are we talking about civilization? Civilization is not necessarily the same as civility. People were talking about stuff like morals and that. But if what we generally day to day, yeah, the sort of unsophisticated definition of culture, what has more influence globally, I would say the West, then I would say, you know, more specifically Anglo-American. But just quickly, something I touched on yesterday about clothes, yeah? And I was in the chat and I spoke about football, and someone was like, you know, football started in China, and I always thought it was started in England. So later on, when I got back from the gym, I wikied it, and yeah, apparently in like third century or something, it started. Like the first record of people using a ball with their feet, maybe their hands as well, was in China. But the actual codification of the rules, yeah, the establishing of the rules, and that was obviously England, as we know. That's why they take credit for starting football. Now, it's the same with, you could say the ancient Sumerians wore cloth. Therefore, you know, England didn't start suits. Suits has nothing to do with England. It's the ancient Sumerians. The reality is, people, when people are dressing professional, they are dressing aspiring to an image of the sort of phlegmatic English gentleman, you know, the sort of the well-dressed, the you know, you have ideas of like high civility. Even when it comes to action movies, James Bond is the pinnacle of, you know, like sophistication and whatever, you know, Aston Martin. So when I say stuff like the influence, so when a Nigerian man wants to dress professionally, or when a Chinese man wants to look his best, yeah, they are dressing like, quote unquote, British people. And that is culturally influential. So when you say superior, I'm saying so now do a rank. Now we do a rank of which culture has the strongest force, yeah, in the world. And we'd say it's quite easily like Anglo-American, but considering that America is a reflection of Britain, and obviously it's got its add-ons as well, you'd have to say like the Anglo-American or Western, or however you want to, you know, but not just white people, like those people, because Russians.
I would just agree with the word influential, but when you say superior, I just can't look at aspects even of Anglo-American culture and say that it's just superior because it's influential. It's influential.
This is what I'm saying. Yesterday it was flipping from it's superior because it's dominant. It's dominant because it's superior. I didn't quite understand where it was all going, and I'm not sure that the case was made for. And James, the only reason you got asked what British culture was is because you posited that it was the superior culture.
Yeah, so I would agree that
it's on you to define that. If you make that claim, you need to outline what it is about British culture that you feel is superior.
But you know when I came back, you know when I came back, then I literally came back with because you're saying I came back with the definition and saying, if I will accept that is culture, if you're saying that definition is society, I'm happy for you to tell me the distinctions, and then I will concede that it's more society. Is that not fair? Like, is that not accurate description of what happened yesterday? You didn't. I don't know what was said. It got a bit whatever heated and then whatever. But reality is, from my understanding of the textbook definition, I would also agree that by that textbook definition, it is culture. Like, I get why superior is an inflammatory word. I'm not stupid, yeah. And I don't know why I said that, but I do agree with that. But I could have used other words. But
you agree with it being superior?
Like it is the absolute pinnacle presently. There's nothing like what it has the most. Like it can do what others cannot do. It can take and rebrand. It can like. People aspire to it. It does not aspire to others. Like, yeah, that makes it.
Is that British culture, or is that just the way that some people roll?
There's more Western culture than.
Hold on. Is that British culture, or is that just the way that certain people do things when they're ruling? So, for instance, I mean, ancient Egypt was going for thousands of years, and clearly they took on whatever it was that people had to bring in. They took the best of other people's cultures, basically the same thing. So, those that lasted the longest done exactly that. Do you get what I'm saying? They didn't care about, well, this is not from my tribe, that's from another tribe. It's like,
this is the thing, Issa. You talk about the endurance and the durability of a culture, right? That's determined by two things, yeah? Their ability to exchange and, I suppose, offer value to new potential group members, or you're dealing with a culture that has a certain teeth, yeah, and that can resist and that can conquer. Pretty much. That's
Why
But
not
what
both?
about Americans? What do you think about Americans? What do you guys or whoever think about Americans? I hear all these accents, and I want to know where you.
Big up to yourself, lovely love. I see you on the chat. I think you're new. So yeah,
I'm
there's a
very
couple of
new, and you know what? Your accent is very new to me, but it's not because I hear it every day, and I be wanting to understand you guys, and I don't.
madness. Melanated, you're gonna have to translate this one, you know. Melanated
I'll
country.
translate these English
Where's the
people.
interpreter, man?
I'll translate these people. Don't worry.
But the thing is, we're on a question about culture, yeah. And no one seems to want to commit to say which culture they would prefer to be living under.
No, but that,
all I hear is people.
I wish
All
I
I hear
could
is
talk
people.
like y'all. I wish I could talk like y'all, but I'm truly black, and this is the way I talk.
all right,
And you know
all
what?
right.
I really wish that I could talk like y'all because I think it's sexy.
All
I
right,
think
all right.
it's more
Yeah,
sexy.
I agree with you. James Jones and Dan are not truly black. And Reggie, I agree with you. Them three there are not truly black.
They're just giving us a yes.
Reggie, that at that point, like if I was just saying that, I don't think there'd be an issue where I prefer to live. But I think the real claim is objectively, and that's why people require so much criteria and they require so much. They want the hard sort of definition, because subjectively it doesn't matter what you say and no one can tell you wrong because it's for you, isn't it? Like what do you prefer? Where you prefer?
But I see people talking about evidence, and I get that point. I see some Issa talking about Egypt, etc. But when we're talking about the superior culture, we're talking about today. We all know that cultures have evolved. But at what point are they at today? Which culture would you rather live in? Which culture embraces people from different? And you have to interrupt. On.
Like I'm thinking, like when you, I was thinking that when you look in the West, right? But let me just make this point because y'all be going back and forth. I'm just gonna make when you look at when someone migrates here, right? Some people completely abandon their culture, but I would say, in my observation, right, and this is just from me living and visiting various different states and cities within the United States, people who have a foreign background, there are a lot of aspects of what you would call Western culture that they definitely resist and they view as negative, and they hold on very tightly to aspects of their culture, right? I think that maybe driving in cars and going to the bank and maybe drinking Starbucks and things like that, they're like, okay, these are things I can adapt, but even about the way that they treat their homes, the way that they deal with their finances, the way that they how they choose to marry, who they choose to marry, like so many other integral parts of hold on 1 second. Other integral parts of their existence, they reject Western standards, Western practices, Western customs, and
morals and values.
And so that would make me think that, does everyone view it as superior? It may be dominant, right? Meaning this is the pervading culture.
Where do you go where people embrace every aspect of their culture, where everybody loves every part of their culture?
When you come to wait a minute, can I talk a little bit? But when you come to the United States, we embrace your culture, and I can't talk for everybody else. If I find somebody, that's that culture, I understand that. But then when you understand mine, and then it's a problem, but you came here and you trying to know us and we trying to know y'all, but then you want us to know y'all, but you're not trying to understand us. And that's the problem that I have.
Can I ask you a quick question there?
And it's supposed to be respect for everybody, because you know what? We all here, we got to love each other, right?
Yeah.
But then I understand your culture, but then when it comes to my culture, and which is my culture is American, because I don't understand what you guys going through because I was raised and born here.
Okay.
You know, y'all came from somewhere else,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm trying to understand that. And then when I'm trying to understand that, you trying to convert me, but this is me.
Yeah, big.
I think it's your timing, lovely love. It's your timing. I mean, at the moment we're talking about something
Just
else.
shut up, man. What are you talking about? She's just
No, but she,
shut up, man.
no, but can't you understand what she's saying? She's saying that she wants to know about British culture. But I'm
Yeah,
saying that we're not really.
We'll
we're
get there.
not
We'll
really
get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, can I just
at
ask?
that point.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh, because y'all can really take our hands down, really. Let me just
Yeah.
tell
One
you.
second, miss. Just quickly, yeah. Well, question for everyone on the panel. But before the question, you know, like if you have another name for a boss is a superior, yeah. So you know all this reluctance to accept the equivalence between
What you bring over here is not doing what you do over in Europe. No, what you do in the United States, you can't bring over here.
All right.
And what you do over there.
Hold on,
Try
lady love. Hold on, lady
All right,
love. Hold on. Let him finish, please.
When you have a
Okay.
so people do not want to accept this equivalence, right? But and a comparison was made between Nigerian and British culture. Nigeria is a direct result of British culture. British culture predates and has had far too much influence on Nigerian culture from its provenance and in perpetuity. Yeah, when you say superior, like this person's my boss, you could refer to them as a superior. So the dominant aspect of superior is essential as in why the term was being used, as opposed to most influential, so on and so forth. Hold on, and the question.
You just say that you say British culture is older than Nigerian culture. Is that what you said? It's been around for longer.
Nigeria is literally a result of Britain.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be. Hold on.
No, what do y'all think of women?
But they can ask the question.
James, Nigeria. No, but I get that. But Yoruba.
But you'll get a chance to speak about this. So that was the statement I made, yeah. And that was just a quick little comparison. The question I would ask then is: everybody on the panel that's reluctant to answer this either way, are you all proffering some egalitarian concept of cultures where none's better than the other? Is that what we're saying?
No, they said useful. They replaced it with the word useful, and I think that doesn't even make sense because in your mind, you're going to see something that's more useful in a culture as superior. It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? If you buy a part for your car. Hold on. I'm saying if you buy something from a certain place for your car, right, for your vehicle, and that thing starts to melt or whatever else very quick when it's supposed to last a year, it melts in a month, right? Obviously, one is superior to the other, right? And it's more useful. So it's as simple as that. The word useful directly leads to the concept of superior. You can't escape it. Simple as that.
Okay, simple as this. We all bleed this. We bleed the same. I don't care where you go.
Simple as this. So what? Hold on. Lovely love. Are you saying American culture is superior to English? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I think everything is equal. I mean, everybody believe what they want to believe, and you got to keep your culture going, but don't knock down another culture just to make your culture happy. You know,
Hold on. But there are some cultures that are very detrimental. For instance, a lot of the Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Americans, they have a culture of killing each other rather than uniting and defending themselves against a common devil, correct?
well, you know what? United States, they killing each other. So I'm just going by the black people in the United States, they killing each other anyway. So it's not like what you pick. Everybody is a human being. And I don't judge people. I like all you guys.
Except the Sunnis, yeah.
Oh my God. I'm done.
Go ahead. Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is there's certain ways of culture. For instance, if you've got one culture, all right, example, Japan, right?
Yeah.
Common, there's a lot of common themes throughout Japan, right? At least from the modernized versions or places of Japan.
Yeah, they've been bound down for years.
In their school, not just that, but in their school, the ethos of how children treat each other, all of these different things of their culture are vastly superior to what we call Western culture, especially Britain and America, right? So it's pretty straightforward. But when we're dealing with these issues, I think.
Well, you know what? I think other cultures instead of United States is more they smarter than United States. I hate to say it, but I mean, they own it. They do it. They've been doing it for years. I mean, I'm 50 years old, and I can remember when I was 13. Yes, they was coming over here, and they smart. They trying to do things, and even though y'all culture is a little bit hard on your children's, but we not. But I respect your culture because you like, this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we're gonna go, and this, you know what I mean. And I learned that a long time ago, and I raised my kids, and that's what I learned from not everybody on here, but I learned a culture, and I was like, it do work, because if you an American, they say it's free, it's not free, ain't nothing free. So when I learned to deal with my kids in another culture, I just picked it up. You know, just like I'm coming on your panel, I'm learning right now. I'm 50 and I'm still trying to learn, but I can understand what you guys are talking about with different cultures. It's just like, it is what it is.
Let me say this.
Hold on, wait, Issa, no one
evolve.
But no one responded to that. Like, because this is what I'm saying. I understand you can be outraged, right? There's a whole show on this, on a random statement yesterday. Yeah. So I would like to hear the case against them, because I feel like everyone could just rubbish and dismiss what I say and say, oh, that wasn't the case, I don't accept that was the case. Fine. Then give me a counter so that I can see what a real argument.
Okay, let me ask y'all a question.
Lady, please, I beg, sorry, because if you don't mind, can you let one of the people that are in opposition to me, you right now may be on my team for all I know, so we might be on the same side.
No, but I was just going to ask a question. What makes a woman beautiful? To you guys, to everybody. What makes a woman beautiful?
Oh,
let's see.
Stop, man. Because I'm gonna have to listen. It's bullshit, bro.
What you say?
I think that's a cultural question, James Jones.
Hey, I'll tell you
That's an honest
Hey,
question.
I'll tell you what makes a woman beautiful. Yeah, reticence. Yeah, silence. That makes a woman.
Oh no!
Silence makes us beautiful.
Yeah, standing in front.
Wait a minute. We shut up.
Have you and Dan been eating some pepper or something like? Have you and Dan been eating some really hot pepper or something like? You've been firing like 2 days in a row, 3 days. You lot.
I'm gonna tell you what's beautiful about us. I'm gonna tell you what's beautiful about us. You wouldn't be here. You would not be here without us. We the queen. We the queen of everything. And when you get up in there, do you like it? Do you like it?
You did that.
Don't tell me nothing like that.
You're the one that come back and said they should be quiet. But here, lovely lady.
I will be quiet.
Hold up.
Take me off this panel, but I'm not gonna be quiet.
Lovely love. We're talking about culture. We're not talking about being up inside no woman right now. We gotta keep our conversation.
They think we're stupid and we're not.
Melanated, that is a cultural question, but we're not on that subject right now. But that is something we can get there.
Fuck me off, man. Fuck off, bro, about cultural question.
You're just retarded. I'll demonstrate it. When I was growing up in school, hold on, let me show you. When I was growing up in school, all the white youths, they like the skinny girls, bro. All the black youths I know, we were looking for big bum and big breasts. That's it. Half of the time, we didn't care how ugly or pretty they were. If they had big titties and they had a big bum, that's what the black guys were looking for. The white boys wanted the skinny girls. That's two major cultural phenomena there, bro. So she's 100% correct with
that. I can't help it. I'm skinny.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying this was what.
Do you know what the reason I'm asking is because I see like it's like
see some beautiful black women in my life.
No, lovely love. Hold on. Let's stick to James Jones's what he was saying, because people did divert from what he's saying. So let's stick to
there was a lot.
Okay. Let me listen.
There was a lot of emotional argumentation, and then the people that did posit their side was, no, the British got it through colonialism. No, they got it through slavery, which is kind of besides the point, because the actual point is at this current moment now, whose is the most superior? So define culture, define superior. So outside of that, I heard your understanding of usefulness, but I didn't hear the other two interlocutors give me their opinion.
Who said that? Who's you?
No, you, Issa. You said usefulness. You said that.
No. I said
they were saying that was what they were saying.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, right. And I'm saying because I haven't heard it from the horse's mouth, as it were. I'd like to know that anyone that's in opposition to the superior claim, one, is there any kind of culture? Is it just parity amongst all cultures? And if there is, what culture is it? If you don't mind me asking.
There's no cult, because you know what? What
So
happened to your ancestors? Don't bring it back. No, y'all bringing it back. Y'all not letting them people rest. Let them people rest. They work for us, and we doing really good at this point. You don't think?
Hold on. Melanated, answer the question, please, because it's more specific to you, right?
Answer what question?
Oh gosh, James
Wait,
Jones.
you talking about James Jones' question? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that how that was being directed. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe James is not really trying to accept like my position, which is that the blanket superiority thing. I think if there are areas where it is not superior, right, then you could, unless you're willing to say British culture is superior in this area, maybe perhaps, just like when Issa gave the example of the Japanese were superior in as far as with their educational system and how the structure for young people, right? That was a specific example where someone could agree or disagree, but to say in totality, the culture is just superior, I wouldn't be able to agree. If you wanted to say it is dominant, right, meaning it is more popular, right, and more in use, then I could agree. But I would also say that, because to me that doesn't mean that it is superior. I don't think that sagging your pants is a superior way to wear your pants. However, it's one that is pretty dominant. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's pretty. So I struggle with saying it's just dominant and superior across the board.
I get you. You don't like the term superior. I mean, yeah.
No. I mean, I
can
don't.
I
But I
jump
don't
in
know.
here,
Not just that I
guys?
don't like
Do
the
you
term
mind?
superior. I disagree that it is superior
So
across
dominant
the
is
board.
the dominant is very similar to superior. That's the issue.
Nah,
I'm
it's
No,
not the
but
same thing.
Hold
It's
on.
not the
Let
same
me answer my
thing.
question.
You
My
get no, no,
question.
no, 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 no.
Wait, hear me out. You are
This is it.
completely ignoring the part where it's different, though. I just gave you an example about wearing your pants, and you agreed, but then you just dismiss it.
How
So
do I?
what?
One second,
No, but
sis. One
no,
second.
but
Can
you're.
I just get an answer to my question, guys? What is the difference between a superior culture and a dominant culture? Where are you lot going with this? I'm a
All
bit
right, check it
confused.
out, Lady Divine. Check it out.
That's a good
I'm
We dealt with
listening,
that already,
Dan.
but
Let Dan
Hold
answer,
on.
please. Let Dan answer,
If I
please.
can get that, right? So what we were talking about yesterday, I think the implication was, if we're ultimately going to say which system is the best for us now, we've got to have some consideration for the morality, right? So we've got to say this is going to be right for us. It's going to be morally suitable for the society, the conditions that we currently live in. Now, if you're dealing with a thing that says might is right, then any and all violence can be excused because might is right. Yeah. So that hasn't got the moral component. If you're talking about superiority, then I think that includes the moral component, and I think that's when you're having a real conversation. Yeah. The might is right thing doesn't really get you that far, and it gets you to slavery, it gets you to all sorts of fuckery. And to be honest, even the superiority with the morality can go the other way, because I don't think anyone's really argued the case for some objective system of morality that they all adhere to. So therefore, we're just going around the world beating each other over the heads with our own version of what's right and what's wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I don't know.
Can I just say to that?
James, I don't think.
No,
I
a
don't
brain.
think-
Wait. A brain is a terrible thing to waste.
Oh.
Why would you waste it?
Okay. Yeah, Dan.
No,
Dan,
but
but might is right is the bottom line, though, isn't it? If you think about it, all the other aspects of culture are just their ways and means of dominance.
But then check it out.
Okay, but you have to have an open mind. You have to have an open mind with every
Lovely, love, we
culture,
agree, we
because
agree.
every culture is everywhere.
Hold on. We're talking specifically about this. So, Dan, as I was saying, yeah, if you look at what's going on with these things here, they have this agenda to literally have this place on lockdown where there can be no revolution or anyone fighting their system. So if that's the goal, like the common culture that we're dealing with is total domination. So that's the real culture. Everything else is all garbage underneath. Do you get what I'm saying?
Can I just say one thing? Sir? Can I just say one thing? Yeah.
100%.
Hold on. Mel, just so I didn't dismiss your point, I don't want to seem rude. Yeah, that's a component of culture. I would be the first to admit that, let's say, food culture around the world is far superior to British culture, yeah, and American culture. Burger and fries is not the pinnacle of fucking fine cuisine, yeah. But that is a component. So I get the example, but that's micro and macro. When you're talking, yeah, I don't think that you can argue that wearing your pants low is superior. No, but I think there are instances where even the micro components, you can argue one is superior to the other. That is again a bit subjective because it's not like prevalent throughout the world. So like curry isn't the most prevalent food in the world. Maybe burger and chips might win that one as well. But I'm just saying but like that's the reason that I wouldn't argue superiority on a micro scale. So I would look for the totality.
So what scale? I need to know what scale it is that you are making the argument.
So I think
that's what he's saying. He's saying the global scale.
Yeah,
so he's basically saying that any country or nation that can operate, and this is I don't know if you want to get into this again, James. To be fair,
I
because
think we can learn from each other.
Hold on, one second, lovely. Listen, any system that can get to that point that can operate globally, project its power globally, right, has already had slavery, has already committed a whole shit ton of immoral acts to get to where they got to.
You're focused on morality. That's fine. We can do. We're going to get to that point. So that now we're just you've lost my.
But I'm just saying, if you got your superiority based on the fact that you beat your superiority into someone, then like. I'm just trying to understand, like, what the hell?
That's what I'm saying. Melanated, it's impossible. It's logically impossible.
You want us to say
we all gotta learn, though. We have to learn each other's culture, and the way we have to learn, we have to listen.
Colonize the globe. Yes, we recognize that they colonized the globe. I agree with you, James Jones. They colonized. Hold on. Let me finish. They colonized the globe, and they have made their way a standard, or the standard. Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay, that's the point I was going to make. Sorry, thank you. I just reminded
they have made their way the standard. Does that mean that their standard is the best standard?
All right. So what I'm saying is, when you talk about, so that's interesting. Yeah, I would also argue secularism is the most moral way of governance, in the world, and that's not necessarily just the countries that we've spoken about. Other countries adopt that method as well, But when we're talking about examples of societal or cultural morality, are we speaking about what the government does, and how close to whatever doctrine or constitution that they're supposed to be following they stay? Or are we talking about the constitutions and the individual's doctrines themselves? I.e., are we saying that any pretext used to go to war is an example of bad culture? Or are we saying that the mere fact that one must use a pretext to contravene their constitution is an example of the culture itself being superior, but the government being deviant?
Okay, so basically it's like this. When you find the people coming out and marching against the government for stuff they disagree in relation to governing the country and how it affects them, like the poll tax and all this other stuff that they used to march against, then it lets you know how the people feel in regards to what the government does. So when we look at the government that you're talking about and secularism being the best and whatever else, it continues its slavery under another form for using these other countries to benefit the people in its country. So when you're saying secularism and superiority and blah, 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 there is absolutely nothing demonstrated of being superior morally or anything else except might is right. That is literally the bottom line of what it is. You've conquered and you're doing what you want, but you're putting different narratives of what's going on here. Oh, these people are oppressing their own people when you're behind the scenes controlling who is at the top oppressing their own people. So at the end of the day, bro, it's exactly the same, whether it's secularism, whether it's Sunnism, whether it's communism, whatever kind of damn ism it is.
He had to do it. He had to
do it. Whatever ism it is, hold on. Whatever ism it is, I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying whatever ism it is that we can look at around the world, the big oppressors, they are right there. So I mentioned communism in China. I mentioned obviously, and I mentioned your what do you call it? Your secularism. And I'm saying these are the three main superpowers that I've seen, and even Hinduism in India. I'm saying it's the same thing.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
What they do in India? I'm sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So my point to you, James Jones, is when you're looking at the culture that we got here, it's not once the country is controlling other countries, right, and dominating them and telling them what to do there, and they've got slavery going on there that's benefiting them and us.
Yeah.
That is part of their culture. Do you
But,
understand?
what you're not realizing, is, and I was just messaging Dan and that retarded Hebrew Israelite in the chat, is
Watch your mouth, James.
that is tantamount to
No, you got the wrong name, Jones, and then you got James. You must, Jim Jones.
Jim Jones,
Jim Jones.
yeah. I mean,
I'm just messing with you, love. I'm just messing with you.
All right, thank you. The way I think
head under a train, Jordan.
He needs to make a very strong case for something today that he did.
Yeah. No,
he failed to make it. So he's
not
corrupt.
Not at all, man.
So when you see the guy with the coin, just let him speak.
I want to leave up out of here and get
right,
something
do it, lady. Do it,
this conversation.
All right, then do it, man. What I'm gonna say to you, everyone, sorry, is what man was saying is it's not necessarily like, so when you add the moral component to it, I don't think you need to condone. So if the culture is being subjugated by another culture, at that moment in time, the mere fact that that culture is subject to another culture's sort of dominance and arbitrary,
it's not superiority.
Hold on, I know, but just let me finish. Arbitrary decision making means, in my opinion, it is inferior. And I'll give you an example. Do you remember what me and you were talking about the other day about social conditioning, Isa, in the West? Now, everybody that is true to themselves can understand the sort of racist systems that are in play, and that black people are are socially conditioned to feel inferior in these kinds of systems, and feel and made to feel separate at times in these cultures, and cultures or whatever. In those moments, I would argue that the self-hating, the low self-esteem becomes incorporated in this quote-unquote black culture. And me and Shakarov had many conversations to this point. In that moment, I believe the fact that one believes, one culture, if you like, or one group of people are biologically inaccurate, notwithstanding, that one culture of people or that culture is superior in that moment. You can't, like, and I'm not condoning it because I'm part of the inferior class.
Talking about dominance again.
Yeah, but bro, I don't. Well, it's unfair to say I don't accept superior and then not fully explain. So go on, you explain why.
So they're dominant in what way?
Superiority.
Basically, what's he saying? Sorry to cut you, Dan. Sorry, carry on, Dan. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I think we've already outlined comfortably that superiority would include the moral position. The might is right position that you're taking does not include that.
No, but that's your opinion. That's your opinion, bro. But I don't agree. I don't agree with that. That's it.
But I don't think you fought for your position.
I have, though. I don't agree.
What do you mean? What do you mean that you don't agree? You can show how it is moral.
Agree and disagree. I mean, this.
I don't have to agree. I don't have to agree with that.
Ladies. One second, James. Are you saying this? Yeah. Let me just make sure I'm understanding you correctly, because I'm not sure if I am. So are you saying, like, for instance, let me just use hair for an instance, black people in their hair. So say, for instance, a child goes into school with dreads or an afro and whatever, and then the system is saying to them, well, it's becoming a destruction in the, like, it's basically causing, it's becoming a nuisance in the class. It's basically obscuring all the other kids from able to see the board or whatever it is that they might be looking at. So therefore, that child now has to have their hair braided down or have it put back in a ponytail. That's now superiority.
No, the reason that it's complicated to focus on micro is because someone that's black that has experienced racism in Britain, you could argue that racism is British culture. You could also argue that black British person is British, therefore they are also displaying British culture, let's say, or they imbibe British culture. The issue is racism exclusive to Britain? No. So then now you aggregate all the cultural aspects and then say which one is superior, i.e. which one has, by my definition, which one has the more sphere of influence. I've already said many times, so I'm happy to say that I'm wrong, right? I've said many times that subjectively, this is all this country I've lived in, but this isn't the claim I'm making, because it's not like I live here, therefore it's the best in the world. I'm saying, no, I can see, with my own two eyes on the internet, I can see that the influence that British culture or Anglo-American culture, you can say Western if you like, has effect it has on the rest of the world. If you're saying no, there must be the underlying concept of superiority is the moral principle. Are they the most moral? No. And then not only that, though, I'd be hard pressed to find the most moral society anyway, because you could argue communism, socialism is better, and we see what them cunts did. You know what I'm saying? So what are we saying is, I'm not going to make a value judgment on morality. Yeah, that I will not do. I'm making a value judgment, in my opinion, on what seems to be the most influential, to the point where when you say, where can I go to get everything? Where's the best place to go to have a little bit of everything? You'd come to the West. And that's what everybody does.
You go to that place where they kept slaves and they exploited and they come on, man.
You know what? This is my position. It's hard for me to
everyone here is seasoned the argument.
James, I'm about to agree with most of what you said. Just hear me out. I agree with 80 to 90% of what you're saying, right? Because I'm listening to your words very carefully, and I can't disagree with you when you're using the word influence, right? I don't disagree with when you're saying that the Western culture has the most profound influence globally. Yeah, I would agree. It's just when you do the switch and bait and you change the word influence and you put superior, that I can't say the West way is always the best way. That the way that it's done in the West is always the best.
Yeah, but this is the most commonly done. Is Melanie. You make a statement.
You're literally talking over me.
Go on then.
I don't even know what you were responding to, because like while I'm speaking, then you start speaking. So I don't even know. But I'm saying that I could not honestly say that the way that things are done in the West is always the best. But I can say that it's the most commonly the most commonly used method, right? And that doesn't mean that this is the best. You know, it's just I don't know how, when I say that to you, you feel the reason why it's commonly used is because it's the best, but that's not the case.
But this is because these are such nuanced topics. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what a conversation usually is, and I feel like I tried in the beginning, and at this stage, it's just I see what people are reaching and trying to make things stick. So it's not really we're not having an honest conversation about what anybody thinks. It's about what can I prove that this means when you say this. What's the inference I can take from it? The reality is, if we're having a conversation and you say this is I think X, then and someone's like, okay, can you define these terms? And then they're like, yes. And then there's the difference of opinion, like, oh, I don't actually believe this means this. And then you negotiate to see, like, okay, so ultimately, do you mean this? Okay, ultimately, I mean this. That's what a conversation is. This isn't obviously that. This is just posturing. Everyone's trying to make their position. Some people for PayPal donation.
No, nobody trying to do that. No, you trying to be like you know.
The reality,
James, you trying to make everybody feel like it's right.
Everything I'm saying is a fact.
Hold on, James.
Everything I'm saying is a fact. No, but
hold on, James, wait. James, hold on. This is what I'm saying. Let's stick to the discussion on whether morality is intrinsically part of the concept of superiority. Because as far as I'm concerned, every excuse that was being given to not use the word superiority ultimately leads back to that word. So I don't think you can escape it. Simple as that, right?
I'm glad you see that.
I haven't given any excuse not to use it. Everybody's saying.
No, not you, James. I'm talking about melanated, because you said you're Dark Magician.
What did I say about morality? That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Go on. I think the thing
is, what I'm saying, sister, is not in relation to the morality, sister. You mentioned about you having a problem with the word superiority, not in relation to morality.
Well, why?
Hold on. You gave a reason, but what I'm saying is, no matter what you do, once you put the word useful in there, you're talking about how something is used in your daily life. Now, when you're making a choice of something, for instance, a tool. Now, I can stand here with my bloody wrench and turn my wheel on to take my bloody my car tire off and strain at the thing, or I can get my electric tool and go da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, which one's bloody more useful? The one where I've got to strain my bloody hands and all that, or the one I just put the blasted thing and I use electricity?
But that wasn't my central point. I was just agreeing with Dark Magician. So that wasn't my central. That's not my central point at all. My central point is I agree if we're going to say which culture has had the most influence, I will agree totally with James. I'm just not going to say that the very fact that this had the most influence means that it is superior.
I get you. No, I
It's just
hear
more
that.
popular. I don't know how else we could. I
agree.
Quick question,
I
Issa.
agree.
I think you maybe saw the necessity of
I'm
including
with
system.
Goddess though. I think her name Goddess. I can't see,
Oh,
but
lovely love. One sec. Dan, please
Yo,
go ahead.
I think you
I don't know. I'm about
understood.
to show you my
You
face. I'll be
understood.
blacking
One
the food.
second, lovely love. I will answer
Yeah.
your question about beauty and them sort of things later on. Don't worry about that. But let me just
I'm
deal with
from
Issa for 1 second.
I'm from addictive sector,
One
and
second.
okay, go ahead.
Yo,
Addictive
you're gonna
sector.
have to tell me about your sector. You're gonna have to tell me about a lot of things later on. But just hold tight, and let me just chat to Issa for 1 second. So yeah, Issa,
Okay, I want you to
think,
see me when you talk to me. I like.
I got myself into
I'm a black
something now,
queen.
you know.
I'm a black queen every day.
Lovely love. You know, hey, listen.
Yeah, go on.
That you see that skin you're in. That skin you're in is one away. Never, yeah. That's beauty right there. You have to be confident in yourself. Big up the people confident in themselves, yeah.
No makeup. This is me. What you got to
Yeah,
say?
Issa.
Yeah.
So what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think you understand the necessity to include to at least have some sort of consideration for morality in any kind of statement of superiority that you're going to make. I think you get that when we're dealing with this global level and when we're dealing with organizing large scale societies. And I think this is possibly why another panelist is steering clear of the moral issue. I don't know if you heard the discussion yesterday.
No, but
James Jones started. Hold on 1 second.
I'm
Jones
coming
started.
into a new sector. I'm coming into
I'm
y'all.
gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute. It's not now, you know. I'm just gonna watch. I'm just
Come and
gonna
get
watch.
your sister, blood. Go around
No,
here and
can
talk.
we hear what Dan said, please, guys? Stop being rude. Can we actually hear what Dan's point Dan's making?
No, we're trying to. Lady Divine, me and Dan are trying to talk, but the sister keeps interrupting. 1 sec, Lady Love. Let me and Dan just get past this hurdle here.
Okay, but I want you to talk to me because it's something new for me, and I'm trying to learn. And
Sister, we
y'all
don't
can have it all y'all want, but I'm trying to learn the different cultures. I'm trying to learn. That's all I'm trying to do.
Let me tell you what here. Let me stay. Hold on, James Jones. Let's just state what's on the table now. Yeah. Hold on, James. Between me, you, and Dan. Yeah. The issue right now is the superiority aspect of culture and how we look at that, and whether intrinsic to that, from a human perspective, is the moral aspect or not. I'm saying it's flexible and it depends on the situation. So let's deal with that, and then we come back to lovely love. Yeah?
I addressed it. Everyone wants to pretend I didn't. I literally just, I said, I will not make any moral value judgments, because while I will say that the West, their foreign policy and the way that they've treated black people over a period of time within the West, forget slavery, what I'm talking about, modern concept of thing, is deplorable. However, I can't make a value judgment and say another country is superior. I'm not even comfortable saying another culture is equal, because I would have to know completely the history.
Let me come in and say why that is, yeah? Because if you did that, then we would then have to start having a discussion about the comparative moral characteristics of the various European empires that engaged in slavery in their competition, right?
You know, I mean,
this is why, James, you're smart, but you know why you can't include this conversation about morality in the argument you're trying to make. That's why you're steering clear and dealing with dominance and influence, so you don't have to deal with the reality of a moral system. Because this is the thing.
No, but Dan, can you still say something superior, even if it's immoral in the sense of
of
the
course
way that they got there? Can you still use that word? And I would suggest yes, you can.
Of course you can. But listen, Easter, let me show you something. Listen, as far as the point exercise goes, I'll do you one better, Dan. I will advocate for the devil here and give you all the sound bites you want. Some people would argue that the abolition of slavery, happened. So let's take an African society or Arab society that to this day hasn't outlawed slavery. I would say that the British are morally superior. You would say, but their foreign policy does and that's an argument we would have. Do you know what I'm saying? You can do that. You can do that all day, because you say that they're superior to them, and that at points in their history they've enslaved people, and even now they're subjugating. They helped kill 1 million Iraqis. You can still take an aggregated moral position. So because they have done it over less period of time, or because they've killed less people, or because on paper they're actually they offer refugee status to more people. They don't trick people into coming to their country and enslave them and make them work for rich families. Like all of those things, you could argue makes it more morally. I don't want to make any of those judgments because I don't have enough fact to say definitively this one's more moral than this one. When I'm talking about superiority, at the beginning, bro, at the actual beginning of the discussion, man asked about morality, and I literally said we're not having a moral. So did Raheem. We were like, this ain't a moral argument. I'm not making a moral case. So I get it. You're desperate to pin that on me to reach and say that something's happened here, but it's not. That's what's in your argument mind. Like it's nothing. We're just saying one's superior, and I'm giving you fact to prove it, and you won't accept nothing. There's nothing I can do for you to accept it. So you just differ, innit? That's it. Nothing more I can really say on it. Like it's a fact. Everything I've said is a fact. I haven't said English people sing better. English people have better food. Like I've not made any stupid claims. I've just said based on these criteria, they're more superior. If I'm wrong,
so would it be fair under your assessment to say that the British form of slavery was the best form of slavery?
No. I didn't make that. No, I said if I advocate for the devil and I make a moral claim, then you can say, all right, he's made this moral judgment. I haven't made.
All y'all sound just the same to me.
I haven't made any statements like that. It's so
all y'all sound the same. I mean, it's sexy than a fool. Could you imagine talking to an American woman like y'all talking to me? Oh my God.
Hold on. Can I just say one thing, Issa? Back me up here. You know, it's such a stupid argument because waves of people have jumped on these panels.
I'm just messing with y'all. I'm just trying to lighten up.
Lady.
Look at him. He bad.
Come get your sister, man. Come on.
Yeah. But hey, waves of people have come on these panels to actually defend slavery, to actually make value judgments on what slavery was worse. I haven't done that once. And you know why you're a bit disingenuous? I literally jumped on a panel when you were grilling that guy about.
Sorry, have I done that? Have I done that?
I didn't say you did. Did I say your name? I didn't say you.
Allow me on a panel.
So let me finish. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything's like, don't just listen to what I'm saying, and you can understand me, innit? That's maybe best. When you were grilling that guy, that German guy, about, and he come on try to say Arab slavery was far worse and all that. I literally jumped on to show him that is nowhere near the case, and that just as abhorrent as he believed the Arab slave trade was, some by his own criteria, he would have to argue that the transatlantic slave trade was even worse than that by his criteria. That women, they only target women, they don't target men. So you know what my position is. Like, if you were paying attention, you know, reach, man. It's a reach, but I'll give you, man. I've been slapping a lot of headbacks out here, so I get it, man. People are coming.
I'm slapping your own head back, bro. I mean, you can go and play back the stream from yesterday. You can't really reframe the conversation on your terms today. That's a different conversation.
No, but I did.
Your position. I appreciate it, and you kind of conceded a hell of a lot before you ran off and started talking about knocking on doors and all of that. So anyway, that's cool. But you've come back on day 2 with a 2-point.
Leave all that.
Stick on the 2-point. If you want to deal with the morality question, then you can deal with that.
Let's deal with that morality thing. What I was saying, Dan, listen to this.
Here's the problem, brothers. Like, this is the problem. Like, us in the chat and some of us on the panel, we don't have a clue what happened yesterday. So we're kind of.
Oh, that voice sounds familiar. Where's she at?
No, it's all right, sis. Basically, they're giving a summary of it today, yeah? And they're sort of like, it's been narrowed down. So basically, if you understand what they're saying now, you basically can get a good idea of what happened yesterday. But the thing is, what I want to get to you, Dan, my brother, is if you think about the aspect of superiority, you're generally going to have no perfect moral system either side. So you're going to be looking at one side and saying, well, I like some of their principles and morals, and the other side you don't. And it can also fluctuate. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the issue, I think, with, sticking it so hard, the moral aspect. Although with me, that's how I judge civilization. I guess culture, it's intertwined with civilization and stuff like that. But for definite, I can say, from the perspective of somebody, let's say, trying to survive, if you're at the bottom, then maybe your moral compass will be different. Do you get what I'm saying? If for instance, you use relations, if we take a moral standard from somewhere else and say, what they should and shouldn't do, and then we measure it by a certain rebellion, then is that fair to do that to them? Is their culture inferior, or is it superior because of what they were fighting for and who they were fighting against? Do you get what I'm saying? So I think when you attach the moral aspect to it too closely or too permanently, I think that's a problem. Because I would definitely say the rebellions that our ancestors had was part of a superior culture, as opposed to them tent Negroes and all them other monkeys. So yeah.
That's what you wanted to
No, but there
do.
was an argument, James. You were making an argument yesterday about certain things being. You were saying people dance around campfires, certain places in the world. British culture is dressing up on the weekend, going out and getting pissed. And
No,
if you met someone from that, but you included it in your you included it in your. This was your discussion outlining British culture, and I guess it was leading to some sort of claim of the superiority. I don't think you quite got to that. You were again talking about culture, and I raised the point of the Brits going to China with their trade delegation prior to the Opium Wars. And the reason I asked about this moral thing, right, is because we're dealing with. All right, I don't know how deeply you want to get into the Opium Wars, and whether or not you still think that heroin or opiates are a scourge to humanity. So before I go on, I just wanna sort of outline that.
Are you asking? Are we out?
Yeah. Would you say that the opiates sort of unregulated?
No, really. If you get into a car accident, you're gonna need some morphine. I've been anyway. There's
unregulated. I said I didn't. That's why I said unregulated.
Oh, unregulated. Yeah, of course it's bad for humanity. Yeah, heroin's bad. Yeah.
Okay, so would you agree that would be an example where the British failing to demonstrate
this is
their culture?
This is a moral
Hold on. Oh, James, let me
talking about you.
Hold on. Was there
talking about cultural superiority?
Was their purpose of doing that because they wanted to cause mischief in China so that they could be more dominant? Because China also wanted to dominate them. So it's a war
reason, right? So
is it war tactic?
There was a trade deficit. There was a trade deficit at the time. The British exchequer was sending out way too much silver and gold to the Chinese, who would only deal with silver and gold, and they couldn't really balance the books like that. So they tried to send out a trade delegation with like bicycles and pottery and woolen goods and all sorts of stuff, and it didn't work. The Chinese basically turned them away and said, "We don't need any of your tat, and we could probably just produce that to a higher quality if you gave us the designs." So cool, the British went away and cue the Opium Wars. And I would argue that was an example of, well, no, because hold on, you understand how the British Empire kind of, the pivot to the east, as it was called, was a pivot towards basically trying to maintain the structures that already existed in the east, in places like India, which, as I said yesterday, these are places that the British were kind of enamored with. They fell in love with India when they went there. They found this high culture that was actually superior to their own. And you can go and look at a lot of the travel writers of the time, the way they described the Orient and the kind of Orientalism that emerged from that. And it's quite clear that British culture wasn't, at least they didn't consider it to be superior. I mean, and bear in mind, this is a country that's gotten used to the tastes of imported teas from China, drunk from porcelain mugs that were imported from China.
If I remember,
high culture. Hold on, high culture also included things like Egyptian relics that were imported to the core of the empire from the periphery, and other relics, other columns, statues, and that sort of thing. So I'm interested. This is where the conversation sort of started yesterday, and again, this is why I was hoping you'd flesh it out. What is it that you think was superior at that point, given that the British seemed to be still scrambling around the world looking for anything that was possibly better to go and steal? And what was the argument that you were making about stealing? You were making some argument about theft.
So I said, so like from a point of morality, I said this to Freddie as well yesterday. I'm not really. So the opium, like you want to talk about Opium Wars in China, that's obviously something that you researched at some point. I would just point to like the transatlantic slave trade and taking slaves from Africa. We're going to make a moral argument. Before. Yeah, right. So I'm saying, so if we're going to make it, hold on. If we're going to make a moral argument, you don't even need to educate me on the Opium Wars. I do understand a little bit like what happened in, is it the Nanking Treaty or what happened in Hong Kong? How I know enough to know it was they essentially forced them into becoming users. Yeah, like so very bad, very immoral. So I wouldn't argue that from that perspective. I think what I said to you yesterday,
sugar as well.
Yeah, sugar. Even what happened with that Chedi Jagan guy, very recently in the 60s or 50s or 60s. Yeah, like foreign policy has been deplorable. Yeah, so morally, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not British myself, so I wouldn't argue for the British in any aspect. With regards to what I said yesterday. I responded to you, and I said if you would say that the sort of if culture is to be considered the crucible with which stuff like strategy is bred, then I would argue that irrespective of the sort of method in which someone amalgamates or manages to subsume other cultures, you would have to say the strategy that they use, that they employ, makes them the dominant culture or superior culture. So in that instance, I'd say, and one of the main things that a lot of people that agree with what I'm saying,
but only if we're using that metric, you've just presupposed like
I can only speak. I know
strategy. So you can only talk. So again, that's we're talking about strategic superiority, military superiority. That doesn't equate to cultural superiority.
I'll let you finish your train of thought. Can I finish mine? Yeah. So there was a counterfactual conditional there. The if. So if we are saying this, then I would agree this. If we are not, and we are saying these individual components, be it the arts, the whatever of the times, that they outweigh that sort of ideas or the ideation of like empire and the creation of the navy and all of that, then yeah, man, if you pose it like that, the argument, I'll say, yeah, then China was far more culturally superior to Britain, based on my loose understanding, which is ultimately the Britain in that instance became the top dog based on what some would argue their culture precipitated. Then you could say that their culture was the top dog. I don't think it's as cut and dry as like you'd have to develop a criterion that we both agree on, and then we can argue the finer points. But
I wasn't positing it, and that's what I was saying. If you can lay out that criteria clearly, then cool.
Didn't I just do that there? Though?
Hold on. Let me just put this in there, right? I would suggest that generally culture is a people group's means of survival. It's the way that you adapt to your environment to survive. So obviously, I'm saying here that the strategy of war is part of your culture, because at the end of the day, when we were living in nature, you had to have strategies to protect you from the tribe over there and certain aspects of weather and the wind and certain bloody animals that wanted to teeth you and your kids. So you're born into warfare in nature. Do you get what I'm saying? So your culture evolved and adapted. You got spears, bow and arrows, poison darts, all that kind of stuff was part of your blooming culture of survival. So
there's also cultures of colonialism, Esau.
But that's part of war. This is what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying. I agree with that. Okay. I agree with it.
So basically, Dan's trying to say is that the slaves that were being captured by the British were superior by his own understanding. That's what he's trying to say.
I don't think he said that, James. I don't get that. Dan, are you saying that?
Of course I'm not saying that. Are you mad? Okay. That's basically what you were saying yesterday, though. But big up you.
Well, I'm saying the slaves are superior. Yeah, okay.
Hold on.
I literally made a joke in a comment. I made a joke in a comment. James, British slaves are the best. Join. Just break your position a little bit if you can.
No, because Dan, my issue is this. When we're judging a lot of the things in regards to morals, superiority, etc., I'm saying that if you look at our ancient cultures, going all the way from Central Africa along the Nile, Nubia, etc., right? You generally find the same pattern of conquest. No matter how much we want to romanticize African tradition or whatever you want to call it, right? It was basically warfare. If you look at the oldest thing that we have of Kemet, the Nama palette, man's holding someone's head or dreadlocks, and he's got this big mallet in his head about to crack his head. So he's saying he's conquered this, the Scorpion King, or whatever the hell it is. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So we're finding this war culture going back all the way. So if it's part of how humans have done things, then how are we now gonna say, well, these lot are the real standing out, the real wicked ones? But then
if you remove morality, or I mean, in this conversation's context, emotion out of this, then it's easy that in instances like slavery to say which culture was more superior in that instance. Well, clearly the one that managed to enslave the others. Now, if you remove the moral aspect of it, that's just a factual statement. The second you add emotion, what's right? Are you justifying this? How did that make you feel? That's making.
No, hold on, James. Hold on. Let me put something back to you. Let me throw something back to you then, James. Hold on. Because when human beings do wickedness, right? So let's say you become the dominant culture. You've now left a bad taste in the mouth and a bad culture amongst your people because of their bad actions that they've done to other people. Now, when they come back home, they've been savage over there, but they come back home savage. You know, like Malcolm X said, coming home to roost.
Yeah.
So once they're savages now, their children are flipping savages, their grandchildren. So then they start eating each other. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, to be honest, that's why they brought us here. To be honest, this is why they make sure we mix so that we become the culture and the people that they eat upon rather than each other. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I suggest anyway. Do you get my point? So I'm saying it doesn't always work.
That's a logical. That's a rational.
In the long term, I suggest it's not necessarily superior because the very nature of what they're trying to achieve will implode at some point once you instill that moral.
Even these sort of retrospective looks and what, let me do this random comparison at some weird arbitrary point in history, who's more culturally superior, we can engage in that, like just hypothetically, but reality is the claim was in not modernity, like a contemporary analysis of
is James Jones breaking up with you? Sorry.
I think it might be you, but we're talking about contemporary analysis. So based on the metrics, the criteria I gave, England would be Britain or Anglo-American culture would be culturally superior. Now, any contradictory criteria, I am all ears. I am happy to be wrong here. If there's, because right now it's like based on a lot of I can
say. So you've laid out criteria. Sorry, what are your criteria? Make this again.
I said influence. I've said dominance. I've said culture.
We discussed influence. We discussed the problem of that. So what are you saying? You're saying that influence.
You said, I'll give you an example. We're talking in circles. You said morality is a component. I said based on that understanding, I wouldn't argue it was superior. You happy?
No, I'm asking for your criteria. Influence.
I just gave it to you, but you're just not going to accept anything.
I'm writing it down.
You're not talking to me. Go on, Shaka.
Yeah, sorry, because I think the reason why heads are talking past each other is because you're trying to find a single definition for a word that doesn't have a single definition.
Very nuanced, yeah. I said that. Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And by the way, I am going to nicely skip past my brother Issa's nicely placed comment about romanticization of ancient African culture. Yeah, so we're going to skip past that. But the point is that superior in this context can be applied in like 10 different ways. You see what I'm saying? So trying to find one specific definition for it is probably the flaw in the conversation. And obviously, I mean, I think he did say this already, but James is being intentionally provocative when he uses the word superior. Because in another sense, in a similar way, Raven is intentionally provocative when he uses phrases like black people are collectively inferior. Yeah. And what he means when he says that is the fact that organizationally, structurally, and institutionally, we are subject to the will of other people rather than being able to be agents of our own destiny. Yeah. So collectively, he uses the word collectively because he's not saying that, he's making it clear in that sense that it's not an inherent value judgment on our capacity to build. It's just that we have not organized ourselves for that purpose. And so if we're going to use the word superior, we could apply it in the same way, and we could say that, well, when it comes to the fact of, because there are many different aspects of culture, and the ultimate expression is that when your culture is used to build like nation and civilization. Yeah. And so we can make a value judgment on that and say, well, all right, in this society, in this day and age, Anglo-American culture is being used to structurally define the governments, yeah, and the economic relationships of the world order as we know it today. You see what I'm saying? Not all cultures are operating on that level of social organization.
Yeah, like supranational.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And that would be an objectively factual statement to make. Yeah. So in that sense, let me finish quickly. In that sense, one sec. You're a fool. In that sense, the culture of Britain occupies a position of superiority in today's world, but that's also partly because they have built this system and this culture based upon the idea of their superiority. That's what European or white supremacy is. Yeah. Now, but it doesn't necessarily make the culture objectively superior. It just means that in terms of social relationships in today's world, it occupies the superior position.
Yes,
In
so
terms
basically condoning slavery. Then, but basically, that's what you've done. You've just endorsed slavery. That's what you just did right there.
now you again, you're being intentionally provocative. So I'm going to skip past that. But at the same time, though, but my real point is that you have to be specific when you're going to use the term superior, because superior can be applied in different ways, and there is a context in which you would say it is, and there are many other contexts in which you would say it is not. So, for example, for an oppressed people, the culture of the oppressor can never be superior to them in an objective sense. You know what I'm saying? Because in essence, their freedom or their liberation relies on their ability to reject the culture of the oppressor. So once they begin to see the culture of the oppressor as superior, they become agents of their own oppression.
But hold on, let me come in here. Shaka, let me ask you this, my brother. How about the fact that some people may look on their people's culture that they currently have, right? Or that they've evolved to or devolved to, and they see that the culture of the oppressor is what keeps them in that dominant position. And if they imitate that culture, they can see their liberation.
That's again, so this is the reason why you have schools of thought like Afrocentricity, because it's about challenging those basic assumptions. You know what I'm saying? Right. The idea being that people look for liberation, but their idea of liberation was given to them by their oppressor. That their idea of liberation was Westminster style democracy, but in blackface. You see what I'm saying? Because they failed to challenge the basic assumptions of the culture in which they were oppressed by. You know what I'm saying? So that's a reality, and that goes for all kinds of different things, whether it's art, music, government, religion, clothes. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Shaka. The people that, let's say, dominant now, they learned most of what they learned from most of the other people, right? So how would you say, like, there's nothing that they've done that hasn't been done by people in Africa, China, India, Mesopotamia, etc. All these empires.
What do you mean there's nothing that they've done? What do you mean?
In relation to us, kidnapping us, the way they treated us, etc. There's nothing that they didn't do on a grand scale that we haven't been doing on a smaller scale.
Sorry, we haven't been doing it on a smaller scale. What do you mean?
Black people. So let's say
that's fundamentally false. Though. That's fundamentally false. All right. If we're gonna let's compare ourselves and China and India. Yeah, the difference between the colonization of China and India, the colonization of Africa, is on the issue of cultural continuity. The colonization in China and India didn't completely destroy and sever them from a cultural foundation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not in there. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying within the people themselves. So in other words, those people on the continent over there, how they were dealing with each other over there on a smaller scale, and how people in India were dealing with people in India, and how the Chinese people were dealing with themselves amongst themselves.
That's false again. What's it called? The fact of I would agree that there were wars in Africa, in China, and in India prior to the coming of the European. At the same time, the concept of what constitutes war is not universal.
I didn't say war. Listen to what, bro. First, it was slavery.
I'm using war as an example. I'm using
discrimination. Hold on. But use discrimination because that's easier.
Hold on, brother. I was going to use that was my basis. So, for instance, in India, you had a definite caste system that was based upon the oppression of darker people, right? In certain parts of what we call Africa, they had some real strict, tribal ideas that made them totally superior to others, so much so they wanted to vanquish others and wipe them out.
That's false, though. That's false.
That's false.
It is. And more people are trying to probe this at the moment. A lot of our idea of what constitutes tribe in pre-colonial Africa is the colonial construct. the idea of tribe was fluid. Yeah, I was watching
tribe was fluid. Well, you
yes.
you in trouble now, bro. I don't even know why you come up with that. But all right, go on.
No, it
Let's see how
was,
far
but,
you get.
but it's a fact. This strict designation of tribe, that we perceive Africa to have been prior to colonialism, it doesn't bear to be true when you actually study pre-colonial African society. There's a saying in Wolof, and I don't know how to say it in Wolof, but I made reference to this on Sunday. Was that
why are you speaking English for, fam? Speak
No.
Wolof, fam.
Go ahead, Chaka. Go on.
What's it called? Yeah, that says family names have no home. Yeah, and the idea was that you find various different family names among various different people groups because of the fact that people traveled. It wasn't unusual for somebody from one group to move to another area and marry somebody, and then that name will be among those people as well. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's that's why there was no boundaries for nations in pre-colonial Africa were not like, there were no rigid lines. There were cultural borders, that were loosely defined because people used to travel and go between different groups. So that the point, and that's not to say that is not to say that there was not conflict. I'm not putting forward the idea that was the absence of conflict. But I'm challenging the idea of strict tribal designations based upon ideas of superiority. I don't think you'll find that.
Okay, here's the problem. You want to keep saying pre-colonial as though we only began 200 years before the Europeans
no, but
came.
You said prior to Europeans. You said prior to Europeans. I'm saying pre-colonial.
No. That wasn't what I was saying, bro. What I said to you, in the sense that, if I said prior to Europeans, let's just go with me saying that. That means all the way back. In other words, us prior to their influence on us. Yeah. So, for instance, if we want to say what we had, our influence of what we were doing spread elsewhere is what my point is. In other words, what we had. So you could say, for instance, when they came amongst us, you had a certain version of Islam that had a major influence. But if I go back to those people, the Khoi people and the so-called Hottentot and these other people that are still the Bushmen that are still living in a certain way, how does their language talk about themselves and any enemies? How does the other people's languages talk about themselves in relation to their enemies? Hold on. How do the commissions? Let me deal with Kemet then. How do the commissions speak about other people? Do they not have a concept?
It depends. So now the people that we might say Kemet had the most problems with were the people below them which are from Nubia. Various skirmishes over the years. At the same time, there are many other instances in which Nubia saves Kemet, and the people of Kemet refer to themselves as coming from Nubia. So they recognize their ancestral link to Nubia. And many would say that the Kemet, whenever it wanted to save itself, either called on Nubia to come and rule, or delve back into Nubia culturally in order to rebuild its civilization. So the relationship is not one way. It's that there are various different times at which there was conflict and various different times in which there was harmony. You know what I'm saying? So
that doesn't contradict what I'm saying at all. That's my whole blooming point. Because I'm saying the way in which it's portrayed is more harmony than the conflict. And I'm saying when we're talking about the conflict, that's not
No, it's not. No, it's not. Historically, but that's not the case. Historically, people talk about Kemet and Nubia as though they were perpetually warring, and it's not the case. It's not the case.
No, bruv. No. I know that.
1,000 years, and for the most part, they were not at war. That's a fact.
Okay. No. That's fine. I'm not talking about. I'm saying, for the most part, what we're finding. I was talking when I said that. I was generally talking about Africa in general and the groups there. But sticking to Kemet again,
bro, I'm still saying, for the most part, the idea of Africa being a continent of warring tribes is a colonial construct. Yeah?
I agree.
That is not to say that Africans did not have war. But there is no war in Africa, perpetual war in Africa, to compare to Europe. It doesn't exist. And when you study certain things, there are areas whereby people talk about there being peace for hundreds of years straight. Europe only had its longest period of peace, quote unquote, in the last 70 years since the coming of the EU, right? So this idea is nonsense. I was watching a documentary the other day, and this white guy who's a descendant of Mungo Park, yeah, one of them white boys who went around discovering, quote unquote, West Africa, yeah, and he was saying they were studying the civilizations of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and he said there's very little evidence of major warfare, yeah, from before the coming of Islam, yeah, and I'm not sending a shot at the moment. I'm just saying those are his words. But my point.
Sunnism, yeah.
But whatever the case,
yeah.
But no, but I don't, because it's not necessarily the idea that Islam brought war. I'm just saying that when we're talking about that, he's talking about ancient African culture and society. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, it doesn't mean that there was no war at all, but there's very little evidence of it. There's
what evidence would they be looking for, and how would they find it, bro?
I know he's an excavator, so he would know different signs, and he didn't go into detail about the science. But you know, the people that they can look at a landscape and come to a conclusion based upon the landscape, how, you know what I'm saying, and whatever it is. There's a historian by the name of Basil Davidson who, and I'm trying to find this documentary, but he was speaking about warfare, and I can't remember what particular area of Africa. And he was actually describing the war, and he said, by all, when you study it, the war here is like is more like a dance. Yeah, that's cool, right? Because and this is what and this is born true when you study the history of people like Shaka Zulu, because Shaka Zulu kind of redefined what war was in Southern Africa, because the man, as far as he was concerned, the man that were playing at the thing, yeah, and he was a much more aggressive and violent individual. So war before Shaka was more, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying, out and out massacre, and you know what I'm saying, them kind of things there. It was a different type of thing. So even if we're going to talk about war, we have, not all war is the same in that context. That's the only point I'm making. So no, it's not that there was no war in Africa, but this idea of consistent, perpetual.
No, bro. This is. I think you see, you went far ahead. I was saying that what they were doing, let's say on a mass scale, and even let's add to that on a more frequent scale, was what we were doing already. So there were certain things we had, and specifically, let's go to what you were saying. When they came there, by the time they came there, we already know that these people already had, from the 1200 years ago, this type of enslavement that was going on, which would mean you would have to be warring and doing all kind of madness to these people. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
yeah,
I don't.
So you don't agree with that, nah?
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, what's that man? When Mansa Musa,
yeah,
when he made his pilgrimage, right?
Yeah,
even in his time, we know they had many slaves of their the complexion of the same people, right?
Yeah.
So he was following a certain cultural paradigm that was already there. By the time you get to the Europeans coming there, wherever they're going into these areas where this Sunni religion is, so to speak, let me just cut to the chase. You've already got black people fighting and doing their thing to others. It's something that they're coming and doing, and we're already, you could say, entrenched in it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's part of our new culture.
But again, I would say yes and no. There's definitely servitude and unjust servitude in Africa at the time. There's nothing like
Hey, Shaka, I beg you read the side chat. I beg you read when you get a chance. Read the side chat, please.
Say again?
When you get a chance, I put a comment from the chat in the side chat. I beg you read it.
A comment from the chat.
In the side, no, I'll put it in the
side. Well, I was kind of going to get to that as well. I was kind of.
He wants it, Shaka. He wants war.
Who wants it? Who posted
Look in
this?
the side chat. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, I see it. James SC. For African people that benefit from there being less historical records in Africa than in Near Eastern Europe. Yeah, no, because what it is that white people have to paint the picture because in order to reconcile the level of savagery that Europeans have brought to the world. They have to paint the image of humanity itself being savage by nature, and that everybody, you know what I'm saying, behaved in this way. And I think that regardless of what, again, there's definitely war and wickedness among African people, but there is enough to go on to say that what we see coming out of Europe, when Europe becomes strong among itself first and foremost, and then around the world, is not replicated, among African people. That level of warfare and savagery is just not there. Do you know what I'm saying? So, we're not going on lack of historical record. We're going on the historical records that actually exist. In that regard,
would you say Kemet is an exception to that?
Exception to what? Sorry.
In other words, what you're generally saying about Africa, I'm saying because we have lots of records and they're both. Have you seen that that big tablet which talks about their conquering and their vanquishing and their etc.? You seen all of that?
But I'm saying that. But the point I'm making is that Kemet had wars. There's no doubt about the fact that Kemet had wars. I'm not disputing that.
No, that's not what I said, bro. That's not what I said. I'm saying that they boast about smashing up their enemies. What I'm saying is, for instance, if you have a war, hold on. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying the viewpoint of war and vanquishing. I'm saying if somebody has a moral standpoint that we would admire, for instance, we might look at warfare being something, it was terrible that we had to do that to these stinking savages, because we're happy that we've done it to protect our people and establish justice or ma'at, but we would still think, it's sad because we had to exert our power, we had to come killers and so on and so forth. Do you get me? And I'm saying I find nothing of that. I just find the praising and Ram and Ra giving them the power to vanquish.
I'm gonna have to go in a couple of minutes, so I'll go everyone on the panel. Can I ask a question? If I was to accept that there is a moral connotation attached to just the word superiority, and I was to now renounce my claim, and I'm saying no, it's not British culture, not superior, given that based on the definition I'm accepting, based on that definition of all of morality, then I imagine all of you people that already held the position that it was a moral claim, you must have a list of countries that are morally superior, correct?
What, in today's world?
Yeah, and I'm not really, Shaka, you didn't really disagree with me flat out with the superiority claim. You kind of accepted my context. So anyone that's claiming that has this
I wasn't necessarily accepting your context. I was saying that there is more than one context. And so
fair enough. No, but I'm saying you're not forcing into one under interpretation. You're saying that there's the potential for. So anyone that's saying there is something to do. So moral superiority cannot is the only kind of superiority that exists amongst cultures. Yeah, I would ask then all of the people that said that. So that's not Shia Isa and that's not Shakara. What do you believe then is can you rank any cultures? Can you say? Because I imagine morally there must be some cultures that are morally less reprehensible than others, isn't it? Based on that understanding. Yeah, Dan, probably best for you to probably. You're the one who's banging that drum.
It looks like that drum has gone back in the cupboard, bruv. So let's leave it there.
No, but just give him a few more seconds because he's thinking. He's pulling up tabs as we speak. What did Plato say? What did Plato say about moral cultures?
Oh gosh.
Okay. Well, anyway, the reason I asked that is because I feel like based on that criteria, especially if you're a student of history and you're talking about treaties and China and all other type of fuckery, you must have a very clear idea about who's moral. Because constitutionally, any country that accepts, people are equal in all human rights conventions or whatever, then it should be easy. That should be the easiest criteria in the world. Who doesn't subscribe to these conventions? Therefore, you're immoral. Therefore, you're inferior. Isn't it? Isn't that a simple way of looking at it?
I think there's a difference there. You can say that there were certain cultures or hegemonies that make the claim that they are morally superior. That doesn't necessarily mean that under inspection that is actually true.
Right, but I'm saying if somebody says that they will not make a value judgment on morality because if the culture extends to and past a government, if there's far more moving parts and it's impossible to say, to hold some people might practice it on a smaller scale. However, as far as morality goes, it might be both immoral, for example. Yeah, but if you're saying the criteria superiority, because I asked this earlier, no one answered. Is everyone saying all cultures are equal then? If that's the case,
No, I did answer. I was quite clear.
No,
I said I don't.
no, you are sorry. I wouldn't talk to you today, so you can answer that. So no. Go on, Doc. I'm saying I wasn't talking about you just then.
So the particular question of the day is two-sided. Whose culture is superior? So basically asking, is there a superior culture? And are all cultures the same? I don't think either one is true.
So right. So then I've developed a criteria and I've made a case for mine. That I feel like has held against a lot of scrutiny, because all people are doing is asking me to redefine terms. So based on the definitions that they have chosen to define in their own image, give me that is A, are they all equal, or B, seen as everybody seems to be a fucking armchair scholar or student of history, tell me which one's better then.
That certainly weren't a question to me, was it?
No, but it gets to the point where you get into these conversations where no one cares about hearing what anyone else has to say or understanding them, and they're all trying to quit school. Fine, but then you have to like that has to.
Well, in order to do that, you have to be prepared to question your own standpoint.
Exactly, and that's what I'm. I allowed. Listen, I'm a narcissist, so I allowed myself to be the center of attention for quite some time. At this stage now,
I like it.
Now we must reflect.
There's conceit and humility at the same time. That's amazing. I love it.
I'm very temerarious young man, but yeah, no. But in this case, we must establish then if morality is intrinsic, with an inherent quality of any value.
Morality is not intrinsic.
But that's what they're saying. They're saying that morality is intrinsic within the question of cultural superiority. And based on that standard, I would like to withdraw my earlier claim, as I said many times. Yeah, if that is the case from the people that are proffering this argument, then I must ask them, okay, based on your criteria, are all cultures equal? Right?
Or I would say this, right? I would say that all cultures, up until a point, obviously with reasonability, all cultures should be given a chance to speak.
Yeah. What does that mean?
You know what the problem we have? You know what the problem?
Of course, right? So
speaking isn't the problem, is it?
No, yeah, it is actually, and this is a big sort of topic in post-colonial studies.
But Doc, you know what the problem is? Can I just say this quickly? Yeah, the reality of this problem is, if someone is confident enough to make that claim, and Issa, you're the only one who's been fair, right? How many times have I asked that today? I literally asked that for the first 10 minutes I've been here, and no one's answered. If someone's saying all cultures are equal from a moral perspective, guess what we can do? We can actually do a compare and contrast, and we can force someone into saying something that's retarded. So, do you agree with female genital mutilation? You know, that compared to we can force you into that situation. So it's not smart for anyone to accept all cultures are culturally equal.
No, but what you can do, what I said before, is you can make a comparison. Is the culture useful?
But wait, right. But then on the flip side of that, when you now start to grade them and say, all right, there is a hierarchy of cultures, then you'll be making the exact same claim I am anyway, because you're saying one culture is culturally
exactly.
It's just stupid, this argument.
Hey James, listen. What he was saying was, everyone should have their ability to speak or the freedom to express. I mean, what he seemed to be trying to say is express. And I'm saying, where you had somebody the other day talking about their way of humbling men was to finger their bottom and sodomize them. I'm saying, no, hold on. I'm not, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. I know you lot may think this is limited, but it's not. Because even in the country itself, which we call Egypt, there's a common thing where men will go up to grown women in their 50s and 60s and so on and grab their breasts and their bum and stuff like that. And I'm saying some of this becomes a culture, and we must recognize that's what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? So, for instance, Afro-Caribbean culture, we have, I don't know if you lot have seen any dance hall, whatever you call it. And, as part of our culture, that's retarded, bruv. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's aspects of our culture which are low down and dirty. Do you get what I'm saying? I was looking up to Japan the other day, earlier on, right? But in Japan, they also have men driving up to schools and sitting outside perving on schoolgirls, and that's a norm, and it's allowed.
On the train as well, they have them that weird culture of like
rub on girls. But this is what I'm saying. So on one side, you've got this superiority in a sense of look at the technology, look at how they greet each other, But it's legal to sit outside schools and perv over girls.
Hey,
and they've got that kind of pedo culture anyway. So you know what I mean? It's a weird one still.
Can we just double check? Hey Dan, are you okay? Yeah, you're right, Robert. Dan, are you all right? All right. Yeah, I guess the conversation's not fun anymore. Hey, Dark, yeah, just to quickly
Yeah, can I just James SC is saying to me, he's saying that stand up for the humanist values robustly, say that cultures which violate those values are inferior, right? So again, I'm not going to use that term, right? Because that would then lead me into the same trap as somebody who would say a culture is superior or non-superior. Right.
But you know what? I don't think
so let me make an example. Yeah. So in post-colonial studies, the argument of the British colonial powers, and not just the British colonial powers, but other colonial powers, have come in to India and got rid of the practice of suti, yeah, where widows would sit upon a pyre of their deceased partner, right? So we can make a judgment upon that and say that's not useful, right? But then to say that it's inferior would then be to go down a road of saying that, you know, we can say that all cultures that spring out of this colonized culture are barbarian, are wrong, they're inferior, they're low rank. And you don't want to go down that path, because that is where you will brutalize a people, take away their voice, take away their self-determination. Yeah, that's not useful, right?
I'd agree. Okay, can I say one thing quickly? As a human rights lawyer, yeah, you or not human. Wait, I'm not saying, sorry for saying everything, but you know, Dark's a well-accomplished man. As whatever you do professionally, yeah. What if a country
studied human rights law? Yeah,
but yeah,
a white supremacist lawyer. Yeah.
If a country doesn't, if a country doesn't, I'm a white supremacist as well, apparently.
No, go to Egypt if you want a dark magician.
If
it's not Egypt, it's Kemet actually.
Sorry,
it's Egypt today. Thanks. Yeah.
Hey, guys, please, quickly, yeah, it is Kemet though, but yeah, no. If you human rights,
what's his name? Well, he's not from Kemet. He's from Egypt, right? So there you go. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. That's true. If a country doesn't observe human rights, yeah, which is what James is saying, i.e., if they don't accept all people are created equal, right? Then wouldn't you argue, or not? Yeah, created equal or have equal, not equal outcomes, but equal opportunity. Yeah, that type of shit. If they don't accept that, is that not culturally inferior based on your own standards?
I see. That's what I'm saying. What the moment that you use like imperative terms like superior and inferior, you're making a moral value judgment. Yeah. And you can't necessarily follow that through.
That's immoral. Because look, I'll show you why.
You know, I'm gonna agree though. I'm gonna agree, yeah. But I will say, because like the standard of if we're gonna make a moral judgment, the standard of humanist society, yeah, I would argue is not a bad foundation from which to make a moral judgment. Yeah. The question.
Okay. Yeah. I concede that there has to be some moral value judgment. Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying the values of humanism. Yeah. And then we can go into defining what that is. However, the reality is that we have a problem today. Using the example that you gave, that magician, yeah, in terms of Britain going to India and banning the Suti thing. Yeah. If you talk to the Sikhs will say, well, actually, we banned it long before the British came. Yeah, we wasn't about that life. Yeah, when we come, it was already done. The British
which group were morally superior in doing that?
But well, again, because of the fact
who gets to decide that.
No, I'm going to answer you fundamentally. The British expedition in India was fundamentally about facilitating colonization. Yeah,
but no, it wasn't just British either. It was Portuguese, it was Dutch. You know,
talking about Britain.
The point is that people that among themselves, evolve their own culture, are more moral than people who come to colonize their culture. Have more moral standing. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that British, what we class this term British values.
And I won't disagree with that. But I've tried to use different terms in order to make value judgments.
That's cool. I get it, right? But I'm saying that the idea is that there's a subtext to a lot of this in society today when we talk about humanist values, and the idea of superiority, as though Western society has achieved the pinnacle of humanism as far as world history is concerned. And to me, this is a false idea. Yeah. And a lot, I find that a lot of people, I'm not necessarily putting this on you because you wasn't the one that was bringing this humanist thing. I'm just saying that in general, oftentimes when people talk about these things and things like free speech and so on and so forth, it is designed to enforce the supposed superiority of
exactly. That's the point that I'm making.
Axis in terms of.
But before we go on this like I'm saying to Doc, the notion, the place that all cultures are equal comes from is from like an egalitarian principle, right?
They're not all equal, and that's what I'm saying. So
right, no, but hold on, right?
No, James, it's from a guilty position, James. It's from a position of because he knows deep down he, is a devil in the way that a white supremacist. He's trying to throw us off the scent. David Rogue.
So let's talk about that. Give an example of what I feel guilty about.
Hold on.
You don't want to do that. Hold on. You can't pin it on me.
Let me make my point. I beg, and then you can go have it. What I'm saying is, all right. So from your accepting, it becomes weird now that you're not accepting one will be inferior, one is superior. You're accepting they're not equal. So flesh that out for me. Explain how that works.
Yeah. So there's a medium in between that, right? So I can use the term useful. Yeah, and I can say that I can make an objective value by saying, for instance, when I employ law. So one of the things in which people are forgetting about here, is it's not just about culture, because culture can go on regardless of the law up until the point where it inflicts with the law. Yeah, the law will ultimately be the arbiter of whether your culture can proceed or not. Right? That's agreed.
Your law comes out of culture.
But
your law is formed by your bloody culture.
It comes from tradition, it comes from culture, yes, it does. But when you enact a law, it has to be from an objective point of view, not from a moral superior point of view.
Says who? Says who?
No, it has to be.
Says who?
It has to be. It has to
who?
Question.
Says I.
Hold on, James.
All right.
Says I.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
what do you mean says you? Where's that been implemented?
Listen. I appreciate
all over the Western world. Do you not know what legal positivism is?
Oh my God! Go on, James. Let me get back in a minute.
Not just about lawyering. It's not just about law for a moment. Yeah,
it's always about law for me.
It's not an answer.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Law will always be.
For you, know what I'm saying? For me, I'm not saying I'm not imposing that on you. I'm saying for myself, I would look at it and say, cultural equality, or the aggregate of all of the sort of social mores, and we could find, at the moment we find a distinction, and we argue one is more useful, one is more, but Issa said this earlier, to be fair, one is more useful, one is preferable, one is better. In that moment, for that given time, it's inferior, it's superior, right? Outside of that, we would have to agree that the aggregate the sum will always be equal outside of that. So outside of that, it means that irrespective of which one has 50 good things, one has 50 good things and 50 bad things, one has 70 good things and 30 bad things, but they're both always going to be equal. Outside of that, if we make a calculated distinction, which is the one has more good things, therefore it is better, useful, superior in this context, in the context of the discussion we're having. So irrespective of like the sort of the legal framework that your paradigm you're putting it through, that is the example of it. That is the example of superiority in this sort of context. Like that's what it would be. It'd be like.
So in what context are you using inferior?
No, I'm saying through this moral paradigm. I'm saying if one
through the moral paradigm, I don't think that it's even with the way that you've put that down, I don't think that's a useful way of doing things.
No, but it does, because look, put it like this, if you don't even observe human rights. So if you don't even observe that everybody should have an equal opportunity,
you don't need to make a moral judgment.
But how can I, as someone that's saying, someone that's predisposed to think all cultures should be equal, because I don't want to have no superior and inferior. That's my position, And then literally, that one culture actually believes in superior or inferior based on my own standard, then that would have to make it less appealing than another one, right? You would have to accept that.
But James Jones, listen, the very fact he's putting forth this thing that he's saying to be the way to look at it is from his cultural perspective. So for him to propose that's the way it is, he's saying what he's saying is superior
from his superior cultural perspective and paradigm.
That
You see how these damn white supremacist devils don't know what they're talking about?
I'm not using the term superior.
That is a fair point.
Bro, you're not getting the point. You don't have to label it. You don't have to say. You don't have to say you're using the term superior.
I was very clear from the beginning that I think that we should be, you know, when we're moving from, we know what's happened in the past, right? But moving forward, we should try not to use these terms when we're going to make judgments and move forward in what we can say is a useful culture. So, for instance,
how does it?
When we, if you're
hold on. This is exactly my point. Look at it, James Jones. What I said about the guilt trip, meaning the word superior is stuck with in the most recent times with white supremacy being the superior race, superior culture.
Right, and
so I'm saying, hold on. This is why. Hold on, this is why he has an averse to that. But I'm saying in a discussion that we're dealing with the reality, and I understand his perspective. I'm not dissing that at all. All I'm saying, James Jones, is simply this. When we're discussing something for a fact in relation to what we're seeing around us, we can't be tiptoeing around flipping words. True. And it's the flipping central thing that we need to understand. Bruv, at the end of the day, that's how we see it, bruv. When we see people eating friggin' bat and rat and cat and all kind of crap in China, is that not a flipping inferior culture to you, bruv? For them, they squash cockroach and make cockroach juice. Is that not friggin' inferior? Bruv, what's going on with you people's head? That's garbage, bruv. You get what I'm saying? People need to stop talking rubbish, seriously.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. But the same standard will be applied to your culture. Do you understand that?
Bro, I expect that. This is my point. I'm saying. Hold on. Let me just say this.
I don't have to use the same terms as you.
I agree. And that's the point. What we're saying is, we've come to argue over the point of those who want to go.
It's become a semantic sort of argument here. I think we all agree.
Not necessarily, because it becomes a conversation.
I'm not saying that you can't make a value judgment to say that a culture is superior than another. I'm not saying that you can't do that. I choose try not to do that.
But that's because that's because of moral implications, which I understand. Yeah. Outside of that, for example, you can clearly say you can develop a criteria that can easily fit. The moral implications, I believe, is equally a contradiction, because the only opposite is to say that they're all equal, and they're fucking clearly not, because that can be just as deplorable. That could be just as deplorable as saying that one is superior. If anything, in actuality, I reckon it's the worst. It's the worst of the two evils.
Exactly.
You're comparing some heinous countries that don't observe human rights, countries that are dictatorial, despotic. You're saying that, oh yeah, that's just the same as a democracy, where what people are running from those cultures and running to another culture. Yeah, and you're going to say, oh yeah, but that doesn't describe superiority. Just to can I make this final nail in the coffin? Just to get PayPal donations. Carry on.
I'm not trying to get no PayPal.
Hold on, Raheem. Let me just say this last point. James Jones, the worst part about that is that they're actually betraying their own perspective fundamentally.
Exactly.
So if you have a position of what's good, bad, right, and wrong, that's part of your cultural paradigm, which allows you to do something without your conscience being prod, etc. Do you get me? So obviously,
I get that because you're a theist, and you and you ultimately believe.
Hold on. You're not a theist, and you're coming here the most Christian
to everybody else. But I can quite easily show.
And you want to tell me about a theist?
Yeah,
you believe you're God. That's the problem.
I can show. Empirically, I can show empirically from my own research, which I've put into my own dissertation, that when it comes to moral superiority, that is a huge danger towards society, and so it shouldn't be something that is applied to law.
Let's go into that now. So tell me about law. Let's start at the beginning.
Before you continue, can I just make a correction? Earlier, Dark Magician, you said that laws are based in moral. They're not. They're based in agenda.
I did not say that. You see, I did not.
Raheem, we're going on that right now. Raheem, we're going in that right now.
I did not say that. I said that legal positivism is so when you enact a law, morals are not contingent upon whether a law is enacted or not. That is the absolute opposite of what you're strawmanning me for.
Okay, well, I didn't straw man you. If I misheard you, I misheard you.
All right, thank you.
As far as
no worries, Raheem. No worries, Raheem.
Let's get started.
I'm a student of Hans Kelsen.
That's fine. Well, unfortunately, either Hans Kelsen don't know what the hell he's teaching, or you're a dumb student. Either way,
do you even know?
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I ain't a student of none of you lot, and you're going to see the black intellectual power come out right now. Let's go. So you're saying, hold on.
I'm gonna let you go. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go. I guard against though just making this whole conversation about getting that dark magician, please. But yeah,
no. Bro, come on, Shakara.
Yeah.
He's making a point.
Yeah,
Bro,
that's cool.
No. Bro, listen what I'm saying. No, bro, listen. Shakara, this is not about dark magician at all. He's putting forth a very important point, and I'm saying this is about law and morals, bro. Forget that. Anyone can make that point. It don't matter if you say no.
I'm gonna let you go, but I'm saying there's a lot of points that have been made, and we're having there's some good conversations to be had. So I'm just saying,
bro, forget that. I'm saying dark magician made a point, and I'm saying we're gonna get into the meat of the point.
That's fine. I'm not going to get
dark magician. All right, dark magician.
Yeah.
You mentioned your issue. You're saying, repeat your thing, and then let's get into the thing regarding law and morals.
From my own research, that I put into my dissertation, there is new sociological research that is showing that moral superiority has been a detriment to society in a very specific area, which is the safeguarding of adults and children in a specific religious setting, which is Christianity and Catholicism. So the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church around the world have failed people who are vulnerable adults and children in violence and sexual abuse. And one of the main drivers for that is the moral superiority of that institution, which is driven.
Isn't it based on? Sorry to cut you, but isn't it based on they have like a governing body which is intertwined with the government? Isn't that to do with it?
So if you take the UK for instance, the Church of England is very much embedded in. So the Church of England have 30 places just by right of divine right to sit in the House of Lords. They are able to enact their own legislation, right? So a local authority is given what's called an enabling act, and from that, like the Local Housing Act, the Local Government Act, and that's what's called an enabling act. What that does is that gives local authorities power to enact regulations, right? But those regulations are vulnerable to what's called ultra vires judicial review. When the Church of England makes a measure, for instance, it is invulnerable to judicial review because it's primary legislation. Now, one of the ways in which the Church of England enacts discipline of its clergy or safeguarding measures is via its primary legislation. That means that it's invulnerable to judicial review, and ordinary citizens have not been able to hold them to account. Right, and there's various other ways as well. I won't get into it, but basically, what that has done is that the moral superiority of that church is very much embedded in our legal system. It has been given a parallel position within our law, and when we look at it from a sociological point of view, research is showing that why is it that these types of behaviours have been able to persist over many decades, and that is because onlookers, those are people who work within the institutions, they are, even when shown credible evidence of guilt of violence or sexual abuse by clergymen, they are only too willing to side with the abuser over the survivor because of the moral superiority, the moral bastion that the church or the institution embodies, and they have to protect that. That shows that when you have a superior moral unconsciousness towards an institution or towards a way of being, a culture that you have, that will lead you to make unconscious decisions. That will lead you to not protect people and not protect those that are vulnerable. Let me finish. That is a real concrete example.
But you went off a tangent to do with Raheem.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
so let me just come back at that. Basically, my whole point was I don't even know, seriously, bro. You need serious help. Your whole point on the moral thing is using Catholicism and Christianity as your example. Really?
These issues, these concepts are beyond your intellect, and you're
No, I'll let you know. For instance, hold on. Let me throw something in there. For instance,
in relation to those people. Let's deal with, let's say, certain institutions of Ghana or places in Africa where they had an institution of having more than one wife. You wouldn't need the sodomy of your Catholic priests, these wicked people. So your example is absolutely ridiculous when it comes to the moral principle in relation to law. You could maybe be able to say, yes, those within the Catholic or Christian European framework, but that never would have anything to do with those people that have a culture of polygamy and balance and harmony with nature.
That's not true. Come on.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Hold on. I'm saying, for instance, when you find Ma'at and when you find other systems that have morals being part of the very fabric of what law is made of, it's just normal for civilized people to do that. So, Dark Magician, are you just saying that the basis of the Western law or British law, are you saying that that is devoid of moral input, or it shouldn't be? Or you made a statement, I think, that basically when it does have morals coming into it, it becomes something wicked. I mean, I don't even.
I was very clear in what I said. Yeah,
but you went to
I gave a concrete example.
Yeah.
Okay, where you have a moral superiority embedded within within a higher level of culture, which is a jurisprudence. Yeah. Okay, and it's not just in the theory of law; it's also in in application. It's actually happening in application. Yeah, when you have a moral superiority, you are going to find massive difficulties and harm to that society. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, but does that go with any society? So, for instance, for you come from the Christian perspective, right? You've definitely got a load of imbalances and opposition to human nature. Very first thing, the illogical nature of the concept of the Trinity, the fact that you have no law from the Most High God.
I was a Jehovah's Witness, so I didn't believe in that.
No. What I'm saying is, when it comes to constituting the law, I'm saying if somebody, for instance, the Hebrew Israelites in the desert at the time of Moses, for instance, they have a law which governs them relating to their society, and it's intertwined with morals. But if I put back at you and say, well, the human rights, where would we get human rights if it wasn't part of morals? Where would you get that from?
No, I'm not saying that. So I've made this I've made this clear before in another paper that I wrote, which I wrote a paper basically on law and love. And what I'm arguing is that morals, ethics and morals are the crucible upon which you create the law. But they are not, when the law is enacted, it is not contingent upon those morals. So moral superior judgments are not contingent, necessary for a law to be enacted, but they are the crucible upon culture and tradition. That is where we create these laws, and that is just a historical fact. That is where all of our laws have come from. They have, over time, these laws or these traditions, they become so embedded in our psyche that we almost implore, we lobby, and we demand that these things become law. Right?
Well, it's who we are, isn't it? It's who we are.
I want to challenge that point, but go on, Lisa.
No, in the West, I'm saying definitely in the West, that is the way it's evolved. And I'm saying your culture, your norm,
okay.
It's a recycling thing, in it. Because at the end of the day, for instance, if you look how quick they've got these rights for transgender and so on within a few years, and black people have been fighting for their thing for bloody years. Like, it is a thing of, the government, the people cry out to something, the government reacts, and then it goes back to the government.
But the idea that law is society is fundamentally based upon a moral foundation. I think it's false. I think that
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Right. Okay. Maybe I misunderstood. Sorry.
I would never say that morals are not part of it. I would say they are the crucible upon which we do those sorts of things.
No, but that's what he disagreed with.
Can I interject? Can I interject quickly? One second.
Shaka, when you finish, but hold on, Raheem and Shaka, when you finish, I need to go. I want to make it. Hold on, 1 second, Raheem. When you not finish your statement, I want to make a statement that I need to bounce on that.
Cool, no worries. As far as I'm aware, what he's saying is that it's kind of the road to hell is paved with good intentions thing. If I'm right in my understanding, that the morals that are used as the foundation, they have the good intention of making things right for people. But when you oversubscribe it, for example, like you mentioned, the transgender rights, etc., you start to disappoint and get a negative reaction to what should have been. So the morals don't come into it anymore. It's kind of like you can try and enact laws with good intentions and good morals, but ultimately you're going to have a bad result if you try and do it across the board. And I think it's Plato who said that basically a society that tries to please everybody, you end up having the destruction of that society because you try and please everybody.
Yeah. But therein lies my fundamental point, because not all society, because we have a decidedly Eurocentric view of human development and civilization, and our philosophical outlook, generally speaking, comes from that point of view. We tend to start history at Greece and then come forward, as exemplified by the use of Plato. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this as a
So do you understand now, Shakra, why I don't like to use the term moral superior?
No, I think I understood that point. I think you were being cautious. I do understand that.
Why is the historical context necessary?
It is because if we're gonna make the argument that morals are the crucible upon which laws are created, then the only way to validate or disprove or disprove that is through historical analysis. And I'm saying that the idea of so Plato makes a statement in Greece, which is Europe's earliest civilization, right? About trying to please everybody, but there are many societies that built their society upon different principles. So the reason why I'm challenging the idea of morals being the crucible, I would say it's interest, depending on the society that you're talking about, especially what dealing with Western society, I would say that interest have been far more a defining factor in the creation of laws than moral.
Interest in what? Sorry, interest in what?
Could you say that again? No?
I would argue that the interest, the defined interest of the elite has been far more a factor in the development of laws in Western society than what's morally good.
Every society. It's not just as Western, it's every society.
Somebody always does that. But I'm going to disagree with that, though. Because I'm saying
what society doesn't have that?
Again, we are what we do is that we superimpose what is particular to Europe on the rest of the world without having studied the rest of the world. My point is, yes. No, here I'm saying, there are societies in the world, that had a more humanistic culture prior to Europe. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't.
Africa has it as itself.
Hold on, but not relative to now, though.
Hold on. It doesn't mean that the societies were all good and didn't have any flaws or injustice within them. That's not being made. But the argument that laws would be based upon a moral judgment would apply more to those societies than it would to the West.
Honestly,
Yeah.
So just to touch, because Dark Magician, you sort of found you to be in most opposition to this.
Let me just say to that, Shakara, I would suggest moral theoretics, like the theory, what they use. It's in the interest of the
just wait. You don't have to respond to that. I know, knowing you. Quickly, with Dark, I get it. You're standing on your square, but because the majority of focus has been on the claim that Britain or the Anglo-American culture is the most superior, dominant, whatever culture.
Right, and clearly it hasn't been, right?
Right. And it clearly is the most dominant. I don't think anyone ever.
The most dominant, but
right.
The most superior.
Right. Hold on. All right. So let me make it flesh out for you. If I made the claim superior, dominant, whatever, and people wanted to redefine that term or define it from their own understanding, and morality became the sort of to me to overuse it, but the dominant context. So now it's like, morally, are they superior? Morally.
So for instance,
hold on. We gotta based on that the concept that human beings deserve the right, equal opportunity, and the right to be treated equal. Are we saying that there are countries, that are not that don't observe these rules, that don't believe that humans are being treated equal, that believes human can be enslaved, whatever, yeah? Do we believe that those because remember, this is the criticism against me, you know. This is the criticism against me that I'm endorsing slavery by saying British culture is the most dominant, pervasive culture in the world. Are we saying that countries that essentially condone forms of slavery, a la Saudi Arabia, Libya, presently, so on and so forth? Yeah, some might argue North Korea.
Can you say?
Hold on. Are we saying that they are not inferior to countries that promote?
I'm not going to use that word.
I'm asking you. So I'm asking you. You can say no then. So are we saying that those cultures are not inferior? Is that what you're saying? That cultures that promote?
I'm not going to use that word.
No,
I'm not going to use that word because then that's all. That's an imperative word. That's
well, then you guys are worse than that position is worse.
Is that particular culture? Is that particular culture not a useful and not a good way of doing things? Is it? You know, you want me to?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I understand Dark Magician's point. And I'll explain it like this because
if you say inferior, that gives you then.
No, and I think that his point, as far as Britain and British society is concerned, should stand because of the fact that Britain has used superior and inferior as a means, as a justification for colonization.
They've done that.
No, hold on. One second, Doc. So you're saying, Shaka, that right now, yeah, the culture in Britain today, if we compare that to the culture in Britain pre-abolition, you're saying that that we cannot say that culture was inferior morally. Remember this?
No, I wouldn't. Right, but no, I wouldn't. I'll explain that in a sec. Yeah, but my point is because you've used in your previous example, yeah, James, yeah, you used Saudi Arabia versus Britain in it because Saudi Arabia condones and has systems of slavery today, yeah, but so we might be able to make a value judgment on that one indicator. You know what I'm saying? But then if you were, but we could use another indicator whereby Saudi might come out on top.
So hold on. So then this finally. So
if you're talking about morals,
I'm so sorry, yeah, Doc, just quickly. I know I've been talking a lot. But if we were to use the common understanding of superior, I did this with content in the chat. He said superior has some kind of moral implication, and I was like, if I say someone's a superior athlete, yeah, that doesn't denote any charity or benevolence, does it?
No, but
hold on. If I say superior culture, If I say superior culture, the morally operative term there is culture. That's the implication of morality is with the word culture. So when you concatenate the two and you say superior culture, that's where morality is implied. But if we were to remove the moral context, we would say inferior means lesser, second class, minor, subservient, low, menial, right?
I accept what you're saying. Is that okay with you?
Very right statement, though. He's not wrong in the statement. The moral
this is what I'm saying.
Is at that point.
The question is, when discussing culture, the question is,
I beg you let me land this. If we remove the moral implication, then it is a fact. It is a code in the cold light of day. It is a fact that some cultures are inferior to others because they are more dominant. If we remove the moral context, all right, fine, we'll add it. Fine, for the sake of Dan's argument and everyone else's argument, we'll add the moral context. Now we're saying, that are you saying that a country, that a culture is not lesser than another culture?
James, you know the problem is when you use the example about running, there is no moral what's it called criteria for being a superior runner, except for maybe if we're talking about performance enhancing drugs. That's about where the morality starts and stops. You know what I'm saying? Not cheating. Right? That's what I'm saying.
I beg you don't.
But if we did this, you can't be a superior runner if you cheat. Cheating.
Bro, listen to focus on the actual point. I don't know.
No. I'm exploring the analogy. Allow me to explore the analogy.
No, but Shaka, you're going astray from his point.
You're being facetious.
Bless up, Raheem.
No,
Shaka, because you're skirting around the point. It's very simple. in relation to how we use this English word, yeah, I'm saying I believe personally we need to define it with something else. We need to close the word and attach it to something else to make it clear what we're talking about. But obviously, when we're talking about he's far superior, we're talking about speed, maybe even someone that comes at angle, agility, the way that they run. But in general, we're looking at speed, aren't we? If we're talking about 100 meters,
But that's the point I'm trying to make, though, Issa. This is a value judgment upon performance, isn't it? The question is,
I hate when people do this stuff. What is the major point here? Forget that.
Hold on, Shaka, why did they get the medals? When man running 100 meters, did he get the medal? Because he used more steps. Hold on, did he get more medals? Hold on, did he get more medals because he took longer steps or shorter steps? Or quick, you know what I mean? Or did he get because he's gonna cartwheel at the end of it?
Shaka, do you understand what inflection means?
Because you're not listening. The point is, in comparing superiority and inferiority over different disciplines, the criteria does change. So to make superiority and inferiority conditional upon the idea of removing morality from the equation, that a discussion has to happen as to whether that is viable or not. Is it viable to remove morality from the equation when discussing superiority or inferiority? In the context of culture. So to say that you can say if we remove morality from the equation, but then the question is, should we or can we?
That's right. I agree with you. That's why I gave all of the synonyms and I said which ones would. So inferiority, superiority, they're adjectives as well as nouns. If I said you're my superior, what does that mean? It doesn't mean the same as saying you are superior. Do you understand? There's a difference, right? So in the context of the two words, I'm talking about inflections. When you put two together, and you say culturally superior, it's different from saying athletically superior. This is the point I was making. So then the synonym.
So you have to be responsible when you're using that term, because what will happen is if you say a culture is superior and another culture is inferior, that will then be an imperative term used upon to encapsulate a whole culture. And so you have to be very careful about what you're saying there.
But
So I
aggregate.
but can I, in certain instances, agree with you? In certain instances, absolutely, of course I can.
Right,
So we should move on, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to move. I'm not trying to win or lose here because it's just.
No, I know that.
But people can edge. I always said that if you want to introduce the moral component, then I would need to be far more studious to make a big value judge. But one thing I will say,
everyone on this panel, all the gentlemen on this panel, we can all understand what we're trying to do, the nuance of which we're speaking with. But when you make rhetorically, when you're speaking to other people, there are people that will jump upon what you're saying and they will run with that and try to ultimately shorten what you're saying. But so I get what you're saying. I get that the nuance which you're making. You get the nuance which I'm making. We can get the nuance with which Shakara is making. We get that, right? But then there will be, if we use that imperative term, then we have a problem, right?
I would agree. And Shaka alluded to it. I would agree that it was a incendiary statement initially, given the context that the word superior has in the sort of the colonial history and imperial history. I would agree, but I will also say
it's been useful. It's been useful because
I would say that just finally on the final point of introducing morality, because this is the first time I'm wrestling with this today. I am comfortable to say, I'm not going to say which one because I need to be far more, but I am comfortable to say that are far superior. There are morally far superior countries because some practices. Do you remember that what you and me were talking about, Man United and Liverpool, and you said there was a criteria for which teams were the best in Europe or some shit? Yeah. Some things have far more value. Mutilating your daughters or enslaving human beings, not offering human that might weigh more than all the food culture, all the whatever bullshit dancing culture you want to say that you have that England or Britain or some other culture doesn't have. That is far more value to making a judgment. And if we're saying it's lesser than, there are far more cultures that are lesser than.
Is Liverpool far more superior as an English football team?
Man United is the best.
Absolutely, of course.
Hold on, before we get on the weird road.
No.
Before we get on the weird road.
Big up, lads. I'm off anyway. Big up everyone. Big up. Hey, Dan, don't support slavery, G. That's a bad look.
Oh my God.
Big up, Eric. Well, welcome to the panel.
Yeah, welcome, Eric. I just want to say, I think this is a very interesting conversation. And I think it does come down to what we can theoretically present as the most superior culture. Obviously, I'm going to suggest the Islam of the Quran, as the Quran suggests and the Prophet suggests. But I do think that definitely we need to start at the very least. I think we need to look at, rather than saying superior cultures, we need to look at superior aspects of different cultures. So this might be superior in relation to family structure or how they do that. This might be superior into relation of cleanliness of society. This might be better in the way they police or their justice system. This is what I've noticed when you go to different countries and look at different cultures, they're superior in different ways. So I think,
because using what you just said, does being able to judge the superiority of a culture rely upon us having an example of it in human history?
What do you mean? Give an example. What you mean?
So using your example, to say the Islam of the Quran, are we saying this based upon the theory of what's in the book, or are we saying this based upon the fact that the Islam of the Quran has been instituted in this?
No. I specifically said in relation to what the Quran says and as taught by the Prophet, and I'll add, and the 12 Imams. So it's kind of like on paper at the moment, and because we have sciences like psychology, sociology, and we do have history, we can work out that yes, this would be the most superior one. Do you see what I'm saying? So
then the question then becomes, is a culture if it's not in practice, at least in developmental stage?
Yeah, I hear that. I would say a theoretical culture, I think how I clothed it, I definitely think it would be in that particular aspect, because you can say some parts of the culture are being practiced, and some parts are not. So it's being implemented in various ways across a bigger scale. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously you find some people practicing it, some not. But I think definitely when it comes to this question, we can't put any. I can find no culture that we can say is fundamentally, holistically the best. Obviously, we can, if we were to count what constitutes a culture. I mean, you look at Saudi Arabia, where these pagans are chopping off women's heads on the motorway or the dual carriageway, right? So obviously, you want to drive to flipping work or whatever it is in the morning, and you see someone chopping off someone's head. Like, what kind of crazy people see that garbage and think that's okay? You got people from the UK running over to ISIS, and that poor girl, Shamina Begum or whatever her name is, she's over there. And can you mute up their mic, man? Who's cards rolling in the background? Is that Eric? Reggie?
It's not me.
That's not me.
Reggie?
Someone's on the motorway chopping off heads.
Reggie? Reggie, mute up, Mark. Why have you got a dog as your thing, Reggie? Come on, behave yourself, bro. But anyway,
that's the most European of you still. Can't lie.
It might be Anubis. It might be Anubis, bro. He might be representing Anubis. But anyway, as I was saying,
good point.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think most definitely we need to approach it from the perspective more of which aspects of people's culture or nations or whatever is superior in those aspects. I think that's more of a fruitful discussion, because I don't think there's much of a way we can actually say this British culture, Caribbean culture, or this island's culture, or Nigerian. You know, I mean, it's not going to work because it's not real. Simple as that.
I agree it's not real and I agree that it's not real because the world is still on fire. Why are we fighting proxy wars? If there's any culture that's superior to the other, why can't that culture demonstrate peaceful, harmonious living amongst its people and its government, its sovereign, okay? And the means by which it educates its children, builds its family structure, what have you, okay? As a concrete example to other countries of the world.
Do you know the problem with what the both of you have just said? It doesn't take into consideration the context of colonization. So the idea that the Caribbean has a culture, I'm not sure we can make the argument based upon the extent to which the Caribbean is still neo-colonized. Like, so the Caribbean is not being built upon the culture of the people of the Caribbean. The Caribbean is built based upon the government's relationship to foreign nations that impose economic, political, and social will on the Caribbean. So in a sense, we're not
hybridity.
And which culture is not like that, bro?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Which culture? Wait a minute. Which culture does not borrow?
We're not talking about.
Wait. Which culture in the world? Wait. I got a question. Which culture in the world does not borrow from the best and brightest minds of other cultures throughout the world?
No, that wasn't his point, Eric. We're getting to that. That wasn't his point. I understand. What my point is, bro, in relation to what you're saying, I'm saying regardless of how it's coming about, when people are living and adapted to that thing and that becomes their culture, that's it. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
no, I know. But the point I'm making is, for example, all right, because there are aspects of a culture that you can see in the making, But let's say, if we're gonna say, like, for example, an example of Jamaican culture is dancehall, How, to what extent is Jamaica able to develop its own dancehall industry in ways that service its people? Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. If it's a slave plantation anyway, and they haven't reached that intellectual, through freedom that we would like, true independence, then it's still got a culture. No matter, you can clothe it in different terms.
No, but
plantation culture.
My point is that the culture is colonial. It's colonized.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the term of hybridity?
No, I agree with what you're saying. That's basically what I would say.
I think hybridity is different, because what I'm saying is when you're talking about when you're talking about a culture that is colonized, what you're dealing with is a culture that is unable to produce from itself.
Right. That is exactly what hybridity is in post-colonial studies. It is the sphere between a mother culture and an alien culture,
right?
And the fluctuating of identities between the two cultures. One culture is a hegemony and ultimately controls the other, because the other isn't able to express itself from its own voice because of the influences of the hegemony that came over and colonized it.
Right, and that's the point. So it's in a sense of the fact that, so what happens is you either sever the people's capacity to produce in their own image in general, or place a cap on it. You retard its growth. So Black or African culture may be represented in the music, but not the government. It may be represented in the food, but not the economic. It may be represented.
Unfortunately, you'll never know how to get back to what that original voice was, because of the fluctuating identities. They're always going to be there. So, and people are self-autonomous. They're able, so there's a fluctuation between the individual and the community. And that's how a culture springs from that, between the two paradigms.
I disagree. Only on the basis of the fact that whereas there are cultures that come to colonialism, there are also cultures of resistance. And it is in the cultures of resistance that people find their voice, and
so you would argue that you can go back to the original voice.
No, it's not necessarily about going back. Yes and no, because it is going back, but in the Akan tradition, there's a term sankofa, which means go back and fetch it, or go back to go forward, to look back before you go forward,
right.
You people understand themselves by understanding who they were prior to the colonization, and bringing that back forward in terms of how they continue to define themselves in the present, with the lessons that they have learned from their colonial experience. So in the sense of the fact that when you're talking about there is nothing inherent about any culture that stops it from being able to produce on the macro level in terms of society, right? So if it is possible, for example, for a society to organize music and whatever, inherently within that culture, the capability of organizing government and economic and social systems and institutions is also there present. And so it depends upon that people, if we're dealing with colonialism, are able to decolonize. So decolonization is the fundamental defining factor in being able to manifest one's own naturally.
How does one decolonize?
I think more or less by dealing with the process that I just dealt with a minute ago. So, for example, let's use Jamaica as an example. Yeah. Prior to during the enslavement, the biggest slave rebellion in Jamaica was under a man by the name of Chief Taichi. It's from West Africa, comes over, and basically during Easter one year, 1951, I believe it is. I could be wrong with the date, but him and a few others, they start a slave rebellion. But their goal was basically to rid all the island of the enslavers and institute a government that was based upon the societies that they're coming from. And we're talking about various different groups of people. So there wasn't just one so-called tribe present there, but they recognized the similarities and the difference between them. And their aim was, and through the Maroon societies and some of the secret societies, they had developed social order. So they were the plan was to manifest that social order on the macro scale in terms of governance of the island, following that point. So basically,
in the vein of how it would have been done with tribes beforehand.
Basically, but
that's great.
Obviously, so we're not. It's not about, if we're talking about 21st century, it's not about taking that and then superimposing it on 21st century. It's just about what are the basic principles of this thing. And what can we learn from this and take this from this to...
And the people, were they amiable to this? Did they want this to happen? Or did they...
Yeah, obviously, because they took part in the rebellion, but obviously the British crushed it in the end. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
So is there any example of where this has been successful?
So there are various micro examples. Macro examples have not managed themselves to they've only gotten to a certain level of development. Micro examples are like the one I just mentioned. Haiti is another one. Palmares, or the different Quilombos in Brazil during enslavement, is another one. And then in more recent times, you have things like Grenada under Maurice Bishop. You know what I'm saying? So again, and there are contradictions in all these examples. I'm not.
You can argue that this could be a successful way of moving forward, right?
Yeah, but I think that. So another example might be the attempts in post-colonial Africa to develop regional organizations and governmental structures that were transnational, in that they didn't respect the colonial borders. So Ghana, Guinea, Mali is one example. In East Africa, Julius Nyerere was trying to organize Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda under one governmental system based upon certain principles. So yeah, there are micro examples of this in practice, but because of the contradictions within them, and also the nature of our relationship with the West, it just so happens that a lot of them were able to be crushed, if that makes sense. So yeah, you know what I mean.
Brilliant. I think that's great. I think that should be helped. If that's what those people want, and that's how they want to find their voice, I think that's a great way of moving forward.
Yeah. So definitely the cultures, but I mean, I do think though that most a lot of societies, even from the level of their government, even if they don't have influence from outside, the leading parties or rulers, whatever, they put certain restraints and use social engineering to produce the culture they want, generally to keep themselves in power. So whether it's
but again, that would be an example of maybe some of the contradictions that I however, at the same time, there is no culture. There is no culture, good, bad, or indifferent, that does not engage in social engineering.
Right.
So social engineering is not inherently negative. At the same time,
no, I said via, but yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, I would consider you correct in the sense of the fact that the process of decolonization requires heightened levels of discipline, from the people, in order to achieve the freedoms that they ultimately want to achieve. You know what I'm saying? I totally agree with that. There's no decolonization process that's going to be a free for all, and anybody can do what they want to do. Especially because especially in the context of neocolonialism, whereby the colonizer still has influence and is still vying for that influence. They haven't just gone, and you know they're going to leave you alone for 100 years.
Yep.
You have to protect every gain from further incursion and so yeah, I'd agree. And the balance of that sometimes does produce elements of authoritarianism. And one of the contradictions that we haven't been able to negotiate a way for that to take place without levels of authoritarianism. And that's part of the process. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So Jen Wallace somehow draws the conclusion that there are no superior cultures. I would suggest to you, Jen Wallace, if you would like to swap with one of the ladies in Saudi Arabia, you might try and put that on Facebook or something and see the response you get and see how much you like it. How about that, Jen Wallace? Yeah.
Here's the problem that I have with analysis like that, though. Yeah, Issa. Yeah. All right. It's because you see Britain, right, as we know it today. Yeah. Britain is allowed to have a certain standard of living based upon its exploitation of other places. Yeah. Not necessarily Saudi Arabia, but say for example that in the UK you don't have a culture whereby British soldiers are raping women, but there are many reports of the fact that when British soldiers go to foreign, yeah, rape is a feature of how the British soldiers relate to the women that they encounter. Yeah,
it's a norm.
Yeah, right. So the point is that no,
that wasn't my point, bro. What I'm saying is we've got a culture here in England, and then we've got a culture of the soldiers when they go to war, whether here or wherever they go, and even soldiers in general. Historically, it does seem that a lot of soldiers were doing that, whether that be the testosterone, the aggression that comes up with doing these kind of things. I don't know, but what I am saying is that on the side of Saudi Arabia, regardless of whether you're a soldier or not, the way that they treat women over there is very, especially foreign women. Maybe because Jen's white, you might be treated okay actually, but definitely if you as a black woman, Jen Wallace, you would be treated miserably. You would be a slave, part of the slave status and class.
No, I get all that. All I'm saying is I think that Britain presents itself as superior based upon its home conditions, but what it exports to the rest of the world is wholly destructive. So
I said at the beginning, my brother. I said at the beginning, 100%. That's my whole point. Where and my thing was James Jones when he tried to mention secularism being superior, and I said, well, you don't have an example of any secular society which at the current moment is not enslaving the other people of other countries and keeping them working to keep this country afloat and keep it wealthy. So you don't have an example of it not practicing slavery of some form and the same abuse, and it's not just about the past either. You get me?
That's not to say that we couldn't have, though. If people were to get up and vote for Jeremy Corbyn, then we could have dealt with this issue by now. We'd be 3 years into a Jeremy Corbyn government, and we could be, investing in social infrastructures, dealing with our foreign policy with these issues, and and trying to maybe look at supporting these macro endeavors of trying to decolonize African tribes and countries.
Well, then but then the question becomes, why do the people of Britain not put people in power who do this? because the people vote for their prime minister.
You can't.
They vote for the members of parliament, do they not?
Yeah, but
hold on. They vote for what, Eric?
They vote for the parties, yes.
Yeah, but most British people don't vote.
Yeah.
Eric, not just that.
If that's the case, wait a minute. Then if that's the case, there's a problem with the people in Britain.
There is, yeah.
So the thing about it, what I'm saying is this: when you have governments, right? These people are not superior to the people who vote for them. They have certain skills that other people don't have. So people vote for them to administer the way that the country is governed and runs economically, politically, and military, and all this other type of thing. But if you have a majority of people who don't vote, to me, that spells out apathy.
Yeah, but that's how they want it, because at the end of the day, if they have more, let's say, of the wealthy people or certain other people that have their best interests at heart, who they can manipulate to vote for them in a certain way, then obviously that's what the ruling elite want, isn't it? They have an agenda and they want to manipulate the people, the masses, to their way of thinking.
But then the question becomes, what do the masses want?
The masses want to live comfortably, don't they? They want to be happy. So what the governments give us is a whole heap of problems that they then solve and distract and do all kinds of crazy garbage to sway us from one side to the other.
Problem, reaction, solution.
There you go. Simple as that.
Oh yeah, I mean, no. The thing is, I'm not arguing against you because I'm very familiar with it, with American politics. It's right now.
Look at what's happening.
How did you get Trump? Hold on. How did you get Trump in power, bro? What's going on? What's going on over there?
Well, I hear that. What I hear is that it was a lot of how can I say, middle class and lower than middle class white folks were frustrated with their situation, with the economic situation. No, I'm definitely serious. I've heard research and I've heard people say this, And so when Trump came in, blustering like he was.
Let me make an announcement. Jelly, Fred Kuhn is in the back. Fred Kuhn is in the back.
Talking about how he's going to bring all this industry and everything back to America. Well, show me. This is a hell of a lot of men out of work right now because of certain skills that they don't have. That is certain technological skills that they don't have, but other skills that they do have that they cannot utilize anymore because the U.S. has become a so-called service society. And it's really frustrating for people when you got people who are working 2 and 3 jobs to keep their heads above water. They thought that Trump was going to change it. Trump, he gave his speeches and everything, and he was convincing the people, and so they elected.
Eric, do you believe there's such a thing as a superior culture, or are all cultures the same? What are you saying on that?
I would say that all cultures are equitably flawed. Show me a perfect culture.
Yeah, no, not okay. They're all flawed, but do you believe that one flawed culture is superior to another flawed culture?
Certain aspects of it. The culture as a whole, no. But certain aspects.
If you sum total Saudi Arabia for the culture in England, which is superior?
Well, if you sum total the fact that the British government in cahoots with the American government supports Saudi Arabia getting a lot of their
No, not right. No. Right now, not history. No, you're not answering my question, brother. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If you had a choice to move to Saudi Arabia or to England, what you lived would be their culture. So I'm asking you a simple question here and now, as we are live today, 2020. Which culture right now would you, as a black man, prefer to live in?
I wouldn't prefer to live in either. That's why I live here in Finland.
I'm saying if you have that choice.
Let's be real how things are. Okay, let's talk about how things are, not hypothetical. I told you my answer to your question is this. I prefer to live where I live now, which is in Finland.
I gave you a different scenario, bruv.
Well, I'll put it this way. Yes, of course, I would prefer to live in a country with the freedoms that Britain has, as opposed to Saudi Arabia. Of course.
Good.
Listen, I'm not here to bullshit you and lie to you. No, I wouldn't. Me, myself personally, no. I would, as a black man.
So there is a superior culture then, yes?
Well, as far as how they treat their people, yes. But then at the same time, though, you got a lot of people who are protecting that so-called inferior culture because of the black gold that they have too. So now, what makes them superior? They see all the exploitation. They're not trying to stop it. So what makes them superior?
Hold on. Look, don't take this personal, Eric. Yeah, but I just read something by Dave that I found hilarious. So Dave said Eric could put heroin to sleep. Right now, I know Dave is not the funniest guy in the world, but damn, I did think that was hilarious. Eric, what I'm saying to you is, right, when we're getting in this discussion, yeah, the reason why we had this discussion basically was James Jones was apparently saying that the British culture or English culture is more superior to others because it's dominant and it's everywhere. People want to take it on, all that kind of stuff. But I think there's a lot more to it than that. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot more than just being dominant. I think there's also the advertisement of a culture. All right. So England, for instance, has taken on your coffee culture. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have, you know, like your coffee shops, for instance, and dating, for instance.
Well,
you know what I mean?
People like coffee. You know, so yeah.
Veli, Fred Kuhn, shout out Veli, come to the back door wherever you're supposed to be. You have Fred Kuhn in the back, waiting to come on and chat his garbage. As we know, he don't talk no damn sense, but at least we have freedom of speech on your show. God damn it. So yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I have to shout out. Obviously, he has to come here, rant and rave. Get, you know, the stress of the day. He has to come and rant and rave. I'm actually working while I'm talking, so if any noise in the background, just let me know. I'll mute up. Other than that, I'll jump in. So Eric, do you have any ideas of a theoretical culture that you would say is perfect for humans? So in other words, it's not been implemented, hasn't been implemented in the past, but you say if this was done, it would produce perfection, kind of thing.
Oh wow!
Let me just say this for those people.
So what you're asking me is that do I have an idea of utopia?
Yeah. In a sense, do you have a book or a philosophy or teaching that you would say that's the case?
Wow.
Sophia's firing shots at Veli, boy. Jeez, Veli always got man backstage. That's not very nice. That's not very nice.
Wow, I couldn't know. I actually I don't. I know. Not like that. I think the thing about it is this. I don't think that as long as you have human beings living on Earth, you're going to have a utopia. Plain and simple. People are flawed. People's thinking logic is flawed. Even people who are theists, and I say this as a theist, okay, who don't even follow the tenets of their faith, their thinking is flawed. They've lost their way, okay, or I'll say we've lost our way. So I don't see that type of utopia forthcoming. I'll put it that way.
Listen to the question, Eric. I said in relation to theoretically. In other words, if people followed it, do you have anything like I said the Islam of the Quran? What would you use?
Okay, well then, from that perspective, okay, since you're coming at it from theism, then I would say that the scriptures of my faith are behind faith without the net.
Hmm. Oh, you're what do you call it again? Baha'i, right?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant.
But at the same time, though, I'm looking at it this way, okay? Because now that you brought religion into it, the way I look at it is this: if people actually perfectly follow the tenets of their faith, okay, there wouldn't be so many different religions. There wouldn't be so many different religious arguments and things like that.
Yeah, I hear you, Eric. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, Eric. Listen, quickly. I just come back from the GP, and my blood pressure is down to 127. Yeah, down from 180 something. So life is good.
You had dangerously high blood pressure.
Hey, bro, listen. The doctor, when I initially went into the doctor, they told me that I was close to having a stroke.
Bloody
I was
hell.
close to having a stroke.
This way I have to believe. You have to believe in the Lord.
180 blood pressure, yeah.
You in the unholy spirit. That's why. This is why you see you have to believe in the Lord to save you from high blood pressure.
Wait. So are you saying it was the Lord and not the exercise and blood pressure medicine? No, get out of here, you bastard.
He was talking to me, bruv. I said through the speakers, all that the intellect. You know what I mean? It helped you, and I'm glad to know I can help you from afar. You know what I mean? My healing. You know, send some PayPal money all the way to East to the Black Select.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
The healing,
Your many, bro. Since cat, you're a good cat. You're a good cat.
You know what? I was just gonna come on with a quick question. 1 second, East. Or Black Fred.
Come on,
Freddy. Bless up. Yeah. All right. What I'm saying, is boom now. How are we judging this thing? Is it? I want to know if superior and inferior is subjective, because I'm not really. I don't know. Or how are we judging it? Are we judging it? Is genocide making people superior, or is poverty making people inferior, or a high murder rate, is that making them inferior? I don't know.
This is where James Jones would have to, because I think that would be the point where James Jones is saying that British culture and American culture is superior because everyone's rushing to it. But this is why I said we have to go to certain aspects of the culture. So I would say technological, but morals, it's bankrupt as hell. So simple as that.
Yeah, actually, I'm in agreement with that still. Do you know what I mean? Because there's no way you can call yourself superior off the back of murder and genocide. Do you know what I'm saying? That don't really make sense. And there's no way I could say someone's inferior to me because their lack of funds. They haven't got enough.
Well, just
you know
look
what
at
I mean?
People in the bush. Them people in the bush, how they love nature, they love themselves and have respect. You know what I mean? Just because they're not technically advanced, but they're clearly a superior culture. So, you know what I mean?
Most definitely. The way they live naturally and their elders grow to a certain age, and you know what I mean? Like they're living in harmony. The murder rate's probably much lower than London.
No,
you know what I mean? I don't know. Like I'm just trying to follow the argument on how we gauging the superiority. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it has to be subjective, because if you think about it, okay, all these cultures on this planet Earth, on all the countries on this planet Earth, okay, people rob, beat, stab, rape, and kill each other within the same country, within the same continent. This shit happens on a daily basis, okay? You can't stage all the shit that comes out on the news. They ain't all talking shit out of their ass, okay? When they're on the ground in these countries and they're doing reports and shit like that. So this is why I say that no, ultimately, I don't think there's any one culture that's superior to others. There are aspects of it, okay, that I would say is superior. For example, the example that was questioned of me was, okay, would I rather live in Saudi Arabia or in Britain? Okay, and I finally answered that. Of course, I prefer to live in Britain. Okay, because I'm not a Saudi. So if I go to Saudi Arabia as a black man, I have no idea how I'm going to be treated. Okay, until I get there. I can only make speculations based on.
Brother, can I cut you there 1 second? Brother, can I cut you there 1 second? So sorry, bro. But if all you know is freedom or relative freedom, to think about living in bondage, obviously it's a rhetorical question. You're gonna say no. Do you get what I'm saying? Like when I moved from England and lived in the Caribbean for a number of years and set up businesses, etc., etc. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I couldn't imagine myself living in poverty. I had to adjust, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? So it's only adjustments, bruv. It didn't mean that I was living worse, huh? I was actually living a better standard of living because I could have lunch on the beach. Do you know what I'm saying? I was actually living better. But I was less. There was less income coming in per annum.
Yeah, because I look at it this way now. With that question again, this brings me back to the question of whether I would rather live in Britain or Saudi Arabia. Now, if I'm in Saudi Arabia and I'm living and I'm connected to the royal family, I'm living large. Why not live there?
Facts, bruv. Big facts.
You hear what
If you're on the other
you
side,
hear what I'm saying? You do you know, do you understand what I'm talking about? But see, the thing about it is, I'm not in the Saudi royal family, okay? And the shit that goes on there is horrific. But the shit that goes on here in the West is also horrific. In the United States of America, do you understand there are 2 million people locked in prisons throughout the 50 states of the United States of America? And I'm talking to you as an American. I know what I'm talking about, okay? I do research and I check up on this shit. You understand what I'm saying? 2 million people, okay? We got more prisoners in prisons, that is state-run prisons, government-run prisons, and privately run prisons that are in fact on the New York Stock Exchange, okay, for public investment into these private prisons. All right, we got more people in prison than damn near anywhere else in the world. But we're in the West, right? People want to come over to America, right? Why? They want the economic opportunity. They want you know the education to learn skills and you know in technology and running businesses and whatnot. And they use their experience from their homeland. They bring it with them, and in a lot of cases, it works for them. Okay, they're about something. They have a mission in life. You know, they have a legacy that they want to set, perhaps for their for their families or what have you. You understand? And even if they're single individuals, okay, they want to make their mark in the world. So they go to the country where they can do that most easily and most freely. And a lot of people tend to think that the USA and perhaps Britain are two of the main countries in the West in which they can do that. So they flee their homelands and they come over to the West. You know, I mean, scratch history, man. This is why I say, man. I mean, how do you say that one culture is superior to another? Yes, Saudi Arabia, they do some horrific shit. But me as an American, knowing that there's 2 million people locked up in prison, Saudi Arabia doesn't have as many prisoners as USA does. You know, so that's just my view and my perspective, you know, but it is what it is.
Yeah, so as I was saying, damn it. Versus coronavirus. Eric.
Yeah. Listen to you.
Yeah, sorry. La 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 la. No, I think we've done this thing. Whose culture is superior or our culture is the same? Yeah. I think we've dealt with that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, people are just waiting for me to say it. So, the worst culture on planet Earth is the stinking Sunni finger batty sodomite culture. So all people, especially black people, run for the hills when you see these stinking Sunni savage batty finger sodomites coming. Run the other way all the time. Anyway, that's the main thing that we were getting to. The Sunni culture is inferior. You heard Waleed and his missus both praised that culture, saying, boasting proudly how finger batty culture is their culture. How confident the hell you on internet, millions of people listening, and you give a tough sit, you give a breakdown of why you would do the finger batty nastiness and the Sunni savage monkey beast sodomite nastiness. You stink. Run for the hills. all black people, all white people, China people, get the hell out of here. Even when they touch, see, look at Beloved. Look at Beloved, this nasty, stinky doo-doo finger. When you see him typing, mute your flipping computer. Mute your computer because his germs, the Sunni corona batty finger virus, gonna come through your speakers and give you all kind of germs. Notice how people that ain't even been in contact with any coronavirus Chinese or whoever. No, they got it from Beloved and all his nasty, stinking doo-doo fingers. Don't trust none of them.
So you say all Sunnis are this way. Obviously, as you're saying no, because you laugh.
No. All right. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying, right? You make me laugh. What I am saying is that when you have a culture, listen. Most people when they have something that they do wrong, right? For instance, one of the things I saw that shocked me, and I'll never forget it, was this. No offense to anyone out there who's white, but a fat white dude on a bus, and he dug his nose like he was looking for friggin' diamonds or gold, pulled out this massive nasty bogey, and just stuck it straight in his mouth and sucked his finger, bro. That traumatized my flipping mind. He done it on a bus, open. There was no shame. It's not even like he covered it with a tissue and whatever's wrong with him, right? So,
Issa, are you the type of guy that would blame a Sunni for the corona outbreak? Isn't it?
Bruv, it was them. Bruv, Saudi Arabia got control of the media too, bruv. Get out of it. So what I was saying, Eric, what my point is.
Silly.
Hold on. Eric, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, my brother, right?
Yeah.
What you have to remember is when somebody like Waleed and so on come out so confidently and they're saying this is how they humble people in their culture, which is what? To finger their batty. Nastiness. And then put the same dirty finger on the computer. You get me? And then we're catching germs as it goes through their mic and goes through the Wi-Fi, comes through your speaker. Nah, you have to mute, bruv.
Yeah.
I had to put spray, bruv. I use fumigation all around my speakers when you're dealing with these nasty people, bruv. Trust me. Fumigate your laptop and save yourself from these damn people. Get all kind of Dettol spray and all of that. But anyway, yeah, as I was saying, and then imagine this. This is what Waleed said, right? And he was saying it to another black man, right?
Issa, somebody in the chat said you're a Shia Quranist Islamophobe.
Well, who cares what these dumb? Was that a Sunni monkey? Who was that?
Hey, Ultra, you going on holiday tomorrow?
Was that don't listen to them type of people like what I respect nothing, including
trying to pack.
Hold on. One sec. I haven't finished. I was just explaining something. Hold on. I was just explaining something to Eric.
About the Bangkok, right, within the Sunni sect, right?
No, now, hold on, brother. Wait.
Because you brought up a topic. You said that the Sunnis, they're batty men,
No. Listen to what I'm, Eric. No, you're not getting it.
No, wait.
So you're not going to get it clear and then comment on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, it's not only individuals. When I was a Sunni, right? When I was a Sunni, I was told how this is how they torture people in Egypt. They rape the men to torture them. Do you understand? So my point is, my brother, is if they've been doing this as a norm, and then we have Waleed and we have Zubaydah, these two people that are good and bad, they're friendly and they're not friendly with a black person who's quite well known, right? And then the reward that he gets for sticking up for Sunnis is they want to finger Hibati and sodomize him. And I'm saying to you, she then went on to explain that's what they do in their culture. Now, I've known this for a long time, but I didn't want to make it an issue of being the Sunni way of doing things. But I'm just saying, I know black people are not fond of these things. So I'm just saying, black people, be careful. When you go to the masjid, if you're a black Sunni, make sure you're in the last row and your bum is against the wall. Right? Don't be bending over in the front row and all these nasty Sunni pagan stinking Kaffirats are behind you with their doo-doo finger and the rest of their sodomizing force. Do not go in the front row if you're black. Okay? Around these Sunnis. You get what I'm saying? Make sure your bum is against a wall when you do sujood and you pray to Allah. Simple as that. But yeah, Eric, what I'm saying to you, my brother, simply this. There is a cultural phenomena amongst these people. Okay? And a lot of black people want to turn the blind eye to it. And we must stop turning a blind eye to these dirty, nasty people, because they always want to come with the friendly this and the friendly that, and all these things to deceive us. You get what I'm saying? We need to be careful of these dirty people like Beloved, and you've got that nasty, that pork chop or that turkey pork chop name what's his name, Carnito, that stinking savage, that dirty beast. You get what I'm saying? You got all of these nasty people that come up all friendly, and then they want to cause friction between black people. You get what I'm saying? Nasty, bro. Yeah. But look at Beloved. He says, chill people, I'll slap him up. How is this little bloody half-evolved ape creature, the missing link of evolution, gonna come and slap to the black Tilla Cup? Bro, shut up, man. When you evolve to being a human being fully, if you can ever get there, bro. You need genetic. Can we get a GoFundMe to genetically modify and evolve Beloved, the little bloody midget, whatever he is, a little dirty, nasty monkey?
Why are you dissing this? Why are you dissing this brother like this, man?
See what he says in the chat about me, my brother. I've met him anyway. He's stinky, brother. He's wicked. That's what I'm saying, Eric. You have to understand something, Eric. You need to understand, my brother. Right? You need to understand. It's like me saying to you, why do black people in America talk about the police that way? You get me? If I don't know how the police are, if I think the police are all lovey-dovey and they're there to support justice, and you're telling me what it's like, yeah? You get me? I have to listen to what you're saying. I'm telling you, I was a Sunni, bro. I was around these people. You get me?
Taking that ultra.
Okay. But then at the same time, though. But at the same time,
Magician,
but you don't have your anti-Sunni batty fingers, bro.
It's not only people. It's not only people.
James, Dark Magician, I can't hear what you're saying, bro.
Why are you taking that hard drive with you?
Taking a what?
Was that a hard drive? Like a
No, it's a portable charger.
Ah. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your name again? Ultra Funky. Have you got the anti-Sunni coronavirus spray? Have you got all of that in the tablets?
I do. Look, here it is.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, well, obviously you've got to disguise it under another label. I understand.
You've got anti-coronavirus tablets.
Sunni, anti-Sunni coronavirus.
Anti-coronavirus liquid. Look.
Sunni, there you go. See? Just drink some sour sop, some bitters and stuff, and you'll be good, bro. You'll be good. But anyway, yeah, vitamin C, everybody. Take loads of vitamin C. Whenever you're going into a Sunni-dominated area, take at least 2,000 to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 milligrams of vitamin C to boost your immunity from the stinking Sunni, savage, batty finger, sodomite.
Listen, forget all that Sunni stuff. Look, I've got this.
Oh, shut up. Where you going again? Where you going? Look, where you say you going?
Look,
hold on, no, where you going? Because I want to know if you're over there, bruv. You ain't be talking. I'm gonna mute every time you speak, bruv. That virus ain't coming from no Wi-Fi for me, bruv. Yeah. What's that?
Hemorrhoid cream.
What's
hemorrhoid
that?
cream? They're fucking energy tablets. You put it in water and it gives you fucking boost, you silly bastard. Hemorrhoid cream.
You say hemorrhoid? Hemorrhoid cream.
Since when does hemorrhoid cream come as tablet in tablet form?
I just saw it, bro. I was thinking, what the fuck is that?
When? What? This?
Yeah.
Can you read it? I don't know if my camera not clear.
Yeah, I've read it. Orange flavor.
Yeah, Samaroon said the majority of Shia Iran are the ones infested with corona. Yes, that's right, because that's where you stinky Sunni pagan infidel doo-doo finger monkey rats over there carrying Sunni savage monkey beef.
Isa, you have to cut this out now. That's enough, man.
He's in the chat, bro. You got to respond. Listen.
Because this behavior that he's talking about, it happens outside of Sunni culture also.
It does indeed. But you know what, Eric? It's not disguised under religion. That's the difference. That's what you have to remember, Eric. It's not disguised under
no. A lot of it is disguised under religion. Okay?
No, listen.
Let's get that straight now. No, let's get that straight now. Let's get that straight with Catholicism.
Show me where.
Right now.
Hold on, Eric. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying before you respond. I'm saying to you, there is a book called the Quran. Okay, it has some clear-cut statements that show you that this ideology, Sunnism, is nothing to do with Islam. It's the exact opponent. So show me some doctrine where the book teaches something and they believe exactly the opposite of the book. Go ahead, bro.
You know what? I'll put it this way. Like I say, so you're saying, so wait. So you're saying that the Shia sect of Islam, they're the righteous sect, right?
No, that's not. I never said that, bro. I said that.
And the Sunni sect is a false sect. But you said there's no reference to the Sunni sect.
Eric, Eric, listen carefully. Stop with the foolishness. I never said the Shia sect. When I talk about Sunni, that doesn't mean I'm talking from the angle of Shia or Ahmadi or Quranist. If I talk about Sunni,
I asked you. No. I asked you a question. Don't read into it. I asked you a question.
And why would you ask me that question? Okay. Why wouldn't you say it as a black man?
And I asked you that question because you say that in the Quran there's there's no reference to the Sunni.
I never said that. This is what I'm saying. You're not listening carefully. I said.
Okay, what did you say then?
I'll say it again. The teachings of Sunnism, the fundamental principles of it, are 180 degrees opposite of what the Quran teaches. Okay, that's what I said. So it's hiding under the banner of Islam while being 180 degrees opposite and against Islam. That's what I said. For you to ask me about Shia, I never said that, I'm saying to you Shia is better. I didn't say that. The Islam of the Quran is what I am on. But the conversation we're having is about the Sunni pagan stinking doo-doo finger nasty religion. So stick to the subject.
Well, wait a minute. Then why if that's the case, then why aren't the Muslims and the scholars and the imams and the mullahs getting at the Sunni?
In
fact, disband the Sunni sect altogether. Then
how can the majority ban themselves, bruv? Are you do you, bruv? Do you
No. You're not listening. No. Now you're not listening. Now you're not listening. I asked you this question. I said that if the Sunni is 180 degrees against the teachings of the Holy Quran, why is it not that the imams and the mullahs and wait. And listen to me. And other Muslims outside the Sunni sect, why aren't they doing something to resist it? Why are they doing something to disband several people?
They are, but they're like 80% number one, and they're backed by America, Israel, and England, okay, in military warfare. So what I suggest you do, my brother, is you fumigate your thing, because obviously the germs of the Sunni pagans have got to you through Wi-Fi or something, because really you're not paying. I don't know how you can even ask that question knowing that America is supporting Saudi Arabia to bomb the Yemenis, to bomb people in Afghanistan.
Well, the point I'm making, the point I'm making is this. The only how can I say it? The idea that I have is this, okay, that overall, okay, there's no one superior culture over the other. And the reason why I make this argument is because within countries that are seen to the rest of the world to value human rights of their citizenry, of their immigrants, and all this type of thing from the West or from westernized countries or whatever, right? They do a lot of horrific shit to their own people within their own countries. That's what I say.
Yeah, yes, Eric. But
And
okay,
it happens on a daily basis.
Do you agree, Eric, that the Sunnis enslaved black people hundreds of years before white people? Do you agree, and that white people got it from the Sunnis? Do you agree with that?
Well, that could very well be. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the Sunnis.
Good. Exactly. So therefore, you're clearly not qualified to even speak on this subject with confidence against a black intellect. This is a very simply.
I never said I knew. That's why I asked you. Well, that's why I asked you questions, though. Wait a minute, time out. That's why I asked you questions. Okay. I asked you questions.
They weren't questions. They had a tone of voice which implied something, and the words you used which clearly implied something.
Well, no, you say they imply something. I asked you a question. Now, what you think about those questions, that's up to you. I can't control what you think about those questions, but I asked you questions. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't tell you what the Sunni sect is about. I didn't even try to tell you that.
What did you tell about Shia sect? Hold on. What did you tell about Shia sect?
I said I didn't tell you what the Sunni sect is about. I didn't tell you.
Just tell me.
I asked you questions.
Yeah, what was the question?
I asked you a question. The question that I asked you was this. Okay. Since the question I asked you was that since the Sunni, right, their teachings are 180 degrees against the teachings of Islam, right, in the Quran, right? I said, okay, well, are they?
No, you said, am I saying that Shia is the proper Islam and the perfect Islam? That's what you asked me, yes?
Yes, that's what I asked you. As opposed to the Sunni.
Can you hear me?
Because they're the two major sects in Islam, right?
Very mute up.
Yo.
That's why I asked you a question.
One sec. Eric, Issa, hold on one sec. Yeah, big up everyone on the paddle. Yo, Raj, well, go on, you there?
Oh, I'm in. All right, all that hours.
Yeah.
How would Raj not know he's in?
Yeah.
I thought I'd been blocked, man, because it said I couldn't get into the room because it's full. I thought, oh, they're trying to protect someone. I was like, all right, cool, man. All right, fair enough. I thought everyone's closing ranks on me.
No. Raj. Let me just finish helping Eric out.
Yeah, but listen. What's
the question
Obviously,
of the day?
listen, you stick to the question of the day and the topic of what's on the menu today, yeah?
Yeah, it's the last day. I'm going home. I'm going home today, so yeah, last day.
Raj specifically has to have specific instructions.
No, I will say I agree with you. I agree with you about toilet brush though. Toilet brush.
Oh my god, this guy.
No, you said about beloved the toilet brush. I agree with you.
Oh, is that what you call him? Oh, okay, bring up. Yeah.
We call him toilet brush.
You just finish help out Eric. So what I'm saying, Eric, here is for you to ask me that question. You already had an idea of my position, and I'm saying because of that, that's an accusation. Do you get me? Because you didn't hear me say that in what I'm saying. So that's my point of your perspective. All I'm saying is, brother, if I put Sunnism on the table, then it's best if you openly ask the question, well, what do I say is true Islam, etc. Although the conversation is about this specific thing, I don't know why you divert from that. Because you asked me everything.
The only reason why I asked you about the two sects. You wait a minute. The only reason why I asked you about the two sects was because you talk about the way that you talk about the Sunni.
Thinking Sunni,
right? I said, well, since you're in such opposition to them, I asked you.
Yes.
Okay. If in fact the Shias are the true.
I have to help you with your own question again, right?
And the reason why I asked you this question, because as far as I know, the two main sects that are talked about when you talk about people who are followers of Islam is Sunni and Shia.
So if I'm an atheist, then hold on, Eric. If I'm an atheist, would you then say, oh, is that because I'm an atheist, or is it just because it's facts I'm putting on the table?
Wait, say that again? Ask that question again?
Does it have to be a Shia that says it, or can it be an atheist or a Christian or someone else that speaks facts about Sunnism?
It could be anybody who speaks facts.
Thank you. Exactly. So therefore,
it could be anybody who speaks facts.
Whether I'm saying Shia is the right one or any of that stuff is irrelevant to the point. Because you asked me, the first question was the reason why I'm saying this. Am I saying all Sunnis are like this? All of this kind of talk. And I'm saying, if you look at the thing simply, focus on what I'm saying, just like if you in America started saying how brutal the police were and the justice system, etc., it's very simple. I would focus on what you're telling me. I wouldn't start saying, well, what do you black people do for them to shoot you down? I wouldn't be coming with that rubbish. I would focus on what you're saying. I'm saying because you have been infected with this stinking, dirty, Sunni pagan doo-doo finger virus.
I haven't been infected with any of it. So let's get off that. Let's get off that right now because you're the one that came in here hollering. Okay.
When we came in, I was on their way before you came in.
You came in here hollering about you started hollering about the Sunnis. That's why I asked you the question. That's why I asked you the question before you came.
Don't lie on me. Don't lie on me.
You started hollering about the Sunnis.
Number one, I was there before you.
Well, first of all,
right, you're not tripping anymore.
Guys, you focus on
Eric Ingram. I'm going to complain to the highs about you. I'm going to write a letter.
You narrowed your focus down to Sunni cultures, which you did.
Eric, just let me ask you a question, right? Let's start the root.
When you started with sounding like to me to be an attack on Sunnis.
Can you hear me?
I don't know enough about Sunnis, and I told you that.
But you're crazy, bro. Eric, don't worry about it, bro. You good. Go on, Dave.
Well, you got to start at the core. Does Eric believe that Shias are a persecuted group?
Brother, come on, Eric. Eric don't know nothing, brother. He lives in a cave or a basement or something. Leave him down there. Don't worry.
No, I don't live in the basement. I don't live in the cave. Okay.
Eric, can you hear me?
But I ask questions when I don't know.
Shit.
You
I
had
can
a
answer
you.
but what I'm saying is this: I ask questions when I don't know, and that's
No,
why I
you
ask
just
questions.
lied on me, bruv. It's not accepted.
I lied on you. How did I lie on you?
You
Tell
just
me
said
how I lied on you.
you said I came up in here talking about Sunni this and Sunni that when I was on here before you got on here, and we were talking about culture, and Sunniism wasn't the main topic, Mr. Eric.
What's your name? What's
But
your
you
name, though?
made it.
What's
But you
your
made
name?
it the main topic. What the fuck
What's
are
your
you
name?
talking about?
What's
You
your
made it
name,
the main
Isa?
topic about attacking Sunnis. So what the fuck are you telling me?
I'll tell you
did
again.
that shit,
You
not
lied
me.
by telling me I came up in here when I was here before you came on. Do you not understand English? What the hell's wrong with your brain, bruv? How can you tell me I came
fine.
up in here when I was here
Okay,
before you?
fine. All right. Okay, fine. Oh, fine.
What's your name? What's your name, Isa?
I'll make a
What's your name
correction.
today?
Okay. Wait. Because I correct myself when I'm wrong.
Good.
Okay. So I'll make the correction. What you did was you narrowed down the question of the day down to the Sunnis.
I didn't narrow it down. What I did was I stated about another culture. Now, because you're not elevated enough or intelligent enough or knowledgeable enough to speak on the subject, then that's fine. You can sit out of the conversation. But that was part of the conversation that I put on the table. It's a very simple thing.
And I asked you questions about what you said.
Yeah.
I didn't mean suggestions. I asked you questions.
You know what, Eric? Dave, get him, bro. Get him, Dave. Go on.
All right.
Can you hear me? Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Crazy Americans up in here today, bro. What's going on?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Okay, but you can stop all that bullshit now because you were the one. You were the one that came in here with all that noise. Okay, about the Sunnis, and that's why I asked you questions.
Yes,
that's why I asked you questions about it. And I told you, and I also told you that I don't know enough about it. That's why I'm asking you questions. Did I not say that?
You're a liar because you didn't just ask me questions. You made assumptions. Okay.
I made assumptions such as.
So you assumed by saying. So you're saying this is your question. So you're saying that the Shia are the perfect Islamic sect. That's what you said to me, Eric, and that's where it went.
I asked you. I asked you.
Yes.
That.
But you're saying
That's
so.
right.
I'm saying, why didn't you say so? I'm saying that atheism is a perfect sect. Why didn't you say that to me, or the disbelief, or whatever, or Quranist? Why did you say Shia?
You brought up Islam. You brought up the Sunni culture.
Sunnis, yes. So why did you come back
you
and be with Shia?
You brought that up, and that's why I asked you questions in reference to that.
Come on. Let's all be friends. Come on, let's all be friends.
Fine. You know what you do? You know what you do? You brought it back and see what questions I asked you.
Remind you of your own questions.
Then rewind and see what questions I asked you.
Eric, listen to what I'm saying to you. Twice I had to remind you of your own question. That's how bad it is, bruv. So I suggest that you allow me to teach
I suggested you rewind and listen to the question I asked you.
You were there fumbling. You said, I said to you, you're speaking some bloody Holy Spirit language, trying to remember what the hell you said. What the hell is this?
What I said was, I suggest you rewind and listen again to the question.
I suggest you rewind and leave that garbage cult of bloody Baha'ism that you're in.
Okay. But you know what though? But you know what though? I'm satisfied being a Baha'i. You understand me?
You're not satisfied being Baha'i because you were just swearing, and obviously it can't even help you remember your flipping question 5 minutes ago.
I'm satisfied with you. I'm satisfied with you.
Let's just agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree and move on.
Raj, what do you say to superior culture?
Okay.
I don't like people fighting. I hate fighting.
Okay, I'm asking you a question of the day. Raj,
I'm on people. I'm here for peace. I'm always here for peace, man.
Right, Raj. So answer the question of the day because you're gonna get war. What's happening? Which culture is superior, Mr. Raj? Oh, Rajanator. There you go.
What we haven't given you an option though. I mean, I don't think any culture is perfect. All cultures have big bad parts. But some cultures are definitely worse overall.
So they must be superior, right? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think some cultures are superior. Now, I'm going to have to talk about my own people's culture from before, just because of the fact that otherwise I'm going to look like I'm picking other people's culture. So I'll give an example of in India. I think somebody mentioned before, they used to have a sati, yeah? So when somebody died, the male, the female would jump on the funeral pyre
Yeah.
and die with the thing. And that wasn't commonplace all the time, but that was part of the culture.
Where was this? Sorry, Raj. Where was this?
In
Because I read
India,
about
in India.
Yeah, which
So
part? Do you know any specific?
it was pretty much all over from what I understand. It was a very bad practice. So
Was that by choice, Raj, or was it?
often,
It was by force.
No, look, they might say it's through choice, but it's not really through choice. When the culture, like, so basically, it's like, oh, if the woman goes, so if the woman says I don't want to do it, like everyone's gonna look at her sideways, like, no, you're going on that fire, bitch. Yeah. So no matter what she does, she's going on there. Yeah. So it's not really thinking. So that part of culture, of the Indian culture, is objectively bad, isn't it?
The colonizers banned it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Europe used to do it as well. You do know that the Vikings, the Vikings used to
The
also
only
do it.
point I was making when I brought that up was that was it right for them to ban it? And
Yeah, of course.
does that constitute saying that it's a superior thing to do that?
No, but look, if you're going into
So we're back to the moral argument.
it's not about. So if someone let me finish the question. So say somebody because the Vikings used to do the same thing. From my understanding, when the male died, some of the women used to die on the funeral pyre as well. So if someone went into Norway and told them like this is a bad cultural practice, there's nothing wrong with that. You're telling people to stop doing bad things, and it's culturally objectively bad. Yeah. So when they went into India and they said, okay, this is bad. The other thing is like the caste system. You can say it's part of the religion of Hinduism, but the caste system is also in people's cultures now, and that is objectively bad as well.
It's empirically bad, yeah. You can
prove I mean,
objectively.
Hold on. Is caste system is okay? There's a complexionist caste system, but do you agree, Raj? Because apparently, what a lot of Hindus have basically said when I brought this up is, well, it was originally about skills, and like those people that were intellectual type people, they became the Brahmins, and it was like a culture, like the hand-me-down. So in Hebrew culture, you'd have the scribes, for instance. So they were the people that were intellectual. They learned the law and they were writing. So like back in the day, you had the smiths and the blacksmiths and whatever else. So, would it be true to say that that's originally what it was?
Are there Hindus about? Is there any Hindus around? Because they don't seem to come on the panels. Where are they? Why are you hiding? Come on. Are there any such? There's a billion Hindus. I've never met one. Like I've only met one or two.
Raj, can I ask you?
Let me just answer that. So I'm not saying what I'm going to say is correct, but this is from my understanding of researching. The caste system was originally implemented, I think, maybe on a racial hierarchy with an invading force from the Caucasus Mountains, and the original inhabitants of North India, like the Indus Valley, the Harappan civilization, were the South Dravidians. The people that are from northern Dan. They were dark skinned, and I believe that the people come from the Caucasus set up a caste system. Now, in the beginning, you could move between castes. Yeah, so. Although you was born into a caste, you could actually mobily move if you had a relevant skills. But what happened over like 1,000 or so years, because remember the caste system is like 4,000 or 5,000 years old, it becomes solidified. So it didn't matter if you were, say, one of the most intellectual people. If you was born in a Dalit caste, which is the lowest caste, and outside the caste system, which is one of the most oppressive caste systems, those people will be cleaning shit on the floor. Yeah. And it doesn't matter how intelligent they are. Or you could have a general. You can have somebody that could have been the greatest ever general, because he's born in the wrong caste. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So yeah, I mean, I think it becomes solidified up. They're telling you part truths, I think, because it was still based on like your upbringing or who you was born into.
Yeah, right. So they said basically the conversation is that British people don't have a culture, but when the English went to India and invaded and occupied, what was the influence that the English had on India? Because if we had no culture, what do we take to India?
All right. So people saying there's no culture in the UK, you're mad.
Yeah.
Just what you look. And I'm not. They're going to say, Raj, you're a sellout. India's got a culture, a beautiful culture. Africa's got the culture. Every place, China, and the Brits have their own culture. Just walk around London, and everything here around there is the culture, from the buildings to the music to the atmosphere to the humor. You name it, it's part of the culture of the fabric. Now the problem is because of the colonial past of the Brits, people have got a sour taste in their mouth, and so they kind of try and deny something that is totally untrue, which is that the British do have a strong culture. They just don't like it because of what they've done in the past. So in order
It's a
to kind of
tactic
like
to undermine British
yeah,
people.
there's 100% a British culture. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you're mad if you think there's no British culture.
But that would have been my question to Dan, though. What is the significance of it to him? Because I believe it is to ultimately undermine British people as a group. Because if you say we have no culture and these type of things, it is basically to undermine us and make us feel less about ourselves.
No, I mean, what it is, yeah, they're going to use the reasoning that, oh, your culture is an amalgamation of everyone else's culture. But so is everybody else's culture.
But that's my other. That's
all right,
my
so
other
hold on
question,
one minute.
though.
So if you look at India in the north, yeah, where my people are from, we actually have a lot of words from Persia, from Turkey. What's that noise?
Yeah, what is that?
Is that me?
Are you moving about?
Yeah. So,
Sorry. What,
oh my God, are you got the coronavirus or something? What's happened?
Does the culture have to originate
So-
with a people for it to be your culture? Is that
No.
basically what they're
So
saying?
my culture, if you look in North India now, is an amalgamation of so many different cultures invading India through that part. So the Greeks went in there. You're talking about the Turks. You're talking about the Mughals. You're talking about people from all over the place. The Iranians,
English.
all over the place. The English. So everything has gone into it. Yeah, and it's like now a melting pot of different kind of cultures, but it's still Indian culture now. So when you look at the architecture of the buildings in India, especially the north, they're strongly influenced by the Islamic culture, the domes and stuff like that. Yeah, that wasn't originally in India, from my understanding. That comes during a later time. So when you look at a lot of the temples, even Sikh temples, the domes are very influenced by, like, the Islamic culture and stuff like that. Yeah.
But is that the argument that they're making, though, Raj? If a culture doesn't originate with a people, it's ultimately not your culture. Is that the argument that they're trying to make?
I don't know what the argument. Let me read the question again. Is whose culture is superior or no? But that's not a question they're asking. They're not asking about whether the Brits have a culture. They're saying is a culture more superior than another culture? And I would say yes. That
Well, yeah,
some
all cultures are not equal. Yeah.
No, they're not. Some cultures are shit.
No. The question is specific. It says whose culture is superior, or are all cultures the same?
Well,
So
for
when
instance-
when you're answering the question, you're saying that there is a culture. You're either saying all cultures are the same, which would be a lie, or you're saying that there is a culture which is superior, and you can specify that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that will produce an argument or debate. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, English people are criticized for having a drinking culture, right? We have this like yob culture. But for me, this is going to be controversial. Other peoples who have a culture of in marrying family members is worse.
Let me tell you something, yo. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Big up everyone in the chat though. Yeah, you saying I think G Block's made it to the next level.
Yeah,
now,
I know. I know.
Because of me.
The next level of what?
Because of me. Because
Yeah.
I want my.
You got drunk Muslims now making streams with my picture on there. Fucking.
You what?
They're worshipping you. They're worshipping you doing shit.
Hold on. What are you saying, really? What are you saying?
Yo, I said I got a drunk Muslim making streams with my picture on his fucking
Wow.
on this. You got me? I'm like, oh,
it's called shirk. They're worshipping Veli
Hold
now.
on, drunk Sunnis. Let's get it right. Drunk Sunnis, bruv. Drunk Sunnis, not Muslims. Sunnis, because she ain't doing that foolishness.
Read Irish's comment. Where's Irish's comment? Because the lady Queen Divine said, read. Oh, Irish said, I don't know him to. I don't know. Whatever.
But the culture of inbreeding for me is much more dangerous than our drinking culture. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh, okay. Irish Frame, email me. I'll give you my email address.
Dave,
What?
Dave,
Don't worry.
that's funny. Yeah,
No,
Dave.
they give us a bad reputation that they say, oh, we're yobs and all this kind of stuff. But the culture of inbreeding is much more detrimental than a drinker of a culture of drinking alcohol. For me personally.
So inbreeding is a cultural practice, and it's objectively bad.
What's funny about that?
Yo. Listen, Issa.
Yeah.
Man said I'm paying you to push black Sunnis away from Islam.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, I want the money back, man. Not enough people have left yet.
I reckon they're gonna have Veli.
Where's this streaming?
Don't advertise. But I would say that they're gonna probably have a statue of Veli soon in their homes, and they're gonna be doing worship.
Hold on, Veli, type it in the back chat. Let me see. I won't advertise. I just want to see what.
You know, I think you might be more hated than me recently, Veli. Well done. Come on. Heat of me.
Raj, didn't you see Carnito crying? Oh, but you put something up for hours and hours. So, like, Carnito's come on a channel that's not a Muslim channel, and Veli's putting up things, budding his own brethren. You know what I mean? I think some even budding himself, whatever. So, because he don't favor Carnito's Sunni paganism, all of a sudden he's crying. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, but if you're but the thing is, if you're strong enough, your belief is can stand with it's true. You should be able to take any amount of pressure in order to defend it. Now, the problem is because they've been like literally demolished by me. Obviously, sorry, Billy, I'm taking the responsibility. They're now shook. They come back on, and the thing is, they shouldn't be. They should come back on and try and defend what they believe. Like, even if I disagree with what they believe, I do admire people that kind of say, okay, this is my belief, you don't have to agree with it, but I'm going to defend my corner. Yeah.
But why do you think they're above they believe they're above criticism though? Where does that
I believe it's because the problem is this year with look this, I'm not going to make this a Shia or a Sunni thing, but I've realized one thing from Speaker's Corner is that the Shias are so used to being criticized that you can say pretty much anything to a Shia and they're not going to react. Yeah, but the problem is because they're the minority and they've been criticized for like hundreds of years. The Sunnis are not used to being criticized. They're very thin-skinned. So in Speaker's Corner, you see them getting kind of really agitated very quickly, and this is what's happening now. Yeah, because we've made the same argument. We've made the same argument to Shia, to Isa, the Banda Sunni, and basically, I'll guarantee you've had other Shias here, because they're so used to being criticized and mocked, their kinds of sensitivity levels are pretty high.
No, but not even that, Raj. Listen to me. You see,
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
No. You see, if you're the majority, yeah, and like your thing's the correct thing, it shouldn't matter what anybody says, right? But this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have. For some reason, like a specific sect of Sunnis, right, are not only making Isa correct, but they're the biggest snowflakes on the internet.
Yeah. Oh, you said something good today. Well done. Nothing bashing God, thank God.
All I do, Raj, you know, is spit gems. I came to a city show and helped my own. That's it.
I know you're a demon reincarnated.
Yeah. No, this is what I'm saying. I feel like. Hang on a second. This is what I know. I heard someone say. I'm not going to say who. Should Muslims be going onto the G block? And I'm just like, well, hang on a second. If we're on the G block and we're talking about something that affects you, and somebody misrepresents or says something wrong or says something you don't like, surely the right thing to do is not bitch and moan and cry like a baby, a malcontent, like emotionally immature, stupid waste of a brain dead moron, right? Maybe you should jump on the panel and correct the thing.
We do have somebody that's the great line of Sunni Islam, the toilet brush known as Beloved. Why don't you bring him on?
Oh, come on, bro. He's retarded, bro.
No, bring him.
He's not evolved anyway, bro. His brain.
Like, on a level though, Isa, like I like is it Mohib? Yeah, Mohib's cool, man. Mohib's cool.
Man who pushed Kalam, yeah. All right.
And the one that harassed me.
Everyone makes mistakes. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes, and people will do other shots.
He got finessed like by an old woman. I heard, like she was 90 years old.
He's a
little bit.
Yeah, but Veli, have you seen what they're saying latest?
And Veli, do you know what the worst thing about this whole thing is? All these stupid snowflakes are doing is making Isa, the black Talek, right.
Yeah,
I mean, surely that's the worst possible thing for them. Even more than shirk and blasphemy. Surely making Shia Isa actually correct has to be the worst thing you could possibly do. And that's all they do every day. Like, I'm starting to think, bro. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can't stand it when Shia says Sunni Kafir dog monkey rat Kafir. I don't like that.
You like you sound like you like saying it though.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
a
hear,
little bit
but
of
for me, I don't like it because for me it's not conducive with it's not constructive, isn't it? It's not constructive, but I feel like it's just an ad hominem. Who the hell cares? Like, I mean, Reggie gets disrespected all the time, and he still jumps on with his fucking impenetrable Christianity bullshit.
Reggie, have you ever thought about buying any more books?
No.
Have you ever thought about getting some books?
Get some books.
Nah, there's enough for me, man.
Is that your house?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You got the
man.
library on top, yeah? Come on.
Hang on, wait a second, Reggie, you got all them books and you're still a Christian. You don't read them books, man. They're just there for show.
No, I bet it's the fake wallpaper.
Reggie, why are you house sitting and putting on the camera while you're in some old white man's house, some old teacher?
He's in a library. Pull a book out, yeah. I bet it's a fake wall.
Let's see what your bedroom look like with the big picture of white Jesus, Reggie.
Wait, pause. What are you trying to ask man about his bedroom for? Pause, bro. Pause.
Because we know that's his personal, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. The point I'm making is, bruv.
Bro, listen, we all know Reggie's in the library. We all know Reggie can't read anything but the Bible. So just allow it.
You know, he ain't got headphones. We should shout all kind of thing and make him get kicked out of the library.
Yeah, but also, you better not bring Corona back with you. If you do that,
Corona. Yeah, no, but it's the problem is like what I've realised they start to discuss about not going on particular shows because they're getting their arse whooped. Like it shows like a lack of
It's not a lack of, it's snowflakery.
Yeah.
It's snowflakery.
Free. Yeah, we got man giving out L's from the chat, yeah, and then man bought you in the live thing as well. Dead.
Reggie. Sophia Lewis asked, "Are you in Adnan Rashid's library of revised Islamic history?"
No, I'm not that much of a bookworm like Adnan Rashid, you know. Like,
yeah, like all of these books are wrong. So what's the point?
No.
He rewrites Islamic history. Everything was done by the flower.
Reggie, how long did it take you to angle your camera, yeah, so perfectly that we would be seeing more of the bookshelf than of you? Like, is there a reason you've done that? Like, so specifically have us seeing the bookshelf and you're sort of in the way, you know what I mean? Was that give you some credence for when you speak? Like,
pull out one of the books so we can see it's a real bookshelf. Because I reckon it's fake. It's made out of cardboard and everything's flat.
You think that's wallpaper? That's just wallpaper, bro.
It's wallpaper. It's wallpaper.
It's got a picture of a bookshelf.
Yeah, go and do it. Pull a book out, man. Just pull out a random book here and let's see if it's not Harry Potter or something. Pull a book out. And let's see.
Shall I bring the best
he's not allowed to touch
just randomly. Don't look, you're looking too hard, man. Just randomly. I'll tell you which one. Second shelf. Yeah. Oh look, he went for the most intellectual one. Oh, all right, big up. Yeah, I can't argue that from a Christian. He believes the best book.
Simon James says green screen.
Green screen. Yes, respect. He's got Hollywood to make it. Industrial Light and Magic.
That should be a scholar, mate.
Yeah, much love and respect for that, Reggie. Yeah, so now we have to give you some sort of respect because you've got a bookshelf behind you. Yeah. No, it doesn't quite work that way, bro. You have to, let's see what what's that?
It's actually quite interesting the way that the perception changes when you have a bookshelf.
All right, give me something else.
I might do that myself.
Just choose
What's the chain of narration on that book?
Let's see if your brain is expanded. Come on, give us something other than that Bible book.
Oh man.
Yeah, give us something else.
Archaeology, law, sociology, anthropology.
He's looking and he's trying to find the one book here that isn't to do with Christianity. He's like, which one is it? Which one is it?
Tell the Holy Spirit to kick it out like Ghostbusters. Remember Ghostbusters making them books fly off the shelf?
Yeah, or Gin Busters. They need to make like a Saudi Arabian version, Gin Busters.
Give us science and technology.
Are you serious? Addiction, but put that. You crazy? This guy brought a dictionary. I swear.
I thought he was going to call him something monkey beast. You know, Sunni monkey beast, man. So I was like,
No. Get another book, bro. You can't bring dictionary. You bring Bible something, and then, bruv, a normal book that gives us some sort of, people have dictionaries, bro.
For you guys.
No, I got that, bruv. That does not tell us about the expansion of your learning, bruv.
Can we put a call out for Sunnis? We want your input,
we don't want
please.
a
No. We need to have the Sunnis on
already
it,
got
man.
Eric here.
No, we need. Oh, is he a Sunni in disguise? Fine, promise. Sunnis in disguise. You know what you're saying?
Oh gosh.
Hey, yo. Man, don't worry, man. Don't worry about man and their moist feelings, you know. Them man keep balling.
It means that you're winning, man.
That's magic.
Ball, innit, man?
You don't get no hate. It means you're not doing nothing right. I'm telling you straight now, man. The more hate you're getting, it means that you're hitting something.
You see, the more them fight me, the stronger them get.
Yeah, of course, man. Of course, man. Everyone's loving you.
Yo, they can't touch G-Block.
That's right.
Oh no, are there any dogs in there? Dog menus.
Dog menu? No, not yet.
Yeah, it was stir fry, isn't it? Chinese book. Or a coronavirus in there.
Jen Wallace says, tell him to look up profit in the dictionary. That must be like what's that guy? Schiffer. Schiffer was doing that garbage the other day.
Oh man.
Reggie, come on.
I got myself a new toy today, by the way.
What's that? Headphones.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of headphones.
Okay.
These are the Sound Sport wireless.
Walk and Stray. What the juice diet? All right, yeah, fair enough.
Anyway,
did you see that on Soko Films between Ali Dawa and what's his name? What's that guy's name? You know the new guy from there. What's his name? The new.
Oh, Bob.
What's the guy's name? You know the one that was an ex-Muslim. He's always like shouting at people.
Kryptonite.
Yeah. That was. Oh my god, that was bad, man.
Man. Did he used to have a different name on Google Hangouts before Kryptonite? He sounds exactly like Saved by Jesus or something like that. Saved by Jesus or Saved by God or something like that. He used to have a name. And anyone he speaks to, he goes, "Are you a Muslim? Hey, you're a Muslim."
He was crazy.
But do you think that he goes too far? Because sometimes I like Kryptonite. Yeah, I speak to him, but sometimes I'm like, dude, man, calm down, man.
Is he banned? Banned?
It's like if you're stuck on one narrative all the time,
but he was right. But one thing he was right about. Ali Dawa did say that he would allow his 9-year-old daughter to marry an old man. And that's what he was saying in there. That's true. That's 100% true. So
Rajan Veli, you don't have to understand it. He's an ex-Sunni, innit? So obviously he's got that vehemency.
Is he?
So he knows what it's like, bruv. You lot don't. It's come like you lot won't understand it until you've been there, bruv. Trust me. That's why he's got the vehemency. You get me? Because when he talks to me, bruv, he don't say all of that stuff. He's like,
neither to me, man. He's cool with me.
Yeah,
but you have to understand, it's quite weird. Like you'll have a conversation with him, and like it's very polite, and he just turns around to someone going, "Yo, your prophets," and he turn back around. "Oh, Raj, how you doing? Yeah, I'll see you later on." It's kind of odd. It gets a bit weird, like when you see it in real life.
Talking about the Sunni version. That's how I have to take it, bro. Otherwise, I can't talk to him, innit?
Yeah, but people are not going to listen to him because even if he's saying something, what I realized, even if though he was highlighting something that Ali Dawa said, which is very serious, that he would allow his daughter to marry an old man when she's 9. No one was taking him seriously because he's been saying it for such a long time now. Like they're just kind of like people are just listening, but they're not hearing what he's saying.
He ended up getting banned from the park, Raj.
Did he?
Kryptonite, because I think there was an altercation.
Oh, I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's on TNTS or Mr. Rec.
What, for how long? Is it permanent?
Reggie, did you
Probably
see
for
that?
the day. Probably for the day.
Did you see the push and pull between the Hebrew Israelite brother and that white Muslim Sunni?
Yeah, that was weird, man.
On Sunday.
Yeah, bruv. You see the Hebrew Israelite? I think it was dark, yeah? The guy had his dog. There was a Sunni pagan with a gold teeth and he had his dog.
Yeah, and ginger. He was ginger as well.
Ginger, right? And he got up in a man's face. They were poking each other. And the little fluffy dog came
but what I found weird here, he said I'm not white, but he was so pink and white. I don't understand. How can you not be white? He was more white than anybody I've seen at the park. He's like, I'm not white. I'm rah, rah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to speak to him. I started thinking maybe he's an albino for a minute, man. That's how much he kind of got me. No, seriously, I started looking at him. I was like, you don't think you're white? What are you then? Like, he's definitely white. He's a white combat. He's got ginger beard.
Yeah, but he's not Caucasian though. I think
he is. Of course
he is. I'm saying I spoke to him before.
What are you talking about?
Did you see the Hebrew Israelite on myself?
The guy that was fighting with that Hebrew Israelite, yeah, and he was saying I'm not white, and I'm like, dude, you're whiter than
you know the Hebrew
Boris Johnson.
Really? I think he's from Ghana or something.
Who? Oh yeah, that guy.
With a beard, always shouting, bro, aggressive as hell. Right?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That Hebrew
He put it on him. They were poking fingers in each other's faces. And then obviously, because it's a Sunni and he had a doo-doo finger in the Hebrew space, he was like, nah, he flipped, bruv, because he smelt his stinking Sunni doo-doo finger, right? Batty finger, and he just flipped on the Sunni.
Yeah, they started growling like two lines. Like,
he really got left, but the police come over, and the police, like, more or less arrested. I think they arrested the white boy.
Did they? Yeah. No, I think they just, I don't think they did. I think they just
who they put in the van then? Who they put in the van? Because they
that was Isabella, wasn't it?
No, that was, bro. This was late, bro. Isabella.
No, that was at the same time, exactly the same time.
Isabella.
Yeah, she was in the background on the floor, rolling about like some new gymnastic sport.
Nah.
They should put that rollabout in the Olympics. Don't you think?
Screaming, rolling on the floor. Like, she was doing some serious positions, bro. Whoever's having sex with her, bro, must have some fun in that bed.
Let me tell you something, but that is a good tactic, though, if you think about it. If the police are after you, just start rolling on the floor, like, until you escape.
Hey, Reggie, you got to watch that. Make sure, like, you're not. Someone like Reggie, who's never experienced all them type of thing, you're gonna be horny as hell when you see Isabella do them thing. Like, for me, but this is her man must be well satisfied, bro. Her legs are going left, right. She's rolling all about the place. Her bubbies are going left, right. You get me? Trust me, bro.
She's gonna kill a man doing that kind of shit.
All right, mate.
She's dead. It's not like she's doing like nothing. Let's not mock her, man, because she's actually, I think, quite a little bit.
What's her name? Isabella was doing like dancing on the floor, like the police, bro. The police kept trying to get her, and she said, "Oh, because of my color, because I'm dark skin."
And there's a guy that was trying to get her. He was darker than her, yeah. And he must have been thinking like, "Oh my god, man!" Like, you know, like
she tried the race card, fam. She tried to race right at the wrong time, bro. It's just weird. She just threw herself on the floor. You know, like a little baby, a 2-year-old. A dog get a toy or something, bro. She done that, fam. Go watch it.
It's on a Black Van Man, the number 2 sellout after Raspberry.
What?
Black Van Man's not a sellout, man.
No, big up Black Van Man. I'm just saying everyone says he's a sellout, but he's not, man.
No, he can't say that, man. Black Van Man's alright, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, no, we're not mocking her, you little beloved little toilet brush.
Yeah,
I'll get finessed by old women.
Savage, bro. Bun that stupid little savage, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize. I don't want to get personal with him, but he's a nasty piece of work. He acts like he's Mahatma Gandhi, but he's a demon.
Dirty.
He's walking around. Oh, I'm giving money to people. I'm living on the street. I gave my last penny. Like, every time people get chased out of the park, he's the first one with a camera in your face taking the piss. He did it to me, and he done it to Callum. Yeah, everyone knows. Yeah. You know, when Callum got escorted at the park here, if you watch the video, there's a little toilet brush in the front going, "Oh, yeah, rah, you're getting round with a camera in everyone's face." And he did the same thing to me when I was getting escorted at the park. Yeah, the Bengali Eminem, or down in that Eminem on crack, beloved, or Mohib. Yeah, so did you ask the question? I don't know. So, did I ask the question? I don't even know if I've answered the question, though.
Oh, Reggie did answer it. Well, he came in, and then I asked him a question about Nigeria and England. And all of a sudden,
when you and James Jones and the other guy are on the panel, sometimes it's difficult to even get a conversation, man. Like, you guys
you're a liar, bro. Specifically, everyone was quiet, bro. And we waited for you to answer. No thing came out of your mouth, bro.
And the connection as well. I was having a problem with
not even your dog was trying to answer on your behalf, fam. Like, you know what I mean? You just, bro. And I knew the question was going to floor you, you know what I mean? So it's all right. It's all right still.
Yeah, but I did hear one thing. Technology. Just because you got technology, it doesn't mean your culture is better. You could be living like a goddamn you're in the future, but somebody could be living in like middle of nowhere, and they might have a bigger, better culture than yours, more moral, more productive. So yeah, I don't think it's to do with like material goods.
One sec, yo, Samaru.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, go on.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, what's
now,
up,
I want to talk to this Shi sodomite real quick.
Nah, man. Wait, one sec.
What do you say?
Talk to me 1 sec, though, yeah? So, man saying that. Yeah. So what, is G Block and Veli clear enemy of Islam?
Of course you're an enemy of
Bro.
Islam.
I've been here. You've been talking crazy, man.
Yeah. He's a Sunni.
Wait, hold on.
Let him defend his side. Let him defend his side because hold on. He's jumped on you, so give him some credit here because everyone else is shook.
Let him answer, bro.
Everyone else is shook and they want to answer. Let him talk.
Right. So Samaru.
Yeah.
Give a yes or no, bro, and then you can build on your yes or no. Innit? Is G Block and Veli? Are we clear enemies of Islam now? Yeah.
Well, from what I see, yes, of course.
You made it.
So wait. Hold on. So by them words, yeah, you think that it's cool for a Muslim to try splash, man? Yeah.
Ah.
No. Well, we can make a treaty, man. We can make a treaty. We can make a treaty. Like we can cooperate. Nobody has to do it. Just pay the jizya and we're good, man.
You pay the jizya, you're mad.
Look, one dinar. Look. Veli, one dinar. One dinar.
Has Respect been paying the jizya?
He's Muslim though. He's Muslim. He's Muslim though, so he don't pay the jizya.
Ras is Muslim, alhamdulillah. Ras is Muslim.
He's Muslim.
He's a Muslim, is he?
Ras, I believe he's Muslim. So alhamdulillah. Now, look, Veli. All you have to do is pay one dinar, one gold coin a year.
Yeah, man, shut up, man.
Wow.
Shut that. You know about
that. One payment a year.
You got to pay the Sunnis. Veli's already paying me rent for this G-Block. So you're he paid me rent for G-Block already. So any Sunni pagan infidel Kappa monkeys do not get jizya. I get rent for the G-Block. And you're lucky you're allowed up in here, bro. You're subletting this place.
What you mean? What do you get paid? Tell me.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's between us. We don't get is camels and all that. So why you got a camel on there? Your camel does that represent your mentality and stuff like that? I guess. But anyway, when you came up in here,
it doesn't represent my mentality. It represents my culture. Tell me what represents your culture.
Are you Somalian?
Yes, I'm Somali.
And camel represents your culture.
Yes.
Amarin's confused, you know. He says that he's Somalian, then he says he's Ethiopian, then he says he's Eritrean. Like
he's a liar. He's a Sunni. He's gonna lie, ain't he? Bloody hell.
No, anyway, what are you talking about? Tell me how Muhammad's from Dilidawa, and that's Ethiopia. And then you think Ethiopians don't live in Somalia? I mean, you think Somalis don't live in Ethiopia?
Yes, they do.
What do you know about Ethiopia? Well, tell me. What do you know? Do you think being Ethiopian is an ethnicity?
So I'm just saying, why are you claiming all three? Like one moment you say you're a train.
Who's claiming all three? I never claimed all three. I've always said I was Somali. Yeah, I've always said I was Somali. Like when did I say I was Ethiopian? That's not even an ethnicity. There's Somali, there's Oromo, there's Tigrinya, there's Amhara, there's what?
No. Let me just get this right. When you came up in here, did you say you want to talk to the Shia or did you say something else?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question.
Go ahead. Got to pay jizya first though. Go ahead.
Now, brother Jizzy, okay, look. You say do you have any children?
Do I have children?
You have any kids? Yes.
Oh, no personal questions about marriage, blah 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 blah.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Would you name your children after somebody you disliked or had something against or hate?
Serious, bro? You know how old it is? I heard your question.
And just answer the question. That's all.
I heard that's all, people need to understand. Hold on. People need to understand where your question is coming from. Sunnis say, and we have in our tradition, that Imam Ali, the first Imam, named his children. They say Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. correct? Summary?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Now, let me explain something to you, which I explained to your people. You really need to understand this. Number one, Abu Bakr is a kunya. That wasn't his actual name.
Okay. Well, what is the kunya? Look. I understand. Even if it's a kunya, look, Abu Bakr.
Look, stop the Tourette's. Listen to what I'm saying now. What does Bakr mean? We know Abu means father. What does the word Bakr mean?
You tell me.
So do you not know? Do you know?
Father of what? No, father of what? Tell me. You tell me.
You don't know. You
so you tell me.
to debate me on a topic and you don't know the topic, bruv. Why do you lot do this to yourselves? Live.
No, you tell me. You tell me. No, you tell me. Father of what?
It means a small camel. He's referring to a small camel. So it's saying Abu Bakr means the father of.
You tell me. Father of camels. Yes. So you tell me.
You didn't know that until hold on. You didn't know it's a small camel. It's not any camel. But I'm just saying to you, there's a type of camel that was small, right? The midget camel. You know, we got the little dwarf horses and midget horses. We got little beloved, that little midget, Bengali midget idiot.
Yeah, no, hold on. He's a toilet brush. Please don't call him a midget. Toilet brush.
So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying now. So as I was saying, in relation to Uthman and in relation to Umar bin Khattab, why would
nigga, you talking way too much right now, man. I'm letting you just like get this.
I'm asking your question, bro. I'm asking your question.
Okay,
you said, would I? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Imam Ali alayhi salam knew more people called Umar. I've actually got a list of people called Umar and Uthman, other than the two usurping caliphs that you're talking about. So you would now.
So? No. You that's what you think.
Wait. Listen.
Where did you get this from?
Listen, I've got a list of Sahabis. Stop. What I want you to do, go and do research, and come back to me when you find this information out.
Look, why do you people always avoid this? You people are you hate to talk about this. Look, if anybody had any disdain or any hate for anybody, they would have named their children after the same people.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Even if it was somebody that had the same name. Okay, you said you call yourself Isa, right? Where did you get that name? Is that your real name?
Hey, are you retarded? Like, what is this? An interview or something? You ain't paying me.
No. But say if I knew somebody named Isa that killed my brother, know what I mean? That shot my brother.
All right, sorry.
Would I name him the same name? Would I name my child the same name? Would I name my child Isa?
I heard you. I understand your question. What I'm saying is it's very simple. All I'm saying to you, bruv, is you need to research the topic more before you come live on this YouTube to try and challenge me.
No, you're trying to say that he knew somebody else named the same name.
Not somebody. I'm saying there was loads of Sahaba. Imam Ali knew.
Sahaba, they had names Umar. They were named Umar and Uthman.
Right, so you would need to prove that he named them after those two usurpers, bruv. I'm just saying it's a weak argument. That's all. And I don't want to, it's a weak.
How is it? No, but tell me how is it a weak argument? Okay, if you hate it, if these are the people,
listen.
You guys credit this whole narrative of hate, right?
I'm answering your question. You would need, for instance, some people, they name their children after people, and when they name them, they say, I'm naming him after the great so-and-so. Imam Ali definitely did not say, I'm naming my children Umar and Uthman.
Listen to me real quick. Just listen to me real quick, bro. Okay, you guys created this whole narrative of Ali radiallahu anhu, that he hated these people, that he had like some kind of deep disdain for these people.
So it's not in Bukhari.
He would name, but you're saying he would name his children, even if they weren't the same people, he would name his children the same names.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying to you. In relation to your argument, bro, think about your argument before you come back, my bro. That's what I'm saying, because at the moment you literally are just reading something off the internet or you heard it from someone else and you're coming
wallahi, I'm not reading anything, man.
What is the purpose of this conversation?
Tell me where
I'm a bit lost.
You know, it's going off topic. So let's see. Do you agree that Somali culture is better than these other people's culture?
Yeah.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes, personally, as a Somali, I believe my doctrine. Like our culture is better than anybody else's. Yes, I believe that.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm gonna be honest.
How or why is it better?
How and why? Because we have honor. That's why we have something called sharaf. We know. Let's say we have honor for our people. We have honor for our culture. We have honor for our land. You have to know more about Somalia. You have to come to Somalia to know more about our culture, know what I mean? So I can't really explain to you like once if you come to Somalia or come to Ethiopia, then you understand.
So you feel like the way that they treat the way that they treat other people, is that a part of the culture as well?
No, but look at the. All right, let me ask you.
How do we treat other people?
You've got certain things. No offense,
Well,
I'm
you
not trying
tell
to.
me. I'm just saying.
Two things to you in the culture. Yeah, you've got FGM, and you've got the sewing up of the female aspect.
Okay. Okay, Isa. This is the thing. Like this is the thing you people always bring up. Like anytime somebody brings like somebody brought up, you people bring up FGM all the time, fam.
I wasn't even gonna go there.
That's your only argument, man. All people ever bring up. Okay, so when they want to say something bad about Somalia.
Hold on, don't get emotional. What I'm saying to you is that when we compare cultures, you said yours is superior. The things you mentioned in relation to tribe and all of these things, it's actually a negative for you because you're having more tribal warfare than other people. So that's not actually a benefit. That goes against you because you're so damn tribal. That's number one. So therefore, I went to something else relating to what is clearly negative because I don't think if these women, come out of your culture and look objectively back.
Look, bro, look, no, I'm saying look, bro, you think you know about our people, man. Okay, well, as far as tribal warfare, it goes on everywhere, man. Everywhere has tribes, man. Like this nigga Reggie, man. You from Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
All tribes get along. Everybody friends. Everybody just they hug, they kiss, everything.
Hey, so you're really a South Side, though, isn't it? You're a real South Side. You're real South Side.
Look, Nigeria. No, I'm not. Reggie's from Africa. He's from Nigeria, right? So I want to ask him: do all tribes get along?
No, hold on. Bro. Your team been fighting like cat and dog for time, bro. Stop that, bro. You get me? Your team's mad. Yeah, but anyway, you're not even Somali. Listen to how you talk. Can you talk your language, bro?
Yes, I can talk my language. Look, what? A'udhu billah, my name kind of
Arabic. Man said A'udhu billah. He's speaking Arabic. Stop that, bro. Speak Somali. Hell out here.
Oh my God.
Say a bit more than that. Come on, say something. Okay. Bro, you're just saying catchphrases you could get on YouTube, bro.
what catchphrases, man?
All right, fair enough.
I'm speaking you in English because you can understand English.
You sound more American than you do Somali, right?
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday. He's a bit of a turd.
Okay, do you know why?
Probably because you were born there, right?
No, I wasn't born here. I was brought here when I was as a youth. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you grew up there. You grew up there, yeah?
You're fleeing from what?
Summary, so let's say you have a dual culture, right? Or a hybrid culture, correct?
Okay, fair enough. What would you say?
Would you see my personal?
Okay, no. I want you to tell me. Well, what's FGM? Explain it to me. Like, okay, that's the thing you people bring up all the time. What's FGM? I'll explain. Has it existed? But has it existed before Somali culture? And what is Somali culture? You people claim to name everything, man. So tell me exactly what is Somali culture, man.
Somali culture is where you take a blunt knife or a rusty ass rusty, dirty knife.
Man, nigga, stop talking this bullshit, man. You people got big mouths, wallahi, man.
You asked me a question, bro.
No. You playing, G. Look, I'm telling you to be real, man. Tell me, what do you know about Somali culture, man? Oh man, this nigga just talking, man. He talking about blunt knives and shit, man. The fuck wrong with this nigga, man? Okay, then tell me, what do you know about Somali culture personally, man?
We know MStax is the biggest prick on the internet.
Okay, MStax, big up MStax. That's Walalaki.
MStax, he's the ultimate.
He's my brother. He's my brother.
He is the coronavirus, bro.
He's the coronavirus.
He's a skinny virus, bro. Look at him.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because he is so stupid. For instance, he jumped up on the panel. Like, you came up kind of humble, right? And you spoke to me fairly. He jumped up calling me names. He come with his stuff. Bruv, I annihilated him. He got in the chat. He jumped off the panel in the chat, started arguing and debating from the chat. What kind of move is that, bruv? That's not Somali. Somali's supposed to be brave, bruv. He's a punk.
Bitch move, man. Bitch move.
Nah, he's a cool brother, man.
You only like him because he's Somali like you, because you're racist. Because you're.
what are you saying? You're saying that Somali culture, the best culture out there, yeah?
That's what he said.
But me personally, look. Me
I'm
personally,
not saying nothing. They're
I
gonna
think,
call me
okay,
racist if I say anything.
Raj, he's Hindu, right?
I'm
He's
Sikh.
whatever,
I'm a Sikh. You could be
whatever they
that.
call each other.
No, it's like me calling
He
you
thinks
a
his
goddamn
culture is better than
Scientologist.
anybody else.
You're a
He
Scientologist.
doesn't want to say
You're a
it.
Scientologist.
And let's be honest,
You're a
Raj.
Scientologist. So I'm a Sikh. It's like me calling you a
Just answer me,
Scientologist.
man. Just answer me, bro. Do you think your culture is better than anybody else's? But you're just not telling. You're not telling everybody. I'm being honest. And me as a Somali, of course, I think my culture is better than anybody else's.
Why? Because they've got honor, and other cultures don't have honor.
No, all cultures have honor. They should have honor. But I'm saying, if me personally, as me being a Somali,
somebody,
it's me being an East African. Of course, I think my culture is better than everybody else.
God.
What's wrong with that? I don't think I'm better than everybody else. I'm not saying we're better than this person. We're better than this tribe.
But you just basically can't you point to something that you feel is better than like
Ilman,
you know, like
own a clitoris, like bloody.
No,
hell.
everyone on this panel today.
Look,
we can't hear you,
okay,
Belly.
you keep look.
Speak up, Belly.
What'd you say, Belly?
Yeah, we're not gonna hear him. But I don't get it. Like Samaru, man, you come up with one generic thing. It's like
No, but Reggie, you have to remember what do they value.
No, but look, Reggie, Reggie, look, you're from Africa, so I can speak to you because I think you pretty much you understand more about what I'm saying. You know what I mean? No, I'm honest. I don't like Reggie, you know what I mean? But I think he understands more about, I can say, African culture. You know what I mean? Or at least African honor, or like us holding on to our.
You think Caribbeans can't? You think Afro-Caribbeans can't relate to honor and stuff, right?
Racist.
No, but it's not. I don't know where you're from. Is that where you're
Caribbean.
From the
All right,
Caribbean,
fair enough.
Caribbean.
I know Somalis see us as inferior and we don't have culture and whatever. That's fine. I don't mind. But
it's not that. No. Look, you have culture. You know what I mean? But I don't know much about.
But to be fair, yeah. Hold on, Samaru. These are Caribbean people. Okay, you, Issa, Dan that came on earlier. Who was the other one?
James Jones.
A lot of you came on earlier and you couldn't even like distinguish or tell us a lot about your culture that makes it somehow.
You're the one that ran away from the whole thing, bringing it up. So therefore, we said, well, if you personally can't even represent your thing, and it went somewhere else. But I'm happy to talk about.
If I had enough time on the panel, I could have like sang about the good stuff and the bad stuff.
You're still on there, but anyway.
Okay, look, we have an ancient culture. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay, well, our Kemetic, our culture stems from what?
We had
you people love Kemet, right? I'm saying I know these people, especially like Caribbean people, man, like these American people, these Afro Americans and things like that. They love to bring up Kemet, right?
James Jones says you're Somali pirates without treasure. Like, what's that about? That's what James Jones said. What's that about?
Says the Somali pirates with what?
Without treasure.
Without treasure.
Like, pirates
without treasure. We have treasure, man. We have our honor, man.
Okay, I mean, honor's good, but I mean, obviously, if you're gonna keep killing each other for it, I think maybe you need to change.
Honor, you know, like
inshallah, that's stopping. You guys don't know what's going on currently in Somalia.
You might have to break that down there, Samaru.
Are you part of Al-Shabaab?
Of course, people. Am I part of what?
Al-Shabaab.
I'm from the north, man, and Shabab is in the south, man.
Are you in Somaliland?
Hold on.
Oh, the great coronavirus.
He's the Caribbean. He's the Caribbean who can't identify another Caribbean. He's telling you James Jones is a Caribbean. What a liar! You godless liar! James Jones ain't from nowhere near the Caribbean. You liar! You liar!
Coronavirus.
That's racist. Them sounds are racist.
No, if he's not from the Caribbean, I think he's from the Caribbean.
I don't care what you thought. Muslims don't go by what they thought. But you ain't a Muslim either.
You're a dirty stinking
rat.
He says he's a Shia, right?
You're a kafir liar.
You're a dirty little. Shut up, you doo-doo.
You're a kafir. You ain't even a Muslim. You ain't even a Muslim. You ain't a Muslim. Don't lie. Don't lie on me. You ain't no Muslim. You ain't no Muslim. You're a liar.
You talking
You're a liar. You fucking ugly, you ugly tramp.
Fatty finger. Listen, you fat, overgrown turkey.
Wait,
bro.
listen, I'd rather be fat than ugly. Fat people can lose weight. There ain't no cure for ugly. There ain't no cure for ugly. That's why you cover your face. That's why you cover your face that you're a woman.
You need to cover your face, fat rat. Get out of here.
Get out of here, what? Get out of here, what? Get out of here, what? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Is this the best
Take
that the
that
Sunnis
fucking
can bring?
bandana, you wrap round your face and stick it in your mouth.
Don't worry about
that.
Let this pagan keep talking.
Come on, stop fighting, everyone. Stop fighting. Stop fighting.
Don't even know who's a Caribbean and who ain't a fucking Caribbean.
I want him to explain.
Isa, let him talk.
Samaroon. Don't let these guys trick you.
Shut up.
Don't let these guys trick you, Samaroon. They're fakers.
No, let him say your piece. Say your piece. Say your piece, Carmen.
You're a
dirty. Chill out.
Yeah, tell this guy shut his mouth, dirty pig. You know what I'm saying?
Finished.
Your mom's a pig because she's got spit roast. Your mom got spit roasted.
I would suggest you mind your mouth, you punk. You're gonna get some.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
We'll see you. You'll see what I'm gonna do. That's all right. That's cool.
Where are you gonna see me though? Where are you gonna see me?
Don't
take
worry,
off them fat glasses you got.
Don't worry, you little fat rolling pin.
You blind fat.
Keep running your mouth.
You blind fat. You're blind, motherfucker.
Calm. He says I'll talk.
Go and have a heart attack.
He's not about that shit.
Go on, go
leave him alone. He's not about that shit.
Bro, you fat punk.
And then nigga just talking online, man. Leave it alone, man.
Go, you alone. You know what I mean? Go on and
I'd rather be fat than ugly.
You do.
How many kids, Issa? How many kids you got? How many kids you got?
Don't worry about me, bro.
You got none. You're ugly, motherfucker. No one wants them ugly genes. No one wants the ugly genes.
Listen,
you're ugly. You are in the same category as Raj. You're a fucking reject. You're a reject.
Thank you.
Society's rejects coming online, catching shit.
You're not black.
Ugly motherfuckers.
Thank you.
Get out of here, bro.
Thank you.
Raj, at least you've got brothers.
I got tucked in there for no reason. I didn't do anything.
You'd be your uncle.
I didn't do anything. Why did I get tucked into it?
Leave the pagan alone, man. Leave the pagan alone.
I didn't even do anything.
Cameron, you said to the man, yeah, our culture's good because we got sheriff. We got sheriff, and he did not even recognize what it means to have sheriff. He didn't recognize
that. I know, exactly, man.
I didn't even do anything, people.
Lisa, who's your dad? You know your dad.
You know your dad.
Dirty rat, bro.
Who's your daddy, sir?
You're dirty turkey, bro.
I didn't even do anything, and I'm getting cussed.
Have you ever met your dad?
You're dead soon, bro. Big up yourself, bro.
I didn't even do anything, and I'm getting cussed. Con, I wasn't even arguing. Why did I get cussed?
Don't worry about it.
Con, why are you attacking me?
Right, collateral damage. Collateral damage.
It was just shooting everywhere, and I didn't get in the crossfire. I didn't even do anything.
Raj, just collateral damage. Sorry, Raj.
Look, bro, look. What's the point of talking to this guy, man?
Didn't even do anything.
No need to argue, man. I want to know about this nigga culture, man.
Cameroon, do you deal with the Turkish sodomite batty finger thing?
It means Somali-Turkish alliance, bro. Somali-Turkish alliance.
Are you into that sodomite thing, Samaroon, or are you Somali? What's going on? Are you really?
Am I into what?
I'm saying these sodomite people.
Look what he's asking you. Look what he's asking you.
Is he your brother, bro? Come on now, you can't.
Yeah, he's my brother. He's my Turkish brother. We've always been brothers. For how long?
No, come on, bro. You have to really think about what you're trying to really link with, bro. This guy, he likes to poke his finger in people bottom, in black people bottom, and he likes to sodomize them.
No, the Turks do that. No, they do that. Now, on a serious note, do you know the wrestling?
Yo, yeah, man.
I'm talking about the Turkish people specifically.
So Friday, in it, yeah, but
the people that look the Turks, bro, the people that Turks, we've always been allies for how long, man?
Yo, listen. Yeah, you can't.
Before the
you can't just jump in and start trying to attack, man, innit? Let's get back to the question of the day. You man, go back to what is culture. How is it defined, and how do we define what culture is or whatnot?
The Turkish culture.
So I think
It stinks because you like people bottom, and it smells, brother. He's a sodomite, dirty. Wash your hand, you dirty little.
Yeah, I think Reggie was speaking.
Yeah, but listen.
What do you
Lisa,
know?
You gotta allow it now, yeah, innit? Because I just told him to allow it, innit? So I can't tell him to allow it. And then wait, hold on.
Philly,
I
I'm not
can't tell
gonna
him to allow
respond.
it, and then the
Don't worry.
next thing you do is to start shooting at him straight away.
Don't worry, Philly. Don't worry. Let him
you
have the
should've
last
done
word.
All right, go on, go.
You
Go
come
ahead,
here to have a conversation about ideas, yeah, and you guys always get fixated on individuals.
No, we talk about
Hold
culture,
on, Reggie, don't lie, bruv. We were having a peaceful conversation, even with me and Cameroon, who don't agree. We had a peaceful, respectful conversation.
No, ain't Cameroon, it's Cameroon.
Cockroach, this dirty, stinking Kaffir cockroach decided.
Why you calling man Cameroon? It's Cameroon.
I don't give a damn. It's nothing to do with you. You're a punk. Go and bloody get on a friggin' dinner table, you turkey rat. Get out of there, bro. Hell, you think you are, blood? Dirty little nasty piece of bloody doo-doo. Get out of it. Yeah. So
Hey,
Reggie,
bro, look,
Reggie, do you believe? Hold on, Reggie. Do you believe that Nigerian culture is superior to English culture?
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
I
When you
believe
see
he does. I believe he does. Like I think Reggie really does think Nigeria.
Reggie, he ran from the question earlier on, yeah, and now he's here. Come on, Reggie, answer the question. Do you believe that Nigerian culture is superior to English culture? What are you saying, Reggie?
No. I'm one of those that think that there's no superior culture. I just
stop lying, man. Stop flexing, man. Stop flexing.
When did you say that earlier on?
I'll do Reggie.
Now, Reggie's just trying to look.
What I said
he
is
wants
that-
to please everyone. He doesn't want to tell anybody what he truly thinks.
What I said is that there's parts of the British culture and parts of the Nigerian culture that I like. Like there's not.
Okay,
none
which
of them
one is
hold-
better?
none of
Which
them
one
I'll
you
take it as a
personally as
whole.
a Nigerian? What do you think is better?
Which one do I
said
think is
you
better?
personally as a Nigerian, which one do you think is better?
Overall, I'll say that the British culture has more plus points, more positive parts than the.
A'udhu billah, man. Look, you're a disgrace to Africa, man. We have like us Africans, personally, we have nothing to do with you, man.
Wow.
Your name is Reginald, right? Is your name Reginald?
That's my surname, yeah.
The fuck kind of name is Reginald? What African names itself Reginald, man?
What are you talking about? Who names themselves? Who names
Okay,
themselves?
who named you? Where'd you get your name from? I got my name from my father, and then my father has the name of his father, man. I have the name. Look, all of our names go back to our fathers, man. From our grandfathers to our grandfathers' fathers.
Yeah, brother.
One sec, yeah. Before I jump off, yeah. Man is saying that you said you put your weight on after you had kids, yeah.
Well, most
you know what? Yeah, hold on, Benny. Can I just say something, Benny? 1 minute, Benny. They're screaming your name, yeah. Hold on, Benny. They're screaming your name somewhere, yeah. Like they're praying to their Lord. They're going, Valley, come over. Valley, come over. Oh, God. They're doing
I want Reggie to explain something to me. Okay, your real name is Reginald, right?
Wow.
Who gave you that name?
Who gave my name? It's a family surname, isn't it? So it's passed on from your.
Okay, is it a Nigerian surname or is it a British surname?
There's parts of Nigeria that has a lot of people with
English name,
sounding names. Yeah, there's parts of Nigeria that are like that. It's not only Nigeria. There's other parts of Africa that also have areas that have a lot of people.
Are you right? Are you lying right now, Reggie? Are you lying?
About
no,
what?
I think he's telling the truth.
About the origin of your last name.
Right now. It's British, of course. It's white.
How could I've got the name?
Why is white name the Reginald?
It just sounds.
Reginald.
No, it's part of it. Like the history of my one specifically is more. I believe it's because my grandfather was part of the army, the Nigerian army, and they were working with the British, and the British gave them that name or something along those lines.
They named him out of all names. They named him Reginald. The most whitest name.
You gotta remember, this was a while ago. Like Reginald was a cool name back then.
And it's not like that's just a surname. It's not like I don't have African names. Like we name our children.
What's your African name?
There's worse names than Reginald. It could have been like Bartholomew or something like that.
Tell us your African name.
I've given you my surname is even quite a bit. So I'll give people my.
Okay, look, Samaron is my clan. My tribe is Dir. Okay, so Samaron is my name. My name is Salah.
Okay.
So to tell me your real name, like you tell me your African name.
So,
I don't have to tell you, Samarin. He's saying he's got his own name in his own language. He's got his government name on paper. He's got his own identity.
Khan, are you Pakistani and African as well? I heard you're Pakistani African as well.
Which one do you want to know about first? I'll tell you.
I mean, you said you're white, black, Pakistani, and African. Which one is, and the Turkish as well? Which one is the
When did I say that? When did I say that?
When you tell everyone that you're Pakistani,
are you lying as well?
You
so when you go and look,
everyone knows that you're multiracial.
1 second. 1 second.
You're the Rachel Dolezal. You're the Rachel Dolezal Speaker's Corner.
1 minute, man. Do you want to answer or you don't want an answer?
Not really.
Would you agree?
Fine.
Would you guys
agree? I think, Reggie, do you think so? I think personally, you think like you want to think Nigerian culture. I know your mother would hate anything you're saying right now, man. Any African mother would, man. So
no, I mean at the end of the day, like people pretend there is a strong amount of people within Nigeria. Let's just say Nigeria because I'm Nigerian, that would love to come over to this country, and they'd love to come over because of the opportunities. And when they come over here,
but we're talking about culture right now. We're not talking about opportunities. We're talking about culture.
I'm just putting that point across that they come over here primarily because of opportunities. They want to better their life financially, right? But when they come over here, it does become an eye opener, and there's a lot of things that they do as part of the culture that they're happy to do away with. And obviously there are elements that people want to maintain, but there is a lot that people, when they go back to Nigeria, they think, oh, why is this person behaving like that? Like that part of the culture is just backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I think you're just a disgrace to all Nigerian people, man. I have a lot of Muslim Nigerians.
Why? Because I can be critical.
But they hold on to their culture, man. But
because I can be critical.
It's like you love European, white, British culture. You love that way more than your own people.
No, I mean I can be critical of parts of my culture and still love my country. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't have to be.
I understand that, but it's like you're trying to make your people look less to British culture.
Less. I didn't say they're less. I never said that my culture is inferior or superior. I just said that there's parts of the culture.
You just said British culture was better.
Overall, yeah. I would say overall, yeah. I don't
yes, you're a disgrace, man. You're officially a disgrace.
It doesn't mean that I'm going to throw all my culture away and embrace every aspect of what we define as British culture, whatever, like the whole British culture. There's parts of the British culture I don't like as well.
Well, I don't know much about British culture, you know what I mean? Because I live in Atlanta, Georgia, man. So I live in America. I don't know much about what's going on there, but
this culture that I wouldn't even partake in, like, okay, the obvious one, alcohol, for example, I wouldn't endorse going out and binge drinking and stuff like that. I don't think that's a positive part of that culture. But there's parts.
Reggie,
there's parts of
what you're saying. I agree with.
Hold on, Khan. There's parts of my Nigerian culture, such as like the notorious 419, etc.
What's that?
Let's not get into slating Nigerian culture like that.
No, I don't know what 419 is though.
No, you don't need to know. You're going to be going on about it forever.
No, I need to know.
He probably does know what 419 is, but
I swear to God, I don't.
So 419 fraud. Nigerians are very.
Oh yeah, you're mad. Every time I get this bloody crazy email from a Nigerian.
So he knows the bad things about his culture.
Not really. I think Nigerians are a lot. Oh, you talking about me or him?
I'm talking about him. He said, you know the bad things about your culture. Tell me about the good things about it. Man.
There's some bad parts of our culture that I wouldn't say that, oh, I'm proud of, or I wouldn't say, you know what I'm saying, I think are negative. But it's become...
Okay, where was it? He said he disappeared? Well, like, where's the Medusa?
Probably eating, probably having a snack.
Easter's there, you can see him up there, but why? You're going back to Easter now?
Well, why don't you say, well, just to balance it out, say some of
more about his culture.
Yeah, but just to balance it out, say some of the positives of your culture.
That's what I was saying earlier on. We had all the Caribbean people coming on here, and they didn't want to address what they like or dislike about their culture. And even Shakara, that's a Pan-Africanist, came on here, and he was basically saying, oh, the whole of the Caribbean culture is down to the British. It's like, haven't they got part of their culture that they can say is good or bad? Like, they spent all that time on the panel. They didn't even touch on
I
anything.
believe they have their own culture, you know what I mean? But I believe they've been
Well, we didn't hear anything
because
about
influenced by the
that.
British, you know what I mean?
Like, you don't, just because you're critical of an element or a negative part of your culture doesn't mean that you don't feel like your culture generally.
No, but Reggie, in order to look, Reggie, look, if you don't identify the bad parts of your culture, then you're never going to better your culture.
Exactly.
So if you look at, like I said, you need to be harsh with your own culture as well in order to improve.
You're talking about culture as something that you're just absorbing.
Hold on, Khan. Melanated Goddess says it's 419 worse than British fraud.
It's more annoying.
It's probably not worse than British.
Of course, Reggie is gonna say everything his people does is way worse than anything the British do.
But you should be more harsh on your own culture. Why not? Because like if you're harsh on your own people because you want better for them. So why not?
I understand that. That's a good thing. But personally,
I'll give an example of like my Punjabi culture. I'm not talking about Sikh culture. I'm talking about Punjabi culture, and Muslims are Punjabi as well, like Bigards and that. We have a drinking problem in our culture. It's a very bad part of our culture, drinking, and it's against both of our religions. Muslims are not allowed to drink, and Sikhs are not allowed to drink. But the Punjabi culture, is so kind of like strong that the drinking in that culture has gone through the Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs, and that's a bad part of our culture.
Not just drinking, I
spoke about that earlier.
Well, look, Raj, can you attribute that to your culture, or is it just something people just started doing? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
what does it have to do with your culture?
Yeah, but what's culture and what's something that people started to do is very difficult to prove. Like, I love lots of stuff about the Punjabi culture, like the music, the dance, the people. The kind of like food, you name it. I mean, there's so many things about Punjabi culture that is like ingrained
Raj,
in the UK
do you
as well.
feel as an individual you're contributing to your culture?
Me as an individual?
As an individual, your actions, are you a representative of your culture?
Of course
you are, innit? Everything that you do,
individual.
So
what I'm saying is,
Gone.
Cultures are formed by environments, we're the product of that environment. When we leave that environment and we go into another environment, we're the representatives of where we come from. Now, people look at us and see our culture through us, innit?
Exactly.
Right? So our actions can either be positive or negative, but either way is a representation of our culture, the things that we inherited, our music that we inherited, our food customs and cultures, how we deal with other people is all part of our culture. What I'm asking Reggie is, are you suffering from a dualistic culture where in Nigeria, you're Nigerian, and in London, you've assumed an English identity, and you're looking at both cultures as, okay, it's like a suit of clothes that I wear. When I'm there, I put on these clothes and I'm in tune with my environment. And when I'm here, I put on this suit and I'm in tune with this environment. So I use the culture to my benefit. Now that's all good. But what I'm saying is, what are you actually contributing? Like me and Raj, we're contributing towards our culture.
Oh, I can't believe you complimented me. I can't believe it.
You seem to not be contributing or visibly to us. Like what we can see, Reggie, you're not really contributing to a culture. You're just more benefiting from having a dualistic nature where you just.
I would like to.
Yeah, I'm liking this all against Reggie and Raj getting complimented for.
No, I'm not against him. I'm just saying like he's dealing with culture differently from how we're dealing with culture.
Oh, Queen Divine's on the panel. Queen Divine's on the panel.
What are you talking about, Raj?
What does Divine have to say?
Because Bob comes out waving this big flag going, I'm a Sikh. You might hate me, but I'm a Sikh. But Reggie, you're not doing that. So what I'm saying is,
she gone. You scared her.
What culture are you? Maybe you have internet problems. What culture are you contributing towards? Like, what is your culture like that you're paying into? Not what you're taking out of. Like you're, like. So what I'm saying is, we benefit from culture.
Get a real West African brother.
I am.
Get a real Nigerian, or get somebody from Ghana, or get somebody from Gambia. Get a real Nigerian brother on here, man. Because you're a
Khan, you said something quite important, because when I went to India, no matter how much I tried to be Punjabi, no matter how much I tried to be, they still call me Englander. Englander. So they know.
But Reggie probably don't get that.
No,
Reggie
but
probably don't get that.
what happens? 1 minute. Let me just finish. So when we think that we're 100% part of that culture, what happens when we go there? They can see that we've got a mixed culture, that we're mixed from a different part of the world. So as soon as I go there,
it's not that, right? Shall I tell you what it is? They claim that they have this singular identity, this culture, but over time their culture changes. So when you left in 1970, you left with the Sikh culture from that era. The culture's moved on. When you go back, even if you was a pure isolated Sikh and you went back, they would still look at you as a foreigner because they're like, wait a minute, he's come with that 1970s Sikhism. We're up to date now. You get me? So no matter what you do, when you leave an environment, either you change or the environment changes.
You're talking central once, man.
Hold on, Raj. Like after all this, all that Khan has said, I don't really.
Big up Khan, man. Big up Khan.
Yeah, he does talk. The thing about Kanye is very inconsistent. 1 minute he talks the most amount of dribble, and sometimes he's very sensible. It's always hard to find out what Khan is going to do.
I don't really understand how Khan, not going to Raj, etc. How Khan is doing more to embrace his culture than I am. How does that? Is it just?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No. What is your culture in the first place? I'm not talking about embrace. All I'm talking about is expressing your culture. So I'm saying is if you're going to assume this dual identity, so when you're in Nigeria, you're Nigerian, and when you're in London, you assume an English identity. The expression of your identity, when someone meets you and they're like, oh, let's get to know Reggie, when they meet you in London, they're not really going to pick up that much Nigerian vibes from you because you put yourself in a, right. So you're admitting what I'm saying, but when I meet Raj, the first thing he wants to tell me about is Sikh words that are similar to Turkish words. He wants to tell me about food that we've got in similar, culture that we've got in similar. He's always talking about honor, his values. Like he's a representative of a culture. He's expressing that culture.
Wow, I might actually get you as my PR agent now.
But what I'm saying is, with Reggie, but with Reggie, you get less of that because when he's in England,
we was talking about earlier how
a British identity.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier how
there's nothing wrong with that. How a lot of people do that.
Why would I come to a person that is
Reggie, you're getting it wrong. I'm not questioning you. I'm just sticking to the facts.
Tell me,
that there's two ways of dealing with culture.
How would I know you're Nigerian? Tell me, how would I know that person? Like,
he's saying you don't need to know. He's saying we're in London. You don't need to know that.
They can tell I'm Somali. You know what I mean? They can tell I'm from East Africa.
I'll come and meet someone.
How can I tell where you're from?
Yeah, let him answer.
You could for starters, you could ask me, and I'll tell you that I'm Nigerian, and I was born and raised in Britain. And
so I have to ask you. I can't.
But why would I come to a Turkish Cypriot or whatever, or Pakistani? I don't even know what you are, depending on what day. And then say that, I'm not talking to you about Nigeria when you can't even relate to me when it comes to Nigeria. It doesn't that's not something.
Who are you talking to?
It's not really a conversation I need to have with you unless you.
But Reggie, 1 minute. If I've got lots of Nigerian friends, if I've got lots of Nigerian friends, and then I meet you, surely I can interface that information that I have with my experience with spending time with you.
Then I
can bring that transferable knowledge to our relationship. So I could talk to you about frying off plantain with my friend and eating it. You get me? Like there's experiences that I've got from being around Nigerian people, like walking into the kitchen and seeing a big, massive stack of rice bigger than a human in the corner. Like, do you know what I mean?
No, but look, Khan. Reggie, how would I know where you're from?
You'd have to ask me.
Okay, no, I don't have. No, I'm saying if I didn't have to ask you, can I look at you or come from your actions? Like, how would I know where you're from?
Well, if you wanted to know where I was from, you'd have to ask me, right?
You know, even if I spoke to you personally, how would I know where you're from? I think you're from the West, man. So tell me, how would I know
Reggie,
where you're from?
earlier on, we had Issa saying that James Jones is a Caribbean. Knowing James Jones and the fact that he doesn't really express his individual culture to anyone, it's easy to make that mistake. Issa made that mistake. It's a mistake, but it's an easy mistake to make. I couldn't mistake Raj for a Gujarati.
Thank God for that.
James Jones, you could easily mistake him, for something that you get me.
All right, Melanated is saying that what you're saying, and she's probably right. You're saying that I'm not very expressive of my culture. No, I'm not. Unless someone engages with me and
no, what I'm saying is you're not expressive. You're deliberately evasive.
Exactly.
You wear two hats.
Evasive.
You wear two hats. Avoid it. You avoid it.
Hold on.
You actively avoid it.
Avoid them. You guys are not from Nigeria. Why would I start talking about Nigeria when you're not Nigerian?
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. You
hold on.
You wear two hats.
Samaroon, hold on one sec. Let me clarify.
Oh no.
Here's the point. Now, in relation to whatever James Jones is, the point was Reggie was asking who the people were from the Caribbean, right? So I knew who he was thinking of. So I said James Jones in relation to his thoughts, not in relation to my knowledge of what he was. So get your facts right,
man. We're over that now. That's in the past.
Can I just say something? I don't want it. One minute. Lady Divine, Queen Divine's coming. I'm getting too many compliments. I'm feeling a bit wheezy, so I need to go because I'm not used to it. So thank you, everybody. I'm off. Take care.
All right, cool.
Reggie, what would you say is the best part of Nigerian culture?
The best part of Nigerian culture, the food is very good.
The food.
I'll say we're very spiritual.
The food.
Don't listen to him. Just speak.
We're very spiritual, so we're very religious people. I'll say we hold academics to high regard. So there's a number of things.
Is that it?
I agree with that. I agree with all that.
I could go on and on, but
I agree with you, but I'm saying that is that what you hold on? The only thing you hold on to, like in your coach, that's the only thing you hold on to.
There's a number of things I could go you could go on and start bigging it up. Okay, academics, our food is very nice.
Military, you got a good military.
I don't know about a military. I'm not really into killing people and that kind of aspect of our culture.
No, but I mean having a regimented,
we're very ambitious.
lifestyle.
We're very ambitious.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it something I know about, as personally what I know about. Okay,
we're very ambitious.
Tell me about your tribal culture.
Tribal. I don't see that as a good part of our culture. That we're very tribalistic.
So you know. But what's wrong with tribes? Tell me what's wrong. Everybody has their own tribe. Everybody has their own clan, but what do you see wrong with that, and why do you stay away from that? No.
I just see it as sometimes it can cause a disunity among the people, especially if.
But okay.
Yeah, I just see it. I see it as sometimes I'm not I can see some positives in having tribes. I think it makes us to be a bit different when I can see some positives in it, but I do think that when people get carried away with it, it does it can stop you from getting married to someone. It can stop you from giving jobs.
Doesn't that come from arrogance? Doesn't that come from thinking okay, I'm better than this tribe, so I'm not gonna let him marry my daughter. I'm gonna not
yeah, but that's
only the people. That has nothing to do with the tribe or the clan.
Well, the people evolve, but they always follow the same nature. That's human beings, isn't it? So that's what the problem with tribes that you're going to constantly face is that people always want to feel that their tribe's better than the other. So I just
Rich,
feel
would you say that point of view comes from your own family experiences where your mom and dad were from different tribes and there was conflict there, and it's hard to build a family across that divide?
My mom and dad didn't really experience that so much, but I've seen it around me because I am part of my community. You get what I'm saying? I see my community every week. It's not that's where you guys don't really understand. You know what I'm saying? Even though I don't express it so much, I don't put it out there onto YouTube.
No, my line of questioning wasn't to criticize you, Reggie. It was just to ask if you was consciously aware of the strategy of a dualistic nature where someone can be, have two identities or two cultures and use them to the benefit of the person. And it's a good strategy to have. But the thing is, sometimes people aren't aware of the fact that they're doing it subconsciously. So they're not really aware of the fact that they're representing two different people to two different sets of people. That's what I was asking. I just wanted to know if you was doing it as a strategy, like a survival mechanism, saying, look, I'm living in England. I'm not coming in here acting like I just got off the boat yesterday. I'm showing that I have a degree of understanding of this British culture. To do that, I need to put my own culture on the back burner.
I'm just being
But it's
myself.
still there.
I'm not. I was born in Britain.
I want to ask Reggie a question.
And I was raised in Britain, and I haven't spent a lot of time in Nigeria. So why should I pretend that I'm so much?
Reggie, your ancestors. Okay, your ancestors. Did they have this type of view towards tribes? Huh?
Sorry?
Like this negative view that you have right now, and like this kind of, I want to stay away from that aspect of our culture. Did they have this type of feeling like towards tribes?
Well, you ask me who has this?
Your ancestors.
My ancestors.
No, your ancestors. Yeah.
My ancestors, not as far as I know, no, they didn't. But I don't have to be like my ancestors. I can be better than them. You get what I'm saying?
Why not? Yeah,
that's another aspect of our culture.
That's the whole point. Yeah,
we're taught that we should be better than our ancestors. We're not taught that we should follow our ancestors.
But it's what you're doing right now better. But look, it's what you're doing right now better. Are you pleasing another people? But you completely just disrespecting your own culture and people. I said, are you putting other people above your own people?
Other people?
No, because they're not his people. His people are the people back home and his ancestors that probably, they're very proud of him being successful.
My parents and my grandparents taught us to be better than them. They didn't teach us that, this is the way we do things. So you have to, they didn't say, we were in poverty, therefore you should continue in poverty.
Wait. They told you to be better than them.
Huh?
You said they told you to be better than them?
Yeah, my parents taught me that I should do better than them, and they did quite a bit.
So they look down on.
Look down on them.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with looking down on them. They taught us that we should be ambitious and that we should do better. That we should do better than what they did. That we got a better opportunity than them, and that we should do better.
Anybody should do that.
Yeah.
Of course, anybody would want that, but you don't get what I'm saying. It's like they're saying they don't want you to be like how they practice their culture, how they head on to like their beliefs, like your own people. They tell you not to be like them, be more like, I guess, like the new age, like what's coming from the British. And the
Richie, I'm gonna say something, Richie. Tell me if you agree with this statement. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do you agree with that?
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
So, like when you're in London, dress and act and behave and have the sensibilities of an Englishman, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to turn up here wearing your traditional garms, you know what I mean, talking in your accent. Do you know what I mean? Like,
well, that's
to be successful here, you have to make that adjustment.
So it's kind of like that. It's kind of like being ashamed of his own culture, man. It's like they're trying to stay away from their own culture.
It's that he's using culture for his benefit. He's assuming an English culture, and he's being able to work better in an English environment because of that. But his own culture is never lost. It's always on the back burner, waiting for him to like. It's like I said, he's wearing two hats. It's not like he's throwing one hat away.
Personally, me, kind of, I consider that like as a disgrace, man. I consider that as somebody lowering themselves to please somebody else. And
lowering themselves. You guys are like you say all these things there, and the funny thing is, it's almost like you believe what you're saying. It's like you saying, "Oh, I'm going to work tomorrow, and I'm going to wear my native attire because I don't want to lower myself to blend in, like as if I'm American or I'm British. I'm going to go into work and wear my attire because I don't want to act as if I don't like my culture, or that means that I'm self-hating." You know what I'm saying? It's just like you have to know when to.
So you think it's a norm? You think it's a norm then? You think it's a norm?
What I'm saying, Samaroon, is that what Reggie's doing shows strength and confidence in his own culture, that he can leave his culture, go outside of it, and then come back to it. That's strength.
So he's saying,
because he's surviving in a different environment,
how is that strength?
And then coming back to his original environment,
look,
intact, unchanged.
But how is he coming back to his environment, like?
Because he said to you, like, he's always in contact with his people. He always goes home or whatever. Like when he goes home, he's Reggie again, isn't it? But when he's out, it's like me, for example, being at home, being Muslim. 1 minute summary, like we need to kind of like have a flexible way of thinking here. When you're at home and you're with your family, you're Muslim, innit? When you're on road and you're with your buddies, you're a road man, innit? Like
That's
you're
a bad example, man.
No, I'm Muslim. What do you mean?
Bad example, but I want Samaroon to understand is that how I speak, around my homies, I don't speak like that around my children or around my family. I have to get me. I'm not right.
Yeah.
So we all have that dualistic nature. It's just that are you aware of it or are you not? Are you using it as a strategy or are you just being influenced into behaving in a certain way? So what I'm saying, Samaroon, like you could be right that there's people that are ashamed of their culture and they don't represent their culture. But what I'm saying is Reggie ain't one of them. Reggie is actually using.
You don't have to represent where you come from 24/7 when you're in another country.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense.
Right.
Like, who does that?
Look, I understand that.
In terms of what, Reggie? Survival. Progress.
Are you representing your culture the best way you can?
It's nothing to do with survival. It's just common sense. Like if you're in another country, you're choosing to live there, then why would you come in and start acting as if like you have to somehow show that you're from somewhere else? Like 24, it doesn't even make sense. Why would you need to show people that? Oh, I'm Nigerian. Everywhere you go.
What's wrong? But tell me, what's wrong with doing that? Tell me what's the wrong in doing that? What's wrong if you did that? If you did that, what's wrong with it?
No, that means that you're insecure. In my opinion, like if you
insecure, what?
It does show you're insecure because
it can be.
Huh?
It can be. It can be.
Yeah,
that's why you get ghettos. You get ghettos of people. They want to hide inside their own community. They don't want to go outside of it. And like, even if they move to another country, they stay very tied to each other. Like that is a form of security for them, having each other.
Why do you need people to know where you're from?
What's the wrong in that? Like, I don't understand.
People tell you that
there's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying there's two types of people, isn't it? There's ones that's attracted to their own culture and their own people. And there's the other ones that can quite easily go outside of their culture, live in another culture.
Other people,
Not integrate. No. It's not integrate. What I'm saying is he has the dualistic. He has dual culture. He can operate in both environments effectively.
Yeah,
it's not integrated.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys, but if you like when you're Samaroon, you sound like you're from America or Canada. I can't even tell which one at the moment. But
I live in Atlanta, Georgia, man. So you can say
Well, when you when you go to work, you don't like have to wear your attire so that everybody knows that you're from Somalia. You know, like
everybody already knows I'm from Somalia.
Yeah,
my name.
He's already told them.
Looking at me for my name, they already know where I'm from.
Yeah, and that's the same. Like people know where I'm from. If they ask me, it's not like I tell them I'm British or I'm English or I'll tell them. I'll tell them I'm British because that's
Reggie, okay. If you told somebody, if you talk to somebody, if I came to you right now, and I said, okay, what's up, bro? What's your name? And you said, okay, hey, I'm Reginald. Would I know you from Nigeria?
I don't know. What I tend to see from people is that they'll be like, okay, some people will say, well, where are you originally from? And I'll tell them I'm originally from Nigeria. They're not surprised to hear that my name is Reginald. Like, if you get a lot of Caribbean people, some people even think that I'm Caribbean. Some people, you get what I'm saying? But they're not so surprised that some people in Nigeria are named with Reginald because they know that there's a colonial past there. You get what I'm saying?
Connection.
Yeah. That's not really like that much of a shock to the system. You know what I'm saying? So, but
I think me personally as an East African, you know what I mean? It's like I think it's weird. Like somebody won't exactly know where you're from when you tell them your name. They think you're just some guy from West Africa. No, I'm not saying West Africa, but some guy from the Americas or from the West. You know what I mean? Or from the UK.
But isn't your name Arabic?
No.
It's Somalian.
No, they have their own language origin.
Yeah, even from your name, I couldn't even tell if you're Somali anyway. It's not like
my name's Cushitic. Like we have a Cushitic language, you know what I mean? And then That goes way before any Semitic language. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but from your name, I
I
could tell you're not American. Well, your name would say that you're not American, and it would say you're not British, but it wouldn't say that where you're from.
So what if his name was Tupac? What if his name was Mr. Shakur? If his name was Mr. Shakur, what would you say then, Reggie?
What do you think? I
wouldn't know where he's
Shakur is
from.
Arabic, though. That's Arabic, though.
Nah, man.
Shakur is
Yeah,
Arabic.
but it's not American. It's not like well, we can't say it's not American because what is American?
What is American?
Could be anything, innit? Like you know what I'm saying. I'm sure that there's been a Shakur in American territory as long as any Jones. Or
There's no way blacks will confuse Reggie as a Caribbean. Maybe not blacks. Oh, well, you know what? Funny enough, some African black people would confuse. Some of them confuse me as Caribbean when they first see me. Maybe because they haven't seen someone speaking the way I speak, because they feel like I'm speaking like a British person, so they can't really distinguish that I'm from a certain part of Africa. But yeah, you're right to an extent.
Hey guys,
what's
how
that?
are you doing?
This
newcomer.
The Nazi guy.
Elron.
Hey,
Elron the
Khan.
Nazi. Okay.
How you doing, man? We're just talking about people's dualistic nature when it comes to culture.
Yeah, I've listened for the last half an hour, but we had a lot of Q&As to Reggie.
The panels are cool.
I want to have a take of what's your opinion on culture, especially is your name with the camel avatar is the name Samaroon, right? Samaroon. Okay. Samaroon. So you're from Somalia, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Since you were not satisfied with Reggie's description of his culture of origin, can you give us yours of Somalian culture? What is it? What is Somalian culture?
Were you satisfied with it though, Elron?
No, I'm not. But I think it's very hard to explain what the specific culture is all about. But
Elron, look. Do you know how broad our culture is? You telling me to? Okay, I didn't. Who said that I wasn't satisfied? I just wanted to. I just wanted Reggie to tell me how would I know that he's Nigerian?
Yeah, you can't deny that Reggie requires a degree of
probing. My culture easily, but do you know how broad my culture is?
Forthcoming.
And then you wouldn't understand, even if I spoke to you in English. It's hard to explain to you in English, man. I can't really explain to you what my culture is if you don't understand who my people are. Or if you've been back, if you haven't been back home, if you haven't been to Ethiopia, Djibouti, or
you have to learn to explain, man. Like you keep saying, "Oh, you can tell from that." We're taught not to just see someone and then think, "Oh, you're from Ghana," or even by the name. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to go. You have to ask the person. I don't get this thing you're saying, Samaru, man, about you can't tell someone's this or that. You have to ask them anyway.
You said you have to ask them, okay?
Yeah.
But then if you ask them, okay, then you could say, "Okay, I'm from that," but you could be lying.
Well, then ask them about their culture. Ask them about. To talk about where they're from, like ask them questions that relate to where they're from, and then you can find out if the person's lying or not.
Cool. Let's get back to the actual question of the day. The question of the day is: can a culture be better than another culture? And what I'm saying is, if a culture is representative of an environment, then how can one culture be better than another culture?
Hold on, Aaron was going to say something. I wanted to hear.
I just my phone ring. Give me 2 minutes, okay?
Wait.
I'm
back.
back.
Just testing my mic. Can anyone hear me now?
Yes, Lady Divine. I can
hear
you.
We can hear you, sis.
I tried earlier, but no one could hear me. I was like, oh shit! And then I came back in. It was full. I was like, oh lord.
Oh, was you actually talking when you came?
Yeah, but no one could hear.
Yeah,
me
we couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what it was, Khan? You said something interesting, and I wanted to pick up on that. Yeah, you said.
Go for it, babe.
Yeah, you said when in Rome, do as the Romans do towards Reggie.
Yeah.
I disagree with that 112%. I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because you don't even practice that. I know you for a fact you don't believe in that, and you don't practice that for a fact. Because you're being a Muslim.
Definitely.
I don't see you going to church in a Christian country. I don't see you not praying 5 times a day in a Christian country. Do you see what I'm saying? So that doesn't apply.
I tried to condense Reggie's position into a statement, and then I give him the option of agreeing with it or rejecting it. So I said to him, I'm going to make a statement and tell me how you feel about it. So I'll just put it there as a suggestion of this is a possible angle that Reggie could be taken. I just wanted to know if he was consciously aware of it and if it was a strategy or if it was just something that he just fell into without realizing. Because as people, we always go with what's easy, innit? Like we're comfort seekers. Like, so people who feel comfortable within their own community will always be drawn there. But people who feel comfortable assuming another identity, while they're outside of their own environment, it might be more comfortable for Reggie, and he might easily just slip into, well, when I'm in England, I'm the English Reggie, and when I'm with my community or when I'm back home, I practice the norms and culture of my people, so I'm the Nigerian Reggie. And for him, there's another Reggie that sort of balances off those two Reggies, a higher Reggie.
That's a very good explanation.
That is
a
good,
very
but
good way.
I struggle with even that though, Khan. I'll tell you why. Because earlier on, I'm not sure if you heard earlier on when James was on the panel, and James and Dan were going back and forth, and they made a distinction. Oh man, you missed a good bit, because they made a distinction between superiority, superiority and dominance.
Okay, I'm back.
Reggie's culture is not a dominant culture, therefore he doesn't feel the need to walk around with the whole Nigerian thing behind him, waving the Nigerian banner. Do you see the point?
Because it's not a dominant culture.
Right. Whereas my culture, being a West Indian, being from the Caribbean, is a very dominant culture. We go everywhere and dominate. Hence why you can be in England right now and see everyone trying to speak like us, walk like us, have swag like us, trying to beat us in every way, shape, or form, but they're not. And that's what I mean about dominance and superiority. We got to separate the two.
There's one thing like we got to say, to be honest, like based on your comment, when people were trying to speak like they were Caribbean or being around Caribbean people, you lot weren't coming and saying, this is our thing, do you want to jump on it? They were coming on, let's say, on a street level or on road and saying, we accept everybody, therefore everybody should accept us. And people were accepting and joining in with and incorporating Caribbean into their own culture. Now we're looking at 2020, Caribbean, like Jamaican, let's say, in London. So now we're looking at from 2020, where there's people that say, nah, you can't say ting and ting. That's our thing. When that was introduced to us, it was sold to us on a different level. It was sold to us on a level of you can be part of this if you want. We accept everyone. We don't reject you. If you want to be like us, we'll love you more. That's how it was originally sold to someone like me. Now, when you're turning it around now in 2020 and saying, well, no, Khan, like growing up around Jamaican people don't count for nothing. Don't even think you can even say like you have any influence in your life from Jamaicans. Like, don't say it. Just draw a line and be separate. And I'll say, okay, so things have gone that way. Yeah. All right, cool. Then I'll step back in it and I'll be like, all right, well, you lot have your thing back in it. It's like you pass the ball to me, I'll pass it back to you. It's done. Relationship's over. Fine. But don't make out like everyone was running up to you going, oh, we want to be part of your thing. We want to be part of it. No. You invited people in. You showed them love. They showed you love back.
Inviting people in though.
So they accepted
it. What the big mistake is though, Khan. This is why I would disagree. It wasn't a case of inviting anyone in. It was a case of we were here and basically we assimilated into the cult. We brought our culture into English culture, yeah. So basically, it's become a thing to the point now where you'll have people. I'll give a good example, Zubaydah. So, but when we question Zubaydah on the way she speaks and stuff, Zubaydah will blatantly tell you this is London culture, and we'll be like, nope. This is not London culture. This is West Indian Caribbean culture that we brought here with us. And it's just a thing that it's just kind of, you see, when you assimilate, you bring a part of you with you, don't you?
You're just talking about, Lady Divine, you're just talking about the, we're right now just talking about the people's slang. right? The way
No,
people talk.
I'm talking about the entire culture, whether it's the food, whether it's the swag, whether it's the way you walk, talk, how you carry yourself. That's all
She does have a point. She does have a point. That has to do
with Lady Divine. So you're fine with it as long as people understand that it was coming from the Caribbean.
Yeah, as long as they understand where it came from. It didn't just pop up in England out of the blue. It didn't come like that. And we didn't definitely not sell ourselves out to bring it here. It's a case of when you've got a Windrush, a whole generation of people that have come.
Are you saying that the UK adopted Caribbean food?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Of course, why people eat Caribbean food? What are you mad?
No, but do Europeans also do that?
Yeah.
Same with them, whether it's the Asians or whatever. When the Asians came as well, they didn't come and just gave away their culture. They came and assimilated. They brought their culture with them. It's not a thing where they just came and said, "Oh, everyone take a piece of our pie and we're okay with it." That's not what happened.
People decided to imitate it.
Okay, so you're saying you have a problem with it because you don't get props for from the people who embraces your culture.
Not at all. What I tend to find out, and I'll be very honest and I'll be very open and honest. What I tend to find out is when people try to emulate our culture, they try to take the worst of our culture to emulate. They don't take the best. That's what I found. If it comes to
I agree.
Acting like a bad man, that's when they want to be Black Jamaicans or Black West Indians. But any other part of the good culture, they don't know anything about it, and I find that wrong, 100% wrong.
Yeah.
That's
so is that what you guys do in the UK?
Like, 1 minute. Let's be 100% honest. Yeah, all cards on the table. There is nothing that Jamaicans or Caribbeans have brought to the British Isles that British people have been successful in actually taking over. So when you're looking at music industry, looking at house and garage, you're looking at jungle, looking at all the things that British-born Jamaicans brought to the forefront, they were in control of it. There might have been some 1 or 2 white people involved, but predominantly they managed to be, like the Lady Divine said, dominating it. Yeah. So it weren't like they were taken over. Do you know what I mean? No, their culture wasn't taken from them and used. Like, for example, hip hop in America, you got Eminem making more money than like fucking DMX, for example. That never happened in the UK. Facts. Facts. Because I don't know about other black people, but like Lady Divine said, Jamaicans have got that dominant strain in them. And as a Turkish person, we have that as well. And that's why we respect Jamaicans, because they own their thing, innit? Like, they can let you in on the fringes. They can let you in to interface with them, but their core is still the core. They maintain that.
But this is the thing.
I agree. Like you Caribbeans, you head off to your culture, and all of me. What about Reggie? Reggie completely forgot his culture, man.
No, I'm proud of my culture. That's the thing. This is the thing, though, what people need to understand as well. And I find this to be a very common mistake. Very, very common, even amongst you guys. I've noticed it. When you are speaking about the West Indies, because Jamaica is so dominant, because we walk with pride everywhere we go. Anytime they hear an accent, especially with patois in it, they assume it has to be Jamaica. They would never say Trinidad and Tobago or Grenada or anywhere else. They always go straight to Jamaica, because Jamaica, we are proud, dominant people, and we do make sure.
Trinidad's are proud. Trinidad's are proud too.
Caribbean, we are very more.
That's what makes me respect the people when they have honor in their own people, man.
It'll be like the Nigerians in Africa. When you hear about Africa, the first thing that people mostly come to their mind is Nigeria. Before they think of Ghana, Kenya, any other place, because they're
why would they think of Nigeria first? What about Ethiopia? What about Somalia?
But then what about
dominant?
It's the dominant
what about
word.
Egypt?
You
guys are known for man.
Man, no, y'all, man. No, y'all, fam. No, y'all, man.
It's just what is dominant, and Nigerians are proud, dominant people. They make sure that when they're putting up their green and white flag, they're putting that all over the place. Whereas most of the other African countries tend to fall back, just chill. They're more relaxed and calm with it. Nigerians, they're walking around boastful, proud. I'm Nigerian. Tell me something. Same with Jamaicans. I'm Jamaican. Tell all the other West Indian countries are falling back, saying, "Nah, we just take a back seat." Jamaica's like, nah, we ain't back seating for nobody. We're here and we're making sure we're known we're here. It's just the way it is.
That's how you're supposed to be, man. I respect that. That's how you're supposed to be, yo.
Reggie, why you not repping, man? Where's the white in the green, Reggie? Go on.
You trying to rep these, you trying to rep these L rounds.
So I can't understand where the problem is you have with other people adapting parts of your culture. You were saying that they only adapt the worst part of it and something else, right?
No, I won't say there was a problem with it. I'm just saying, just like give credence to where it comes from. Don't forget where it comes from. Don't tell me about no London culture, because there ain't no such thing as no London culture. It's
not in
Caribbean
2020.
Culture. It ain't no
yeah,
London,
not in 2020. Yeah, things have changed. Things have changed.
Yeah, London culture is basically everyone can do whatever they want to do. There's a million different branches of London culture.
Well, that is a good point.
Well, what is your culture? Look, tell me.
Culture. So what is London culture?
What's his name? Elron?
Yeah.
What is your culture? Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
You're from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
No, okay, so so that's Eastern Europe.
But let me tell you one thing. It is an insult to white British Londoners to say that there is no such thing as London culture anymore.
Who said that?
But there is such.
There's no homogeneous culture.
Yeah,
before, but from like 1980s to compare it to now, it was more homogeneous.
Yes,
you go to any area and kids are listening to hip hop, breakdancing. Do you know what I'm saying? Throwing themselves on the floor like nutters. But now it's like more factionized. It's more fractionized. It's like everyone's got their culture and they keep it to themselves. Things have changed.
Khan, are you saying a new culture is being invented?
Yeah.
Is there like a new culture?
What I'm saying is, no, it's not a new culture is created. It's like before, when there was less numbers from each community, people had to band together to make a gang or to make a community. They had to like meet each other halfway. Now that the population is increased and everybody has got enough numbers of their own, they prefer to stay on their own side.
Yeah, basically building ethno states within the UK.
That's why people are complaining that multiculturalism has failed, isn't it? That's what they always say.
But hold on, would you agree with that though, Reggie? Would you agree that multiculturalism has failed?
On the whole, no, but I would say that you have to be critical of some aspects of cultures that have come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
I'll say it's a shame. It's a shame that it's gone this way, but I can understand this human nature that if you've got enough people of your own to build a community and you don't need to meet anyone halfway or have a cross racial community, then you're not going to put no energy into that because people ain't about wasting energy. They're about conserving energy. So
can you
being
answer
around
the
your own
question,
people,
you're not even like answered the question.
He's answering
I'm saying it's a shame. I said it's a shame.
His own way.
It's a shame that there's no cohesive, homogenous London culture. What they used to be.
But they used to be. What about the East London culture? That used to be predominant, like Cockney slang, all of those things. That used to be predominant, but now. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is.
That's in Walthamstow, mate. You go around Walthamstow, like my baby mother's from there, and they're all still going around giving it sweet, mate. If you go up to them and you're like, "Wagwan," they're looking at you like you're an alien, like you got some fucking goat growing at your neck. They'll be looking at you like you're mad. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't go around them saying things like that. The whole conversation will just stop. They'll be just like tumbleweeds. Do you know what I mean? You cannot even go up to any of them and say that. Do you know what I mean? You have to be on that sweet, mate. You know what? What's happening? Like, you have to be on that vibe. And there are little communities out there still like that. And I've got no problem with it. Like, that's them, innit? They're doing their thing.
Do you think that's important? It's important that people accept other people's cultures into their society.
Is it important?
I'm not saying it's important.
It's nothing.
No, it's not important.
Going around and
because that's
someone else.
Because you know what I asked that because this question, like when you think about this question, a lot of people think, okay, this culture is superior based on the fact that British culture is quite what they say tolerant, quote unquote tolerant, or it allows other people to express their culture. And when you look at other countries like Samarin, for example, who's very proud of his culture. But when people think about Somalia, they think intolerance. Or when they think about a lot of other cultures, even my culture.
Ignorance. That's ignorance, man. That's because they don't know much about. They don't know
Well,
much about the
I've heard people say, "Oh, Somalia, no Christians," and then they're like, "Yay, there's no Christians," and they're like, they're saying it as if it's
but what's the bad thing? I'm saying, what's the bad thing about that?
What's the bad thing?
What makes that a bad thing?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, for you, it's normal not to allow other people to practice their religion, etc.
No, it's not that. It's because we're all one people. So,
but Reggie, would you not admit? Reggie, would you not admit that being a Christian has become synonymous with the culture of the Western society now? Like back in the day, in the Prophet Muhammad's day.
I think you're pushing it a bit there, Khan.
No, but what I'm saying is, from a Muslim point of view, in the Prophet Muhammad's day, when they said this guy's a Christian, you're not going to really be thinking of him in the same way as if I met someone now and they said he's a Christian. Like if I met someone now and he's representing Christianity, to me, I have to find out first: is he a real Christian or is he just a westernized?
I'm not trying to go into the.
But what I'm saying is, when you're the dominant force on earth, that you can't deny now that the West are dominant, and that goes hand in hand with Christianity.
Oh, look, when we were talking about the West culture, you brought up religion. You brought up religion.
But 1 minute, if Reggie's brought it up, so what I'm saying is, if the West are dominant and their actions reflects on Christians, then when people reject Christians, they're also rejecting the West, and that's partly to do with the Crusades as well.
Well,
that's maybe you didn't have the Crusades in Africa, but there was such a thing as the Crusades, where the West and the Christians allied to basically attack the East and Muslims. So there was that situation. You cannot deny that.
First, Khan.
I'm just saying that there is a alliance between Christians and the West. So when someone says we ain't got no Christians in our country, and they're proud of that, they're basically saying that the West ain't infiltrating us. But they're saying that the West can't infiltrate.
I want you to stop, Khan. You do understand that Jamaica has the most churches in the world as a country, right?
The most what?
Churches.
Most what? Churches. Okay.
Churches. Yeah.
There's a church on every street corner in Jamaica, and that's not in the West.
Right. Would you say that Jamaica is infiltrated by the West or not?
Yes, I believe it has been.
So there you go.
I'm saying.
Yeah, there you go. But that's what I'm saying. There's that relationship.
But as a culture, that I'm not understanding how you've come to this conclusion.
What I'm saying is, when people are rejecting Christianity, they're not rejecting Christianity based on Christianity. They're rejecting Christianity based on Christianity's allegiance or connection to the West.
Okay, can I?
And Western
Reggie, let me ask Reggie a question. Let me ask Reggie a question. Reggie, is Christianity Semitic culture? Is it your culture or is it Semitic culture?
Well, Christianity.
Yes.
In your view, from your position,
is your culture?
You ask me. Sorry, ask that again.
Is Christianity Semitic culture or your culture?
It's my culture.
Is it your culture?
Yeah.
Your Christianity, yes. Is it Semitic culture or is it your culture?
As far as I understand, it's my culture.
How is it your culture? And how is it British culture?
That's the environment that he operates within. It's his culture, isn't it?
No, but the Romans adopted Christianity and brought it to you. So really, Christianity wouldn't be in Europe if it wasn't for the Romans. So they adopted Christianity.
But that's different in Africa. It's a different history of Christianity. It's not the same.
I think you guys have somewhat sidetracked me to somewhere else, and I'm not really.
They are
living
Christianity.
No, Reggie raised it. We're just trying to add some clarity.
No, but
Reggie was the one who raised it.
About culture, they'll go to
Reggie raised it.
I raised it for a reason.
Let's get back to culture.
I raised it for a reason. Obviously, I thought you guys. Where it would have been relevant if you were trying to say that, this is the reason why Christians are not able to practice in Somalia, blah blah blah, is because of this background.
Yeah, because they're looked at as Western.
You can talk a lot, Carman. What I was trying to get at is that when Somalia and other places are not able, not just Christians, they're not able to also tolerate other people's religions, as well as even people that are not religious. They just want women to dress a certain way. So if even Lady Divine, for example, wanted to go there moderately, they wouldn't be able to tolerate that kind of thing. And there's other cultures that also operate like that. Yeah. And obviously, when you talk about that kind of thing,
look, Reggie, we've had Christians in East Africa since before the 4th century. You know that, right?
You're talking about East Africa. I'm talking about Somalia. Yeah, specifically, not the whole.
Where's Somalia? Where's Somalia?
If I was to go to Somalia, yeah, how would I be accepted or rejected? What would happen?
But you're looking at Somalia like differently. It's called Habeshistan. It's called Habeshi.
Oh, Khan, you're not Somali. Let Somalia speak first, man. Before you...
One minute. When you're talking about Habeshi, yeah, that's that whole region is one country. Somalia is just one section of it. There's Ethiopia, there's Eritrea. That all comes under one Habesh.
We can say the entire Nile, like the entire Nile Delta, like the entire Horn.
Like, there's no point me talking about Ethiopia. There's no Ethiopians on the panel. So I'm specifically talking about Somalia because there is a Somalian here.
But look, I'm from Ethiopia.
Yeah. Oh, you're from Ethiopia. Okay.
My mom is from. I'm Somali. Look, you guys don't even know what Ethiopian is, man.
Of course I know it. Come off it, man. Stop that.
He's saying he's got a different explanation.
This is
you said he's Somalian earlier. Now he's Ethiopian. Oh my god.
No, okay, it's Nigerian. Is it ethnicity? Yes or no?
You tell me that I'm not. I don't know where I'm from.
Tell me. No, tell me what's not being Nigerian. Tell me what that is.
No, just go along with Lady Divine because you're diverting again, man.
No, because I'm being real. You don't know about my people, man. You don't know about my culture, man. And then you're over here talking this bullshit, man.
She's asking you where is being Somalia, which you claimed earlier that you were from, and now you're saying.
Okay. Well, what is being Somali? Somali is an ethnicity, right? Okay, but do you think being Ethiopian? Is that an ethnicity?
Ethiopia is an ethnicity, yeah. I presume so.
No, it's not ethnicity, man. No, it's not ethnicity, man. Do you know how many ethnicities and tribes are in Ethiopia? Do you know how many are? Exactly. Okay, it's being British. Is that an ethnicity? Yes or no?
Some would say yes, some would say no. Some would say yes, some would say no. Yeah, but some would say.
Tell us the reason why it's no. Explain why it's no.
He's talking to you, Reggie.
No, I'm talking to the Dave.
I would say, sorry,
I would say no.
Dave.
I would
explain
say
no. Okay.
Because some people would say to be British, you have to be Scottish, English, or Irish.
Exactly. That's made up of different groups that join together.
Okay, Reggie,
for it to be yes, that's the answer for no, Dave. For it to be yes, England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales would have to mix together.
Two people are talking at the same time. I can't hear.
Okay, can I say something real quick? All right, Reggie over here talking shit, man. Okay, Reggie.
No, he's not. He's not.
No, look, all of East Ethiopia is Somali. You understand that, right? And it's called the Ogaden region, okay? And then in Ethiopia, do you know how many ethnicities there are just in Ethiopia alone? We have the Oromo, okay. We have the Amhara, we have the Tigrinya, we have the Adere. Okay, so what are you saying? Like, what is being Ethiopian? You tell me. You claim you know so much, man. You say you're talking this bullshit, man.
Okay, you say you're Somalian.
Somalia is in Ethiopia, yes. All of East Ethiopia is Somali.
Okay, I get that. You're a Somalian that lived in Ethiopia, right? Yeah? So
okay, well, what is Ethiopia? Okay.
So, but you can still answer.
You're over here talking like you know so much, man. So tell me what is Ethiopia?
You still answer for your home country, which is Somalia, right?
What is a home country? Yes, Somalia. Yes. Okay,
but you're originally from Somalia,
all
right?
of the Horn of Africa. Okay, these borders. How long have they existed? You tell me. Who created these borders?
You're asking me about Somalia. So I don't know much about Somalia.
Okay, Djibouti.
It don't make sense. These questions don't make sense. But British can also be
Reggie wanted to be the expert, man. Reggie wanted to talk. He wanted to talk this shit like some expert.
No, first and foremost,
Samaroon, would you prefer Ethiopia than splitting amongst tribal parts, tribal regional sovereign parts again?
He's asking if you prefer to live in an ethno state. Yeah. Don't fall into that trap.
It already is an ethno state. What are you talking about? Home country already is an ethno state.
Well, okay, yeah, we can say that. Okay, yeah, Somalia, we're one people, we're one country, one religion. Yes.
Okay.
So
you want a Somali empire, basically.
What is the Somali empire?
So hang on. Earlier, Samiri, you said that Somali culture is the best. So if Britain was to adopt this same ethno state, or sorry, you're from America, you'd be very happy with that, wouldn't you? Because that's a superior culture.
What's the superior culture?
That's what I want to know. What is a superior culture, Reggie? Like, where they're going with this?
Can I just quickly say British is also an identity? There is two sides to that argument. It doesn't have to be racial or genetic. You can also identify as British. British can be an identity. So neither side have an absolute say on that.
He said earlier that his culture is better. Okay, fair enough. We can't really superior. Seems like it's we can't really say superior.
No, Reggie, you're on a good thing there, because like I said earlier, Dan and what's his name, James, are making that claim as well about superiority and dominant. So we need to figure out which one is the brother working with. Is he working with superiority?
Let's first make clear how the panel is. What's the point of everyone in the panel? Let me ask you this. From left window up on the front, from Reggie, I think his name is. Do you think there could be such thing as a superior culture? And when the answer is yes, what would it be? What culture would it be?
Okay, what is being superior?
I'm just asking. Everyone on the panel.
So-called British culture, I would say, is a superior culture, and I will say it is because they go around the world. Everyone's expected to speak British and English and to conform to this white man's language. Everyone's expected to want the break.
But this would be dominant culture, according to your.
Tell him. Everywhere you go wants to stamp her bloody HRH where it's not wanted. That's superiority right there.
It's subjective.
I would
it's subjective because it's whatever works best for you.
Chauvinistic more.
Elwin, wait.
Chauvinistic.
Someone in Denmark will prefer their culture. It's subjective. There isn't actually one superior culture. It's whatever works best for the people of that nation.
Yes.
Now, if
that's
you
exactly
have,
what I said. I said the exact same thing.
If you have a culture that is a good culture and promotes positive things in your society's growing, then other societies may adopt what you're doing. That is up to the other nations to do that. I think keep the good and get rid of the bad.
I think everyone that has preferences to specific culture thinks that their preference is superior to the other.
Yeah, but Somalian culture is actually better though. Can you show us the examples of your culture being better? How is your society?
Wait, it is important that you're all on the same boat, right? With the definition that everyone that prefers
we've been
at
war. How long? Now, are you talking about as far as a country or culture? Like, what are you talking about?
Wait,
are you talking about as far as the land, or are you talking about as far as like my culture?
No, you have to show us the fruits of your culture. What is it doing for your nation?
Well, I did ask him this question earlier.
Yeah, you can't answer it because he's lying to him.
He said, what is it doing for my nation?
No, 1 minute, hold on.
How long have we been in war?
Their culture, their country has achieved something. They've achieved something that other people look up to and aspire to, which is having an ethno state. That is provided for them by their culture.
That's by default. That's by default. No,
but 1 minute, other people admire that. I personally don't, but other people do.
That's by default. That's not by design.
What do you mean?
It's by default. The world's.
What difference is you're adding an extra variable that doesn't really matter?
The people of the world do not look at Somalia and say, "Yeah, that's a desirable destination." People don't want to go there. No offense.
How do you know?
But is it an ethno state? Is it an ethno state?
By default, yeah.
But it's an ethno state, yes or no?
Yeah, it is by default.
So you asked him to show something that is a positive about his country. Now, if someone like, for example, Elron who is pro ethnicity and he's saying, I want an ethno state. Some Maroon comes along and says something positive about my nation is that we have a strong culture that allows us to have this ethno state. You can't say that that's not answer to your question.
It's not by design, is it?
Yeah, but you're adding that in after. The question's already been answered.
Well, no. Well, what does he mean by design? Like, what does he mean by design? Will one people?
It's like me saying David Beckham scored a goal from 40 yards out, and he's going, no, but the ball was going that way, and the wind was blowing it that way. So David Beckham never done it. The wind done it. It wasn't by design.
Did
the ball hit the back of the net? Yes or no?
That's just the technicality.
And what he doesn't understand is that as far as what's this guy's name? Dave or I can't see his name.
Dave, yeah.
But Dave. Dave. Do you understand? Okay, as far as all of East Africa, as far as the whole the Nile Delta, okay, who do you think that belongs to? As far as the people.
I don't know.
As far as the people.
I don't know.
Okay, Djibouti. Is Djibouti Somali? Yes or no?
I don't know that either.
Well, yes, it's fully so. It's Somali and Afar, but it's mostly Somali. Okay, and it's Somali.
You sound like you know a lot about Ethiopia, but I've heard you before talk nonsense, like coming to tell us that.
What nonsense?
You come to tell me that it's predominantly Muslim, which I found out.
It's majority Muslim. Yes, it's majority Muslim.
I found out is a lie. Which I found out is a lie.
How is it a lie? Because you Google something.
You can go on any website, you'll find that that's a false claim. Yeah.
Look, okay.
And one moment you say you're Somalian, the next moment you're Ethiopian.
Reggie, look.
Next moment you're Eritrean.
No, look. When did I say that? Wallahi, billahi, tallahi, I swear by Allah, I never said that, man.
Never said what?
Wallahi, I've always said I was always Somali, man. Why the fuck would I want to be something I'm not, man?
So you're Somalian, but you talk like as if you can speak for Ethiopians, like they're not separate places.
No, but what is an Ethiopian? Look, the thing is, you're from Nigeria. You're trying to tell me what an Ethiopian is. And that's what I find funny. Like, wallahi, that's what I find funny. Right?
I'll only tell you what I know about what I've.
You've never been to Ethiopia, but you want to tell me what an Ethiopian is.
I can only tell you a few points that I've actually done some research on. I would only do that. I wouldn't go into detail about.
Yeah, what research? What research? Okay, you've been Googling for a couple minutes, and you think you know everything about my people.
Yeah, well, this ain't going anywhere. This conversation is going nowhere.
I hear that still.
I just want
I want to ask Reggie one question. Okay, all of East Ethiopia is Somali. Okay, if all of East Ethiopia is Somali, and then we're all Muslim, like my majority of
Somali is the whole of Ethiopia then. So because South is Somali.
Okay. The Aroma Muslim. Yes, sir. You tell me. You come to know about like my people. Okay.
Look,
are the Aroma Muslim? Yes or no?
I'm telling you about
just yes or no. Look, just say yes or no, man.
I don't know.
You're trying to say what's the majority? Okay, Aroma majority. Yes,
Reggie,
they're all
Muslim. Trying to play the middle, Reggie.
Is this guy worth for Somalian
Okay, now let's go to West Ethiopia. That's all of Central Ethiopia. Okay, now we're going to West Ethiopia. We're going to like places like.
Look at what he's talking. All of South.
This is crazy. This delusion, man.
This is just.
Okay, no. There's two. Okay. The Aroma are all Muslim, man. Okay, and they're also a Cushitic people. Okay, now we're going to the Amhara. Okay, Amhara, yes, some of them are very Christian, yes. Okay, but tell me, are they Muslim too? Are there Muslims in the Amhara? Yes.
What is the point?
I'm saying there's no Muslims in Ethiopia. I'm saying that the majority of Ethiopia.
The majority is Muslim.
Brother Stam, Reggie's claim is that part of your culture is being what's the word you said, Reggie? Intolerant. Yeah, you are not tolerant of other religions, including Christians, that obviously he's defended. What do you answer to that claim that Reggie's making? Reggie's saying that part of your culture is to be intolerant towards Christians. That's why there's no Christians in your country.
What I find funny is that how long
Stop skipping around the subject, Reggie. Man up, man. That's what Reggie's saying.
I did ask him that.
That's what I find funny.
Right, so he's giving evidence. He's saying, no, there are countries where there are big groups of Christians in my country.
Yeah.
But his definition of what his country is different to what your definition of what his country is.
Well, yes,
case closed.
No, he would talk. That was specifically about Somalia. That when I asked him that question, I wasn't asking him about Ethiopia.
No, you brought up Ethiopia, man. Okay, you said that's not mostly Muslim or majority Muslim. Okay, then now we're gonna go to the Tigray. Okay, Tigray region. Okay, are they Muslim? Yes or no?
Look, all I'm gonna say is that you go.
You claim you know everything. You've been Googling, right? You've been doing like your research, right? So tell me,
how can an individual say off the top of their head that the whole country is what this or that? You have to go online and research. Even if you're saying,
how can you go online and research, right? Tell me, are the majority Muslim? Yes or no? Are the majority Muslim?
You're asking me about different groups within Ethiopia.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, we Somalis, are we Muslim? Yes or no?
I will challenge anybody to go on Google and search any website, and it will show you consistently that Ethiopia.
No, they want to show you anything, man. It'd be complete lies, man. They show you old data, man. They show you old data from how long ago.
This is someone that claims to be Ethiopian coming to tell us that. Anyway, this is just going to spoil your integrity, Samarin, man. Like, you're giving us your own life experiences above consensuses. It's not an educated way of.
To be fair, you made a claim without any evidence whatsoever. Samaroon's just answering it, based on face value.
I made what claim?
So therefore, his belief is just as strong as yours. So we, as the viewers, me and Lady Divine and Dave, and Elron as well, that we're not trying to undermine you. We're saying, okay, you got your angle, he's got his angle. Now, when you look at both sides, you can see that you're making a claim that his people are intolerant, and therefore there's less people of a particular.
Well, the Somalians are intolerant. The Ethiopians have also.
What do you know about Ethiopia? Tell me. Well, what do you know? No, you claim to know about Ethiopia. You claim to know about.
Somalia.
What do you know about our people, man?
Look at the different. It could be that the Muslims within Ethiopia are very intolerant. Yes. Yeah. But they're still
so you say it's the Muslims. Okay, yes, they are Christian. There's always been Christian.
Yeah, in Somalia, for example, Somalia is almost 100% Muslim, right?
What's the country in Somalia?
If you look at the Pew Research,
no, it's not almost. We're 100% Muslim right now. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. Yeah, 100%. If you look at Pew Research, you will also find that they are indeed very intolerant of other cultures and religions. Yes.
But if you have 100%, I can see that.
Elron, you're saying that Muslims are. Sorry, Dave, you're going to speak, or shall I go?
No,
go, Dave. Go. All right, I was going to say, Samaroon's saying, that Reggie's wrong for saying that Somalis are intolerant, right? You're saying that.
No, Khan, why do you keep speaking for him? Are you spokesman?
Hold on. No, but 1 minute, Richie. I spoke for you. I spoke for you, Richie. You didn't mind. Richie didn't mind when I spoke for you, though.
I never asked you to speak.
Hold on. Elron, you're saying a criticism of Muslims in general. So as me and Samaroon agree on this, I'm putting it to you that you're only sticking up for what Reggie's saying because you're an Islamophobe. How do you feel about that?
Exactly.
I'm not even saying that it is a bad thing. I'm not even. Wait. I'm just putting out facts here. It is true that Somalians are very intolerant to other cultures and religions based on the Pew Research studies. So, but I don't say that this is a bad thing. I like intolerance, okay? So,
thank you! Thank you! I've been cooking for half an hour, and now the food's ready to eat.
You say you like it. You like it.
Tolerance is the last virtue of a dying society and culture.
Let me ask Elron a question. Elron, let me ask you a question. So let's say that Germany got the ethno-state, but the cost of getting the ethno-state is you had the GDP of Somalia. Would you still want it?
Yes, I would still want it.
That's a fucking brilliant question.
Thankfully enough, it won't happen.
So your position.
But you guys want to be an ethno-state, right? Like that's what you're like. Yes. That's your aspirations. You want to be ethno.
I'm not an ethno-nationalist. No, Elron is though. But you would turn your country into a third world country to achieve this, yes?
Yes, but I will make sure that it won't happen.
No. What do you mean by third world country? Like we didn't do that ourselves. Man. We've been in the world for how long now?
You didn't do that yourselves. You're fighting each other.
To all the Germans out there, it won't be a third world hellhole, okay? Based on GDP.
What do you mean? No. How long have we been in war, man?
Based on GDP, not on culture. Based on GDP, okay?
So you think you wouldn't get sanctioned by the world?
Collapse.
So if you started the mass deport people, you think the whole world wouldn't sanction you to the point of becoming a third world country now?
Yeah, who would not be on? I mean, it is. It sounds like Germany is doing it alone. No, every European
well, that's what you would need.
Desires that, and we are all working together here. Every European,
that is what you
in
would
fact,
need.
even Australians
and
American whites are working together with us.
Okay. Yeah, so exactly. So you
What
would.
do you
need
mean?
for the
Even?
world
You mean especially?
So you would need for the world to become.
Maybe, some are thought leaders from America,
to achieve this. Yeah, you need the world to have the same ideology, pretty much.
No, just whites. That's enough.
Okay, but
They need to be endorsed by the world leaders.
Dave.
Need endorsement.
You guys in the UK, aren't you guys like the thing that you want more than anything? You want an ethno state, right?
No
way.
You want an all white country. You want an all white.
No way.
They don't want. They don't want that.
Can't
well,
let
not
them
me. No, some do.
Don't
Yeah,
inter-
some
Khan,
do.
please, I'm begging you, don't interrupt. Let them answer. Let them say it for themselves.
He was asking
No,
British people. I thought he meant me.
Sorry.
I'm talking to the white people.
All right, cool,
I'm talking to the
Sorry.
English. Yeah.
No, I don't know, but some people do. Yes.
So you don't want it, but a lot of people do.
Not a lot. No, a small group.
But Dave, what does the government want? What the leadership want? What would the future
Not
be
an
for
ethno
England if it was
state,
the
no.
ethno state?
The future thing, like Elron said, you'd have to get the world powers to move politically. in the
No,
same
you don't
direction.
need that even. It would be the best outcome to make it like this, because if a European country like Germany would do this alone, then
we've
probably,
seen how that played out.
Yeah,
Elron. We've seen how that played out.
yes, then probably there will be Europeans, ironically enough, that are in power in other countries, make war against Germany again, and I'm not up for that. But we see.
But what's the
ethno-states-
reason, Elron? What's the reason? Because it's not ideological. You can't convince us it's ideological. It's got to be financial. It's got to be financial.
No, it's not financial. It's based on what these elites in the European countries, in the white countries all around the world, trying to achieve. And this is not anything to do with ethno-nationalism. It is based on the New World Order project. And this is why they are fighting every European country, even insignificant countries, you might say, as Poland, to become multicultural.
Yeah.
But they
Elron, can you not
still
see
are
that your position is
ethno-states and
extreme?
having.
Can you not see that your position is extreme? That you're willing to turn your country
it's the
into
most
a
normal
third
thing
world
in the
country?
world.
Not
It's the
for
most
you to be
normal.
willing. Hold on, one second, guy. For you to
He said it's the most normal thing in the world.
For
He
you
said,
to
like,
be
it's
willing,
normal to his people.
for you to be willing to turn your country into a third world country, that is an extreme position, right?
Yeah, I would
How do
die
you-
for
how-
it.
how do you-
I mean,
how do
I
you
would
turn
do
it to a third
everything.
What do you mean
because
by third world?
You get sanctioned to the point where you become a third world country.
Yeah,
if
man.
you did that without the approval of the
There were
power structure, then
sanctions against Hitler even, or from so many countries, and
Yeah, but we
still
know how
the
that played out,
Germans,
Alwyn. We know how that played out.
the Germans were have managed, even with these sanctions, to be one of the most powerful countries. We don't need anyone, and
because we allowed
could-
you to become that, yeah. We allowed you to become that.
Oh.
Don't forget that. We allowed
Tell him,
you.
Dave.
You allowed
Do
me.
you see the pride he has in his people? Like, do you see the pride he has in his coach and the way he calls his coach and his people and what they did to you?
Yes, I have confidence. Even if
One second, because I'm gonna stay along with your topic, but I want to kind of bring it back to the original, which is okay. So you're both. This is a European country, and Elron, you're from Germany, a European country. Yeah. Would you say us as West Indians, African, and even a Turk on the panel? Do you think that us bringing our cultures into yours has destroyed your countries or made it better?
No, it is part of the problem, but not the main problem. Our main problem, and what has destroyed our culture, is cultural Marxism, and this is our main enemy here. Civic nationalism is just one part of the cultural Marxist doctrine. It's part of the controlled system, the controlled right.
That's your
It's
opinion.
still multiculturalist. It's just multiculturalist under a banner of our constitution or something like this, which hasn't worked in the past and it won't work in the future. It's a false controlled opposition. So
can you show where fascism works? Can you show us where fascism has worked?
Yeah, fascism works basically in
where has it
Islam,
worked?
right? Islam is basically fascism. So
Have you seen Muslim countries?
Have you seen?
if you look at the Chinese government,
Islam,
okay,
for example.
it's called communism, but when you look at the structure of what fascism is, it has big parts of fascism in it, and China is a very powerful country.
Yeah,
and
China's communist, but
yeah, communists have some overlaps with fascists, right?
Alright.
It's you have different branches of communism. Communism, for example, have almost no value in beauty or spirit, religion,
for the sake of the panel,
all of this stuff, right?
If communism overlaps with fascism on one side of fascism, what's the overlap on the other side of fascism?
What do you mean?
You're saying if we take fascism as a block, on one side you have an overlap with communism. I'm saying on the opposite side, what would the overlap be with?
The structure, the hierarchy they have in China. You have a leader.
Does capitalism overlap
with fascism? Good thing? No, but does he think it's a good thing? It sounds like you're praising it, man. Are you praising communism? Huh?
No, I'm not, because there's still big differences between Mussolini, fascism, for example, and
you're not
China.
Being honest.
I am honest.
You're berating communism because you're saying it overlaps with fascism. What I'm saying to you is, doesn't capitalism also overlap with fascism?
Yeah, but you've let him off the point because I asked him to show me a successful fascist state. And he said China. Communism. Yeah, China's not fascist.
Well, you can say that a lot of.
Well, actually, you mentioned Islam. Right, yeah.
Well, if you can't even call the National Socialists fascist. They have fascistic values in the system also, but it was,
so it was
more
National Socialist Nazi.
Yeah. Yes. But some would describe it. It has so many aspects of fascism. It's basically fascism, but it also have a lot of socialism in it, right? So it's not black and white. It's also some gray areas there, some different models. You can't compare communism of China to communism of Stalin, right? You can't compare Stalin communism with Trotsky communism. There's different branches. There's
different ideologies. Yeah, of course, the different ideologies. But
you can't even. We was spoken before about Christianity, and I would make the same point there, and I will say that if you look at Mexicans and how they are praising Christianity or how they are doing their church services, it's completely different from Europeans. It's
why are we talking about this right now? We were talking about culture before, and then
all the way
because have you guys all noticed
people.
that Dave is yet to answer the question? Dave is making sure.
I was literally
I'm on to you, Dave. I'm on to you.
I was literally about to do that. Yeah, the Windrush generation has contributed a lot to Britain. Other communities, not so much. I say Sikh community, the Hindu community, Pakistani community, not so much.
Yeah, so
the Pakistani community, I think, has been a detriment to Britain, to be honest with you.
Be honest with me, Dave. What about West Indies? What about the West Indian culture?
Be more honest than that.
Don't hold back on that with your honesty. Don't hold back.
I just said the Windrush generation has contributed a lot to Britain. You can look throughout society. There's representations of West Indians throughout Britain.
Yeah, but the West Indians today, because remember the West Indian Windrush, that's my parents and my grandparents. What about
but you are of the Windrush. They are your people, right?
I know, but I'm of the first generation Caribbean.
But that is Well, I class that as you. That is you.
Hold on. Lady Divine, if you look at the population of Caribbeans in the UK, what percentage of them would be the young, new generation? Wouldn't be 50%.
Well, African immigration is actually overtaken.
We're not even 3%, a whole 3%.
No.
Caribbeans are a very small population anyway.
Yeah, they are.
No, I mean percent within the Caribbean community. What percentage is the young, and what percentage is what Dave's referring to as the Windrush? If we talk about what percentage is the Windrush, the majority would be.
You're not understanding.
Windrush.
I class that as all the Windrush. The young, the old. It's the same thing to me. That is the same people. Like the Nigerian immigrant.
But I want to make one point.
One second, Aaron, because he focused on the Windrush. So 1 second, I just want to know, what about the African culture now, the whole the continent of Africa? Do you think they've brought to this country, added to it, or?
Well, Nigerians that have come to Britain.
Nigerians. Here we go.
It's always the Nigerians.
The dominance. Here we go.
Nigerians have a strong work ethic and a strong family unit, so they're actually adding a lot to Britain as well.
Is it because they work for you?
For me, how does Reggie work for me? He's a successful man. What are you talking about?
No, they did work for you.
They
work for me. Dave, you seem to be mentioning immigrants who are of the Christian persuasion.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is there 100%. A coincidence there, or do you just feel that Christians are more in line with British values?
Nigerians are Islam in Britain can never get above 10%. If it does, it's going to create even more problems.
No, but so what I'm asking you is,
what about the Somalis?
I don't know that much about Somalis, if I'm honest, but you do hear a lot of bad things about them.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
You can never allow Islam to get above 10% in this country because look, right now they try to bully the majority already, and they're a tiny minority.
Okay, but look, if it's naturally growing within the people, and people are just adopting, they just become like coming to Islam, and they're embracing Islam.
Well, no, Islam is growing by birth, not by people converting to the religion.
That's why Somalia has to still keep their apostasy laws up to today. What's the punishment? What's the punishment in Somalia? If you want to leave, what's the punishment?
You can leave Somalia if you want to. What do you mean? There's no punishment.
If you leave Islam in Somalia, what's the punishment?
I never heard of like an actual situation where somebody did leave Islam.
I thought you're Somali, man.
Why do you have to do that? You always got to go to Islam and religion. Can we not stick to culture?
No, but it's part of their culture. The apostasy law is part of their culture.
No, that's their religion. That's not their culture.
No, it is. It's part of their. It's part of their culture.
All right, Reggie. So is Elron being a Nazi part of his culture?
Yeah, Nazism is a culture. Yeah.
No, you're not understanding. Somalia follows elements of Sharia, obviously not whole Sharia, and part of the way they maintain their culture and part of the way they maintain their religion, Islam being the dominant force, is to have apostasy laws. Therefore, if you leave Islam and decide to become atheist, Rasta, Christian, you're going to be killed.
All right, if you leave the white race and you decide to go and have children with people other than white people, ain't that the same thing, Reggie?
Say that again.
As a Nazi, if they see someone leaving the white race by choosing to have children with someone other than a white person, isn't that the same thing?
No, Reggie won't answer that. He doesn't want to answer that.
I'm against this man's ideology as well. If that's what you're trying to get at. Like, I don't know.
No, I'm asking, is his ideology stemming from his ethnicity?
Yeah, it's the same.
I'm saying, are Germans inherently Nazi?
It's the same demonic.
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
That's a random question.
We are obviously not, because we wouldn't have multiculturalism if it were so. And to be for your people doesn't mean you must be a Nazi or something like this, right? I'm not
we're
saying
speaking in layman's terms, though, Elron. Forgive me.
Okay, yeah. So to summarize the points that were made or also asked about me, you have all given some very false choices, basically saying that if we remigrate people, non-Germans, that no one would work together with us. I mean, this is
Can you
very,
prove that?
very silly idea, because right now we are working with dictators all around the world. There are still ethno-states everywhere around the world. Are we calling them Nazis and not working together with them? No. So it's a false choice. It's to say to white people, don't even try it, or you will become a third world country based on GDP, because everyone would sanction you.
No, but look,
this is
Dave
completely
said
ridiculous.
Dave is the one who said that.
I think that I'm not gonna be able to.
Aaron,
I think you're fighting a losing battle if you want to reverse things. I think you're fighting a losing. If anything, Dave is probably close. I think Dave wants to be like 80% or whatever. I don't know, like a certain percentage. But the others doesn't seem realistic the way the current things are. And if other cultures are ethno-state, I think that they're wrong as well. Like I don't really understand why you need everybody to be from one race in your country. I don't see.
No, but say
but no one is calling the Japanese Nazis. No one is calling the Somali Nazis to be with their own.
No,
it's only to white people that happens.
We do.
I don't even go around name calling.
Racism. Don't try it, Aaron. Don't try it.
And by the way, I find it very funny if a Somalian guy, where you have very intolerant culture and almost like when it's true what Reggie just said, that even they execute people when they do certain things, right? And then they come here, and when we are intolerant, or speaking of intolerance being a good thing, then they call us names, right?
But you know what? Personally, I don't care. Like, I don't care, man. You guys do.
Okay, cool. Okay,
that's gonna be the most white.
Then you don't have double standards. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You're an outlier, I have to say. Most people that would completely have these double standards.
Yeah, we can't turn a blind eye to these things. That's why I said.
Big up, Dan. Let me just make sure that I can hear Dan. Big up, Dan, and welcome back. Because I want you to touch on the superiority again, Dan, with Elron and the dominancy. So, can I hear it?
Well,
I would say if you think that your culture is superior, it will eventually lead to dominance. I don't see a contradiction there.
But can you not see where the dominance fits in, though, Elron? Is Dan speaking, guys?
What do you mean?
He's not.
Oh.
Please
because
specify.
What I'm saying, there's a case where we can say, okay, so let's just take the UK. I don't know. In Germany, I know you've got a lot of Muslims, but I don't know where the demographic of the Muslims come from. So I can't really speak for Germany. I've never been there. But I know here in the UK.
Have you got a lot of Muslims?
Yeah, they got a
mostly
lot of
Turks,
in Germany. Many of them.
It's mostly what
Turks, but now also a lot of Syrians.
What's your percentage, Aaron? Yeah, Aaron.
On Muslims?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, because the last census, they only it was before the 2015. All the migrants coming in, and it must be between 2 and 3 million, and it has to be 80 to 90% Muslims coming in. So
what in the last?
Elron, your country's sorry, Reggie. I'm just saying that Germany's a lot bigger than the UK. So when you say 2-3 million, it means something different to us.
What was the last consensus?
Try to give the percentage at the last census. Sorry, Reggie, for cutting.
It's 5.7%, but I don't trust these numbers, because they have done another study years back ago, and it was only 4.5% then, and it was like 10 years ago. So it can't really. I think this is a deflection.
I would expect you to. Hold on, I wouldn't expect you to 100% agree with the consensus. Obviously, there could be. It's not entirely accurate, but would you say 5% is too much, or too?
Yeah, I would say even.
Listen to this, Reggie. Basically, they've got more Muslims in Germany than they have West Indians in the UK. With only 3%.
Exactly.
You're not hearing the 5.7% out
Exactly.
here. Are you hearing that?
Exactly.
And if you look at historic events, how Muslims invade countries and at what percentage they do what, then it's already a very, very concerning numbers. If you add to the 5.7%, let's say another.
Look, Aaron, you're trying to attribute everything to invasion. So didn't people come to Islam, or people accepted Islam, right? People came to the religion, they accepted Islam. Nobody. This is because of invasion, man.
Yes,
so
there are Muslims coming in. So and then they more coming in.
No, I'm not saying come again. I'm saying your own people, man.
No,
what percentage of Germans are Muslims? Can you tell me that?
People, it's not that consensus of or the growth of Islam is not primarily due to people converting. It's primarily immigration and birth rates.
Yeah, so, I know from all the Muslims I have seen and all the big demonstrations. I know of only 2 or 3 German Muslims who have a YouTube channel.
You already know 2 or 3?
And yes, who have a YouTube channel. And if you go to the demonstrations, you don't see any Germans there. So
Elron,
they're not really
Germans
converting.
are converting to Islam than British people. In Britain, the indigenous population.
Khan, you're asking him the wrong questions.
Yeah.
What you should be saying to him is
No,
this.
no,
Elron,
I'm stating a fact.
I said this to you before, Elron, and this is why I call like your hypocrisy now. And I'm going to be very frank, like I always am with you. This is where you're wrong, because you would say you want them all out of Germany, you want them out of Europe, you don't want the Muslims around, yeah? Cool.
Yes.
That's your team. But then you'll take your German ass and go all the way to North Africa and try and settle there and rebuild there and take over there. How make that make sense?
Tell him.
Actually, I've heard Aaron answer before, and he says he's not one of those people that imperialists.
Yeah, it's his people, though, Reggie. Shut up, Reggie. Don't help him out. Keep quiet. Defend Nigeria. Let him handle this. Let him handle this.
Yeah.
Germans are taking their asses to North Africa right now in 2020 and trying to take over and settle there and buy up all the buildings and make the people then already living and suffering as it is. And you are taking your asses there, but then
throw them out.
The same breath, you're telling them to get out of your country, but you're taking over the Islamic countries. Come on, man. What are you not doing?
No, throw them out.
You know, you go and get your people. Tell your people to go back to Europe. How about you do that?
Yes, I would even advocate for that. More Germans in Germany. It's perfect.
Start some campaigns or something then. Can you get some campaigns going to get the Germans out of Africa? How about that?
In which part of Africa you're talking about? North Africa?
Tunisia, they're going to Egypt, they're going to Morocco, they're going
Algeria, they're everywhere.
You mean
companies
or settlers?
Immigrants. Like you lot.
Immigrants, really?
Immigrants like you people.
Really?
Get them out. Get them out.
They're moving there. In which numbers?
They're buying up property. They're taking over like they always do. What Europeans typically do: go into countries, take over, buy up all the property, try to dominate it, and then play like they're innocent. Come on now. But then you have the nerve to sit in Germany now and complain that the Muslims are there and they're trying to put Sharia law and blah blah blah. And the West Indians are all over the place and the Africans are all over the place. But you lot have no problem going around sowing your seeds and trying to take over. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm against that.
It's so am I. They love this.
Yeah, I would advocate for Germans to stay in Germany. Definitely. I would even have policies. If they leave Germany, they have to get the state all their properties they own. I would go even this far.
But this is my thing, though, Aaron. My thing is you can't have it both ways. You can't say one breath.
And I don't have it both ways.
You want your country to be pure white.
I'm against it. I have answered your question. I'm against that.
I know you're against it, but what are you actually doing? Because I see you lot got all these campaigns and all your, your 14 for all and all of that going all over the place. But you're not willing to do the same to take your people, get your people together, wherever they may be, whether it's Africa, Australia, wherever they've gone and took their asses, get them together and bring them back to where they belong. How about you bring them
Even
back
the
to
message 14 means all what you
No,
are
it does not mean all.
criticizing.
I tried that shit the other day. I told you, I put it to the test. I went up into Ralph's bitch ass chat and I put 14 and I got blocked instantly. So we know that there's no 14 for no all, yeah? We know that to be fact. There is no 14 for all. It's 14 for whites, like the way they intended it to be.
No,
I
it's
put it to the
not.
test. I'm telling
And
you,
if
I got
Ralph have blocked you for putting out the
He blocked me
14
for
in the
putting
chat,
14.
I will
Ralph, you little
punish him
bitch.
for that. I will punish him for that.
Can
Okay?
you go and tell him I want to have my
Yes,
freedom of
I
speech
will.
and my 14 should be up in there too with the red, black, and green right
Yes.
side of it. Thank
Yes.
you.
Now we know why you really got blocked.
Okay, we were just talking about culture. Why are you guys so worried about Islam?
Can I ask Elron one small little question?
Please.
Elron, in the UK, women have the right to marry and bring men from other countries. So, for example, if Lady Divine went on holiday somewhere, fell
You
in
already
love.
know my answer. Get rid of that. Why are
Get
you
rid of
asking
that.
me
But
that?
that's her But isn't it her human right to love
Fuck
whoever she
human
wants
rights.
to love?
Whoever she
Fuck
wants.
the human rights. Fuck that.
That's terrible.
Oh,
You're really heartless. You're really heartless.
Oh, that's so terrible.
So you would keep two
The
people that
Muslims
love each
agree
other.
with
You would
me.
keep them
The
apart.
Muslims agree with me. Human rights. They said, fuck the human rights. I say the same thing. The Muslims are right about human rights.
No, what you mean now? When have we ever said that?
Yeah, the conference. Wait, let me put that up. Human rights. Muslims. No. Give me 2 minutes, okay? I researched that.
Don't worry, we'll talk about you while you're gone.
No.
Damn.
These people are hypocrites, man. Wallahi, man. What is he Googling, huh? He's trying to find out where he...
Samaroon, talk to me, bro. He's suggesting, yeah, that in Islam, you can't marry someone of a different color. I'm asking him, you know, as a German.
What religion out of any religion
man.
in history? Out of any religion in history, whoever has integrated the way we did with other cultures and other skin colors, other tribes, like has Christianity ever done that?
Exactly.
Okay, has the Persians ever done that?
Samaroon.
Yeah.
My grandmother was Habeshi. Yeah, she's Habeshi. Let me show you the picture.
Yeah.
I'll show you her photo. I got her photo and everything. But in the UK.
Okay, so I have it here. So they rejected the United Nations Declaration of the Human Rights, and they have made their own human rights based on Islam, right? It's called the Cairo Declaration.
But you said we denied human rights altogether. That's what you said.
No, I'm just saying you don't want the United Nations human rights. And I'm saying I'm also for human rights. I'm for the ethno-nationalist human rights, okay?
All right, if you say so.
Yeah. The human rights ideology I have is that there is every people in the world should have the right to exist.
It's my family, man. This is my mom's mom, yeah? That's my mom's mom. Yeah?
Yeah.
And that's her mother-in-law.
Yeah,
that's her sister.
Wait. Why did your grandmother look like Queen Elizabeth? What's going on there?
Oh no! Tell me about it. That's mad, isn't it?
Why does that look like
Look, Queen Elizabeth married Haile Selassie. It's a mad thing, isn't it?
He does.
Look, this one. See this one. See this one. No one married this fucker. She didn't get married. Unfortunately, she didn't get married. But this one here, that's her son. So him and him, they're first cousins.
He looks Habish. Like
all my cousins from this guy, the lineage of this guy, they're all one shade darker than us. All of them. So they still maintain their color. But him, my granddad, like we're all like lighter, slightly lighter.
Yeah.
So this is the grandmother, the Ethiopian.
Yeah.
Hebeshi. Mad, isn't it?
Mashallah. So what age was this? Like, how long ago was this? Like,
this was, I think, 1920. I think the picture's like from 1920. What year is it, man? This picture? 1948. 49.
Oh, mashallah. Oh, alhamdulillah. It's good, man. Mashallah. So that's your family. So what are you? You're Turkish Habesha.
But hey, Khan, it might trigger you, my question, okay? Where's the Muslim solidarity with the Muslim refugees from Syria in Turkey right now? They all want to...
Is there ever been anyone in history to take on 5 million refugees? Are you crazy? If that's not solidarity, what is?
You see the conditions. Wait.
Do you know how many refugees Turkey took?
The refugees the Germans have taken in are living far better here in Germany than they live in Turkey, right? I see some documentations about how the Syrians live in Turkey, and they're not living good there. And by the way,
that's a good point.
And also, you were asking other countries to finance. Also, of course, it's a burden for Turkey as well. I don't deny that. But you are asking European countries and not Islamic countries for help, for financial help.
So Turkey,
why is there no Muslim solidarity from Saudi Arabia for these refugees?
Hold on. Is Turkey part of NATO?
Yes.
Does Turkey pay money towards Europe to be part of Europe? Doesn't it?
I don't know.
It buys his weaponry only from NATO, right? Apparently,
yeah,
right?
And they benefit.
Why is it that the Europeans, don't assist Turkey and they don't support Turkey because of military reasons? So they financially cap them when it comes to being part of Europe socially because of military reasons.
Iran, who is the first nation in history and first civilization in history to ever create cannons?
What cannons?
Cannons.
China.
Like, you know, cannons.
China, powder. Yeah, China. And we probably did the cannons. We used the powder, the gunpowder for weaponry and... let me check that. I don't know about that.
The Turks bought their cannons from, I think, Bulgarians. The Bulgarians were the cannon.
So
they made them,
yeah.
So when they attacked Constantinople, I think the cannons were provided by Bulgarians. Yeah. That was recently, though. Chinese had cannons, but smaller ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they had the biggest cannon going, man. The massive one. And it blew up. In the end, it blew up.
Yeah, the Germans had the biggest cannon back in the day. But it was not effective because they have to use trains to get the cannon. Yeah, to transport the cannon. Yeah. It was not very effective.
You know how the Germans bombed London?
They called it Bertha, I think.
Elron, you know how the Germans bombed London?
Yes, I know of that.
They put the missiles on airplanes, and they put the airplanes on autopilot and aimed them for London. Do you know how they made the airplane fall exactly at the right time.
No, I don't
Because
know.
it would run out of. They would put exactly the right amount of fuel, so it would run out of fuel, and then it would dive. So they didn't have any modern equipment, but they still managed to bomb the hell out of London.
You think the Germans were not technologically, especially in aircraft, capable of
The technology wasn't available then.
what? To fly to London and bomb them?
Long-range missiles. I'm saying they turned an airplane into a long-range missile.
Yeah, no one had
before
them,
the invention
back
of a
in the day.
long-range missile.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. But the Germans have invented these rockets, but they haven't had them at the end of the war, and they don't have the capabilities of using them because there were not enough of these missiles. Yeah, the Germans were the first that have the modern weapons and rocket weapons, and also the what do you call this, airplanes that fly on a specific motor, with a specific engine.
Which ones?
It's called Hyperschall.
I'm not sure.
Düsenantrieb. Wait.
You have to Google it.
Düsenantrieb English.
Okay,
jet
Iran. Well, Iran, you as an East European, do you think the English look at you as the same?
What? As a English?
I say, as an East European, as a German.
I'm not an Eastern European. I'm a Westerner.
Okay, where is Germany at?
Germany is part of the West.
It's part of West Europe.
Yes.
Okay, you as a Western European.
Basically, it's in the middle of Europe, where it is.
But you're not considered Eastern European now. So you're not considered Eastern Europeans. Like Germany, Germans
yes,
are
of course.
considered as.
Of course, I consider Eastern Europeans Europeans.
No, but I said like Germans.
Give us a little history lesson about
Eastern Europeans.
What was the reason for the rise of the Germans? Like, what was behind it? Because obviously they were very late when it come to nation building. Obviously, we know Germany as a nation was one of the later additions to like democratic states and whatnot, and having a government. So how did Germany go from that to like being able to like take on in a war situation England and America and whatever? How did they rise to power? Like, was it mainly due to slavery? Was it mainly due to?
No, we almost had non-slavery.
I think since slavery was a big part, man. Don't lie.
What?
Slavery was a big part, man.
No, not at all. We had some late colonies in Northwest Africa, which was first. I have an argument with some. What was it? Someone asked me about the genocide of the Herero, and I was saying that first the German Empire under the Kaiser Wilhelm doesn't even want the colonies. First, they were established by private companies, and they have made contracts with the Herero for especially the Herero people. And he was saying, no, there were no contracts and all of this stuff. And then after they made this contracts, then later the Kaiser said, yes, these are protected. We protect these territories, and it's under German leadership. But it only contains from 1880, I think, or when the first colonies under private law, and then I think 1883 under German law, to the First World War. So from 1818 basically to 1914. This is and it wasn't even really slavery or something like this. It was colonies, right? and we are not shipping any slaves to Germany or what the Americans have done or something like this. So yeah. I can't see. But what we do have before was the Holy German Empire under German rule, and later.
Being German is what?
Hmm?
What is being German?
What is being Somalian?
What is being Somali? Being Somali is being from Somalia. We're a tribe.
Well,
you can tell me what being German is.
Then German is being German, being of the tribe of the Germanic people.
Okay, who are the Germanic people?
Who are the Somalian people?
We're from Somalia. We're from somebody named Somalia.
So the Germans are from Germany.
You're playing German culture.
Do you see the double standards? So you see the double standards. The Germans have always
to hold on. When I'm talking to you,
go very deep to explain what German is, but no other ethnicity has to do that.
No, but hold on, Elron, you don't do, when I talk to you, you have a proper conversation and you don't do me like that. So why are you talking to the brother like that for?
Because he's asking this question with a bad intention.
Oh dear.
It's negative energy from Cameroon.
I'm asking you a question.
Negative energy.
Why are you asking this question?
Because look, you hold pride in being German, right? You love your people, your culture, like who you are, right? So tell me what being German is.
Yeah, how long do you have time today?
Not long.
I don't have a lot of time. So
Yeah.
just try to wrap it up in 30 seconds.
We have thousands of philosophers discussing what the German soul, what the German way of living is, how they express themselves in art, architecture, and so on. There were written books and books about it to really go deep and understand what German is. This is why all the talk before about culture.
It was farming. There were farmers.
Hold on a bit. Can't you, Kappa? Hold on a bit. I was going to ask Ariel, what do you see people of other ethnicities adopting what you would call German culture? Did you get that?
Wait, yeah, this is also a broad question. Yes, there are people adopting a German culture. Yes.
So you
but,
see,
is that the majority? No.
Okay. Yeah, that's similar to UK.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Reggie. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't we already use German culture in some sense? Like I'm sure, like the holiday Christmas, isn't that not German? Didn't that come from the German tradition?
Yeah, it's not only celebrated Christmas.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah, she's right. Yeah, she's right. Yeah.
Christmas,
evergreen trees and things like that.
Yeah, and
I think there's Roman. I think there's Roman though, but it comes from like that region.
Yeah, it's Christmas as we celebrate it is very pagan, and it's not only celebrated from the Germans; it's also celebrated farther in the north. This is where their whole mythology comes from. If you have this tree, for example, okay, why do you have this tree there? Because this tree, this specific tree, I don't know how to call it in English. Sorry for that. But this specific tree is the evergreen tree.
Evergreen trees. Yeah.
Exactly. And why are they doing it like this? Because it was a symbol of hope that the spring comes back and have food again, right? In the cold ages, people without electricity, the cold weather was harsh. It was almost like a time where people fear the darkness, the coldness, and all of this. And this was, it is very explainable why people have adapted cultures or celebration of nature coming back, coming back. Yeah.
No, Northern European pagan culture.
Yes, and this is why I say it is most people don't understand the origins anymore. And like Lady Divine has said,
Because I
now
study you people, Aaron, so I know everything. You can't get away from me.
Okay,
But go on,
but
go on.
most people don't give tribute to the northern people or the Germanic people for Christmas because it's for everyone now, right? And I have a problem with this, just as you have a problem with it. If you want,
we're not the Christians. They're the type of people like Reggie, man. They're the ones that put these trees in their houses. They're the ones that decorate these trees.
Yes, the Christians can't get rid of the old traditions of the Germans, and they have included many pagan traditions.
Well, the thing
This
is,
is also important to understand. I was making the point before that you have a completely different Christianity within Europeans, within Mexicans, within blacks, and then I find it fascinating because, and this makes my point. Religion and culture comes from race, not the other way around. Even if you read the same books, right, you do Christianity in a different way, and I find this fascinating.
You mean you fellowship in different ways?
Yes.
Like he has a point. He has a point, but I don't think he like. But I know what he's trying to say.
You see that even in Islam, you have different tastes of Islam, right? Within different ethnicities, and this is why I say the civic nationalist, the civic nationalist idea.
Reggie doesn't want to accept the truth.
No, I don't know about Islam. You know what I mean? Like, all I can say is definitely within the. So when people come out here and say, "Oh, you Christians worship a white Jesus," and you're like, "Really?" Like,
do you worship like a Jesus with blonde hair and blue?
I think some
eyes,
Christians do. I think some Christians do. I agree. Some Christians possibly do. Same way some Muslims believe Muhammad is white. Some Muslims believe
nobody believes that Muhammad was an Arab.
But obviously,
how can an Arab be white?
These things are not really all that important. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's important to whoever chooses for it to be important to, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was an Arab, so he can't be white. But you people, you try to portray somebody from the Semite region.
So you
as a guy with blonde hair, blue eyes.
You're throwing away
like he was a Celtic. You know what I mean?
The European do this unconsciously. They might say. For example, they might. This is also a lot of Jewish criticism is that the Christians, the European Christians, often forget that Jesus was a Jew or is supposed to be a Jew. I'm not really sure about that. I'm a pagan myself, and I look at the Bible very critically, and I have some issues with that. I would say go and read Atlantis, Edda, and the Bible. This would be my interpretation of Christianity, by the way. But when you go to churches and, for example, ask, say to Europeans, no, Jesus was black, they would have an issue with that. And even though some might say, okay, Jesus was a Jew, they still portray Jesus as white. They feel it, right?
Exactly.
Yes. I would definitely say so, yeah.
That's up to them.
But it's unconsciously more than anything.
I would say that then goes back again to what I was mentioning earlier, and I'm going to continue to mention the cultural superiority because of the European culture, because they went around dominating with their superiority complex, they decided that they're going to paint a white Jesus and everyone's going to have to accept him as a white Jesus. Do you see my point?
I mean, maybe they did that subconsciously because they believed that he was white. So
would it be a superiority if Jesus was a Jew? And they put that to every other people?
Superiority because he actually was a Jew. He came, you understand, he came from Jerusalem, whereas he didn't come
from the Judea region.
Ireland, he didn't come from Scotland, he didn't come from England, but somehow you've got this blonde hair and blue-eyed man.
Well, a Jew can be blue-eyed and blonde hair. The Ashkenazi, for example, are.
The thing is, The thing is, I don't know. We're going on to religious topic, but I would say that the thing is, when it comes to Jesus, is obviously for Christians, we believe that Jesus is not just a man. We believe that he's God. So the color thing, his colors, he's beyond color. You know what I'm saying? So it's the creator. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
not really.
So the
understand
creator is
that.
white. So
Yeah.
your God is white. That's
I
pretty
think
much
You're not getting. You're not getting. We believe.
Jesus basically was a hippie, right?
If you believe that God is just a prophet or just an individual, then yeah, maybe it could mean more. But when you believe that Jesus is God and he created things, he can literally change anything. You get what I'm saying? Then the color thing doesn't really
And
play.
he's being portrayed as a Northern European.
In the interpretation of the New Testament, yeah, I would say it's more about inner spirit, and the church is within yourself. It doesn't have to be anything about skin color. Really. The Old Testament is completely different. It's all about race, tribes, and tribalism. And I don't know
That's the
how
culture
people.
that was Jesus' culture. Know what I mean? That he was from that region. He was from a tribe.
Yes, but he was saying
But
that,
anyway,
for example,
before
in the Old Testament, the Jewish people were the chosen people, and Jesus said the new church basically is everyone that accept me as the Son of God, which could be any people, and these people who accept Jesus as God are the chosen people. So Jesus has taken basically.
Interrupt you, Aaron, and speak on behalf of my Hebrew brothers and sisters. They're going to cuss out your clock, and they're going to say hell to the no. They weren't for no Jews. It was for the Israelites. So cut it out. Don't get my brothers and sisters gyrating in the chat now. They're going to get mad if they say that rubbish. Don't do it. It's for the Israelites, not for the Jews. Stop.
Okay, even if you if you go with this, his message was everyone that follows him is part of this tribe, of this chosen people.
Okay, Aaron. Jesus said this. He said, "Hear, O Israel, your God, our God, our Lord
Jesus never
is
said
one."
that. Yahweh said that.
You know what? Yeah, this
Yahweh.
is,
Yahweh. His
this
real
is
name
going
is Yahweh.
completely
Jesus
off
Latin,
topic. I don't know why you guys are going into a theological
Reggie,
conversation.
look, he said, but Reggie, look, he said, "Hear, O Israel." He said, "Our God, our Lord is one." He said, "Our."
No, it says
So how
your
can he be
God.
God?
No, it says, "Hear, O Israel, your God is one."
Yeah. But it was also his God.
Jesus never said it. It's the Old Testament thing, 10 Commandments.
We're talking about culture.
Oh, so it wasn't Isa that said that?
The topic is culture.
No.
Yeah.
The topic is culture. You guys are going into a religious thing. Before
If
you know,
if you want to have a stream later about Christianity, I can give you my interpretation of Christianity. But
Reggie, do you put evergreen trees in your house? Like, do you celebrate Christmas?
You celebrate Christmas German style, Reggie.
No, what I do is I make a graven black stone image and I bow down as hard as I can.
What is a black stone? What do you mean a black stone?
But we're gonna unravel. We're gonna unravel the truth now.
I kiss it.
Reggie,
I give it a nice shine every morning.
Reggie, you just said we're talking about culture.
Worshipper.
One sec. You said we're talking about culture. Why are people talking about religion? I'm asking you, Reggie. Is your culture or your indigenous tribal culture separate from your religion?
Well, Errol raised a good point. Samarin wants to answer for me. Go on, my spokesman. Another one.
No, I said I'm going
by what you said, Reggie. I don't care about what anyone else said. I'm asking you because you're making out like you have an English culture, a tribal culture, a Nigerian culture, and a Christian culture, and they're all separate from each other. They don't overlap. So, like, you're becoming more and more interesting to me. You seem to be a little bit psychotic.
No, what I'm saying is that all of these things can influence one another to make my culture. You understand that? Like, a culture doesn't have to be separate from a religion. Part of your culture can entail religious aspects. Does that make sense?
Okay.
No,
You're saying
no,
that
no,
they're talking about religious theology is nothing to do
For
with the culture.
example, Errol
I get
raised
you.
the point. Errol raised the point about how different churches may fellowship in different ways. When you go to a Pentecostal church, you might be less likely to find any statutes of God. I'm saying there's a lot of people who talk about this. Like I even wonder if they've been to church, but you're unlikely to find statues of God, and you'll see the way that people come to church. They'll be dressed in their African attire. They'll be clapping. They'll be dancing. They'll be dancing like they're dancing to Afro beats in the church. You get what I'm saying? That's the vibe that you get when you go to a lot of Pentecostal churches. And that's part of our culture. You get what I'm saying? And that is incorporated into our religion. And when we go out and we're not in our place of fellowship, we also do it in parties, etc. You know what I'm saying? So it can be intertwined. You get what I'm saying?
But culture and religion can, because like in Somalia we have a saying called we say Dakam Yodim. That means like culture and religion. So it's kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? Like they can both be
Because you're 100%. You guys have all Somalians have embraced Islam almost to what 99, 100% Muslim.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you know?
100%, yeah.
Do you know that Jesus was the first Nazi?
That's bollocks.
What?
Well, anyway.
Oh my God.
Aaron, are you now some good push over there?
Oh my God.
What are you doing? Talk to me, Aaron.
Where was?
Are you going to talk about the Canaanite woman and the crumbs from the table now?
Nazi, right? Right? Jesus was a Nazi, right?
Crumbs from the master's table, yeah, Ron.
Yeah. I found it very interesting because if you look at the word Nazi, where does it really come from, right?
You're saying Jesus was like make Jews great again party.
Yeah, it has something to do with the Bible. I say how you pronounce Nazi instead of the S, instead of they use the Z instead of the S. It's very false, really. If you have the German word, there's no basis for calling it.
How do you say
it's the Nazi dawa you're doing now.
Nazi dawa.
Nazi. It should be called NAZO, really, National Socialist, not Nazi. I just find that very interesting, and it might have something to do with the Bible, why they're choosing this pronunciation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please tell us why.
I understand what he's saying. He's saying it's a linguistic thing, huh?
Yeah, I don't really know why. I think they are using some magic tricks once again. They know that.
Are you saying that Christians were against the Nazis? Because I assumed that
I'm not saying
it was the other way around.
I was joking about that, but
you know what? Yeah.
I just find it very, very
I'm
interesting.
sure the whole Nazi thing was paid for by the whole Nazi thing was paid for by Christians. The church, Catholic Church.
Yeah,
they paid a lot of money towards the whole thing happening.
It's very
interesting. The church allied with Hitler on a pragmatic standpoint.
Oh, right. That was a business decision.
No, not the business decision, really. Fight for power, for still being able to be Christians, because the communists over in Russia destroyed all the churches, killed the priests, and all of this. And Hitler was saying, yes, we protect you from these communists.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. It was pragmatic, I think. I don't really
Aaron,
think that...
you seem to... You prescribe to this Nazi ideology.
No, I'm just bringing you some facts.
So you don't...
Nazi dawa.
Hold on, so you don't...
I'm more for a monarchy than for national socialism. I'm for monarchy system.
So Hitler
of a warrior class.
I heard that Hitler, was a big fan of Islam.
That's just yeah. This is the argument that civic nationalists always do. They say, look, the Muslims are just like the Nazis. They have collaborated with the Nazis, right? This is what civic nationalists always say. So they don't say Islam is I don't know what Islamists. They are also calling them Nazis basically right now, and they're playing into the hands of the left because they're once again empowering the word Nazi. Everyone that is evil must be a Nazi. Someone that does something wrong must be a Nazi. They can't be a communist. They can't be an Islamist. And they can't be anything else than a Nazi, because the Nazi is the ultimate evil. Yeah.
So
yes.
Aaron, when you're gonna tell them that you're a proud neo-Nazi, tell them. Just put them at their misery.
No, I'm not.
Just be
I'm
honest.
not for the Nazi, the National Socialist ideology. I'm more for a monarchy type of system. Yeah.
Okay. Elron, who killed more people, Churchill or Hitler?
Oh my God.
Well, it depends.
Let him answer.
When you mean did the Germans kill more English or the English killed more Germans?
I mean, was Churchill responsible for more deaths in terms of his colonial subjects than the 6 million so-called Jews that were slaughtered by Hitler?
Well, the question is, I have an echo. The question is always on the numbers, not on the 6 million. This number is exactly correct. It was exactly 6 million, and but when it is not only the 6 million plus the 2 million other people they say have died there. It's not only about this number. They are also accounting the war itself being perpetrated basically by the Germans, and all the war the people that were falling and have died in the war is only the Germans' fault. So they are accounting these numbers also to the Germans, right? So it's a hard question, really, to answer.
So which culture do you look up to or aspire towards at the moment then in the world?
In the moment, to no culture, really.
Oh,
there are
so
some aspects of cultures I admire, but not really one culture I would say that is really something I would completely agree with. No, not at all, even not at all.
Yes,
so
probably more the Japanese culture at the moment.
So why the Japanese culture?
The most important aspects of culture that I've seen that you seem to love the most is the fact that they're ethno-nationalist. So the color of people's skin seems to be at the forefront of what you like about.
That is not. That's not his forefront. His forefront is making sure there's no Islam.
No.
That is what his forefront is. He'll be honest. Ask him directly. He'll be honest. He'll tell you. Ask him directly. He'll be honest.
No, everyone doesn't seem to be.
I like.
That's what he wants most.
No, I admire.
That's what he respects most.
Big aspects of the Roman culture, for example, of the Greek culture, of the ancient Greeks. I admire their philosophers, their structure of societies. I admire a lot of that.
You say you admire the Romans, but the Romans married their own sisters, like the rulers. They married their own sisters.
Yes, there's some flaws in every civilization, but if I look at the great things they have achieved and the when they were on peak on their culture, they have done some. They have a strong warrior culture. They have a strong, how can I describe it? It was definitely better than what we have today. There's,
but
I don't know how to call it. It's a mixture of nothing and Satanism, what we have right now. Nothingness, end of history almost, like in Europe. It is what culture do we have today? I would say it's capitalism, so the praise to the golden calf, basically. Satanism, most degenerate things we are now embracing, and also a lost sense of anything really that matters. So I would say I would even go back to the 50s in the UK or some other culture that are far more superior to what we have now.
Why does
Yes,
everybody
and
seem? There's a lot of people that have come into the panel that seem to want to take us backwards, and I'll put even Shakira to an extent there as well. But he seems to be romanticizing. But you know, like it's weird that everybody feels like we need to go backwards.
no, it's not going backwards, it's going forward. What we now have, this what they call progressive is really regressive. It has brought nothing. When you tell me that the people in the 19th centuries were not more traditional, have more of a common sense of themselves, achieve a will to achieve greatness and all of this. If you tell me the people in the 19th centuries are not superior to what the Europeans are now, then I don't know. I can't tell. Even if you look at the buildings we are now creating, right? I know of no real new monument that the Germans have built for the ages. We have done that in the past. We have built statues, churches.
Look, I want to ask you a question. Okay, you said you respect and you look highly up to the Roman culture, I guess, or like the Roman Empire. Okay,
Yes.
you say you're German, right? Okay, do you know they called your people barbarians,
Yes,
right?
I know.
So you would consider barbarian to the Romans.
Yeah, I know.
But you respect their culture. You respect
Yes.
their whatever.
Aspects of the culture, not everything, but yes.
There are people who thought
And
you
the
thought
Germans,
your people were
by
just
the way,
barbaric.
the Germans have taken part of that Roman structure of how to structure society, right? And they have overtaken it. Later, the Germans, the Germanic people, have led the Roman Empire. It was called the Holy Roman Empire, right? Under
I understand, but
German
you
rule.
know how many wars, your people had with the Romans, right?
Yes, I know.
And they consider you guys just they look just the lowest people in the whole world, man.
No,
They
I
thought
don't
of you
think
just
so.
like barbaric.
Yeah, there's different voices. There's also many high-ranking Roman philosophers and historians who have who have admired the Germans very greatly. I mean, if you read was it Tacitus, for example, about the Germans, you will see that. So you also have to understand propaganda when you're fighting wars. Of course, you make people you are downplaying people, demonize people, also say they are not even humans, right? To have a reason that
It's like
your
that's what the
soldiers
Romans did.
have
That
no
was
empathy.
that was the reason the Romans called you guys barbarians.
Yes, parts of it, yes.
Can I ask you a question, Heron? Is there any culture that has influenced Germany outside of the Western countries? Is there any culture that you would say has actually influenced Germany in a positive way? Does that make sense?
Non-European countries. In a positive way. No,
When
I wouldn't say so.
I heard
Overall,
reggae come out of his mouth, I'll start dancing. I know what he's going to say. You can't deny you German. You're going to come back and answer. Deny you now, Elroy. Come on.
well, for example,
The West Indies.
you could say the Germans have admired especially the Japanese culture and have brought aspects of it within their philosophy.
What specifically in Japanese culture? You mean food? Or you?
even today, the identitarians, for example, I love the aspect of Mishima. I think the guy was called the honorable suicide, right? Yeah, I love that aspect.
That's what you respect.
What is the word for it?
That's what you guys brought from Japan.
Is everything about bloodshed and war?
Yeah, there's something, I don't know how to describe it really in English. I'm not that good in English, but we even today the identitarian movement, one of their major books. Wait, let me look. Is a Japanese book from a guy called Yugo Mishima, I think he's called, right? Very famous. He was even he have almost won the book prize, this famous book prize there. What was it called? This literature prize. I forgot the name, but yeah, we have some. We admire some aspect of Japanese culture, and also we have a deep connection for some reason. I could speculate why this is for the Egyptian culture, and we are also looking around the world.
What do you mean by the Egyptian culture?
Yeah, the Germans were one of the major people that really have a deep interest and have researched a lot of the pyramids, what it is about, speculated and in how they can build it, have made sure that the skeletons are safe, and who are these people of this culture, what the hieroglyphs means, translated stuff from the pyramids. Right, so we are interested in other culture, definitely, yeah, but yeah, it's hard to say. It was more coming from the Germans themselves than from other peoples, I would say. It was not that it was forced on us. If it was something that was forced on us, basically we have always rejected it, right? Yeah.
Okay.
You brothers hold it down, man. I gotta go, man.
Okay. Summary.
Big up, Summary.
All right,
That's
salam.
a good conversation still.
Yeah.
All right, salam.
Salam. I think.
Also, for example, Nietzsche was a deep admirer of what is called Zoroastrian, the Iranian old ancient, ancient religion. Yeah, Nietzsche has even wrote a book about that, right? So yes, we have some. There were some influences from other culture. Yes. Some Germans may speculate that the Persians back in that day were Aryans, right? So, yeah, and might have something to do with that, our interest there.
Oh, I hear that.
I'm noticing how everyone's tiptoeing, dancing, butt dancing, doing all that shit, but I yet to hear you big up the West Indies for giving you bashment, dancehall, and reggae. Stop it. Can you
maybe they're not it
and give us our credence, please? Like, don't.
Yeah, I don't want it here, really.
Yeah, you best be giving me my. Listen, don't play me, alright? You don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
Yeah. I want to have classical dances again. All this disco culture of, I don't know. Yeah, some people might call that dancing. I can't see that. So it's foreign to us, really.
No, it's not foreign to you, Aaron. I've been seeing your gallem, your European, German gallem, dirty whining and all sorts, winding up themselves.
Yeah, I know.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Give us our, can we get our big ups for that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost embarrassing. I think. Yeah, it's.
Aaron, have you traveled before?
Yes, I was in many countries. I was playing poker for 3 years, very professionally. So
Really?
I've moved around quite a bit. Yeah, mostly European countries. So and
You lost a lot of money.
America.
You lost a lot of money.
No, I made not a lot of money, but yeah,
decent amount.
I
Okay.
made money. Yeah, but
Oh.
it was psychologically very bad for me because I was always looking for victims, right? I was only seeing people as how can I profit from people. So it
You're
was
hustling people. You're hustling.
Yeah, I was hustling. Yeah, and that was not good. And even at one point, the last year I was doing that, it was almost that I wanted to lose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was at the first it was an I mean, I learned so much about people, about different characters, about how to interpret when they look at me a certain way, right? The microgaistic, but also I learned a lot about psychology and about how people can betray each other, how dishonest they are. You won't believe the people I met there, right? All kinds of people. And yeah, and later the third year I was doing it professionally. I was playing poker really for 6 years, you can say, mostly online. At the first few years, building up my bankroll online, playing multiple tables. And then it was getting boring. I want to see something from the world, right? Not only sitting in my own basement and playing poker all day long. I want to see the world, right? This was a fascinating aspect of being so. You can go to work basically whenever you want, right? It was very interesting, and meeting new people, visiting new countries. All of this, you were free, really. You can't be more free than that. And yeah,
you're free to go to everybody else's country and benefit.
Yeah, but it was quite fascinating, right? But on the other hand, it wasn't fulfilling me. It was so not very deep, right? I was visiting a country, yes, and for a week or something, but you can't really go into the culture very deep. And I would probably even say that when I read a book about an Italian philosopher, I learn more of the Italian people than when I just going through the street without talking really to people, because or living with them, right? I was always living in the hotels, and then doing my thing. Visit.
Have you been to Africa?
No.
Okay.
I was I wanted to visiting some places. I couldn't do it at the end. I was, for example, I want to go to China, to Macau. Basically, Macau has now overtaken Las Vegas as the biggest gambling city in the world. I wanted to go to I was visiting the PCA event in what was it called, the country, but I wasn't on the PCA event. I was just in the casino. PCA poker. Wait, I think it was in the Caribbean. Yeah, it was in the Caribbean.
Wait. You only want to go to countries where you can gamble, Elron? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I was only visiting countries where I could also gamble, because I was not rich. I don't have a bank roll of 200,000 euros or something. It was almost I have to play poker at least twice or 3 times a week
It
to
sounds like
can
you're
afford this
That's
visits,
your
this
disgrace,
holidays.
man.
you like to go through life taking risks, Aaron.
Hmm?
You like to go through life taking risks.
Yes, to a certain degree, yes. I like I've always had bankroll management, right? But I was always also willing, when I see an opportunity, to take it, to play outside my league, basically. I was mostly playing blinds of 1 and 3 euros to 2 and 4 euros, right? But at certain times when the opportunity was good and there were some fish on the table, I also played 5 to 10 euro blinds, right? And this was a big game for me. Yeah, so yeah, but I only visited countries which also had a famous casino or something where you can gamble. Yeah, but I was visiting then also other cities, for example, where you don't had a casino. Yeah, and then later, 2 days later, I moved back to the main city where I was playing. Yeah. But that was the poker life. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't visit a country.
I had higher
No, just
expectations, but I'm done with you. I'm done.
Mm.
Oh boy.
Oh wow. Oh, so you did that mainly in Europe, and have you been to the Americas?
Yes, I was in
Okay.
Vegas twice. Yeah.
Oh, Vegas as well. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was yeah, it was when I think back on the days of Las Vegas, it was almost like a Disney park, right? Was so it was almost like a dream, basically what Hollywood is doing, right? You see all this glamour and all this. You even have Venice there, right? A small what is the Venetian casino called? Is it called the Venetian Palace? Sorry, my
I've
phone
not
rings.
been there before. I was meant to go, but I didn't end up going. But and MGM is there. I know MGM is there, but I don't know much about Vegas so much. But I know there's a lot of casinos. But yeah, I wouldn't even touch poker. It's mad. Wow.
I just want to know if gambling's a part of German culture.
It's
I'm
part of
intrigued
European
now.
culture. It's part of European culture.
Oh.
And it actually, funny enough, gambling leads to a lot of people being
Okay, I'm back.
and the thing is, like all these things, like people just think it's fun and games, but it does actually destroy a lot of people's lives and leads to people being unhappy. And as soon as we're talking about culture, a big part of culture is the happiness of the people. After all, you can't say, "Oh, your culture is superior and good" if everybody's not happy or people want to commit suicide and stuff, and people are like, "Oh, we're getting invaded. We're only at 80."
That's facts. I've
You know
been to
what I
some of
mean?
the poorest countries, Reggie, and the people there are happy,
You know
even
what
though
I'm
they
saying?
have nothing. And then you come to the West where it's richer, more things happening, more advantages to be taken, all of that. And the people are miserable as fuck. Depressed, miserable, and a lot of mental issues.
Yeah. So I don't know what's
That's
going on here.
my honest opinion.
That's
Yeah.
why everyone's praying for them days to come back when people were happy.
There we go. There we go.
It's praying. Oh, hold on. 1 sec.
Yeah, and Vegas, now that I think back of what I see there, was a lot of prostitution, right? A lot of poor people, lot of poor people, lot of desperate people, addiction. And
that you?
also when I think about Vegas now, it's basically it's almost like yeah, you might call it a project, right? A project city, because you have surveillance everywhere. People are being surveilled everywhere, so it's almost like a laboratory for what they are planning for all of us, right? Complete surveillance of people, and also this whole thing of you. Yeah, like I said before, it's like a dream world where something you have Venice there, but it is not Venice, right? Then you have the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, which I also visit, but it was not the Taj Mahal, right? It has nothing to do there. It was not real. It was künstlich. It was
a facade.
A facade, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting to think about now. When you have taken some red pills, right? To think about Las Vegas. Yeah.
It would be very surreal. It would be an extremely surreal experience going to Vegas.
Yeah, it was.
Why are you encouraging him for Con? What are you playing at?
How do you mean?
You're encouraging this gambling thing. Ain't that supposed to be? Well, for you, that's haram. You can't.
Hey, they're bringing. Hey, Errol, they're bringing
Yeah,
gambling.
like, you can't even talk about
Hold on,
gambling.
hold
That's
on.
not even a part of your thing. Allow it.
No, he wasn't
bringing
endorsing
Saudi
it.
Arabia thing.
He was agreeing with me on the analysis of
That's
me
haram
later.
for him.
I heard they're bringing it to
Vegas
Saudi
is
Arabia.
haram
No,
itself.
but I was criticizing Las Vegas, right? I mean, I still love to gamble from time to time with friends or something like this, and of course, some money you have. Without money, it is no fun really. Then everyone plays how they want to play, right? Not logically, not competing really with each other. So you have to have some money within the game, but this whole addictions to gamble or something like this, it's false.
So you never felt like you're addicted?
I was kind of addicted, especially to the adrenaline rushes of poker. When you bluff someone, right? It's a feeling you just get. I just remember a feeling like this when I have an incident where I fear for my life, right? Or going to a fight with someone else. Only then I had the same feelings of this adrenaline rush. This was kind of addictive.
That's where the saying, adrenaline junkies.
Yeah.
That's where that saying comes from, because adrenaline is like addictive, isn't it? Like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah. But I was always disciplined enough not to play, for example, blackjack, roulette, and all these other games or these people play.
What's
right?
that one that's famous in the Caribbean? I forgot what it is. It's very famous in Jamaica.
Yeah, I was visiting a casino in the Caribbean.
I forgot what it's called.
But that's the thing, though. In the West Indies, we don't do those things. Like you see, when you see that them kind of things in the West Indies, that's for these blasted tourists that keep coming.
No, but Lady Divine, what's the game that your old man
play? Ludo. We play dominoes. We play Ludo, dominoes, jacks. What else do we play?
Poker as well. You play poker?
Really. That's not really a game that we particularly. If you're gonna find them, you're gonna find them beating 2 Jews and throwing 2 dominoes, or beating 2 Jews and throwing some Ludo. That's what we do. And yeah, there might be some money involved with some rum, but that's about it. That's about as far as our gambling. When you see gambling and them thing they're going on, that's mainly for tourists and them thing there. That's not for us as people.
It's a bad thing. Oh, Ultra Funky's in the building. Ultra Unholy Kaffir Funky. Where's the Black Telect? Not around at the moment. Ah, Scattered Minds is around, yeah? Scattered Minds. Is he jumping on?
Yeah, Ultra's in the back as well. I see Ultra in the back, Veli.
Yeah.
Can you let the madman on, please? He's coming to
What's the Nazi guy's name? What's the Nazi guy's name?
Elron, right?
Elron, yeah. I didn't know what his name was. I was just thinking, why is this person asking this? What's the
No, Lord.
God?
When
He's
you like
asked
to
us
start
not to
shit, you know. Why? What's it
What?
if
What?
calling you the Christian Crusader? What would you say?
He's asked
If he
us
was
not
a
to
Nazi, I
identify
would not entertain him for 5
as a
seconds.
Nazi.
No way.
What? People. He's asked not to be identified as a Nazi, so let's respect Aaron and let's take his funky views with a pinch of salt. That's what you can do.
But one thing I want to mention is that the title of this stream is very political incorrect, right?
It is
to the normal, to the normal normies out there, and it's quite good that almost everyone agrees that it's not really bad that if you think a culture is superior, and if you make this
disagreed with the statement with the superior side because superior, it seems like it's a bit provocative, but you're right, there are some people that have said, oh, straight up, this culture is superior generally. But
it's a trigger word, right?
The way how I see it,
It's only honest people like myself that would admit it.
Let's use the Jews as an example.
I didn't catch you.
Very distinct culture, right?
What did you say, Lady Divine? Which culture superior? Oh, you cut off. Great timing.
So what I'm saying in the West, now everyone's coming up with this thing of the Jews are behind everything, the Jews influence everything, that they're very powerful, the Jews this, the Jews that, whatever the Jews, right? So you could say that their culture could be seen as the most effective culture for how to become, successful or dominant, even though you're a minority. But when you put that same culture in Nazi Germany, it was the worst culture to have because it basically led you to your own destruction. So the same culture placed in two different environments have a completely opposite outcome. So you can't say that there's such a thing as a good culture without taking into consideration the environment that you're placing it in.
Hold on, Khan, can you shut up for a minute? We got Lady Divine in the back, we got Ultra Funky in the back, and they both want to come on. I don't know why why Veli is not able to see them, but yeah, they both want to come back on. Ultra.
I say, especially you can't say that the German culture is the superior culture for black people or Japanese people, because I think that culture comes from race or ethnicity, and I think that the cultures that are natural to the people are the ones that are best for them, that is most fitting for their kind of
suitable.
It's most suitable. So I'm not a supremacist as saying, of course, I think the German culture is superior for the German people, but I would never say that that any other people should have the German culture because it is better for them to have that culture.
Elron, would you then admit that some cultures are less transferable? So German culture works very good within German environment. When you take it out of German environment, it's not necessarily going to be as adaptable or workable. That you can maybe take it to Argentina, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's still very limited.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say I would make that point to people, right? But not to environment. I would say German culture can be done in Africa just as much as on the North Pole, right? What it has been in the past, because now we have all these technologies and all this stuff, right? Before, I would say yes, definitely. It has environment was a big factor in the case. I would even say the environment formed the people over thousands of years, and then they adopt the culture with changing to the environment. It is all part of. It's not separate. It is all together, right? Environment is together with people, forming people, and then the people form the culture based on that, right? But today, I would say the technology is so far ahead. The Germans don't need to really make big changes if they live in Africa or the North Pole because of the technology.
Yeah, I agree with you. Technology makes.
Can I hear my mic? Can you hear it?
Can you hear it? Yeah.
Oh, we can hear it.
Okay. First of all, let me just quickly address that blasted Raheem in the chat. Hell no, Raheem, you nasty shit. But yeah, I'm glad you lot went back to the culture thing. And Reggie, I wanted to pick up where I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. So this is my stance. Yeah, I don't believe in superiority of cultures, but then, if I'm being honest with myself and being honest with the people on the panel, there is a superiority whether we want to accept it or not. English culture is superior. And I will say this for a reason. When you are basically a lazy group of people that don't want to learn anything, but you want everybody else to be able to speak your language. So you want everybody else to understand English. You go to, whether it's Spain, the West Indies, Africa, they don't want to learn another language. They expect you to be able to speak and understand English. That's laziness. That's superiority. When you believe that you can go anywhere that you want to go, set up camp, do whatever the hell you want to do there, change up rules, rename countries, do whatever you want, that's superiority. There's many examples of superiority that we can say and use that the English do. That makes them, I guess, have some form of supreme culture in that sense. Whether we like it and accept it is a whole different thing, but it is what it is. Germans as well. Germans, when you go in school, I don't know about now, but back in the day, they used to give you options on what you would want to learn. And I remember back in the day, it used to be French and German. That's superiority. Why weren't other options given in schools? Now you get Spanish and all of that, but back in the day, there weren't no Spanish. It was French or German. So Germans also have that superiority thing going on. If you go certain parts of North Africa today, the predominant languages are, especially when I was in Tunisia, the predominant two languages over there were German or
hold
Arab.
on, Lady Divine.
Yeah.
Why is Grassler TV asking, can you speak any African language?
No, I don't know. I'm not African in that sense. Grassler TV.
You know who that is?
I can't speak any.
You know Beefy?
No, I don't. I know of a Beefy, but I don't know him. No.
Oh, okay. I thought he was trying to get at something. Well, anyway.
No, maybe I think he might think I'm African. That's probably what it is. But no.
But Lady Divine, what you are just describing is one aspect, right? One aspect of culture. Yeah. We see, and I would say it's temporarily, right? It's not set in stone. So when Islam, for example, takes over here in Europe, and it could, when we don't change something very drastically, they will take over. Then they probably will force. Okay, when the Turks take over, they will probably tell the Germans go speak Turkish, right? But it's most likely that we have to learn some Arabic language or something like this. So it's temporarily. I see, yes. The English
I don't know
language.
if I agree with that, Elron. Sorry to cut you. I don't know if I agree with that because it's not a temporary thing. Because the British, especially the UK, they've been doing that for a very long time. They've been going to other countries and forcing their languages onto other people and expecting them to kind of push their language to the wayside and pick up the English. Wherever you go in the world, there's somebody somewhere that can speak English. Now you can't come into England and expect the English people to speak in other countries languages or native tongues. English are very lazy. They don't want to learn anything. They think they're superior, so everyone needs to speak to them and be on their level, not the other way around. Have you not noticed that?
Yeah, but you wouldn't say that the English people of today have the same values, the same culture as the British has had at their peak of their strength of the empire. Back in that day, the English people thought they are the chosen people, pretty much like the Jews thinking of themselves right now. The English thought they are God's chosen people, and they were supremacists. Right now, the English people didn't even say there is such a thing than English people. So the Englishness of the world or something like this is going to end, and we are in the end times of this domination. Even in America, I would say we are at the end times of it all. It's quite possible that even in America, in the next year, there will
Elron, you're so negative, man. What is this negativity
yeah,
based on? Did it come about due to your overly hedonistic lifestyle of like going around the world, staying in hotels, sleeping with prostitutes, probably taking lots of cocaine, gambling? Like, this has resulted in your negative view of life.
No,
Aaron, you need to return to nature, Elron.
Aaron, do you
Go and
believe
live somewhere with some poor people.
Even then, I wasn't really hedonistic because I still was very much into sport. I was eating very well, right? I just had this. I was not thinking about something greater, right? You can say that. And yes, I would say that the way I've lived back in that day, I was not going all around all the parties. Yes, I was visiting clubs more often, probably twice a month or something like this, to very special clubs back then. I really want to visit, not
I can imagine what kind of clubs
because I want to have a party or something or get drunk. But yes, I would say the lifestyle I was having back then is basically what everyone is doing right now in Europe. So, and it's detrimental. I looked back at me and I said, what I have done then was very wrong. And if everyone would do something that I was doing, yeah, we are done. We are finished, right? So, yeah, I'm very pessimistic. If if there are no big changes, European civilization is done.
But Aaron, would you be happy if a culture that seems to be able to retain your ambition of being an ethno state came along and took over? I mean, you've spoken about Islam coming to take over. What if Islam took over and maintained, and you was able to maintain your ethno state through Islam? Would you be willing to take that on board?
Yes, I would even adapt white Sharia, right? Definitely.
Be honest. I like the honesty.
Definitely. When it means the survival of my people, yes. But of course, I would advocate for because it's still foreign to us. I would over time change that, right? But yes, I would adopt any thing that would save my people, because you can change culture, you can change political systems, but what you can't change is when your people are being outbred, being no more in the world. That you can't change. Maybe with some genetic engineering stuff now you can do that, but yeah.
Elron, since the Second World War till now, would you say that we've been living in this artificial sense of security where people don't really feel the need to have children, as if like the culture's been taken over and is being preserved by people from a higher level, that people on the lower level, they don't need to worry about their culture. They don't need to worry about preserving their bloodline. They don't need to worry about having children or what their children even get up to. It's just like turn out their children onto the streets and say, go. be free, feral, wild, like animals. Like they get up to all sorts, and then they come home. They didn't even ask their children, like, "What you been doing all day?"
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So since the Second World War till now, this is an artificial. Like when you look at the rest of time from Adam and Eve till now, you look at that small little gap between the Second World War till now. It's artificial because it's not in line with nature. It's not how we naturally have living. We've always been responsible for our own culture. Yeah. Now our culture is being fed to us from TV. You know, McDonald's got a new Happy Meal. Kit Kat's got a new flavor. You know what I mean? The news. Who to be scared of? Or the Muslims? Or everything's being fed to us basically.
But
so we're not responsible for our own culture.
Khan, can I quickly ask you a question? Would you say that Muslims or being a Muslim is a culture?
Yeah.
You would. And see, this is where I will kind of be more on Elron's side then. So if you would consider to Muslims to be a culture, this is my honest opinion. This is just me, I'm speaking for me. I wouldn't want Islam to take over the West Indies, period.
Of course not. No, would
definitely not. I would not want my culture overtaken by Islam.
But hold on, ladies and gentlemen. What if the culture allowed you to achieve your objectives of increasing your childbirth, which is a massive part of the problem in the West? For what if it meant? So basically, what I'm saying is, what if embracing Islam allowed you to fix your problem in terms of like lack of population, lack of reproduction, or whatever you want to call it.
We don't have that problem.
What if you did have the problem? Because this is what the problem that a lot of the Europeans have.
What do you mean you don't have that problem? The Caribbean people's birth rate in the UK is the same as the English.
Hold on. Not in the sense of we're coming distinct or we're going to be exterminated or we're no, we don't have that kind of madness.
Yeah, but if you did have that problem, and this was a part of this, could be a cure, a possible cure, because this other cure that he's talking about of getting people out. No, that he hasn't even spoken about that, but some people speak about it. Getting people out, kicking them out, reversing some of these things. I personally think it's gone past that. It's not really realistic. But what could be realistic is if Islam was to come, then then the childbirth problem might actually go away.
Yeah, but
Rick wouldn't, because whoever comes to live in the UK, eventually their birth rate ends up being the same as the indigenous people. So this thing about Muslims have more children.
The UK or the West Indies? Sorry to cut you, Khan. The UK, because I'm confused on the two questions. Are we asking about the black people here in the UK or the West Indies itself? I'm confused.
No, okay, so it doesn't actually apply to you because you don't, because Caribbean people don't have the problem. Even within the Caribbean, you don't have the problem of childbirth, etc., or declining population. But within Europe, they have a problem with declining population. Therefore, as a ideology, as a culture, as a law, Islam could actually solve that problem.
No, it couldn't.
No, that's ridiculous, and I'll say
not
why.
True.
And I don't even mean to speak on behalf of Elron and these people, because that's not really my problem or my issue. But I would say this: if I'm going to apply that to my people, I'll be like, oh hell no, we don't need Islam to do that. All we need to do is educate our sisters. Let them know about the dashing away of the abortions and all of those things there. Bring back the black love, black families, and do what we're supposed to be doing as our cultural practices. That will bring back up our birth rates. We don't need a religion in order to teach us how to keep our birth rates up. That's ridiculous.
That's just like you saying you've got the cure, but in reality, we can see that it's based on economics. When you're living in the UK, now you might come here and not really care about having a 70, 80 pounds a month Sky TV bill. When you come to this country, you might not care about having a posh car or keeping up with the Joneses or buying Harachis for your kids. That you're not that materialistic. So the money that you do get, you think, you know what, I could have 4 children. But 1-2 generations later, when your values are the same as the people that you're living with, and you're not really eating your indigenous food no more, you're doing the same thing what other people do, like having 1 or 2 takeaways a week, shopping in Tesco's, you know, and you're living the same as everyone else to a higher or lesser degree, financially you'll be in the same situation as them. So when it comes to planning your family, the end result will be you be having the same amount of children as the indigenous people, unless you're Jupiter. You know what I'm saying? Then you're having like 8 kids from 3 men. But that's a different situation. That's just a one-off person. But in reality,
that isn't.
Stop lying on the woman.
She's got 8 kids.
Fathers too. Stop it.
This is an argument I hear a lot from anti-whites to basically say, don't worry, whites, right? Their birth rate will also be like this. There's a lot of nuances there. Of course, even Muslims were affected by the technology, the wealth, the lifestyle of hedonistic lifestyle really in Germany and Europe. They were affected by it. But now we see something else. We see more since the Europeans become smaller, right? And the immigrant groups become bigger. They are now doing more identity politics than before. They are now advocating for having more children and all this stuff. And by the way, if you say the Turkish people are living here in Germany since the beginning of the 60s, they still have 1.9 children, and the German woman has, they are basically considering every German woman having children who has a German passport, right? They saying German women have 1.3 children. It's probably 1.2 right now, or maybe even 1.1. So, and we see that it could be changed. We just have statistics out of Hungary, where Viktor Orban, has had some policy changes on rebuilding the families, and they're going from 1.2 children to 1.45 children within a few years only. And we can also go to the example of Israel. Israel is a very rich country, high technology, also in many parts not very traditional, very they have a big homo community, LGBT community in some parts of Israel, but they have managed to have a birth rate of Jews living in Israel of 3.2 children. So we see it's not a destiny. It's also, there are many aspects playing within that, right? It's culture. It's also technology, of course. It's a sense of nationality, right? This is also a big factor. And all this stuff plays within that. But if you, of course, and there's like 20 points I could make why the birth rates are so low. You can name the birth pill, for example, or you can get rid of that, for example, right? You see the drop in birth rates when the invention of the birth pill came along. You see a big curve, big downfall of birth. And what's also interesting is that Israel have forbidden this birth control pill. Yeah, so you can definitely change that, right? You don't have to.
1 second, Aaron. Sorry to interrupt. Veli, we've got Raheem, Captain, and Ultra backstage. Can you let them on, please? I don't think I'm done speaking for now. Sorry, Aaron. Go on.
Yeah. So they're
gonna stick you in the back, man. Dan, you're going to get stuck in the back. Dan. Yeah, he's all right.
You can name feminism, right? Which has destroyed the traditional families and also has a huge impact on.
Aaron, you're saying to undo everything that's happened in the last 30 years. That doesn't make sense. You're saying get rid of feminism, get rid of women at work. Get rid of all the things you're saying to get rid of.
You don't really have to go, I would say, to the second wave feminism, right? And the third wave feminism, of course. Yes. or at least give the woman the choice to work. I would go farther than most ethno-nationalists on the woman's question. I would say I would forbid.
Big up.
Hey,
Big up,
what's
Bobby.
up? More voice. I would forbid German woman going to in the military or the police force.
Basically, if you want to build an ethno state, you have to have every single available woman having children and having children at a higher rate. So, you know, you'd have to bring a lot of policies in to kind of stop the women doing what they're doing now.
The culture. The first thing you have to do is change the culture. Then you don't even need policy changes. If you just
but you can't change culture in one generation. You need like 3 generations.
No, but we don't have to. We can live with, I don't know, 10 million Germans.
Elron, why go through all that hassle when you can just get loads of immigrants to move into your country and it's all good?
It's not all good, man.
It's gonna be Aryan people. Like, he wants to keep his race pure, in it. That's the point, Khan.
Yeah, and I want to make
this.
I want to keep it Germans pure, not. It would have to be pure from the start.
I don't even promote that dumb people should get children. I'm not even saying every German should get children. Oh my
God, this guy!
Yeah, I'm for the Übermensch ideology.
We've all thought that at some point, though, Khan, haven't we? Though, be honest, we've all thought, "Fucking hell, you're an idiot."
No, man, I've seen some dumb motherfuckers with some amazing children.
Yeah. No, I don't want, for example, people with disabilities having children.
Why?
Because it's a burden for society. It's not good. I won't want, for example,
people having children. I've never heard you speak on that.
I would even go as far as saying a rapist, for example. He can't be allowed to have children. He should get the worst. No, not. I mean, we can talk about that too, but we can simply castrate him, right? There's another word for it, which is a bit more euphemistic for what I would do with a pedophile, but I don't want his genes to go to the next generation. And Europeans have done that in the past too. They killed like 2% of the population. Now we don't really have to do that. We don't have to kill them.
They've ever done that in England. We do have a lot of pedophiles.
Yes.
So.
And it has a big positive on the IQ of Europeans, for example, because they killed a lot of murderers, rapists, and all these people. And most of these people were very dumb, by the way.
Low IQ.
Low IQ, and it has a huge effect. And it is basically it brought the Renaissance, right? All this measurement.
No, what brought the Renaissance was when the Turks kicked all the Greeks out of Greece and they moved into Italy. That was the start of the Renaissance.
Okay.
When the Greeks moved into
I'll let
Italy.
you have that.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It was also the Black Death, which has a huge effect on the people. Because the most dumb people, you can always if Corona Gen is worse than we think it is, it could have a similar effect, because the dumb people would just live their life and don't prepare, right? Just like in the past. And the most smart people, they would take measurements and prepare for another Black Plague, right? They will survive this crisis, and the dumb people will just die out. Or most of them.
Dark
natural
Magician posed
selection.
a very good question. He asked, he said, just because you have a low IQ doesn't mean you're dumb.
Mm.
So what would you say to that, Elron? A low IQ is different from being dumb.
Yeah, and so there are also some other attributes that are important. It's not just IQ. I definitely agree on that. But IQ is a good factor to measure success in, especially in the modern economy. It's the best predictor to predict if someone is successful in business.
True.
That's true.
No, it's not. And a lot of businesses nowadays, frog in my throat, sorry. A lot of businesses nowadays stick away from IQ tests and go to things such as characteristic tests and stuff, discipline tests rather than IQ. They're better indicators to cohesion into the workforce than IQ, because IQ is just a standard measure based on standardized parameters. So you're only as intelligent as the box.
Yeah, most intelligent, high IQ people are very disciplined. More disciplined than low IQ people.
No, that's not true either. Where do you
Yes.
get that high IQ people are disciplined?
Yes,
They are some of the most rebellious people on the planet and often have learning difficulties, such as Asperger's or autism. Those are the traits of
Yes.
people who are extremely high on the thing. They often have they're mental not disabilities. What's the word I'm looking for? But basically, you get some really unruly people who are so high in terms of IQ. Even what's his name, who everyone looks up to, Einstein. He had a form of
Einstein was a
Asperger's?
fraud, by the way.
Hey, that's your countryman you're talking about.
No, he was a Jew.
Obviously, the name.
Yeah. Einstein was a fraud. He has stole a lot of things from other famous Germans. So, yeah, he was not dumb, definitely not, but he was a fucking communist and, yeah, also a German hater. So, I don't give a fuck about Einstein.
That's a new lingo for me. What's that?
Someone that's in the name.
What's a Germinator?
I love it.
This is worse than
He
bloody
hates
Islamophone.
Germans.
What's a Germinator now?
An anti-German.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I'm done.
Yeah. He was a piece of shit. He was not only a shit to Germans, he was also a shitty father. He was he was not even a good human, really.
You can't be great at everything.
Yeah. And he was a fraud. That is the most important thing. And no wonder why he's uplifted as the most intelligent guy in the world.
Elrond,
not Tesla or
who
something.
on Earth is a pure non-fraud? Which society is keeping it in line with the theme? Which culture and which society hasn't stolen from the last or the neighboring in order to get to where it needs to be?
Exactly. Nothing exists in the
we're not.
vacuum.
We are, but we definitely can distinguish between every human has some kind of bad clusters, bad things he has to deal with. But if you say that you have to compare. You can't compare, for example, it's not black and white. You always come down to black and white. There are people that are bad. There are people that are very bad, and then there are people that are very, very bad, and there are people that are good, people that are average, people that are morally.
Elrond. Why is it when Germans get angry, the voice gets more squeaky and squeaky?
Elrond.
I just say there are a lot of
Elrond.
more.
Elrond, hold on one second, brother. You started to talk about people being good and bad, but that's not what I asked. I asked which culture hasn't stolen from another in order to be successful.
Yeah, what's your point? I never said that. Right?
You're saying that Albert Einstein's a fraud. My point is that all great people and great societies in the world and cultures in the world.
No, you switched it from people to societies.
Well, what is a society made of? It's not made out of grass and animals.
I was talking to a specific guy, and if you want to tell me that every famous scientist, was a fraud like Einstein, I would say I disagree with that. There were not all scientists have stolen ideas from other scientists. No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to try and disagree on you when I can't categorically say you're wrong. So fair enough. But
science is the work of a community, not of an individual person. So, you know, the whole point of science is that the experiments are repeatable. That's the whole thing of science. You can't just say Einstein was free from everyone else and he was working off on his own. And
I'm not saying that.
No, he's saying because he was a Jew,
trying
he's
to
a
malign
fraudster.
Einstein, and
Einstein couldn't
we love Einstein.
Einstein or other scientists that are living within Einstein's age, right? They couldn't make the inventions they have done if it weren't of other people creating math and other scientific theories and all the other stuff. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he's claiming that he have invented a theory which is false, which other guys have invented, right? So he's a fraud.
But that is like literally what other people do. They see other people, like you have Tesla, and what's the other guy who was pitted against, and basically they conspired and made Tesla broke.
Same as this fucking Zuckerberg. He's also stolen most of the things, and no one really.
Exactly, that's my point.
You really hate Jews, innit? Fuck yeah, no.
Steal. Great people steal and do what other people who can't do better and capitalize off of it.
Elron,
I think you just don't like these people because they're Jewish.
Oh, is Zuckerberg a Jew? I didn't know that.
What other scientists that have stolen do you not like, Elron?
Where was
Tesla from? All of them at this point.
Wasn't Tesla Slav?
Let's not go into
Stein in their name or a Berg.
Was Tesla a Serb or something?
Tesla,
what was his ethnic origin?
He was German.
One
of the best Germans.
I thought he was
by the way. Some people say his inventions and his way of thinking was suppressed for specific reasons. You know what he was talking about, right?
What do you mean? Specific reasons, like what? To stop
Tesla was.
He wasn't German. He was Serbian. Stop claiming people that ain't
Tesla was
Croatian.
Serbian.
Speculating about free energy. And there's a lot of people that would have something against free energy, right? Yeah. This is why no one is talking really about Tesla, but about Einstein.
But you know what I heard? I heard that Tesla was also Jewish.
Good one.
Or to see if your opinion on the man changes.
Something's telling me that Elron's been smoking or something today. Like Elron's on a different form
Elron.
today. What's going on?
Do you know that Eva Braun was an Ashkenazi Jew? That means that Hitler's child would have been an Ashkenazi Jew. Did you know that, Elron?
Khan, are you a Jew?
I'm a Turk.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what? Actually, you have a point there. Because see with Khan like changes every 2.4 seconds. So you're right to ask him.
You don't trigger me with these accusations of Eva Braun. I mean,
Hey, here's the evidence. Here's the evidence.
Hitler. You know that, right?
Apparently, I'm not saying you do or you don't. I'm just saying it's the irony of it. So apparently these GIs that went into the room where Hitler committed suicide grabbed a few things. One of the few things they grabbed was Eva Braun's hairbrush. So when they sold it years later, the geneticists got hold of the hair, run a test on it, and they found out that Eva Braun was an Ashkenazi Jew.
There's so many lies about
You
all
think that's
of
the
this.
lie?
They are saying
It was in the BBC documentary.
Hitler had just one ball and all this stuff, right? There's so many lies you won't believe. You won't believe. There's also this myth that Hitler
You're upset about that?
was a Jew himself. They are spinning everything, right? On this topic, you won't believe how many things are out there. It's unbelievable. If you go into that,
micro penis,
it's unbelievable.
And that's why he like
Hitler. He only had one ball. Classic.
So, what was your view on Hitler? Do you think that he was a great man? Do you think that he was a bit of a micro penis coward? Like, what did you think of him?
No comment, but he definitely was not a coward. I can tell you that.
Oh wow!
You just don't want to say anything in case, because I heard it's illegal to be in support of them people in your land. You know, you don't want to be locked up for 9 to 10 years. You don't want to do a bird. I get it.
Lack of condemnation, but it's like that. It's like when you ask the ISIS supporters, do you support ISIS?
ISIS.
Exactly. It's like I can't say no. You know.
Of course, I disagree with every politics Hitler has done.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Except for
and
the
we believe
extermination
you,
of
Aaron. I believe you,
amount of
even
Jews.
if the rest of the chat doesn't. I believe you. You're right.
Wow.
Yeah.
I bet you got a poster of the brother, ain't ya? Up on your wall.
No, I haven't. I'm not Wignet. Right? I don't have a swastika flag in my home. No.
Well, you know what? Speaking on when
why would you want to align with failures?
1 second, Carl. Speaking on when powerful people borrow things, the swastika is a Hindu symbol that the Nazis borrowed for their regime. So it was a fraud, no?
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that almost every culture has a swastika on it. The reason is the question is
was a fraud, fam.
Why has Hitler said to the Germans that he invented the swastika?
No, but he claimed it as his national flag. So
and never gave credence to where it originally came from. So what would you say?
Do you think that?
No, I think they did. They knew that they're descended from Aryans.
But did they publicly come out there? Did they publicly come out, Khan, and say, you know what, this doesn't originally belong to us?
Yeah, they said that they descend from Aryans, so they know where they come from.
Okay.
Outside of Europe.
I need to look into that. I'll have to.
Yeah, no, for real. The Aryans are the Indians. Well, that's why you got.
No.
Yes, that's why Caucasians.
No, they were Aryan before they entered India.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same. They're the same people.
No, they're the proto. No, they're the proto race.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the proto race. Because not all the Aryans went into India.
Yeah, they moved to different parts of the world.
Well, every part of the world.
Yeah.
That's why they're called the master race.
They are certainly not.
That's right.
No, it's not.
We was kings, my brothers.
You dickhead.
Everywhere around the world, we was the kings.
You know what, Aaron? It's time for your bedroom now. I'm done with you.
Oh my gosh.
The Aryans were not the master race at all.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
But we will.
There's no such thing as a master race.
We will be the master race again.
Until you get to Africa and get sunburned, and then you have to run away crying out it ain't right down there and it's too hot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Guys, I need to have a smoke right now. It's
You've
very
been smoking. That's why you've been talking about the Quran for this long. Yeah, Aaron, no, for real. Before you go and
no
have
no
your smoke,
ganja or something.
yeah, you need
Just
to
a
stop
normal
that shit.
cigarette.
Stop. That's not your culture. Stop it. Stop it.
Speaking to us ethnics has stressed him out so much. The brother needs a cigarette.
Leave me alone. I haven't done anything to him. Like Aaron enjoys my conversations. Ask him if you think I'm lying. But anyway, I'm the only one that actually.
No, I really enjoyed it today.
I
Really.
told you.
Yeah,
See?
it's
Yeah,
good
that's
speech.
because all racists love a black woman.
Whatever. No, but for real, Aaron, before you disappear, we still really haven't heard your views, to be honest, about this whole superior superior culture. Sorry, not race. My bad. What is your actual thoughts on superior cultures, and if there is one?
Yeah, as I said before, I think superior culture can only go so far as saying it's superior for your people, because I think that the natural form of living is that the people within themselves adapt to what culture is most fitting to them. And what's right for one race or one ethnicity could be wrong for the other race or ethnicity. This is my point. And if you want to say, is it superior just because we can conquer countries or something like that? Yeah, you can make that value judgment as well, but it's just one aspect of it. You can say, yeah, the America is now superior because it has the most power and most military power, but on the ways of morals they lack, right? They have no real morals right now. At least I don't think that they have a high moral value system anymore. So you can say other cultures have a higher moral system, and in the long run or the middle run, when they don't change their morals, it will have big consequences. For example, the Americans, the white Americans, don't have enough children anymore, or they make enemies all around the world with their policy, right? So eventually, they have so many enemies in the world that they will get beat because of this. So there's many different aspects. So what superiority could mean, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So you're saying it could be a case of whether you're going to take the because you could be superior being wicked, or you could be superior being just
basically
enjoying embracing your culture. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think to that?
A virus can be superior to the humans if you look at that
Yeah,
this
we've
way,
got the
right?
fucking corona running around
Yeah.
the place all
So,
and you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
People can choose even bad ideologies that completely destroy them. I don't know what reasons, but yeah. This culture, for example, cultural Marxist, has beat conservatism and is superior to conservatism, you might say, just because they have won. Is it better? No, I don't think so. We are trying to change that. So yeah, it's very nuanced. It's not as most things. It's not black and white.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard one. Reggie, what do you have to say to any of that?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good summary. I mean, it's I agree. Like we see with America, they've obviously created a lot of enemies because of some of the decisions that from the authorities and their government have made around the world, and even to the people that they brought to America, and even to their own people as well. It's created a lot of tension and problems. I don't know whether foreign policy and legislations are so much part of what we call culture. I don't know if it's so much a part, because obviously not everybody agrees with all the policies that are made. You understand? It's just like here, our countries make a lot of decisions even now that a majority don't even agree with. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes it's just out of your hands. And I wouldn't say it's part of our culture. It's just a policy that is pushed by a certain group
Yeah, I
of
got a
people.
good example of that actually right now, Reggie.
Yeah.
Let me just address that little blasted little shit named Raheem in the chat, yeah, talking
Oh,
about I need to get back in the kitchen. Look at here, boy. Yeah, look at here. Yeah, I'm letting you know I'm embracing the Western culture. It's International Women's Month. Let that sink in. International Women's Month in the West.
Well, you get a whole month.
We are free from the kitchen. We are free from cleaning. We are free from doing anything you expect us women to do. Bun you and your kitchen. Go fucking find McDonald's. How about that?
Yeah.
That was cringe. That was cringe. Where's our month? I want my month now. Men's month.
Good luck.
LGBTQ months. We need that too. I think we already have that. At least a week or something like that, right? We need pizza month.
Right.
We need
You need to go find Pizza Hut, McDonald's, KFC, Burger
Yeah.
King, wherever you can find. Women are on strike for the rest of the month. Get used to it. And don't forget, there's Mother's Day in the UK.
Yeah,
somewhere
that what
over the month,
that
so.
is something I would embrace.
But this is your culture. This is Western culture. International Women's Month.
Yeah, it's internationalism.
Deal
It
with
is.
it. Oh God, here comes
Yeah.
Corinthians 1. Oh God, I'm done with First Corinthians. Hold
Yeah,
on.
all right, listen, hear what I'm saying. First Corinthians
I can't even
says
hear him,
a
damn it. Let
woman
me come
is
back
supposed to
in.
shut your mouth and get in the kitchen. Yeah? Do what Reggie says, do what Reggie's book says, and shut your mouth.
That's right.
Ugh! And it, Reggie, tell them a woman's supposed to be submissive to her husband, and she's supposed to keep her Ross silent unless
Well-
she's spoken to. Tell her that.
I mean, it's better than what they say now. Women can do whatever they want, and they can sleep with other women if they want, and we
Oh,
shouldn't say
that's come on, Reggie. That's hot. Let's be real.
Now, Richie, that's where Ultra draws the line, isn't it?
Yeah, that's hot, bro.
No,
So
but
Don't mind a bit of that.
You're atheist.
Yeah, everyone can do whatever they want, right? Where have I heard that before? I think it was in the book of this famous Satanist, right?
Aleister Crowley.
Do what, yeah, Aleister Crowley. Do
That's the
what
atheist
you will
psychology.
should be the only rule, right? This is the time we are living in right now. Anything goes. Everyone can do whatever
That's ultra
the fuck
ideology.
they want.
Yeah, do you know what you could do about it? Like it and nothing.
Yeah. That's right.
Or just stick to your traditional whatever the fuck you're doing. Just stick to that and let the hedonists just let us enjoy our lives.
Yeah.
Just let us enjoy it.
I mean, eventually the hedonists will die out, right? This is
Oh,
the thing.
fuck's sake! Did she take the key? Oh my god, did she take the key? Oh no, she didn't. Ha ha ha.
Or they end up passing on their diseases onto us. That's the only problem.
No. Listen. If you're married and you don't sex out away from home, there is zero possibilities of you getting the STD.
Yeah, but you guys don't believe in marriage. You believe in.
Are you
doing
fucking
what's right.
dumb, bro? I'm married, bro. With
Then
fucking.
that means you believe in aspects of traditional religious values.
Of course I do. There's some parts of
So you pick
religion
a
that
mix.
I think are golden. Some parts of religion are fucking amazing. Some
But
parts
if-
of religion are absolute immoral pieces of bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Reg. If your religion says it's got the formula for turning lead into gold, just because it's from a religion, that doesn't mean I'm not gonna employ it, bro. If there's something that you're doing that works for me, I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't give a shit. But obviously you can't talk to me about morals and all this shit because the 10 Commandments. Let's be real. We could come up with something a lot better than that. Let's be real. Come on. Like the first commandment should be, "Thou shalt not rape." Yeah, first commandment. Thou shalt not rape. Fairly straightforward, isn't it? Can we agree on that?
You don't need that to be a commandment.
Don't rape. No, don't rape. That should be the first commandment.
Why should that be the first commandment?
Oh my god! Do I have to explain why rape should be like up there at the top? Really, as a black man, I need to explain this to you. Reggie, don't upset my feelings because I'm excited right now.
I'm not gonna get this upstairs. It's really heavy. Oh, 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 oh. There you go.
The fact of the matter is, with the atheist here, you guys believe in people can do whatever they like, and morality can be from like whatever the person thinks is morality is morality. Morality.
Reggie, what you're saying is nonsense, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to Reggie. Listen to what I'm saying, right? I hear you're a Christian, yeah, and I'm not gonna lie to you. One of my favorite things that the fictional biblical character Jesus said was, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." I like that shit, right? And that lesson is so profound. Yeah, it's just wonderful. The problem is, religious people are so judgmental. They're so critical. They're so flawed, and yet so self-righteous. It makes me sick.
But I mean, isn't that why you guys created this channel, so that you can judge us religious folk?
Yes. No, we just created it out of like a response, because there's Christian channels, there's Muslim channels, there's Sikh channels, there's fucking every kind of channel. But I feel like, yeah, let's make a safe space for the atheists. So if religious people come a knocking,
so where's
they're gonna get a bruising.
Where's the Christian channel that criticizes atheists?
Is it DCCCI?
They criticize atheists.
They criticize anything that ain't Christian.
No, they don't. You're lying, and you know that. They know they don't criticize atheists, even though they should.
Do they not? All right. Well, look, I'll tell you what, Reggie. Listen, just quickly. You're here now. Criticize atheism.
Yeah.
Let's do it. No. Let's do it now, live.
Oh my gosh, you
come. Yeah, you're on the spot now, motherfucker.
I have to give a rebuttal to your point that you were raising about.
What do you mean?
Our scripture,
bro. Listen, no, I'm saying we could come up with 10 commandments way better than what you currently have. And when I say the 10 commandments,
your opinion, but someone else was
specifically talking about the second set.
Someone else was, if you speak to Aaron, would have come up with 10 different commandments from you. Everybody on the panel would have come up with 10 different commandments.
No, because that's the come together as a species. No, listen, if we come together, we can come up with something a lot better than what you're currently following.
All of us on the panel, he's gone. Run, devil, man. Another atheist bites the dust.
Atheism is just boring, so
yeah,
who cares?
All they do is come to people that ultra. They come to religious folk to try and, because there's something empty inside them, they try and get some sort of approval from religious people by telling them that they're what they believe in is nonsense, whereas they don't even have anything to bring.
No one who would fight for atheism to basically go to war for atheism. No one. So it doesn't matter, even if the atheists are right, they will still get beat by religious lunatics, right? So yeah, there's no holding together people. I think religion is a big part of holding together people. Could be other spiritual things. It could be a philosophy, right? Which has some religious parts in it. It could be I'm just living for the truth. I'm a pagan, right? But I see my religion is based on. Yeah, I think there's a higher being that have.
So you're a pagan, yeah?
Yes.
What do you do as a pagan? Like, what's your beliefs? Like, what's your faith as a pagan?
Well, one can say to explain natural phenomena, we have also persons, right? Like Thor, Odin, and all this stuff, who stand for different aspects, different values. Also the also the stories of the ancient Greek gods. It's all metaphors, right? That explains a story, just like in Grimm's Märchen from the German people. It is always a moral or a bigger picture behind it that has to be solved by the people hearing the story. I would even argue that the Bible is full of metaphors and other rhetorical skills. You can't take the Bible precisely at the word, because then it don't make sense really. So yes, we have some, but if I look at nature, this is basically where I try to understand God's laws, right? How the world works, what logos is, which is God's law. And I just look at how nature works and then learn from it. So it really, for me, myself as a pagan, it doesn't even have to be personalized with Thor or Zeus or some other pagan gods, right? It's just to, yeah, okay.
Okay, so so do you do a lot of rituals?
Yes, I believe in some rituals. Yes, but
do you believe in rituals that maybe involve blood, like children, like innocent
no.
children a certain age? Eh? You don't believe in blood
No.
rituals? No?
No. I don't believe in that. And
no, you don't believe in it, but as a pagan, they believe in it.
Yeah,
That's
some pagans believe in it, and it's also very the Christian church.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Hold on. Can you tell me the difference between your pagan beliefs and another pagan belief what deals with?
Yeah, I don't believe in blood rituals, and one has to ask, for example, why these people, these pagans, have done so. I would say it was a lack of understanding what the original fathers really mean was a lot of things, right? Because to have this knowledge, some pagans have to hide that knowledge in metaphors. And if you don't believe, or if you don't understand the metaphors, then someone could do such a crazy thing.
Right.
The other thing is that blood.
Hold on, then. Hold on. I'm walking with you, so hold on. So, in that aspect, are you telling me that because you have a scripture, you have a maybe let's call it the Bible, and in the Bible there's a lot of rituals in the Bible by what Abraham did with his son, yeah? He put his son on the altar, yeah? Right? And you find out that throughout the scriptures it was different rituals. Now, I'm saying the people today might not understand the parables and actually do these things. So when you say to me, these lot don't really understand the parables, and I'm saying, hold on a minute, I believe there are maybe, I'm just giving you a rough estimate that 1 million Christians go out and has done their rituals which involve blood sacrifice, yeah, and they did not understand the parables then. Either they didn't understand the parables or they did. Because what you just said to me is that you understand all of these parables, but I understand that there are over 10 millions who read the same script as you, believe in the same stuff as you, actually carried out these rituals as you. Then you come and tell me that they did not understand these parables. I get where you're coming from, because I do try to tell people that Jesus was speaking in power when there's somehow Jesus, anytime Jesus speaks, he's got a red letter for somehow. but every Sunday people have this bread and drink from this cup. So I'm saying, how do I know that ain't blood? And that's a ritual I'm doing. How do I know that ain't blood? And the pastor who's actually leading it, who's meant to be the high priest, doesn't understand the parables himself. He's giving all of the masses children's blood to do these rituals. And you say to me as a pagan that you respect every aspect of this spirituality. You called on certain where people call forces or spirits or deities in the pagan beliefs, like Odin and all of that. And when these gods ask you as their descendants or followers to do these rituals, you go come and tell me they are parables. Come on, bro. It don't make sense. That's why one thing I learned about these so-called religious, they act like they don't know certain things, and they're all involved in it. The ones who's in the knowing is all who carries out these acts know what the fuck is going on in these scriptures and in these books and that. Anyway, thank you. You answered the question. So moving on.
There were so many.
No, I'm just asking. Do you do most of these? Yeah.
For example, if we go to
the point that you made, Captain made a very good point, and it's about you know, the ritual he just speaking about when they take the bread and they say, "Take this bread and eat it. This is my body," and then they would say, "Take this wine and drink it. This is my blood." So basically, that is a ritual that is practiced, but it's because I forgot which disciple it was. I think it was the disciple of was it Matthew? I don't know. One of the disciples did it, and they basically did it. And ever since then, they've been using that in Christian practices. How do we not know? By doing that, we're kind of embodying, or the people that practice Christianity, they're embodying this act, and they're actually making it into a ritual that basically they're drinking the blood of Christ and the body of Christ. What are we doing?
Yeah, and it's amazing that most people don't even ask why are they doing it, right? They are just doing it. So blind followers, right? Really, this is what they are. If you ask normal Christian, why are you doing that? They probably will say, "Oh, it's the blood of Jesus." And what does that mean? Fuck, this is Satanism or something, right? If you would ask them, they probably wouldn't know. So I would make sure that with paganism, as I understand it, that people will know why they're doing stuff that they are doing. For example, you can even find a lot of paganism within Freemasonry. Back in the day where Freemasonry was still a good thing, an enlightenment of the world, and not a thing that was perverted and kept secret to only a small group and small secret society, right? That want to rule over the non-illuminated people. You have these Freemasons have built churches in the Gothic style, right? For example, and they use the way they have built this architecture was very much in harmony with nature. You also see all the symbols in the Catholic churches, which you can find everywhere in nature. The flower of life, for example, is one thing, right? You see that in a lot of plants and all of this. And there's a deeper meaning behind it because, I can't explain it in English, but it's all done by these Freemasons with a purpose. It's a riddle almost behind the architecture, right?
Yes. And you know what I'm not going to do is allow you, right? Because when you say these Freemasons, they were actually the pagans who were out in the field. When I say out in the field, I'm talking about in the forests doing all of these stuff long before before. You had the Joys who you say to what I'm trying to explain to you. You might not like it. It's all interlinked. It's all one. Like being a pagan, as you say, you know about Earth, so you know about the energy forces of Earth. So what's a good thing to do is make these monuments or cathedrals what is all in balance of that. So all works hand in hand. So what I'm trying to say, when these pagans left the forests, they actually started to practice these rituals in these cathedrals, lodges, or wherever the hell they want to do it at. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, I'm trying to separate yourself from them, and I know for a fact you all are interlinked from the Illuminati.
No, but this is not a bad thing that they have done that.
We're doing actually doing the bathroom ritual.
It only becomes bad if you have this knowledge about the power structures, which is in the air and on the ground, and if you use this power to achieve something evil. Everything can be knowledge can be used for something good and something evil. That doesn't mean that.
I would say then maybe 95% of the European paganism rituals are evil, damn right evil, made to look good. That's what fools the mass.
Can you give me some examples?
Ed, one example is a guy called Aleister Crowley. Yeah, and you know of him very well.
You're cutting out.
On the panel. Oh, sorry.
You're breaking up, Captain. But quickly, Schiffer's in the back, Felly. Can you let him on?
Yeah, what I was saying, you know what I'm trying to say. You as a pagan follower, who most probably been you sound very learned in your thing. You know of Aleister Crowley, and you know what I'm talking. You know,
I know Blavatsky as well. Yes.
Right. So please, let's not play games.
I'm not saying that Aleister Crowley was a good guy, right?
Right, but what I'm trying to tell you, you got a lot of celebrities who people are here to convince our children that our children should be like them. So this is what I'm trying to say. All of these celebrities are part of these all a part of these pagan. I don't care if they're Christians or whatever. They're all part of this thing. These people
they mainly are in the Kabbalah, Captain. Like
no. What I'm trying to say to you, sister, I don't want to separate that. Sister, what I'm trying to say to you, why would I try to name every single one of them like a lodge? I'm trying to get to I know the source of it. Meaning that.
What about people then?
When it all comes back,
I see the same.
Yo, sister, when it all comes back, you find out it's the same people who, priests who you see in the church are elite or a part of the 33 in this lodge who's a part of that movement. So what they do, they all go out. It's all interlinked. So he knows what I'm saying. From I said Aleister Crowley, and I'm saying, and I use celebrities because you know that all of these celebrities, who the media put up to us, and we have that mindset that we want to be them, that all a part of what this guy is evolving. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's why I said that most of the people who believe in the Bible, is what this guy is telling you what's happening. It's very powerful.
Hey, Rambo, it's because these Christians worship idols, that's what it is.
No, he said he was a pagan. And
he's a pagan.
Trying to say idol, meaning idols, he does all the things you can imagine.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's why it's so to look like Lord of the Rings. I get it now. That's why it's to look like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. I call the motherfucking name Elkron.
That's right.
Fucking like Frodo.
Alright, let me lighten up on him. Let me lighten up on it. Big up, man.
Yeah.
So, respect, though. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm glad that you brought some things to light. I don't want to scare you off the panel, but big up. Let me ease up for you.
Hey, Rambo, before he does that, yeah, let me ask you a question, yeah? I was watching back this video, yeah, while talking to the Muslim guy there now, yeah? I can't remember Shamsi and them man name.
Yeah.
And after I got some yard acres.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. What? Yeah, I mean, man.
Someone please explain it to me, yeah? There's this yardie boy in the video, yeah?
Yeah.
And he's saying to me that I can't use the English language to define what the word revelation means, yeah? Because English is a 11th century language. Can somebody please explain to me what on earth is 11th century?
No. Is that how I talk? Well, he had his own meaning to it, yeah? He had his own meaning to it.
What it mean? Explain it for me.
What these lot are trying to say, what a lot of people like to do, yeah? When we say, oh yeah, when we try to say English and we say, oh no, it goes back to Latin and Greek, it means this. But that's the translation, bro. Revelations really means the word revelation is a word that what's going to happen in the is that past, present, and future. Do you get where I'm coming from? All in one. That's the revelation.
No, I understand that, but I understand the revelation, but I not understand 11th century. Somebody please tell me what 11th century means.
11th century.
What 11th century? 11th century. Oh God.
Yeah, it's just a straight sentence. Yeah, I've got straight. It's our level up. No, it's just. You should have asked him. What did you say to him? Yo, what do you mean by that, bro? Why did you question him?
Because you know what? I was trying not to laugh. I thought he might have escaped from a madhouse or something. Not like that. So I didn't really want to infuriate him.
You should have said what? Listen, most my people will rephrase their words if you say to them, "Excuse me, what do you mean by that?" They will snap them and they will not me. Come on, man, he ain't mad,
no, sir. Me can't do that. That is not 11th century. That is not 11th century.
Look, man, you should have asked him, man. Level century.
No, but somebody like when I look in the comments here.
Use that myself.
One of these Muslim boys in the chat said they can't understand what he's talking about, and there's one Jamaican guy in there that says we know where he's coming from, what he's trying to say. I don't understand. I'm still confused though. I'm waiting for someone to explain what 11th century means.
Listen, you have to go back to the part. No, that was just really come on, man. Hey, yo, Shifa. Yo, don't disrespect your Jamaican, you know, because you're Hebrew, you know.
No, because we're not disrespecting Jamaican. But yeah, Jamaican.
Let me ask, what is your name again? Each one? Shifa.
Oh, Rambo.
Rambo.
Yeah. How are you?
But you would also say then that the most indigenous people before the Abrahamic religion take over, they were kind of pagan too, right? So you would say they were. No, also the Indians of America were pagans. The Mayas was pagan. Most Africans.
There was no Indians. There was no Indians. They weren't there.
Yeah, the
pagans
Africans
came after.
The Africans have a nature-based religion, right?
Okay. I understand where you're coming from. What's happened? Like, what's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron, me and you go talk now. What I'm trying to say to you, right? So we go back hundreds of years before Christianity, or where you would say any Abrahamic religion was actually formed. There were cultures in Africa, many different tribes were was dealing, like, you know, they didn't deal with that concept what we deal with now. So what you would say, they dealt with the elements, they believed in maybe a higher force, they had their own you know, the ancestry. I get where you're coming from, but it was not called pagans. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
something else.
What I'm trying to say to you, paganism is a latter word. Like when the people in Europe, or you call the Celts, or you call the or you call the Vikings, or the original Saxons, yeah, they were called pagans. It's actually stated.
They wouldn't call themselves pagan.
No, hold on. But what it is, when you have hold on, don't cut me, please. What I'm trying to say is that the belief concepts of the indigenous people of Africa and America was not on that level of what you call paganism. They believed in nature because they will they will do certain, they will play certain music, and how shall I put it? This is a problem, because when we talk about spirituality today and we're talking about certain rituals, it goes all to this stupid shit of paganism and everything. But what I'm trying to say, that if most of the indigenous tribes were doing what you call rituals and doing these things as a vehicle. It was a way of life for them. It wasn't a thing to try to be powerful or try to have an ego to control. It was a thing that there was all in one. They were it was agriculture. They were they were from the earth, so they believed in the earth. Yeah, they were one. They were harmonized with it. Yeah.
Don't they try to understand how nature works and then become more powerful? Of course they do. So we also have this. You don't have to call me pagan. I can call me something else. I believe in the natural world, right? In nature, basically. You can call me something else than pagan. But if you look at
I agree.
Can I speak to neo-Nazi?
Rambo, I agree with him. You know, I don't think we should call them pagans, because these men are like. Have you seen that film Lord of the Rings? Yeah, they're not called pagans. They're called elves and hobbits. And is it Hoblet or something? No. Which one are you a descendant of, Elrond? Are you a descendant of the Hoblet?
No, I go for the most higher beings. The elves are clearly the superior beings in Lord of the Rings.
I thought you're
No. Stop. Don't do that.
You're cutting out.
You make him go around. I'm cutting out.
Aaron, you're a descendant of the elves.
No, it's just a metaphor. All these characters, all these characters are just metaphors.
What are they metaphors for? Explain. Like Harry Potter, yeah.
Oh well, you can even say Harry Potter has. I don't think Harry Potter is really metaphoric story. It's just fantasy. Harry Potter is just fantasy, right? But there are some interesting aspects of Harry Potter. For example,
Aaron,
the
Druids and some of these pagans you're talking about, they was wizards, don't? So if they was wizards like Merlin, then there was elves, then there was either elfish or they were wizards, didn't it? But are you a wizard?
Yes, you can call it wizard to use natural powers. Yes, but this is really what it really is being something like a scientist, and you only call it magic when you don't understand it, right? So when you draw some runes or something like this, right? Runes have power. It's a power symbol. Different symbols have different powers, different energies. And if you understand the science behind it, it all makes sense. But most people don't understand it. And then it can be used against them, right? So this is what the elites are doing.
Kind of stuff. So is that what they're doing? They're pulling swords out of stones and King Arthur and all of that kind of stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, at least the stories tells us. If you believe in the stories of Merlin, there's also other stories very similar to Merlin coming up from European myth and stories. Yes, I think that there were people back in the day that could do some things. Probably some things are also over, how do you say it, over extended to a level that just to inspire the people for even higher goals, right? To go farther and farther, explore the world more and more, become more
Believe in blood
powerful.
So do you believe in blood sacrifice and them things there? And like, you know, like the Vikings, they do like blood eagles and all of that. Is that your kind of people then?
No, I don't believe in blood sacrifices. I know what some blood sacrifices stands for. Yes, it's to basically, yeah. But for example, the Satanists, there's a reason why they are doing child sacrifices and all of this, right?
Anybody hear me?
If you, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Why they're torturing little children and drinking their blood and all of this? There's
like Krampus
science
and
behind it.
So do you believe in Krampus and Pan and them gods? You pray to Krampus and them, man, yeah?
I couldn't understand you.
No, I'm saying, do you pray to Krampus and like, you know, like the Greek gods and stuff like that, like the Nordic gods and the Greek gods and stuff like that? You believe in that?
Yes. Look, there are so many similarities between the Greek gods, the Nordic gods, and also some other pagan gods. Even you can go even as far as India with that.
Hold on. Shifa, I said all this before. Yeah? Don't get caught up in the fairy tales, man. I'm trying to help you, man. I got him in the nice corner. Yeah.
No, but Brambo, it sounds like a nice bedtime story. You know, like Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel.
Breaking up, man. No,
I only
got
use
signal,
stories.
Look, everybody, look, I gotta come off, yeah. I've been in chat. Look, I got bad signal where I am, so big up yourself, yeah.
Right
Big
now
up.
we are hearing you clear. Okay. Yeah, I would only use stories that are helping to understand the moral behind it. For example, if you just learn some vocabulary, right, without any, can I describe it in English? If you solve a riddle, then you will always remember it and how you have done it. It's much more effective to remember these things with metaphors or other useful tools to really, for example, a story of, let's say, Hänsel und Gretel or the red.
The Sound of Music.
Yeah, The Sound of Music and all of this, right? Yeah, this is why they invented all this.
Is it fair to say, yo, Aaron, is it fair to say that your European brothers, have already been depicting what they think these things are, and they call them demons? When you talk about Pan, when you talk about Krampus, when you talk about the Greek gods,
yes,
like multi-god, they call them demons. So, do you not agree with your European brothers then?
Yeah, in some way, I agree. For example, Pan is a very interesting character, right? If you look at Pan, how Pan is portrayed today, it's completely different from just 100 years ago.
We're gonna go through all the pantheon gods now.
Because when I look at Pan, Pan
if
sounds
you
a bit
look
like a pedophile. He sounds a bit like a pedophile. He's playing his flute and trying to get the kids to like. it's a bit weird.
Very,
It's a bit strange.
yes, you're absolutely right. If you look at the LGBTQ community, for example, they have this whole pan mythology in it, right? And they are perverting it. They're saying it's something good, right? It's all about pan there, yeah. And you see it has power. Why? Because it's a deeper knowledge behind it, and also it's in our genetic memory, these stories, but it's used against us. This is the problem. I'm not saying that it's always evil. If people would understand the story of Pan correctly, then it could warn people in the future of going that way.
Yo, Elron, can I say one thing to you, my brother, yeah? Although I think you've got some slightly racist views and you say some stuff that's very controversial that I strongly disagree with, I still don't want you to go without. I want the best for you.
Thank you so much.
Love to you,
yeah,
man.
I really enjoyed that stream
Yeah,
today.
more love and more life, man.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have to fight against these satanic powers and bring them to light for what they really
You're not returning the love to Schiffer now. You're not returning the love.
Belly's such a freaking mix up, you know. Go about your business.
This is what I always saying. We have a common enemy. Of course, we have differences, but we also have this big enemy that want to get rid of us all, right? So we find maybe we can at least fight together on this part, right? That would be helpful. But I see some people have interest in that is opposing my interest, of course, and I can't say, okay, if you don't agree, for me the 14 words is not negotiable, right? I don't argue. The survival of my people is the first priority, and if you agree with me on that, then we can work together on a lot of things.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not going to survive when they die.
You already know that I agree with you, but I agree with it that the survival of my people. That's the difference, yeah.
And you know what, Elron?
Yeah.
There may be times where we have to rely on each other. So,
yes,
you know, we have to show a bit more.
You know, I know that these people want us
Eric,
to fight, right?
You believe in the heaven and hell and stuff like that?
Oh yes, I think
so when you
not in a biblical way, but I think
so you believe you're going somewhere.
I believe in the soul. I believe that the soul will go.
Okay, so now, so my question to you is simple as my question is simply if you have to be separate here, are you going to be separate over there also?
That's a good question. I think.
Like, what are you learning down here to be separate? To be separate up there?
Yeah, I should.
I think that that there are souls, for example, that have a higher being already, right? And if you
You're low, bro. But wait for Elron to finish, then James come in here. Finish.
Yeah, when the soul on itself, I mean, we can even talk about dream wandering and all this stuff, right? There's even some scientific proof for that. If you dream, then your soul can move to the world.
My question is simply this: if you want to separate people down here, because of culture, all this stuff. When you die, will you be separate also in culture and all this stuff? Like, or are we all the same in one place?
No, I don't think so. I think,
So you think
even
we're separate?
yes.
So God separates us up then. Okay.
Yeah, it's a cool story, man.
Yo,
I can't
James,
hear James. James speaking.
James, your mic's a bit low, you know, bro. Yeah, James, he was.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
I'll come back in.
I wanted to say to Schiffer, yeah? Schiffer, can you hear me?
Yes, my brother, I can hear you, man. More love to you, my brother. Well done.
Big up, my bro. I've listened to like 40 minutes of you slapping Shamsi about Yo, show him. Man, try ask why a definition is a definition. I was like, whoa, what the fuck happened to my man? That's a big thing. He gets W's out there on a serious level. Like, you should pat yourself on the back because he gets bare W's in the streets.
What are you saying? He took an L that day, yeah?
So far, I watched 45 minutes and man, like that's a sick angle. Hey, have you seen it, Belly?
No, I ain't even seen it still.
Oh, man,
I told him in after though still because I was watching it and I saw a couple people on YouTube. I was like, Ross, the fuck's going on?
Shipper took a sick. That's actually a G'd up angle. Man said Revelation is meant to be something that someone has never heard before, but the Bible and the Torah come before, so the prophet couldn't have come with Revelation, number one. And then he was like, my man's uncle was a Christian, so how can it be Revelation when he already knew the story?
Yeah, but that's what I've been saying, that it's a bit weird now. Islam's got some of Christianity's stories, but they're a bit different. But it's come after, and it's a bit weird for me still.
Nah, Shamsi folded in the first 5 minutes. Man tried to dip out after the first 5 minutes. I was like, oh, that's a hell.
Is this whole Revelation story not also in the book of Enoch already?
I'm not sure, man. I thought Enoch was a character from Boardwalk Empire.
What it is though, the way he tried to duck out, the reason he done that is because I noticed with the Islam community, I don't need to debate them. I just need to make them answer for their thing. I don't like to answer which way around answer the question. But you ask me a question, I just answer it. Regardless, if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I was wrong. But it's like they can't admit when they're wrong. Everything has to be perfect. Allah's perfect.
Exactly.
Isn't it?
Yeah, bare little backup dancers moving like dickheads, alright. Bare man trying to answer for Shamsi. You know, Shamsi was stuck or trying to bounce, and they were trying to answer him. I was like, yeah, like, man, like, when you said something that was sick as well, you're like, he tried to stick it on you, and you're like, what? I think he tried to say like the word is different. You're like, what? You can't translate? You can't translate Arabic to English, bro. Man, chill out, bro. Man tried to do the victim card, like, oh, the English language dominates our culture. That's the only reason. I said, what? You can't translate Arabic to English, no?
Yeah, I hate dogmatic people, Christians as well as Muslims and some other religion. And most of the time, if you really hear different voices, even atheists, right, Gnostics, views on the Bible, some philosophers talking about the Bible. If you ask these questions, other perspectives, other people's who are non-Christian or non-Muslims they can't answer you these questions.
Yo, James Jones, I might just cut out for a second there, yeah. But what I come to realize is, like even what my mum was trying to do a couple of times, he tried to insult me to try to draw me out. But because I just kept it humility, like I even let him run. I let him run from the question because I know people like you will pick up on it, and everyone who's not a Muslim seems to agree with me.
Yeah, no. Shamsi is a G debater. He's actually like, I don't hate on him. I think he's a gangster. He just looked all at C. I think he looked all at C because I don't know why. Yeah, I give you credit, bro. You had him on the road. You had him on skates from the beginning.
It's because you know what I do certain
times. Need to watch that debate.
What I do is, I use the 48 laws of power certain times. I don't need to tell them everything I know. All I need to let them know is that I got the right question. And can you answer if you can't answer the question, it's gonna look bad in it on your whole thing. Because really, you're supposed to defend your thing properly.
Hey, Elron, I'm gonna post the link in the YouTube chat now. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. It's a good. No, on the level, man. You excelled yourself, still, Shipper. I'm not even gonna lie.
He only looks bad to the people who are not Muslim.
Hi, James Jones.
How do you mean?
Well, because the Muslims agree with him, so it don't matter.
Hi, James Jones. Hi, James Jones. James, don't give the credit to me. Give the credit to the Most High. All credit to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Like, he's the one who gave me the powers.
But wait, who's monetized the right Most High though? If you and Shamsi are both praying to the Most High, yeah, and you win the debate, that means your Most High is the real Most High, yeah, or is Shamsi's the Most High the real Most High?
No, they're both the same Most High, but the Most High said no. Ship is telling the truth, and this guy he's a liar. So you can't lie on the behalf of the Most High. But we got the same Most High though. Shamsi's still a brother. Don't ever get it twisted. He's still my brother.
No, that's I ain't gonna lie. I didn't even know the definition of revelation. I googled while I was watching your debate earlier. I googled it, yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's a good argument, because I just thought about when I read the actual definition, I was like, yeah, like man can't really come with revelation. Then, like, oh yeah, that was another funny thing. Man said, you know what he tried to do to you, Shiff? He tried to bait and switch. See when you're talking about the box in the car thing.
This is what I always tell libertarians and atheists, right? These are more people that think very cold and logical, so thinking with the right side of the brain. And what they're forgetting is that we are not only logical creatures, we are also very emotional creatures. So even if they would be right on most of the things, it doesn't change a damn thing. Because when people don't want to hear what you have to say, and if it's not reaching them on their spiritual or reaching their hearts, really, because they are these robotic people, right? I see that in the libertarians so hard. It's unbelievable. These people have almost no humor, right? They are like robots. They will never gain any success.
Elron,
Yeah,
as much as I agree with what you're saying, it also sounds like a confession on your behalf too, my brother. I'm going to be honest with you, man. And that's why I've come to realize that it's love, man. Same way I got to show my Muslim brothers love. And I'll just ask you the right questions so I can understand you. And, you know, when you're confused, I'll just try to give you the right information to make sure you're not confused, because, you know, we're all people, Elron. And none of your people can't create a planet, so you can't tell me where to be or where to go. Really and truthfully, I should have just as much right to be where you are as you do.
Oh no, I don't think so, because
Shift
I
for the new
think that
Christian prince.
when logos is when we have evolved differently, right? If God would,
Aaron, you're digging a hole, brother. You're digging a hole.
Let him answer, guys. Let him answer.
if God laws would be created as such that we are all equal, that we are all the same, but we are not. We have evolved differently, and this is for a reason, right? Because of the environment and all of this. So I'm rejecting God's
What do you do?
laws here.
What do you do? What do you do for work?
Nah, let him finish. He's digging a massive hole, James. Let me finish.
You've been talking for
How
a
are
whole
you not going to
5
ask him a question and not allow him to answer that?
He's been talking for a whole 5 hours. What do you
Let
do
him dig
for
the
work?
hole, James.
Oh,
Hey, James, trust me, let him dig the hole. Let him dig the hole.
I've only got a few minutes.
Oh, sorry, Shift. I made a mistake. Israelite prince. Sorry.
Okay, what do you do? What do you do? What's your expertise? What do you do? Like, why do you know what you know? What do you do?
Why does that matter?
I'm asking you. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No, I don't want to answer what I'm doing right now.
No, not what you're doing right now. Like, what's your expertise in? You got a degree? You got a degree?
What I'm talking about here, I've not learned.
James, man, you're just going all over the place. Let the man answer the thing, man.
Why? He's been speaking for a whole 7 hours. Well, we know what the fuck.
I can tell you what I have learned. I'm a wholesale and foreign trade guy. I've learned that, but I quit after 3 years after my what is the word Ausbildung, after my education in this spectrum. I finished the job because I hated it, right? And after that, I was playing poker for 3 years, and after that, I was in the German military for 2 years.
Yo, Elron, I want to save you. I want to save you, my brother. Yeah. So before you dig this hole, yeah, I want to give you an opportunity for me to save you, my brother, because you see the hole you're digging, yeah? You see when you say we've evolved differently, yeah? I'm going to tell you something, yeah? No dark-skinned person has not evolved. We were made perfect. If your people evolved from something like, you know, you say you evolved from apes or whatever you say, I can honestly say, my brother, I can, yeah, big up, James. But my brother Elron, yeah, I can honestly say to you, yeah, if you did your research, what you'll find is there are people of your skin complexion who grow tails, 4 nipples, hair all over their face. There's people of Asian complexion, you know, that grows the same kind of thing, Turkish or whatever. But you will find no dark-skinned person who has this gene in them.
What genes? With
problem when you say we've evolved this life form, what you're actually saying is that you're a lower life form.
No. I'm just saying we are different. And we should not destroy the diversity of this planet.
We are different in complexion, but let me show you something. Did you evolve from an ape? Or did you evolve from a dog or a wolf or something? Like, explain to me how different you are.
Well, I'll give you one example. I cannot survive in this cold. My body wasn't made for it. My DNA is not made for it. I need vitamin D on a daily basis. This is killing my people. We need sun.
Hey, Elron, I love you, my brother, man, because I know that information there, you're going to have to do some research now. And when you realize no dark-skinned person has ever grown a tail, no dark-skinned person has ever had hair all over their face like Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, no dark-skinned person grows 4 nipples, no dark-skinned person has these defects that you find in your communities. So, you know, if you want to put yourselves on a lower level, then I think keep talking about evolution. I'll be honest with you, I think it was people messing with genetics. So that puts us back on the same plateau. It just means that someone was messing with the gene pool.
Oh yeah, it could be. But even then, I would protect these. I could even believe, yeah, there were a higher form of. I don't think that Darwinism explains everything. To be honest, if you look at the how quickly we have evolved from. I mean, Darwin can't explain everything. That we once were bacteria, and then basically over such a short time become humans, right?
You see what that does, Elron, is that makes us all the same again. So when you say you want to keep one place, however, what percent keep it, and you want to stuff, it's null and void, because now we're all the same people. So I understand what you're saying, but you need to really understand. I know you're a learned man. I know you've learned. You've gone to school. You've gone to college or whatever. So you've learned. And I know you understand what I'm saying. So what I'd like you to do, before you put yourself in a position of downgrading yourself, do a bit more research, my brother. Because I've got love for you, you know.
I'm not downgrading myself. I love my people with all their mistakes and all their strengths. And the good things.
Yeah, but Elron, I am your people.
No, you're not.
I am, unless you're one of the dog people, unless you're one of the people with the 4 nipples, or the wolf man, or the jackal man, or the elephant man. Unless you're one of them, you're one of my people. So, like, unfortunately for you, you'll find when you do your actual research and you get into the real science, not the pseudoscience, you're gonna find that we are all one race, the human race. And you'll find that when you get to the dark-skinned people, we're the ones who the genes come from originally. So that makes us the son of man. And when you're dealing with the human and the you-man, that's you-man. That puts you, like, not necessarily underneath us, but that means, you know, it's that you're our sons. Let's be honest about this. You evolved from out of us, if anything, you know. And what comes out of us turns into you. When we add things to the gene pool, when we do other things, i.e. move to different parts of the world, what are colder, X, Y, Z, but you're still us. So the more you try and separate yourselves from us, what you find is you have to start explaining these things. How do your people grow tails? How does this happen? How do they have 4 nipples? How is this possible? How do you get Wolfman?
But hold on, Shifa, stop. My brother, stop. 1 minute you're saying we're all the same, and the next minute you're talking about growing tails. Our people don't grow no damn tails. So I don't know who you're trying to assimilate.
Sis, we are all the same. What it is
that's not my ancestors never grown nothing.
No, sis.
Stop them talk there.
No, but sis, sis, listen to what I'm saying to you. Yeah? We are all the same.
Man.
Sis, let me talk to her. Sis, we are all the same, yeah. But what happened is, yeah, you look at the Anunnaki, yeah, they were experimenting with DNA, and you go into the history of the Moors. They were experimenting with DNA and trying to make more submissive versions of ourselves, and they was adding animal DNA into the genes.
That's right. That's where the queen became a reptile.
Well,
in reality, my brother, in reality, that doesn't mean all of you have got the 4 nipples. That don't mean all of you have got the dog and the monkey DNA in you. Yeah. It just means it was put into certain people, and that's why you got certain families that walk around on.
There's also mutation. If you deny there's mutations in black people, come on. There's mutations in every
Elron,
race.
show me one.
They're disabled.
Elron, show us one.
You want to tell me that there's no disabled people in the black community? And the
disability is not a mutation of the Elron. DNA is a breakdown of the brain. If you can show us a mutation in the dark skin, I'd love to see it. Please show us any. Aaron, I think honestly you're going to struggle, and I'm sorry to tell you the truth today and to have to destroy your theories for you, but that's what we're supposed to do, man. We have to help our brothers, and you're still one of us. You're still our sons. You know, we're the sons of man. You're the sons of us. So you're still directly connected to your family.
Do you think the Anunnaki also created the black people?
No, the Anunnaki was black people, or dark skinned people. Yeah, just like the Egyptians were dark skinned people.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Now we are into the We Was Kings stuff. Okay.
No, we wasn't. Elron, we wasn't kings. We were just
think
the first one.
you're biased here.
We were just the first one. Elron, I tell you what. You think I'm biased? So this is what you do. To find a person with mutated DNA. Find one, please. I'm asking you. I'm giving you the opportunity. Don't get me wrong. When you say mutations, if you was really smart, Elron, if you was really smart, this is what you would have said. Yeah, you would have said you can find in every single nation people like with that people grow like more than one, like they grow 6 toes and stuff like that. But then what I would have said to you is you will find that any dark-skinned person that you can find that grows the extra finger and things like that, they got a percentage of Caucasian DNA in them. And then when you realize that, you'll realize everything I've told you is the truth, and you are our sons, so you should respect your parents. Because it says in the Bible to honor your mothers and fathers, and you're not honoring them right now. You're not honoring your ancestors because we got.
Brother, here's the problem, right? You're coming from it from a biblical perspective, yeah. You have to ask Elron now. Does he even subscribe to that theory, and how does he think the human race came upon? Because you're giving him your theory. You're not actually asking him what.
No, sis. When you say my theory, yeah, this isn't theory, sis. Go online and type in people walking on all fours.
No,
yeah?
I'm saying,
and then you'll realize it's his people them theory. It ain't even my theory.
No, right, I hear what you're saying, and I understand your story, but you got to ask him, what does he subscribe to? What is his belief on how the human races all came upon that?
Yes, sis, I would ask him, but Elron said he agreed.
There's still people in Turkey walking on 4.
That's your people. That's your people, Elron.
He said he agrees, though, sis. He said he agrees. But Elron, big up yourself anyway, brother.
Man.
I understand. You know what, Elron, you're not a liar. One thing I can say about Elron, he's not a liar. You're not a liar, and that's one thing that I can appreciate about you. So for that, I'm gonna say to you, big up. You've got love for that side of it. But I just want you to do a bit more research, please, Elron. I don't want you to believe what I'm saying. Please. Just do a bit more research and research what I said about the mutation of the DNA.
Yeah, I've looked in the Anunnaki. Right, I can't say the stories are true or not. I'm not sure. I'm not closing anything out. I'm not sure really. I subscribe to some of the things that Darwin has said, that it's a natural process, but other things he can't explain. This rapid evolution, right? So it could be some gene experiment of a higher form, a higher being. I'm not really saying yes, this is exactly how it's done or something. I simply don't know. What I do know is that the different races are different right now, and I don't want to become black. I don't want to become mixed race Mexican. I want to stay white. I want my people to say who they are, because I value my German people as the most, as probably the Turks would do with themselves, the Japanese do with themselves. And I think that we are only making this multicultural. We are all humans, and whites have everyone to let everyone in, because you want to stay here, because you're biased.
All right, Elron, I'm gonna tell you where it's backing with us to get rid of the monkey DNA, to get rid of the recessive genes. That's the only way you're going to get rid of them out of your society. Now, on top of that, what I want you to do, I'm going to give you some keys here, yeah? What you're going to realize is these governments around the world, like the government in America, when I was telling the man about the caves in the Grand Canyon, what they do is they board them off and they put like fences up and stop
You
people.
know how
They call it
insulting this is? This monkey DNA. Just imagine if I would say that to you, to the African people. I would be called
Oh, my
racist.
brother, they tried. My brother, Elron, they tried. And the thing is, yeah, what happened is because they tried that shit, what happened is we got smart. We got our scholars to start looking into it. And we started looking at the genetics of people, DNA. We started looking at genes with the mutations. And then we came to the realization that, hold on, there's not one of us that's got the mutated DNA. And anyone who's got any type of mutation has got a percentage of your people's DNA in them. And anyone who hasn't got no percentage of your people's DNA doesn't have a mutation. Now, that in itself is scientific evidence.
You
Enough
have to send
refute
me
everything they said.
the source of your claims, and I will check them, right? And normally what we have done in the past, right? We had the same arguments with on thousands of topics with cultural Marxists, with race deniers,
this is what you
with
do,
all
Elron.
people on different stuff, right? And in the
Elron,
past
I'm not
we have done debunction videos.
I've got,
Send me a link,
Elron, I'm Caucasian
and then
friends. Elron, I've got many Elron, listen, I'm not going to send you a link. Go on YouTube yourself, type in people walking on all fours. And then there's a Turkish family that you're going to see. Look at that family. Watch the whole video. And it's your
Yeah, I
scientists.
know.
And they are
I know
German
that
scientists.
family.
They're German. You know that, all right, listen, they're German scientists that's helping them as well, you know. So remember, this is in the research, you know. So if you don't believe your own people, who are you
Yeah,
going to
I
believe,
know.
my brother?
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't mean that only the Europeans walk that way. And by the way, the people you are talking about,
Don't forget I'm on the panel. Don't ever pass your place and try and put my people there. Don't do it. Don't do it.
yeah,
You were
and
not
they are
walking
not
on no
Europeans,
downfalls.
right?
Oh hell no! You might try that shit with Shifa, not with me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm staying.
Hey, Elron, all you Europeans come out of Asia, yeah? You come out of Middle Europe and Asia, yeah? And when you look at yourself, go and look at some of these Iranians and realize that you don't look exactly the same. Like you could be like brother and sister. So you have to understand when you're talking about white people, they're white people too. It's not just German, you know. And you're actually Asian.
there's-
You're actually Asians. You are Asians. You can't deny it.
No.
You can deny it till the cows come home. But then when you do your DNA, when you do your genetics, and you
Yeah,
realize
if you look at the DNA, it will tell you that Asians are way more genetically distinct from Europeans than Iranians, for example, or even Lebanese.
Are Iranians
people.
not
They're-
Asians though? Are Iranians not Asians though, Elron?
They're-
And that's
they're
where your
mixed.
argument falls down. That's where your
Mixed.
argument's gonna fall down. And then you're gonna realize that you're saying these things to make yourself feel better. But Elron, I can hear the nervousness in the way you're talking right now, and I never
No,
meant to do
I'm
this.
not nervous
I don't
at
want to hurt your
all.
feelings. I don't want to hurt
I'm
your
telling you that, for example, Japanese and Chinese people are almost as distant from Europeans, which normal people would describe as Asians, right? They are more distinct from us almost as much even as Africans. So it doesn't fit your narrative. If you look at the FST scores and compare it, I challenge everyone to do that, and compare
Now,
the
Elron,
different
I agree.
races,
I agree with
will
that, Elron.
see that
The
first
Chinese
we are not all
the Chinese
equal.
have got more of the dark skin DNA. The Chinese have got more of the dark skin DNA. I agree with that. That's why they used to worship the black gods. But what you're gonna have to deal with,
They
Elron,
worship the white gods, my friend.
No,
You're
sir.
just
No,
coming
sir.
from your black ethnocentric
Elron, do you know about the Ming Empire?
perspective.
Elron, do you know about the Ming Empire? Go and look up the Mings, yeah? Then look at the gods they worship, and then tell me they worship the white gods, Elron. Like, I know you're saying things.
Please send
you've
me
learned
all
it-
your sources, and I might find someone who done a video about that. Okay?
I'm gonna cite some sources for you. Don't worry, Elron. But ultimately,
Please,
like, I
please
think that
give it to me.
what you're gonna need to do, Elron, yeah, is you're gonna need to put some clothes on your argument and start understanding that, you know, this thing that you're doing, where, you know, you say, well, you're saying you're just trying to make out that you're better than everyone else. You're saying, well, we're black, we were kings, and this. No, we're not saying we were kings. We were the first people, so we were the first kings. Yeah, that don't mean there wasn't white kings or Caucasian kings. And I'm not taking credit from your people, but your people need to start taking credit from mine. And we need to start realizing that your people come from mine. So therefore, we are one people. But I'm going to leave it there, Elron, and I'm going to
we're
leave
not.
you
We're different.
to have a think about it.
We're
You
different.
can think that if you like. And you're entitled to
No,
your
Shifa,
thoughts and your beliefs.
you got to allow him to explain why he believes we're different. So hear him out, hear his argument out, and then you can
Yeah, it's genetically proven. We are more distant from one another than most animals we would classify as races. For example, dog breeds.
Yeah, but Elron,
Dog breeds
Elron, I
are more
agree with you.
similar to one another than Africans and Europeans. So
Yeah, I
you
agree.
tell
I
me
only agree with
all
you in
dog
one
breeds
extent.
are the same?
Elron, I only agree with you in one extent. In the extent that your people say they have relation to apes, and no dark-skinned people aren't related to no apes. We were made completely
You
different
know
animals.
that the rhesus factor, which would describe the blood factor to apes, right? You know how there's a rhesus factor positive and a rhesus factor negative, right?
Yo, Elron,
You mean
you're
rhesus,
scientist.
yeah, but I know what you're saying, Elron. Go on.
Elron, you're a scientist.
Yeah, I
You're
wouldn't go.
scientists are wrong.
I would not go farther than that, because I don't want to insult someone just like
You know, Elron,
you
Elron,
did
you can
with,
never
with
hurt my
Europeans, that
One second.
we
Elron,
are
you're
basically.
not insulting me, and you're definitely not insulting majority, because we don't believe we're the same people either. I'm with you.
That's right.
We're not the same people. But you
Okay.
can go ahead and have that conversation with Shifa, because Shifa tries to believe that we are all one. And I'm not.
No,
on
we
that.
are all one.
Nah,
We are all one.
Bun that, Shifa,
In one
bun that,
sense, yeah,
sorry.
we're not. No,
Have to bun
sis,
that
we're
out.
not we're not the same people in the sense that no dark-skinned people had things added to their DNA, but we are the same people in the sense that our DNA was matched with other beings' DNA, i.e. monkeys, to make up your people. Them, some of them, not all of them, though. Some of your people just have recessive genes, i.e. when we talk about things like albino and, you know, people who lost their pigment and things like that, then we can go into the Bible. We can talk about the mark of Cain, because certain of these people were just marked. You know, we can go into the Bible. We can look at Cain and Esau, and one of the brothers was pale. The other one was just normal like everyone else. So they never spoke about what he looked like. One brother was hairy all over, hairy as asp, hairy and red as asp. So, you know, this is how some of your people came about. Don't get me wrong. But some of it was also adding things to the DNA pool. Hence why some of the Asians and the so-called white man, if you want to call yourselves white, that's why you've got these recessive genes. But if you want to not believe me, I don't mind you not believing me, and I don't mind you believing in what you believe in. And one day when you realize the truth, you know, at least it won't be such a shock to you.
No, but you know what it is, Shifa? You're coming from a biblical stance, like I said already. So you're coming with this whole, you know, the two different babies and the two different nations and all of that. I'm not subscribed to no religion, so therefore I'm not subscribing to your way of thinking. My
No,
thought
you're
is-
not, sis.
Yeah,
I agree with
so-
that. You're not. I'm just.
Yeah.
That's me saying that. That's personal. That's me personally, and that's me going by. Like I said, we can go and we can find these bits of information. You watch that video, sis, yeah, where people walking on all fours. Yeah, that I'd advise you to watch that. Every dark-skinned person on video, because you're gonna know something about yourself by the time you watch that video. You're gonna know you ain't never seen no one in your community with them genetics. You're gonna know it without a shadow of doubt.
You know, you were talking about all the Anunnaki stuff and all this stuff. How many black people have written about the Anunnaki?
Elron, we don't need to write about ourselves. We already writ it. Them stone carvings that you see, that the DNA strand on the wall, it was all our people. We've already written it. It's already done. Your people stole all of our books, burnt down libraries at Timbuktu, you know, went into pyramids and tried to whitewash paintings and whitewash things, cordon off areas of America so we can't go in there and look at our paintings and look at our artifacts and see that the same cuneiform is on the walls of America that is on the walls of Egypt. You know, they've done a lot of things to try and distort history. They've done a lot. And Elron, you cannot tell me, and you're honest the truth, that your people have not done things to distort history, i.e. when the Europeans said that Christopher Columbus discovered America. We know that he didn't discover no damn America. In fact, if any of the Europeans discovered America, it would have been Hernan Cortez before Columbus anyway. So we know that Europeans
Vikings were visiting America way before.
We know this. Deny that, Elron. You can't deny that your people lie, Elron.
I'm not saying that he was the first. No, he was not the first. Vikings were there, over there way before,
I hear you.
and other Europeans were probably earlier there, based on the founding. Yeah.
Then that Europeans lied to distort history. Would you admit that?
Yes, everyone lies. The question is who's in
No,
power.
I didn't ask you
The
everyone,
winner.
Elron, I didn't ask you everyone. I said, do Europeans?
There we go.
Yes.
Do Europeans lie?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's what I was asking. Thank you. I'm done. Nothing else
Yeah.
to say.
That doesn't mean that everything is wrong in history, but yeah, they are lying about certain aspects of history. Definitely. Yeah.
Now, Elron, if someone's a liar, would you trust the words of a liar? Would you trust them in anything else if you know they've lied to you before?
If I can prove he's right, I would trust him on that. Yeah.
Here's the problem.
All right, that's a fair answer.
I'm sure you've
Okay.
heard of the. I know you heard of the story of the boy who cried wolf. Yeah. So when you are known and your history tells you that you are known, and this is a characteristic that you and a trait that you carry for lying and distorting truth, when you do decide to tell the truth, no one believes you because you're a known liar at this point, right? And that's basically what Schiff was talking about. Europeans have been lying for so long, distorting the truth and making it to the way they want it to be, whitewashing everything. When they do decide to tell the truth at some points, no one's believing them because they're known for lying.
You know what's happening today? They're blackwashing everything. Even allowing their wait. And I'm interested. Wait. Also, yeah, they do this. And what they're now trying to do, and then the ethno-nationalists become very interested in getting a debate against these Afrocentric perspective of history. Right now, you are not of interest of us because everyone that listens to you thinks you are insane. But now they have some. The European unions have a paper, and still no black people I sent the link to has responded to that, even though it's quite a big story for blacks living in the diaspora in Europe. They're wanting to implement Black History Month in every European country. This is what the European Union has decided. And if it comes to that, then you are on our target. If you are blackwashing European history, then you will get the fallout right against you. When you try to say Mozart was black and all that shit, right?
Elron, 1 second. Elron, can I thank you, please? Elron, thank you, Elron. Do you know why I'm saying thank you? Because now what you've done is you've revealed your plan. thank you for that. And what you've also done is you've highlighted to us, so we know now that majority of these Europeans, you know, they think we're liars. And they're desperate to prove us as liars. They're desperate to prove that they are the people in the Bible. They're desperate to prove that we're not who we say we are, even though we was whipped, beaten, and chained and told for years that we're nothing. And then when we started discovering the truth, all we're doing is telling the truth. We don't have to use we don't have to use listen, we don't have to use lies to put you down because you're of pale skin. Yeah, we don't have to use lies to put you down. All we're doing is using the truth to build ourselves up. And you guys are so afraid of it that, you know, you hate us because of it and you're desperate to prove us as liars. So thank you for telling us the truth, Elron, because you're a truthful guy. And like I said, I really do. You might think I'm being controversial, but I actually do appreciate you. And I do appreciate the things you said.
I don't
and
think
I know one day, Elron, you see, after our conversation today, Elron,
in fact,
Elron,
I love it.
After our conversation today,
I would love.
Elron, you see, after our Elron, let me finish, and I'm going to let you have the floor.
Like you
Elron, one second. Elron, one second.
Elron,
Elron, I'm going to shut up. Elron, I swear to you, I'll shut up. Give me one more sentence, yeah? Okay. After today, I know you, my brother, yeah? I know you're going to change after today. And I'm not going to say anything more than that. I'm not going to tell you why I know, but I'm going to tell you today has changed you. And I can hear the nervousness in your voice, but don't be nervous. Because we need to come together as people.
You're projecting hard, man. I'm saying, I hope that people like you become bigger voices in the media, because this will reject Europeans. That would make them more ethnocentric, more 14 words, because they are seeing you are trying to destroy everything that is European.
I think I heard
you
Rob
claim
say
it
that
for
also.
you claim it for you in our own homelands. And this
we were the Greek gods. You're right. And you know what? We love white people. We love Caucasians. We love you, man.
For yourself now, you know, you're gone.
We love you, man.
Hey, shit, speak for yourself. Lady Divine doesn't like white people.
Yeah.
It's not white people, they're Caucasians and Europeans. We love you. I love Europeans, though. You know, not we. I love
you love it. Yeah.
I love you guys, man. I think you guys are great people, man. And I love Europe. I love England. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I like my Caucasian brothers, and I like being around you. I like you lot's energy. You know, I like, even when you don't like me, I find that it's really easy to change your ways of
thinks we're all
thinking.
the same. Schiffer thinks we're all the same.
Yeah, he definitely don't think so.
Well,
He thinks the blacks are superior
I
and
like
should
you
rule.
You guys are all
He's
cool.
just dishonest.
I can't see the
Thank
new
you, Elron, man.
panelists.
Love you, Elron, man. Love you, my brother.
I can't see your name. New panelist?
Hello?
Hi, I can't see your name. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Me?
Yeah.
Walter.
Oh, hi, Walter. Do you have an opinion on what you've heard so far between Schiffer and Elron? This is funny.
I'm lost. Just enjoying the show.
Okay, enjoy it. Get back and get comfortable. It's gonna get rocky. Go on.
Yeah. If James comes in, James Jones, maybe he'll get some firing going on. We'll see.
God, no. James has gone to go and find his blackness. Let's leave him be.
Okay.
Go on, Schiffer.
I think Schiffer wouldn't get a drink. He's been talking a lot.
Okay, well, we'll let everyone. Once you've got the spot, the floor, quickly let us know what your thing is, because Schiffer's let us know what his is. We have not really heard what your, I don't know, how the human race came to be about, I guess. How you believe it to be.
I can't tell you really. And I'm not claiming that I have the ultimate truth on that topic. I'm not saying I definitely know that we were created by the Anunnakis or something like that. And I find that quite funny, because he claims he has the ultimate truth. And if we check every point of what he has just made, I can tell you, we can just focus on the Anunnaki and have a discussion about that, and I would completely destroy him, because there's.
Could you explain the Anunnaki without going to Google, like a quick explanation of who are these people?
Yeah, there's different people saying different stuff. David Icke thinks there's almost like a parasite people that.
Parasite people?
Yeah, they created us as being
You mean
their
like that? You mean
slaves
like
or
that
something,
movie?
right?
Like that movie there with the aliens before the aliens came. There was like a movie like it was called. I forgot the name. But there was 4 or 5 movies based on an alien story. It's called Aliens. It's my time. And then all of a sudden they made a movie and how the aliens came about, you know? And it was almost like this was the supreme being, you know, that, had... Anyways, it's basically what you guys are saying. So it's weird that these things come up sometimes. It's almost like I'm hearing Hollywood all the time.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this. And it's also funny that he's saying everywhere, this were all the black gods. I want to see the proofs of that, because what I was looking into, for example, the what was the Mayan god they prayed to? This was a white god, and at the Spanish colonization of America, they saw them as the gods returning to the land, right? So where were the black gods on the Mayas, for example? I would ask him for the proofs of that. And this is not even the problem. I mean, they can believe whatever they want, but in their country, right? They can believe that they built all the civilizations and all this stuff. But if they're telling Europeans that in our country, then we get a problem because they are attacking white identity.
Hold on, pause. See, now you're going to struck my nerves. You can't do that now, Elron. You know better.
Yeah, sorry to cut out.
We want to think and preach what we want to preach, no matter where in the world we are. You don't have the monopoly to say where we can be and how we want to uplift ourselves, no matter where in the world we want to be.
Oh, of course I can, because Europe belongs to the Europeans, and you are always arguing that the Europeans have decided what you have to think in Africa, right? You're always complaining about that, but then on the other hand, you do the same in European countries.
No,
and these are these double standards.
Hold on. Here's the comparisons, yeah? Africans across the diaspora, all over the place, are not walking around taking European countries, renaming it, claiming it, robbing, stealing, pillaging, blackwashing the whole entire history, forcing it upon the next generations, and making white children to come to our way of thinking. We're not doing that. Are Europeans doing that on the other hand, though? Yes.
Because you don't have the power yet. But you're already starting to do that.
If anybody's interested in the movie was called Prometheus, 2012.
Yeah, I know that.
That's a big film.
But let's get back to the topic. Of course, you're trying to do that. There are black
example of what he's saying. I want to know, when have we done that, Elron?
There are black
Give us a point in time.
There are black groups already out there advocating for Black History Month in European schools. So, and that means all the shit this guy is talking about, that we buy whatever. There are black people saying Mozart was black and this was black, and in reality we built Europe and all this shit.
Elron, I've got a real shocker for you.
To do that.
Elron, listen, Elron, I'm gonna give you a real shocker, yeah? You see my great-great-grandfather, yeah? Not my great-grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, yeah? He's the one who started teaching our family about they need to mix their DNA back into black, yeah? And do you know where he's from? And do you know what he did as a profession? He was German, and he was a scientist. Get out of here, brother. Your own people, then. Check that one out.
Yeah, so
you are my brother.
He was a eugenicist. So, yeah, and he definitely believed that black people were superior, right?
He said that black people were the first people. All DNA comes from black.
Yeah, you're a supremacist. It's okay. No problem. I have no problem with that. But trust me, if you're
yeah, but Elron, he was white.
Wait.
Elron, he was white, so how is he a black supremacist? That don't make sense. He was a white man. How can he be a black supremacist?
Prove me that.
Do you want me to prove it to you?
Yes, please.
1 second, chill. 1 second, Elron. I asked you to give me an example of when black people have gone around Europe, taking over, renaming, dividing, conquering places. Like, please, I'm waiting.
There's already cities, city names, which black advocacy groups have advocated for, that the street, a German street, is renamed after a black man. Okay? So it already has begun. The reason why you're not able to do that is because you have no power. You don't have power in politics. You don't have power in media. You don't have power in schools. And you simply haven't had the numbers.
We do have power. That's why you're scared, Elron. Elron, we do have power. Elron, give us till next year. We'll be living next door, brother. We do have power. That's why you're scared. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We love you.
I
won't anyway.
You would get out of our country with a snap of my fingers if
have a nice evening, guys. Have a nice day, Elron.
White people decide to take back their destiny.
All right, Elron, I'll see you soon. We'll see if you can move me. Elron, I'll see you soon. We'll see if you can remove me, yeah? We'll see if your government protects me over you. And because you know they will, you're scared and you're upset. Don't be too upset. Goodbye.
Yeah, so you are praying to white man's government, right? You're praying to white people, please, please, please attack the whites, not us. So
stop. One second. He's making a weird claim at the moment because obviously you're in Germany and your government has no say over what happens over here in the UK. Yeah, that's number one. So that doesn't make any sense. But what I'm getting at is this: you're saying that we have no power and we're all of this, but clearly you give us power, Elron, because
we gave you power. Exactly.
Your biggest fear is the your race coming extinct. Yeah, and you don't want to be brown, you don't want to be black, you want to be white. But you're not producing enough children to keep your thing going on a decadely basis. Forget yearly, decades and decades and decades are gonna. And if you don't get your population up, inevitably, like it's just gonna be. What are you gonna do? Because we're your biggest fear, literally. Dominant, recessive. Let that sink in. Dominant,
yes,
recessive. So
no one is denying that. By the way. It just means phenotypes, right? So you're still changing. Black people are changing if they're mixing with Chinese people or even Europeans. They are not the same anymore. You're changing too. It doesn't matter because you have billions of people in Africa, so it doesn't really matter, right? But I see the problem. Of course, I see it. And but the logic that we can't change reproduction rates is insane because it has happened in the past.
And but Elron, if everybody was the same, wouldn't it be better?
No.
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 I'm surprised.
If I see mixed people and you tell me Mexicans are some kind of superior to Europeans,
well, why would I say that?
I would see that. Yeah, I would say it's a great loss to the world if the Japanese people would disappear from the world,
but listen,
and the Europeans
when it comes
too.
to medicine, everything works for everybody. No color, it doesn't matter what color. Like I could take my heart, you could take a heart from a Caucasian and put it in a person of African descent. Put it in Chinese
you can
descent.
Use a pig heart,
huh?
even. What does that prove? Nothing.
Who uses the pig heart? We're talking about so you could take blood of a pig and put it in your system?
Nope.
Oh, Elron, do you want me to tell you what my last name is? Elron, do you know what my last name is? My last name is spelled W-E-I-S-E. What does that mean in German? What does that mean in German? W-E-I-S-E. What does that mean in German? Is that Vice? Do you know what Vice means? Vice.
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 So Vice. Like the Vice magazine or what?
That's right. That's right. Well, you didn't think I was German.
I don't know that German name.
You really didn't think I was German. Check the name. Go in the back chat. Look in the back chat. Look at the writing. Look at it. Look at the name.
Visa is
Visa. It's Swedish, yeah? You sure? You sure?
I think it's
you sure?
Swedish name, yeah.
Elron. Now we know you're a liar. Everyone about, we know he's a liar now. I'm gone. Have a nice evening, guys. He's done.
Yo,
He's done.
Elron. Elron, Elron, broski, can I say one thing to you?
No, it's Anglo-Saxon tribe in Britain, but the name, wait.
Yo, broski, can I tell you one thing? Are you listening?
But I want to the proof. Give me your passport. Show me your passport here.
Yo, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can I just tell you? Can I just tell you one thing, Elron?
Please.
Hakuna Matata.
Oh no. You know the Lion King story, right? You know that Hakuna Matata didn't work, right?
Hakuna Matata, mate. Hakuna Matata.
You see the Lion King's movie? You see what happens when the Lion King has subscribed to this theory of Hakuna Matata?
Let me tell you one thing, mate. You know what? You know why your Lion King story isn't working? Is because you're watching too much porn, and you're just you're not having enough babies. That's what the problem is, Elron. So just get on with it. Stop complaining.
Bro.
Stop complaining. Stop complaining, broski, and Hakuna Matata.
Watching porn is Hakuna Matata, bro. Sorry, you just made my argument. Hakuna Matata is do whatever you want. No rules. That is Hakuna Matata. Don't care for anything in the world. Thank you. You can leave now.
What's the
You're funny, man. Can you?
You thought you made a a very clever argument, huh? Don't you?
No, it was a clever argument, but it just went straight over your head.
Oh, so explain the audience how it went straight over my head.
No need to explain. No.
1 second. Who believes in Hakuna Matata out of you two? Is it something that you believe in?
Please tell us. Do you believe in Hakuna Matata?
Is it? Yeah. What's the meaning? What is it?
No, the guy who brought it up should explain it, right?
Yeah.
It means no worries, man. It means no worries. Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
But is that something you're into?
Well, I mean, it's a yeah. Why not? Hakuna Matata.
Oh, okay. So you're saying do as thou wilt. Is that what you're saying?
No. Listen, I'm only trolling, bro. Yeah, this guy's been waffling for like I don't know how long. Yeah, how many hours? And he's just been complaining about birth rates and
troll better. Maybe go
multiculturalism and this and that, and black people and brown people. So I just came on and I told him, no worries, bro. Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, go on 4chan and learn to troll.
Okay. All right. So yeah, no worries then.
Yeah, peace and harmony. Definitely would work with the Muslims and with the black supremacists.
Whoa! So you're going to black supremacists, not acknowledging the neo-Nazism, huh?
Yeah.
Where's
I just want to.
supremacists?
Well,
Elron. One thing I am gonna say to you is, when people make the argument that there's no such, there's no comparison with. Hold on. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah.
No worries, man. Bless up.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you saying, Lady Divine? You were going to say something?
No, he just made a claim about the black supremacists and the Muslims. I want to know, well, who's the black supremacist?
The guy we were just talking 2 hours long ago.
I would think that would be me, though, Elron, because if you listen to what Schiffer's saying, he's saying that he believes that we're all one people. He's trying to embrace.
No, he don't believe that.
Brother and all sorts, like he's telling you about your people. I'm there saying, hell no, we're not the same people. We're completely two different.
But
So
he's not even saying that, Lady Divine. He's just saying that because it fits him. No, he thinks
Elron.
that black people are superior.
Yeah, but
And
he's
he's
also
just
saying
putting
in the
out the
same breath,
message of we are all human because he don't want the white giant to awake of his of the threat of what his ideology is towards white people. That is
No,
why
I
he
think what
says
he's trying
we're
to
all
say,
human,
no.
but really blacks are superior.
The white giant.
Oh yeah. If
No,
the
what I
white
think
giant
what I took,
marches,
hold
the
on,
world is shaking.
Elron, what I actually took from him and what I've always taken from him when he speaks, and if I'm wrong, Shiv will come on and correct me, yeah. But from what I've taken from what he says is that basically that you're all one race, you're all the human race. He doesn't see you lot any different, but he does believe that the black people were here first. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and we have some genetic mutations. That why this is why we should go back black, being black. He was also saying we should go back being black. So he's just saying, yeah, we basically should genocide ourselves and become black again. That's not supremacist at all, right? Imagine I would say something like that. Imagine I would say, yeah, white people, yeah, we are. There's no need to be black. Just look that you become white again. It's better for you. Imagine if I would say something like this. It doesn't get more superior, supremacist than that.
No, but Elron, you say things like you want your race to be pure. You want blacks and Muslims and whoever out of your country. You say those things.
Yeah, how bad is that?
More supremacy, because I've never.
How
heard,
bad is it that I want Germany to say?
He wants people out anywhere. He says this is God's land and no man has the right to any parts of the earth. That's what he's saying.
No, he just wants to rule the whole earth. That is what he's saying. And you know that.
Yeah.
I swear that, Elron, we're hearing two different things. I'm being honest.
Yo, Elron, if the white giant rises, yeah, I mean, what's gonna happen?
Well, it could be peaceful. It is all. Someone has a pet noise in the background. It depends on our enemies, how we treat them. If the enemy resists and still want to conquer our country, any means necessary.
Aaron, are you what nationality are you?
I'm German.
Oh, you're German. So what? Are you a Christian by any chance?
No, I'm pagan.
Oh, you're pagan. Okay.
Yeah.
Elron, I'll be honest with you. If there's a white giant and then there's a black giant, I'm gonna have to put my money on the black giant.
And why are you doing that?
No, I'm just I've watched a lot of boxing, Elron, and if there is a white giant and he rises and then there's a on the other side there's a black giant, I'm gonna it's just the rational choice.
Are we still fighting with fists? You want to go up with fists against tanks? Man, you're so stupid and low IQ. You should just embarrass yourself. You should leave. You're trying to be funny, but everyone is laughing about your trolling. You troll yourself, man.
All I'm saying, Elron, is I'm putting my money. I'm putting my money on the black giant. I think he's taking you down.
I take that bet.
I think the white giant. I think the big white giant stands no chance.
Yeah, I guess then I don't know why we ruled the world and still rule the world, right?
Anyway, bro.
Man. Yeah.
Anyway, man. Hakuna Matata, man. Hakuna Matata.
Has someone something intelligent to say?
Yeah, listen. You just you're the reason why people say and they make the claim that European slavery was the worst, because I don't hear anybody else in the world speak like your mentality, your mindset, the way you speak about other people, other races. I don't hear that from any other race in the world, and there must be some validity to that. But yeah, I mean,
And what
like I said,
did I say exactly? That I want Germany to stay German, that Europe should stay European. What's the matter with that?
no, I mean, when you use rhetoric like the white giant, and and you say other ridiculous things.
Man, did you hear what this guy was talking about? He said the black people have created all civilizations. Is that more supremacist than what I'm saying? Or not? And basically, white people shouldn't exist. They should go back being black. What is more supremacist? What I'm saying or what he's saying? Have I ever said that I want to genocide the black people?
I think from my point of view, I would say that there's a history here, really high black rulership. Obviously, a lot of things come out of the black nation. You can't deny that. But I also say that in regards to you, I would say that the world is definitely, it says that the world is passing away. Because as a Christian, I'm here to advance the kingdom of God, not the kingdom of man. Man can have the world. And that's my point of view. It says in the Bible, let the righteous do righteous and let the wicked carry on still. So, I'm not angry that man wants to rule the world, and I say good luck with that. But God's going to come true in the end, and it says, "Thou shalt know I am the Lord."
I don't want to.
And that's what's going to happen.
I want to rule Germany, right? And not even I want to rule Germany. A better man should do that. But I want Germans to rule Germany. And if Christians have a problem with that, and then I say, fuck Christianity.
No. I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying if that's what you feel like, and then that's your thing. Do your thing, and yeah.
Yeah. Catholics haven't had a problem with that for 2,000 years.
Interesting. Let me pose a question to you, Elron. I'm going to give you two scenarios, and I want you to give me your verdict on them. Here's number one. Everyone, everywhere, in every country, mixed together, be multicultural, and be happy. What do you say to that?
I would ask the Christian if what he thinks of the Tower of Babel.
No, hold on. Answer my question quickly, and then we go back to that. So, what would you say to that? Everyone, everywhere, every country, mix together and have multiculturalism and be happy.
Yeah, this is a dystopia.
Okay, if I say Europe for Europeans,
do you think
Africa
that
for Africans,
multiculturalism,
your
worldview has worked in Europe?
Hold on, listen to my next one. Europe for Europeans, Asia for Asians, Africa for Africans. What do you say to that?
Yes, I would subscribe to that.
I knew it. Do your thing.
Yeah. And in Africa, you can believe that you've created all the stuff. You can reject European science. You can do whatever the fuck you want, okay? But not here. If you do that here, we have a problem.
So you're saying this, Elron, you don't care what people want to do, as long as they do it in their own country. Don't come into Europe, come talking about no other cultures or none of that, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, so you are with the superior culturalism then, so you're down.
No, I'm not an imperialist.
But you are. That's what you're basically saying. Don't come here if you're a non-European. Don't come into Europe talking about
and how is that imperialist?
What? Hold on. You never let me finish. Go on.
How is that imperialist?
No, I was asking a question. I'm asking you. So you have no problem with it as long as people don't come into Europe from other nations, other countries, talking about, you know, their suffering, their plights, their struggles. You don't want to hear none of that, no?
No.
Okay. I like your honesty.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. I would say, well, if a nation decided, and for example, Syria, right? If Assad decided that we can work together to rebuild Syria, right? And it's in the German interest and in the interest of Syria, we can work together on that, right? But if it's bad for the German people, I wouldn't do that. That's called sovereignty. A nation and the people should be sovereign, and they should decide what is going on in their fucking own country. No one should have a say except the Germans, except the British, except the Japanese, except the Chinese, except the Somalis. No fucking one has a say in what is going on in our own nation, but our people.
Okay, but with that, would you say that applies to every other nation as well, or just this nation?
Yes,
the Europeans?
of course.
Okay.
So Elron, just ask you a quick question. So you Germany for Germany. Is Germany part of the EU?
Yes.
So then Germany.
Unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So you just answered my question. Yes.
Yeah. I'm for Dex.
So.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That makes sense because I was just going to say that Germany
it would
is.
fall anyway. So. It's also you as a Christian, you might be interested in the architecture of the European Parliament. You know how it's built? Did you see the picture?
Yeah. I know the history of how it came together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about like the Tower of Babel, right? And this
Yeah,
is
I'd have to agree.
Yeah,
I'd have to
no
agree with it.
coincidence. Yeah. Oh, if you decide to go along with these people, you are basically doing what God has rejected and punished the people for. Even if you're Christian.
Yeah, I see your angle. Though, but I still feel like that if you have a look at the people in the area, the separation inside the EU is still sub-tribes of the same people. Would you agree?
Yeah, we are suffering from these lunatics.
No, so sub-tribes. So you're all the same. Would you agree? You're all the same people. So like, you know, all the EUs, so like Poland and.
No, we are not like all the same. But there's different ethnicities within the European race.
So how was the Poland and other EU countries different from your tribe, from Germany? Where's the difference in history?
Well, where should I begin?
Begin from the start.
Do you don't you see any difference between Poland and Germany? In the tradition, in their dances, in their language, in their history, of course.
Well, I can see some form of Jewish influence in Poland, and I can see a form of Roman hierarchy in German society. Maybe I might be wrong. What do you say to that?
Yeah, we have adopted a lot of Roman structure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And also, we have implemented right now all this democracy stuff, right? It's a perversion, basically, what the original, what Plato was arguing for, and other Socrates and all these people, right? It's a perversion of what these guys have described as what democracy is. But Yes, the Greeks have influenced the democratic system we are now living in.
Because if you have a look at the when Rome came into Jerusalem and they expelled the Jews, a lot of people would say, well, because that's where that song came from. I can't remember what that song was, but when there was a 5-day war or 5-month war, the Jews and the Romans fought.
6 day, 6 day,
6-day war, and
it's
then
always
the
the
Jews.
6. Remember that it's a magic number.
Creation, 6-day creation, whatever you want to call it. But and then the Jews were expelled. Now a lot of people would say, well, the Jews, feel sorry for the Jews. It was this and that. But then you got to understand that you got to look at the timing. When was Christ put on the cross? A lot of people will say that God bring Rome against Jerusalem because the Jews put Jesus on the cross. There's that kind of narrative as well. But when you
Wasn't
follow
Jesus
along,
even saying that this will happen? He was prophesying that.
One second, guys. 1 second. Veli, Ultra's in the back. Can you let him on, please? Sorry. Continue. Oh, there he is.
Big up, Ultra. You just finished work. What you saying?
Yeah,
You on the
I
bus?
think
Yeah,
Jesus
man. Big
was.
up. Big up.
Big up.
Hey.
God, I can't hear him. Hold on.
Aaron.
Yes.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend. Not bad.
Volkswagen.
Ja, was wolltest du fragen?
Oh no, it's Guten Abend. It's good evening.
Yes. It is.
What's going on? I've been to Cologne.
What? You're in Cologne right now?
Cologne. No. I've been to Cologne.
Oh.
It was cool. All of the Germans treated me very well. None of them were pissed off with me for being infinitely darker than they were.
Well,
It was a good
there's
time.
even some refugee helpers are now going straight to the AfD because they have some bad experience made with some of the so-called refugees. What do you say about that? The time is turning.
Not everyone's like me.
Yes, probably true.
No, it's true. Not everyone's like me. And that's the problem with this planet.
That's a lot of self-confidence.
Oh, I mean it.
We should clone you and let you take over.
To be honest, do you know what the funny thing is? I have no desire for power. Like none. No, I don't have any desire for fame or power.
Then your ideas won't make it.
Huh?
Then your ideas won't. Who has this background noise?
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Okay. If you don't have a desire to power, you won't change anything.
Oh, I don't have any desire to change anything. I am the change I wish to see.
So you're an individualist?
Sometimes it depends on what type of a mood I'm in.
Well, if you don't want to build a movement, then you are an individualist.
Yes, but it depends on what kind of a mood I'm in. Sometimes I'm an individualist, sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, I've no fear of people thinking like you. I'm much more fearful from Muslims or some other groups that have a strong group building.
Why are you scared of Muslims?
Because they have a very good structure and binding together people based on one principle.
And what principle is that?
The Quran.
But you realize Islam isn't a monolith, right?
Yes, I know.
Perfect. Then you have no reason to be afraid. None.
Muslims still agree that
Oh my God, is that Corona?
on the Muslim, the non-believers.
Oh.
They agree on that, and that's enough for me.
What do they believe about non-believers?
No, that they are higher beings, that they should rule over non-believers.
All right, okay, that's fine. But are they right?
I don't care if they're right or wrong. Of course, they're wrong.
There you go.
But it
Well,
doesn't
that's it.
matter because they believe it, and if they act on it, it becomes a threat.
I see what you mean. So, what are the odds of Islam coming to Germany to take over?
The odds are high.
How come? Is there more Muslims than there are Germans and native Germans?
Not right now, but if it continues like it was for decades now, that more and more Muslims have given the chance to move to Germany, yeah, they will take over, and probably black people living in Europe should be afraid of that coming true as well.
Is it not a case where, like, white people could maybe stop moaning and have more babies?
No, we should just throw out other people's and not compare, not competing with other people's having many birth rates. I don't want
So you
Germany.
don't wanna have babies.
No, I want Germans to have more babies, but it can't be a solution that everyone can come to Germany and we have 200 million people living in the next 100 years or so living in Germany, because it's not a very big country. Okay, this is not a solution.
Hold on 1 second. Veli, if you can hear me, bro, and there's people in the back chat waiting to get on. Oh, right. Here, take this. Take that. Give me this. Give it to me.
I must admit, though, I don't necessarily think that, you know what I mean, trying to outbreed another nation is a solution still. I must admit, man, that's not a feasible solution, man.
Thank you.
She's not agreeing with you, Elron. Big up, sis.
Yeah, but that's not saying that in agreement with your kind of vibration, man. But I'm just saying, if we were to take the same, you know, to say one of my countries or one of my islands, it's not going to work neither in it. So I can appreciate that fact still.
Yeah, and it complicated things because it has an effect if you have white flights, right? Because whites don't want to live in a multicultural city or something. They are moving out to other white peoples. Even the lunatic leftists who always virtue signaling that everyone is equal, that they want to live in a multicultural society. They fucking live in gated communities, which is not 90% white. These are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
But the thing is, though, yeah, are you all right? I know you're here. I don't know if you're complaining to us or you're just talking about it. I don't know what it is. But you know, at the end of the day, my thing is the thing worried about. It's not necessarily the persons that are actually putting those in place, is it? It's not Muslims allowing Muslims to come into the country, is it? Like the what was she at the time? Chancellor. Markle, yeah?
Yeah. It is a white problem.
She put a number.
And foremost. It's a white or
so I'm
Western
saying,
problem.
She's still in government. How many times?
Yeah, it's amazing that she's still in government.
How many times has she been voted in? But that's hold on, wait.
Are you talking about Angela Merkel?
16 years now or 15
Yeah,
years.
that's who they're talking about.
It must be 4 times now. But you also have to remember, she changes her positions. When you look back at the speeches this woman was giving just a few years ago, she was basically sounding like the AFD. She was infiltrating the CDU. I haven't. You were cutting out.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Nine, you cut out.
Can't hear her.
Oh my God! No! Don't hit the TV.
See, that's true. Nine, you got to ask the right question, Nine, and this is the question. Elron, because obviously I speak to you a lot, yeah, but I still haven't ascertained. I think I remember you telling before, but just to clean it up, which is your biggest fear? Religion in Germany or immigration? I guess race in Germany. What
Immigration. Immigration.
Oh, okay. And then it will be religion.
Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. Is that immigration of anyone or
Yes.
a particular group?
No, anyone.
So you don't want anyone to come to Germany.
Yes.
You know one thing you gotta appreciate, yeah. Hold on.
I don't want to even Poles or Italians or other people coming to Germany, because I'm an ethno-nationalist. I'm not. This is why the word racist have absolutely no meaning to me, because I value ethnicity. I value race as well, yes, but ethnicity comes first for me.
Wait, hang on a second. Wait. Aren't white Italians the same race as you?
No. They're the same race, yes, but not the same ethnicity.
Okay, what how does the German ethnicity and the white Italian ethnicity, how does it vary?
How does it? What?
What's the difference between a white Italian and a white German?
Well, you can go to phenotypical differences. Every white German or every German would see the difference between a North Italian or a South Italian or a Pole and them. They would see the difference just as well as a Somalian would see the difference between a Somali and a Nigerian or something like that, right?
Yo, you know what? I value your forthrightness, Elron. You know, you're very honest. I appreciate that. I mean, you know,
I hear that a lot.
This should serve as a lesson to any fucking, sellouts, yeah, that want to bend over and kiss asses of people like you, yeah, or other people in this country, yeah, the UK. Or, it's only them Muslims. It's only them Muslims, we're all right, aren't we? Yeah. Take fucking heed, you fucking sellouts. People, yeah, with this mentality, they don't give a fuck about you. So when Ultra asked that question, yeah, like I said, I value your honesty, and that's the truth. It's Muslim immigration, yeah. When people say that, yeah, that's just a cloak that they hide their real feelings under. They don't care about that. That's just what's in flavor these days. It's the easy target. It's to attack these people, but that racism is still the same. They've always been against immigration. So stop being fucking sellouts, yeah, and wake up and open your fucking eyes, yeah.
Yeah, this is why the civic nationalists will lose to us. All these Tommy crowds will move over to us.
Bro, fuck Tommy Robinson. He's just the same as you. He's just using an agenda. I guarantee you, yeah, within his heart, he hates immigrants just as much as you do. Guarantee you, bro. Guarantee you.
I don't know about that. I think many people, you're right. It's an easy target. It's also the thing that if you criticize Islam, it's not about race, it's about religion, right? They always say. But of course, it has a racial component because most immigrants, most Muslims are non-European. So yes, they use it as a proxy because they can't talk about race and ethnicity, because this is the one topic which is the most despised in today's culture, mentality, zeitgeist, right? To be called racist or Nazi is the worst thing you can call a European. And this is why they take the easy way to criticize Islam, because Islam is also
It's
the
easy.
most.
It's easy. It's
Yeah,
easy. Exactly.
yeah.
Let's get it. It's easy to target these brown and black people first. Let's get rid of them, yeah, and then divide and conquer. Let's work on the numbers.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that everyone thinks that way. I would say there's a lot of, for example, hedonists, even homosexuals, that don't have problems with multiculturalism. They just have problems with Islam. They would also have problems with someone like me, because I'm very intolerant of this hedonistic way of living. But they are just despising Islam because, these are the people who are most outspoken against homosexuality and all this stuff. These people really, I would say, they wouldn't have a problem with living in a multicultural society as long as they adopt civic nationalism, basically. So living the hedonistic lifestyle, don't be so criminal, right? They wouldn't have a problem with that. So
Elron,
yeah.
one thing. Hold on, one thing. You're not religious, are you?
Yes, I am, but
No, you said you were a pagan.
yeah, and that is a
All right,
kind of
okay,
spirit.
but you don't subscribe to the Abrahamic religions or Christianity, which is a lot of the Europeans do.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So in your belief system, are you against homosexuality?
Yes.
Because it sounds like that, right? Okay. Is that part of paganism? Is that part of your belief system?
Well, paganism, in my perspective, is all about logos, and logos means God's rule, right? And if I look at what works and what don't work, is promoting sexuality a good thing? Is it pro nature or is it against nature? I would say it is against nature, and it is detrimental to the process of my people to promote homosexuality. That doesn't mean that I want to kill homosexuals. I just want them to stay in the closet, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
You may proceed.
I don't know what to tell you anymore.
I still think the black giant KOs the white giant.
Okay. And we can go and have a little talk about physical strength and not intelligent, intelligent and military power, if you want, to have the odds against, for example, Chinese strength versus, or Asiatic strength versus European strength, or black strength versus European strength. We can
So
go there too.
do you honestly believe, Elron? Do you honestly, believe that the Europeans are genetically the strongest?
I think yes. When it comes to weightlifting, we are the strongest race on the world.
I don't know about that. I might have to question that, because the world record 5-time, 6-time holder, strongest man in the world, was Polish.
Yeah, and he's a European. I know even the guy who you're talking about. It's called Savitras or something like that. Janusz Savitras is the name. Strongman.
Yeah, but you've
But
also got to factor in that. You know what I mean? Not,
Bjornsson has a chance to break this record. I'll make a prediction there. Hafthor Bjornsson could break the record of the Polish guy, and he's an Icelandic. He's of Icelandic descent. I would even say that the Icelandic people are the strongest race in the world. There are just not very many Icelandic people.
how many people are, or how many countries around the world are, you know, take part in
Mariusz
weightlifting?
Pudzianowski is the name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a fucking beast.
Can you
He
hear
wasn't
me,
even.
man?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, how many countries? You can't hear me. Then. Oh, all right, cool. When
No,
you
I
finish.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I'm saying when you finished, I'll talk. Go on.
Yeah.
No, go on.
He wasn't
So I was
even
just really
so
asking.
tall, right?
All right, wait now. So I was just asking the question: how many countries in the world take part in weightlifting?
A lot.
And
If
how
you look
many
at
countries in the world
Olympia.
have access to weightlifting?
That's
Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm
And?
just making the point. You're saying that you think this or that person's the strongest in the world or whatever, and then you brought in weightlifting or whatever it is. And I'm just saying, is that really a good what's the word?
Indicator.
Example to use to Plandic man or opponent in the world? Thank you very much. Because I don't think so, Bab. For the strongest person in the world is probably not even known to anybody. Yeah, he's just somewhere in his own place being the strongest person. He don't even know.
Well, you can make the same argument about boxers and sprinters as well.
Well, Elron, that's just one example. That's just one example of strength. You know, when you because the thing is, when you look at Olympic weightlifting, you know, historically, I think Iranians and people from those regions have been the strongest. I think the current world record holder is an Iranian as well. You know, you look at wrestling, and you've got people from you know all over, you know, non-European countries that lead in those things. I mean, you've got like I said, I mean, I don't think you're talking about the world's strongest man. That's just one event, and I think it's just predominantly the people who you know represent in that event are from European nations. So obviously, you know, there's going to be a majority of European winners and strongmen. There's not a lot of people from non-European nations, you know, participating in those events. So I think that's just really a weak example to give.
Yeah, you have to get science into that too, right? So, for example, of course, we know that the Jamaican sprinters are the fastest in the world. This is because their bones, the hips of the Jamaican is completely different to the Europeans. This is one. So you have the capability of running faster due to this physiognomical
the hips of a Jamaican or the
of the
hips
hips,
of an
right?
Afro-Caribbean? The hips of a Jamaican or the hips of an
Jamaican-
Afro-Caribbean?
Jamaican. We are looking at Jamaican and also some other Africans. They have done some studies about other African groups on the sprinting thing. They've also done physiognomical as well as the
you obviously know-
muscle fibers.
So you're talking about Afro-Caribbeans, aren't you, Bab? You're not talking about just Jamaicans.
Yeah, I think all these countries that are very close to this region. Yeah.
All the islands.
Yes. They have a different
So you're
bone
talking about
structure, right?
Afro-Caribbeans.
Especially
Does
the
that also
hips.
include Americans as well? Because the Americas, the Caribbean, quite very close.
Yeah, probably. I don't know about
Okay.
that. I just
Well, you
know
do know the next
that they.
upcoming faster sprinter is a little boy in America, right?
No, I don't know about that.
Ah,
I'm
good
not
research.
very. I'm not following sports since probably 6 years or something like that. I'm not following sports anymore. I hate all the sporting events right now. I hate football even because I see all these multicultural project bullshit being pushed on of us. If I see
Are you related to
my
Hitler?
favorite team of the past,
Are you
I see, for
related to
example,
Hitler?
my favorite club playing
So are
is
you related to
Dortmund.
Hitler? You're related to
I
Hitler,
don't
ain't ya?
think I have a lineage to Hitler, but yeah, he was
Because the way you
of a
talk, but
German
you like
tribe.
Hitler,
So
innit? You like
why?
Hitler, innit? I can hear you smiling from ear to ear. Like I just mentioned your boy.
Yeah, because
Is Hitler your boy?
because I
Yeah,
know
Hitler's your
what
boy,
you
innit?
mean. Okay, if you bring up Hitler, you think that I would cowardly say no,
Not at
don't
all,
Hitler.
Bab.
He's the worst
Not
people.
at all,
He's the
because
worst.
you sound like a Hitler boy. So the mere fact that you're smiling hard, it confirms my thingy, Bobby, man. You know what I mean?
I'm
Okay, no
smiling hard.
problem, man.
Yeah, I don't deny
Oh,
that. Yeah.
okay.
Basically, sis,
Alright.
what he's trying to tell you is Hitler's his national hero, and he's very proud.
No, I can hear it, sis.
Basically,
From I heard his, from I said the name, I can hear the man grinning like, you get me? He's having a ball. All right,
yeah, I'm laughing.
L1.
I'm laughing because everyone
Nice
brings
to
up
know
Hitler
that you
to
lot are
shut
still
down
out
the
there, boy.
debate.
So,
To shut down the debate, right?
nah, man, shut
And
down what
I'm
debate?
sick and tired
There's
of
no,
this, and I'm
nah. We're
just
not
laughing about
scared
it.
to say Hitler out. No. Don't get it twisted, but we're not scared. Well, I'm certainly not scared. It's just interesting to hear someone in 2020, you know what I mean? Yeah, that backs him. So it's all good, man. Are there a lot of you over there, are there?
What?
Are you in the minority or the majority, Bab?
In Germany, I'm in the majority, of course.
Are you
He's
in the
lying, sis. You
minority or
just
the
heard,
majority?
sis,
Your
you not
thought
just heard,
process, your thinking.
sis, you
I
just
would
heard
say
Ultra
Yes.
say that he was over there
when
You're
and
in.
he
So
didn't
most.
experience that. Did you not hear that?
when you ask the Germans if they want to become a minority, my opinion is the majority.
Man.
No German,
Well, we can disagree,
almost
but man said.
non-German, almost non-Germans, German wants to become a minority in their own country. The problem is that they are not voting like that, even though if you would ask them this question, they would agree with me. What they are not doing is advocating for it to not to happen, and this is what we are changing right now.
Yo, Elron, don't you think
But
one
the
of
thing
the
is, though, wait a
hold
second.
on, man, hold on. Don't you think one of the solutions would be for Germany and other, European countries to stop bombing the world, and then obviously you won't have these people coming to your countries?
Yes, I agree that bombing other countries is bad. But even though we would bomb these countries, we still wouldn't have to take in the peoples. I would say it's insanity to first bomb a country and then take in the victims of our bombings. And this can only be a policy of an insane people.
You definitely are. You definitely are an insane people. You definitely are.
invite in the
It's
people you
guilt.
just bomb is probably not a good idea. But let me remind you, you live now in a European country, so you are bombing too.
Oh,
If you have a
hell
British
no.
passport,
There's
oh
no
yeah,
blood on our hands. There's no
oh
blood.
yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
If you are saying that we are doing it, then you are doing it too. Or you are making the argument that the elites are doing it against the people's will. Then I'm on your side. But if you blame Germans, only Germans for bombing, by the way, Germany is not bombing anyone. It's we are doing is we are supporting surveillance and all this bullshit. I'm even against that, right? But we are not bombing anyone. Okay?
No, you are aiding, you are providing weapons and ammunition and aid and supplies to the nations who are at the forefront of this, and you have been for years. So
Yeah.
it goes hand in hand.
Yeah. So blame the people, blame the regimes that buy the weapons. And
Yo, listen, broski, if you're against it, I'm not blaming you personally.
Okay,
I didn't mention your name.
I'm against selling weapons as well. But what I always find is the hypocrisy. They're blaming us on selling the weapons and saying, "Oh, the poor victims of the other government using these weapons against another."